The end of the world has come, and the city has become the territory of zombies. 7 days ago, a huge meteorite hit the Earth, releasing a virus that quickly transformed almost all humans in the world into bloodthirsty zombies. Only a few survivors survived. I was originally just an ordinary worker, and my life was full of endless pressure and struggle. But in the chaos of the end of the world, I accidentally bound to the creator system, and from then on, I started a road to doomsday hegemony that belonged to me. The system grants me extraordinary abilities, allowing me to create countless weapons and equipment and summon beautiful warriors. At the beginning, I only had a kitchen knife and some food, but as the system awakened, I began to summon 10 brave, beautiful warriors to form my first team, the Ice Phoenix Guards. Every member of this team is highly skilled in martial arts and is proficient in cold weapons, hot weapons, and special training. Their arrival turned me from a lone survivor into a commander in the apocalypse. I knew that this was not just a fight for survival, but also a chance for me to create order and dominate the apocalypse. In this world full of violence and terror, the strong prey on the weak and survival is victory. I started to obtain creation coins by killing zombies and used them to strengthen myself and create more legions and combat power. In order to gain greater strength, I gradually built up my own army, developed combined battalions, combined brigades, and even had powerful navy, army, and air force. Every time I take on a new challenge, I become stronger. In the future, my army will be unmanned, and robots, drones, robot dogs, etc. will become my powerful combat units. Facing endless enemies, my system will lead me to the top step by step. However, there are more than just zombies in the apocalypse. Among the remaining humans, the survivors fight each other. Betrayal and killing are happening all the time. 3 evil men plotted to seize my resources. In the critical moment, I relied on the extraordinary combat power of the Ice Phoenix Guards to easily defeat them and protect my own safety. This is just the beginning. In this doomsday world full of conspiracy and danger, my goal is to unify the remaining humans and establish a new order. Not only must you survive in this wasteland, but you must also dominate this land that was once full of hope. As my power continues to grow, future battles will not only be against zombies, but also a full-scale confrontation with the hostile forces of humanity. I will lead my army, break the siege of zombies, and fight for the last chance of survival in the apocalypse. I want to tell the world that the end of the world is not scary. The scariest things are those enemies who dare to be against me. Chapter 3. Killing. Our team is not only good at fighting, but also good at medical skills and vehicle driving. Whether it is motorcycles, cars, trucks, tanks, or even helicopters and fighter jets, we can operate them skillfully. We can also easily handle communication tools such as radios, walkie-talkies, computers, and mobile phones. After hearing this, I was so surprised that my mouth opened wide. Their abilities are simply all-round fighters who can handle any complex combat situation. Not to mention special forces, even the king of soldiers would probably not be able to match the comprehensive capabilities of the Ice Phoenix Guards. It was so powerful and beautiful that my heart was filled with joy and a sense of security I had never felt before. He took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, turned around, and praised the 10 elite players. I am very shocked by your abilities. You are all top fighters. Hearing the praise, the team members showed a look of pride in their eyes. At this moment, Morong Feishue's eyes suddenly turned cold, staring at the 3 gangsters who had tried to attack the commander, Murderous. She asked calmly, "Commander, how do we deal with these 3 people? Should we take action?" She made a gesture of wiping her neck, and at that moment, the atmosphere became extremely tense. The 3 survivors turned pale when they saw this, knowing that they would probably die. The fat man cried bitterly and crawled on the ground begging for mercy. "Chief, please don't kill us. We were wrong. Please give us a chance." The young man named Lin Emo didn't care about the severe pain of having his tendons cut and kowtowed heavily. "Commander, let me go. I am very smart and can help you." The last timid man was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder and begged, "I have money. I have 1 million in savings. As long as you don't kill me, I'll give you all the money." I couldn't help but recall the time when they almost killed me with zombies. If it weren't for the military training during the holidays, my physical fitness was still pretty good, and I would probably have become a cold corpse now. A chill surged in his heart. He knew that he had to learn to adapt to this doomsday world full of killing. So he said coldly, "Give me the dagger." Morong Feishua handed over the dagger without hesitation. The dagger still had the blood stains and faint fragrance left on her hand. I held the dagger. A complex emotion surged in my heart. Although my hands were trembling slightly, he still approached the 3 lambs to be slaughtered step by step. Their cries for mercy echoed in the air, but no one paid any attention. Following my order, the other team members tightly controlled the 3 survivors, and I wielded the dagger without hesitation and quickly cut their throats. The corridor fell silent in an instant. 3 bodies fell to the ground helplessly, their eyes still open. My hands trembled slightly, and I looked at the lifeless bodies on the ground with complicated eyes. His heart was in turmoil, and a strong throbbing and excitement spread throughout his body. He could actually kill people so quickly and without hesitation. Am I really born with the holy body of doom? He was filled with ecstasy, and the redness on his face gradually returned. He really didn't dare to stay in the living room any longer. Facing the corpse, he was afraid that the corpse would infect him with the zombie virus. So he hurried back to the bedroom. The screams and roars of zombies coming from upstairs and on the street made him feel even more complicated. Morong Feishue calmly directed the team members to clean up the scene. Her eyes were as cold as ice, and there seemed to be no emotion at all. I suddenly thought of what I could exchange for the 1,000 creation coins I just obtained. He quickly opened the system and checked it. On the recipe interface, 2 recipes caught his attention. QBZ, 191 assault rifle and matching bullet recipe, price, 500 creation coins. Description: this assault rifle has the ability to accurately shoot and can accurately hit targets within a range of 600 to 800 meters. It is equipped with accessories such as a silencer and a red dot sight. Primary combat suit, price, 500 creation coins. Description: this combat suit has the protection capability of 30mm steel plate. The helmet has a built-in wireless communicator and has multiple functions such as resistance to high temperature, low temperature, and radiation. These 2 pieces of equipment look very attractive, especially the combat suit, which can almost completely cover the body and has extremely strong defense. It can also greatly increase the chance of survival when facing zombie attacks. After much consideration, I finally decided to buy these 2 formulas. After paying 1,000 creation coins, the detailed structure and principle of these 2 equipments instantly emerged in his mind, and he could make them by himself without even the system. I instantly understood that these formulas were the real treasures. With them in hand, even if the system no longer provided assistance one day, I would still be able to be self-sufficient and continue to survive in this doomsday world. Chapter 4. Making assault rifles and primary combat uniforms. I began to use the creation system to make QBZ 191 assault rifles and primary combat uniforms. It only takes 3 minutes to make an assault rifle and 5 minutes to make a combat uniform. Time flies, and after 2.5 hours, I have successfully created 11 assault rifles and 11 combat uniforms. But weapons and equipment alone are not enough. I know that without enough bullets, weapons are just decorations. So he went to work, spending an hour making 3,605.8mm bullets, with each bullet taking just 1 second to make. Even so, he still felt the shortage of creation coins. The recipe for the assault rifle alone required 500 creation coins, and the creation coins required for heavy equipment like airplanes and tanks could easily be as much as 50,000 or 60,000, which was really a headache. What's even more gratifying is that I feel my physical fitness has improved by another 15%. This change brought a surge of power in the body, making him realize that although the Doomsday Army is crucial, his own strength is the foundation of survival. When I can blow up the sky blue planet with 1 punch, then no matter whether I'm facing zombies or the Human Survivor Organization, the first thing I want to say is, I don't eat beef. I thought to myself, it was rare that I had the motivation to study. He sighed and said that if he had such belief when he was in school, he might have been a top doctoral student now, instead of an ordinary cowhorse in society. When he found Morong Feishue, 10 team members were busy clearing the zombies on the floor. After their efforts, this floor has become a safe zone. I handed all the equipment to them. The combat uniforms you are wearing are too simple and do not have any hot weapons. I don't want any casualties in the upcoming battle, so change into these. Morong Feishue and the others took the combat uniforms and assault rifles with gratitude in their hearts. They knew that the equipment I gave them was much better than what they had now, and the assault rifles could also significantly improve the team's firepower. Morong Feishue saluted with a standard military salute. Thank you, Commander. Then, the 10 beautiful female team members put on their new equipment in front of me without any hesitation. To them, the commander was everything. They regarded me as the supreme being and did not even cover up when changing clothes. Although I felt my heartbeat speed up and my face turn slightly red, I tried to stay calm. Although they were still wearing underwear and their important parts were not exposed, their perfect figures almost made me forget where I was. He was no longer shy and quickly changed into his combat uniform. When he stood in front of the mirror and looked at the armor-style combat uniform he was wearing, a strange sense of pride surged in his heart. He almost shouted, Xingtian armor, combine. Fortunately, the zombies' roar interrupted his middle school syndrome in time. Otherwise, all the zombies in the building would have pounced on him and taught him a lesson. The 10 team members also changed their clothes, exuding a heroic temperament. Murong Feishue opened the helmet goggles, revealing cold eyes, and her temperament was even more cold, arrogant, and resolute. Commander, the environment here is not optimistic. Murong Feishue analyzed seriously. First of all, the food reserves are insufficient. Secondly, there are no defense facilities here. Once the zombies on the street outside surge in, we will fall quickly. It is recommended to move to a safer place with more supplies immediately. I opened the bedroom curtains and looked out onto the street. Outside, zombies were roaming around sporadically, and the cars parked on the street were abandoned, with some of the doors already scratched by zombies trying to break free. His eyes quickly locked onto a target at the end of the street, a large shopping mall. This mall has 2 floors and is rich in supplies. Most importantly, due to the meteorite crisis, there are no customers in the mall, and even the security guards have gone home. It is absolutely safe here, without the threat of zombies. The mall has good defense facilities. The tempered glass doors can withstand attacks from low-powered firearms, and the walls are 40 centimeters thick reinforced concrete. My eyes flickered as I continued. Also, the rooftop has a wide field of vision, which can help us observe the activities of the zombies around us and find the best escape route. He knew very well that if he stayed in this big city with 5 million zombies gathered here, an outbreak would happen sooner or later. More importantly, once the military recovers, the city may be hit by a nuclear attack at any time. Therefore, the best option is to evacuate as soon as possible and develop somewhere far away from the city. However, it was still 500 meters to the mall, and it was not easy to cross the chaotic streets. If you were not careful and attracted zombies, you might be surrounded. But with these equipment, I feel confident. He held the QBZ-191 assault rifle tightly in his hand, full of confidence. Captain Feishue, we move to the mall. I gave the order. Upon hearing this, Murong Feishue immediately and decisively gave orders. Nulan, Changfei, Lin Ruo, the 3 of you will lead the charge, clear out the zombies along the way, and form a protective formation to move forward. Nulan is the deputy captain. Her personality is completely different from Murong Feishue. She is very charming, and her every move can make people's heart beat faster. She smiled at me mischievously and said, Captain, don't worry. I will definitely let the zombies see my passion. I just felt my heartbeat speed up, and Nulan in front of me was like a little goblin. Murong Feishue snorted coldly after hearing this, and said seriously, Don't seduce the commander, or I will remove you from your position as deputy captain. Nulan smiled proudly and said, Oh, the captain is really protective of his food. Murong Feishue shook her head helplessly and continued to issue orders. By Xiao Xiao, Gunyinjiao, Gulan, the 3 of you will cover the rear and clean up the zombies that may appear in the rear. The remaining team members quickly took their positions, and I felt proud that my strong team would be able to achieve our goal successfully. Chapter 5. The women's team's first battle. The distance between each team should be kept within 30 meters. After Murong Feishue issued the combat order, she turned to me and asked, Commander, the mission has been completed. Do you have any other instructions? I know that I have limited experience in commanding operations. Although the system has given him extremely strong combat capabilities, the real tactical layout still depends on Murong Feishue. He smiled, looking a little embarrassed. Nothing else, just if you encounter a zombie that has lost the ability to resist, leave it to me to deal with. I know very well that killing zombies in the Doomsday is the most direct and effective way to train myself and overcome the fear in my heart. Although he was not sure whether killing zombies could bring him creation coins, to be on the safe side, he decided to start with easier zombies. Okay, Commander. Murong Feishue responded briefly, then led the team members to prepare for departure. Nulan, the vanguard of the team, walked lightly to the stairs, followed by the other 2 team members. The 2 female team members quickly stood up, leaning on both sides of the stairs, ready to shoot at any time. Let's go down and check the situation. Nulan said in a serious tone, took a deep breath, and quietly walked down the stairs. A few seconds later, several zombies downstairs turned their heads almost at the same time and found living people. There were obvious bite marks on their bodies, and one of them even had half of his face gnawed off, leaving only white bones. Seeing the living people, the zombies rushed towards the stairs like a pack of hungry wolves, at an extremely fast speed, estimated to be up to 15 meters per second. There are 3 zombies on the left, 2 on the right, and 1 in front. Nulan quickly assessed the situation. Sisters, get ready to show our firepower. Let these zombies know what passion means. Although these words made my heart beat faster, they also made him feel helpless. Nulan is really an annoying little goblin. With 7 gunshots, 7 zombies were accurately shot in the head in less than 3 seconds, and blood and brains were scattered all over the corridor. My nervous mood relaxed a little, but what made him happy was the number of creation coins increased by 35 to 145. Although this amount can't buy anything, I still feel a little relieved. It seems that killing zombies really can bring rewards. Forward. Newelin made a gesture to move forward, and Lin Ruo and Chang Fei took turns covering her and moved forward quickly. I followed closely behind them, watching their smooth movements, and I couldn't help but admire them. Every shot was extremely accurate, and every step was taken without hesitation, as if they were born with such fighting instincts. The footsteps in the corridor were light and muffled. Whenever they passed a room with an open door, they would be very careful, lower their steps, and walk close to the wall to make sure there were no zombies lurking inside. They always deal with every zombie they encounter with lightning speed, moving quickly and decisively, like well-trained machines. In less than a minute, the 3-man team had cleared a safe passage. No zombies in the corridor came within 3 meters of them. Newelin checked the safety of the corridor and gestured to Morong Feishua. Cleared. You can move on. Morong Feishua reported to me. Commander, it is feasible to move forward. I nodded and followed them out of the room. Walking through the previously cleared corridor, he couldn't help but notice the precise bullet holes in the zombies' heads and felt a surge of admiration in his heart. When will I be able to be so accurate? I thought to myself. He knew very well that he was far from being good enough. When I get to the mall, I must practice my shooting skills well. He made a decision in his mind. The 3-man team took me through the cleared corridor and walked outside. The scene on the street made me feel depressed. There were abandoned cars everywhere, and some drivers trapped by zombies. Not far away, a large truck overturned, blocking the street. The driver, who had turned into a zombie, was trapped in the car, unable to move. At this time, the team led by Newelin was still advancing, and from time to time a few zombies rushed out from the abandoned cars around them. When these zombies saw them, greed appeared in their eyes, and they pounced on them like beasts that had been hungry for years. These zombies are seriously injured and move slowly. Newelin remained calm, but the zombies on the street are very active, so be careful. Most of these zombies are disabled and slow in movement, but they are still very dangerous. Several zombies hit the car and tried to break through the window to climb out. Seeing this scene, my heart was shocked, but Newelin did not waver. She sneered and said, "The IQ of these zombies is really worrying." Even so, they remained alert and ready to respond to new threats at any time. Chapter 6. On-site instructions. More than 20 zombies combined are not as strong as the commander alone. Newelin's voice came through the communicator with a hint of ease and teasing. I still like the commander a little better. You guys, go to hell as soon as possible, so as not to delay my private meeting with the commander. Before she finished speaking, the mark on the red dot sight turned to the target. Chang Fei and Lin Ruo immediately understood what she meant and quickly adjusted their rifles to prepare to fire. Aim. The 3 of them pulled the trigger almost at the same time. Bayu, Bayu, Bayu. The gunshots were deep and powerful, echoing in the street. Almost instantly, the heads of all the zombies that could still move within a 50-meter radius exploded, and blood and brains were scattered all over the street. Too accurate, I exclaimed in my heart. Newelin and her friend's shooting skills were simply superb, and every bullet hit the target accurately without any delay. In less than 20 seconds, all the zombies on the street fell down, and my creation coins increased by 35 to 145. Very good, continue. I became cheerful. Newelin and the other 2 replaced the magazines and continued to check the surroundings. They didn't let go of any car or any place where zombies might hide, because if they missed any zombie, they might become a deadly threat to me. At this moment, my communicator suddenly rang. Newelin's familiar and charming voice sounded in my ears. Report, dear commander, we found a stubborn zombie in a car. It was trapped in the car door and still banged against the car window crazily. We hope the commander can come to the scene and give us some advice on how to deal with this stubborn zombie. The word dear made me shudder and my heart beat faster. He smiled helplessly. It was indeed her. Newelin always made people feel at a loss for words in her naughty way. He looked up and saw Newelin standing in the chaotic driveway, waving at him with a sweet smile. Morong Feishua looked at this scene helplessly and shook her head. What's the situation around me? Is there any risk of the zombies escaping? Don't worry, Captain. I have cleared the zombies around and ensured the commander's safety. Newelin teased while answering. Don't worry. We have already cut off its limbs and broken its teeth in advance, ensuring that it will be completely unable to resist when the commander arrives. The corners of my mouth twitched slightly. It seems that this zombie is really unlucky. Murong Feishua nodded. Okay, now that it's safe, let's go over. Under the protection of Murong Feishua and other team members, I walked towards Newlin. Seeing the playful smile beside her, he couldn't help but feel nervous and secretly alerted that he should not easily provoke her in the future. Seeing this, Newlin immediately stopped smiling and saluted with a standard military salute. Report to the commander. The zombies are in the car, waiting for your instructions. I approached the car and saw that the zombie inside had been thoroughly dealt with. Its teeth were knocked out, its limbs were cut off, and it couldn't move. All that was left was an angry look. This guy deserves it. I looked at him with some pity, then picked up the QBZ-191 assault rifle and put the muzzle against the zombie's head. Bayou! A gunshot rang out, and the zombie died completely, its brain splattering everywhere. I looked up and found that I could endure this bloody scene better than before. Although I felt a little nauseous, I didn't vomit like before. He was moved. Could it be that the system is being strengthened? Not only the physical fitness, but also the psychological endurance has been improved. I thought for a moment, then turned to my teammates and said in a serious tone, next time you encounter a stubborn zombie like this, just shoot a bullet at it. Newlin immediately stood up, his eyes sparkling. We will remember the commander's teachings in our hearts. If we encounter such unrepentant zombies in the future, we will immediately send them to sleep. The other female team members echoed. Yes, Commander, your instructions are our guidelines. I was secretly happy. Even though I knew they were flattering me, I still couldn't help but feel satisfied. He coughed lightly, interrupting their performance and looking at the street which was still a few hundred meters away from the mall. Okay, that's enough instructions. Let's move on and head towards the department store. Murong Feishua nodded, and then commanded. Keep the formation and move forward. Newlin and the other two led the way again, and the other members were ready to provide support at any time. The team moved forward cautiously, and as time went by, they gradually approached the department store. After 300 meters of killing, the team has eliminated more than 100 zombies and consumed 150 rounds of bullets. My creation coins have also exceeded 600 and reached 625. Looking at the shopping mall not far ahead, I took a deep breath, my heart full of anticipation. He knew that the next challenge had just begun. Chapter 7. Accident. However, an accident still happened. When we were 200 meters away from our destination, 3 survivors suddenly popped their heads out from the balcony on the 5th floor of a residential building on the right. There were 2 strong men and a thin woman. They saw the Ice Phoenix women's team wearing black combat uniforms, with godlike shooting skills and tacit cooperation. Although they did not recognize the combat uniforms they were wearing, the 3 men still mistook them for the army of the Longxia Empire. They just thought that this team was wearing some kind of latest individual combat equipment developed by Longxia country. Looking at the way this group of team members were guarding me in the center, I was more certain that this was a special operations team. The purpose of the team was to pick up the important figures of Longxia country and take them to the Doomsday Shelter for refuge. Although they didn't understand why a big shot would appear in this ordinary community, as long as the army came to rescue them, there was no point in caring about anything else. The 3 of them showed joy on their faces. The yellow-faced woman even shouted loudly on the windowsill. We are here. We are here. Brother soldier, there are survivors here. Save us. Listening to the woman's cries, the 2 men felt that something was wrong, but when they thought about getting rescued, they kept silent and acquiesced to her actions. Even if the military holds someone responsible after the rescue, it is the woman's responsibility and has nothing to do with them. The woman's screams alerted all the survivors on the street. Hearing the army appear, heads popped out of the tall buildings one after another. There were 20 to 30 survivors who were watching the elite team below cautiously. Many of them showed joy on their faces, and some even joined the shouting. Fierce cries for help broke out in the rooms around us. Many survivors waved bed sheets, cloth strips, and other eye-catching objects in an attempt to attract the attention of our team. There are people here, please save us. There are old people and children here. I am very rich, save me first. I can give you a lot of money. The cries for help broke the quiet of the street. This sudden scene made me and the women's team change our expressions. I looked around nervously, cursing these screaming survivors in my mind. Damn it, if this guy wants to die, don't drag us down with him. Their shouting not only exposed their position, causing the zombies in their residential building to lock onto the specific location of the survivors, but also alarmed the zombies in the buildings on both sides of the street, causing them to walk out of the buildings and come to the street. These startled zombies were extremely aggressive and would bring unimaginable pressure to the entire team. As expected, because of these shouts, the zombies in restaurants, residential buildings and cars within 100 meters of the street were all startled at the same time. 1, 2, 3, the zombies roared and walked out of the house. Finally, nearly 300 zombies walked out. The situation in the room where the survivors were was also bad. Because of the people shouting, the zombies in the entire residential building rushed towards the room where they were. Soon, the sound of zombies banging on the door outside their room was heard. The security door creaked under the weight and was in danger of being knocked open at any time. Feeling the door banging against them, the panicked crowd became even more panicked. They were frightened and started crying, shouting even more sharply, "Help, help, help us." Those who had been able to maintain some rationality and remain silent also panicked. Influenced by the survivors who were shouting for help, they were afraid that they would lose the chance to be rescued, so they also waved their arms in panic and joined the team calling for help. "Military, save us. The door is about to collapse." As the shouting became louder, more and more zombies appeared on the street. Seeing the situation was getting critical, I felt a chill on my face. He looked at the specific situation on the street. Zombies continued to appear in the buildings on both sides. Following this trend, they would be surrounded by thousands of zombies. However, the team only had limited ammunition, so they couldn't fight these zombies indefinitely. There weren't too many vehicles on the road ahead, and the road was relatively wide. The 6-meter wide road plus the 1.5-meter wide sidewalks on both sides made it a full 9 meters wide. The visibility was good, and I could see the entrance of the department store at a glance. A forced assault would not cause him to be attacked by zombies that suddenly appeared. He instantly gave up his plan of advancing steadily and instead tried to break through by force. This might use up all the bullets in his hand, but he could not care less about that at the moment. Once we get to a safe place, we can reload as many bullets as we want. The most urgent thing is to get away from these 3 idiots as soon as possible to survive. He immediately gave the order. Ignore the survivors' calls for help. Give up the cautious approach and shrink the team. Break through the zombie encirclement as quickly as possible and enter the department store. I clearly know that my marksmanship is terrible, and using a gun would be a waste of bullets. So he took the tang sword from Murong Feishue. He gave his bullet to Murong Feishue. Bullets can only play their true value in the hands of warriors like them who have godly marksmanship. With his enhanced physical fitness and the sharp tang sword in his hand, ordinary zombies cannot get close to him. As the team leader, Murong Feishue immediately began to adjust the battle formation. All team members, move closer to Nuolin and the others. Nuolin, lead your team members to continue to advance and open up a path for the team to break through. Bai Xiaoxiao's team blocked the enemy coming from the rear and covered the team. The rest of the people attacked the zombies on the left and right sides to prevent the zombies from re-encircling the breakout route opened by the Nuolin team. "Commander, follow us closely and protect yourself." The team quickly shrank, with the distance between the team members no more than 3 meters. The whole team was steady but not chaotic and began to break out of the department store in an orderly manner. Nuolin and the other 2 looked serious as they looked at the zombies blocking their way. Even the frivolous Nuolin became serious. The 3 of them exchanged glances and quickly determined their respective targets. Gunfire rang out intensively, and their shooting skills were still quite accurate during the rapid advance. Each shot hit a zombie's head accurately, blowing it up. As the gunshots rang out, the zombies in front fell one after another. Occasionally, some extremely fast zombies could get close to the team. At this time, Nuolin and the other 2 drew out the tang swords behind them. This was the first time I saw their close combat capabilities. Their speed was terrifying. He almost only saw the afterimage of the blade, and then the zombie's body was split in 2. He showed a shocked expression. "What a fast knife." Seeing his expression, Murong Feishue explained in a low voice. "Each of our fighters can reach a burst speed of 100 meters per second and a single arm strength of more than 1 ton. I turned to look at the serious Murong Feishue and was stunned. With a strength of 1 ton in 1 arm, wouldn't the strength of both hands plus the waist and legs be able to lift 4 or 5 tons? The explosive speed is 100 meters per second, which is already inhuman. It turns out that all of these women are monsters. According to the system's ranking, their physical fitness is at least strong, and even reaches the level of extremely strong. I didn't expect that the newbie benefits given by the system father were so awesome. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a proud smile. Awesome. After learning about the abnormal strength of this female team, I even thought about not wanting to break out, but to fight back directly. But he finally gave up because the sudden crisis gave him a sobering opportunity. 15 meters in front of him, on the 2nd floor, a pet dog stood on the balcony. This originally docile pet dog now had red eyes, emitting a bloodthirsty glow. From the bloodstains at the corners of its mouth, it was not difficult to guess that its original owner had become its food. The moment it saw the team, the zombie dog's eyes showed bloodthirsty excitement. but it seemed to have retained its rationality and did not rush up to die. It looked at the team's terrifying execution and combat effectiveness with a hint of caution in its ferocious eyes. It chose to use the curtains to hide its position and secretly observe everyone in the team. It intended to attack the weaker members of the team, using this opportunity to break the airtight defense network between the teams. Obviously, it finally set its sights on me. Judging from his instincts and performance, this human was even more of a loser than the other 10. Moreover, he was the target of the 10 people's protection. If he succeeded, he would definitely severely damage the morale of this human team. This is the best chance to tear apart this human team. As I passed under me, the zombie dog moved. It smashed through the guardrail on the second floor at the speed of a cannonball, opened its bloody mouth and pounced on me. Its sharp teeth reflected a cold light in the sunlight. At this moment, everyone around me focused their attention on the larger humanoid zombies. No one noticed that this harmless pet dog that was less than knee-high before the apocalypse had become more dangerous than zombies after the apocalypse. Morong Feishue shot and killed a zombie 10 meters away. By the time she noticed the pet dog attack, the 3-meter-high floor, the acceleration of gravity, and the original initial velocity of the pet dog zombie made it impossible for her to adjust the muzzle of the gun in time. "Commander, watch out." I felt a chill on my head. His instinct for survival broke out again, and he raised the tank sword he got from Morong Feishue and stabbed it upwards almost instantly. At this time, the system's reinforcement took effect. His movements were smooth, and he completed the move in almost 0.01 seconds. Puff. The sound of the knife piercing flesh and blood rang out, and a violent impact came from my arm. The tang knife pierced through the zombie dog's mouth and finally pierced out from its anus. The zombie dog's body hit him like an unexploded shell. I stumbled back several steps, my hands shaking. What a terrifying force. It's no less than an adult falling from a 100-meter-high building. I was secretly surprised. It was a little hard for him to believe that this little zombie dog actually contained such huge explosive power. Fortunately, a pair of gentle and strong hands rested on his back. Just like practicing Tai Chi, she skillfully helped him to remove the impact of the zombie dog. Morong Feishue looked at me with a look of self-blame and concern. "Commander, are you okay?" She was now extremely grateful and at the same time blamed herself. She was grateful that the commander seemed to be safe and sound, but she blamed herself for her negligence in putting the commander in danger. I swung the tang sword vigorously, and the zombie dog's skewer on the sword was cut in half. I checked my body and found that the combat suit relieved more than 80% of the impact. You get what you pay for. It is worth 500 creation coins. If he didn't have this combat uniform, his hands would be broken today based on the impact just now. Fortunately, he is still intact now. Then I shook my head gently. "No problem." Morong Feishue was completely relieved. Then she couldn't help but praise him. "The commander is amazing." I couldn't react to the situation just now, but the commander was able to kill the zombie dog with one sword. His swordsmanship is really amazing. While praising her, she casually cut down a zombie that tried to approach with a knife. The knife was so fast that it was indescribable. I only saw her hand tremble slightly, and without seeing the trajectory of the knife clearly, the zombie's head had already fallen to the ground. The car next to the zombie also lost its roof in an instant. My mouth twitched. Why did this compliment sound so weird? It's like a world-class swordsman praising a kid who's swinging his sword randomly. But I looked at her serious face. Obviously, she was serious. She really didn't react to the situation just now. I couldn't help but feel a little proud to be praised by a sword master like Morong Feishue. Of course, he also knew that he was just acting on instinct and was just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. I have to find an opportunity to learn swordsmanship from Morong Feishue. In this doomsday, any improvement is the capital to save life. After learning that each member of the Ice Phoenix squad was a super soldier, his fiery heart that was ready to kill everyone was extinguished by this sudden change. One zombie dog was so thrilling. What if there were more zombie dogs, or something even more difficult than the zombie dogs? The consequences are disastrous. Your life is more important. One of the doomsday philosophies I have always adhered to is that people should recognize their own position. Kai admitted that being brave would only bring disaster to himself and the team. After the thrilling incident, the battle was still in full swing. In a short period of time, the dense zombies in front of us became scattered. The road to advance was opened. Morong Feishue covered me, and I quickly followed. They were on guard against the zombies that appeared in the buildings on both sides. The lesson just now made Morong Feishue more cautious. It was less than a meter away from me. At this distance, no matter what happens, she can rescue the commander immediately. Every time she raises her gun, the zombies near me will be shot in the head in an instant. Occasionally, when zombies jumped down from a building with more than 2 floors and landed in front, behind, or around me, She would wave the remaining Tang sword in her hand with a grim expression. Chapter 9. Entering the department store, her knife was extremely fast. For others, I could barely see the afterimage of the knife. As for Murong Feishue's knife, he didn't even see the afterimage. The only thing he could see was the zombies whose bodies were being torn apart. He finally understood why she could become the captain. This strength is obviously much stronger than the other 9 players. I looked at the Tang sword in my hand and smiled helplessly. This thing has no room for use in my hands. It feels so good to be protected by a strong person. Under the powerful fire suppression of the team members, the zombies in the buildings on both sides could not break through the gate at all. As long as they showed their heads, they would be greeted by a 5.8mm bullet. In less than 5 minutes, the streets were covered with zombie corpses. In the same 5 minutes, the team broke out 100 meters away. Inside the residential building, they watched the team members' backs as they walked away. The attitudes of the survivors who were originally full of hope changed 180 degrees. Their eyes gradually changed from expectation at the beginning to resentment now. Their cries for help gradually turned into abuse. Why? Why don't you save us? What bullshit. They are just a bunch of selfish guys. Look, they don't care about the lives of ordinary people like us. They only save those powerful people. I knew that what was advertised on the internet was all fake. They will always only care about the rich. These people should all be eaten by zombies. Bah, you bastard, I won't let you go even if I die. Amidst the shouting and cursing, some people even started throwing things in the direction we were leaving. The ugliness of human nature was fully displayed at this moment. Although it was impossible to hit the team members, such an action was enough to chill people's hearts. Murong Feishue listened to their abuse, her face as cold as frost. If these 3 people hadn't shouted before, they wouldn't have encountered such a dangerous situation. Although this scene was not worth mentioning to the Ice Phoenix squad, they dragged the commander into danger. This is unforgivable. These guys caused them so much trouble. Instead of feeling that they were wrong, they blamed others. They are so evil. I was originally planning to wait until the team was stable and strong before rescuing them. Now he has changed his mind. Let the zombies teach them a lesson. Sure enough, the doors of the rooms where most of the survivors were could no longer hold up. Especially those who cursed the loudest and most fiercely were in the worst condition. The number of zombies they attracted was even more astonishing. Under the impact of the zombies, the doors of many survivors were knocked out. The zombies let out bloody roars, and hundreds of them squeezed into the house. The survivors looked at the zombies that filed in, and the curses in their mouths turned into shrill screams. No, don't come over here. It hurts so much, please don't. Help, someone save me. Amid the screams, many figures were drowned by the zombies. The survivors who were lucky enough not to have their doors broken by the zombies were also completely trapped in the house. Even if he didn't die now, he would eventually starve to death or die of thirst due to lack of food and water under the siege of zombies. Or go out to search for food and get bitten to death by the zombies at the door. When these survivors were overwhelmed by zombies, the 11 of us also successfully arrived at the entrance of the department store. The other team members continued to shoot at the zombies chasing behind them to prevent them from getting closer. Murong Feishue knew everyone in the team very well. She knew who should take the stage at this time. Newland, it's time to show off your unique skills. Deputy Captain Newland looked at the closed glass door and snapped his fingers confidently. Commander, Captain, just look at me. She took out a thin wire that she got from somewhere and fiddled with the lock core for a few seconds. Click. The crisp sound of unlocking reached my ears. Then Deputy Captain Newland proudly opened the door of the department store. She bent down slightly, performing the etiquette of a concubine to the emperor, and gave me a charming look. I invite the commander to enter the palace. I rolled my eyes at her. Murong Feishue glared at Vice Captain Newland. Be careful what you say. Newland snorted, not taking it seriously. Murong Feishue took the lead and walked into the department store. She checked that there was no danger inside before speaking. Commander, it's safe inside. You can enter. I walked in, and the other team members covered me and entered in an orderly manner. After everyone entered, Newland carefully closed the door. Then several female soldiers worked together to lift several tons of shelves and block the door. The zombies that were chasing them were stopped outside the door, banging on the door with their heads and hands. Everyone hid in blind spots where the zombies couldn't see them, holding their breath and not daring to make any sound. After a while, the noise outside died down. Only then did I heave a sigh of relief. I was safe for the time being. After the intense battle just now, the female team members all showed a trace of fatigue on their faces. Their tense nerves also completely relaxed. Murong Feishue looked at the situation in the department store and still did not relax her vigilance. Lu Xianyun, Li Li, The two of you stay at the gate and keep watch. The others worked in pairs to inspect the entire department store, clear any potential safety hazards, and close all windows. Deputy Captain Newland and I were responsible for protecting the commander. While Morong Feishue was busy directing the Ice Phoenix women's squad, I was also looking at the scene inside the department store. This large department store has 2 floors, each of which is more than 8 meters high. The 2 floors are connected by 2 staircases, one for going up and the other for going down. There is a security room on the first floor, where the surveillance cameras can provide a complete picture of the entire mall. Opposite the security room is the infirmary, which has simple medical beds and medical supplies. The interior of the mall is filled with large shelves filled with daily necessities, sports equipment, a variety of food, brand-name backpacks, etc. Chapter 10. A rough plan for the future. I estimated that the food reserves here are very abundant. It is enough to feed hundreds of people for more than a month. The walls of the mall are 40 centimeters thick reinforced concrete, which is quite strong. There are only 2 entrances and exits at the back and the main gate. As long as the main gate is guarded, safety can be guaranteed. Even if the first floor is lost, the 2 stairwells can be used to defend the place. This place is perfect as a temporary base. There are several gorgeously decorated rooms upstairs, which are where the boss and manager rest and work on weekdays. There is also a rest area upstairs for employees to take a lunch break. There are beds, and it is large enough to accommodate 40 to 50 employees. There is a one-way staircase on the second floor that leads directly to the rooftop. Once you reach the rooftop, you can have a panoramic view of the nearby streets. Gu Nianjiao and Gu Lan were the first to go to the rooftop to check its safety. I did not participate in the inspection. As a commander, he needs to remember his responsibilities. It is not his job to participate in these delicate and physical labor. As the steering wheel of the team, his responsibility is to ensure the general direction of the team's progress. Professional matters should be left to professionals. He was not as good as these female special forces soldiers in such professional matters as inspection. Instead, he might leave potential safety risks. I went upstairs and walked to the boss's office, which was locked. Looking at the locked door, Newland took the initiative to step forward and calmly took out the wire he had prepared before. She walked carefully to the door of the office and inserted the thin wire into the lock. As she gently twisted it a few times, the sound of unlocking came from inside the door. A smug smile gradually appeared on her face. She placed her hand on the door handle and proudly pushed the door open. "Commander, please come in." As the door opened, the scene in the office gradually became clear. The office is divided into an inner room and an outer room. The outer room is simply and luxuriously furnished and is used for work and reception. A leather sofa is placed near the door. On the desk made of fragrant wood was a computer worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. High-end tea and other items were placed around the computer. In the inner room was a large Simmons bed, where the mall owner usually rested. Newland looked at the big Simmons bed and couldn't help but sigh. "Wow, what a great bed. I can't even imagine how comfortable it will be for the commander and I to sleep on this bed." She excitedly ran to the bedside and stretched out her hand to measure the size of the bed. Then she made the bed for the commander to rest, exclaiming in amazement. Listening to her irrelevant words, Morong Feishue's face darkened. She walked to the side helplessly and used the precious tea leaves on the table to make tea for the commander. I have to say that this female Special Forces team leader who looks a bit like an iceberg beauty also has good skills in tea art. Her every move is like that of a tea art master. I was a little embarrassed, but inexplicably a little excited. I walked into the office and sat on the leather sofa which I had never dared to think of before. But he was very calm and opened the creator system. The team had killed a lot of zombies during the breakout. He now had 1,600 creation coins left. He began to think about his future plans. He gradually came up with a plan. First, kill zombies and develop quietly. When you summon an elite infantry squad, fight your way out of the city. Find a place that is easy to defend but difficult to attack as your base. After that, I will grow stronger step by step, reclaim the land occupied by zombies, and become the overlord of the Doomsday. I looked at the 1,600 creation coins and didn't plan to exchange them for the recipe. Instead, he saved it up and used it to summon an elite infantry squad directly after he had 5,000 creation coins. He clearly remembered that an infantry squad had its own infantry fighting vehicle. With this infantry fighting vehicle, relying on its weight and cannon, he can move forward unimpeded on the congested lanes. As for where to choose as his Doomsday base, my hand unconsciously opened the expensive computer on the table. Because the phone was damaged before, he could only use the computer in front of him to check the nearby topographic map. By the way, let's take a look at the current situation in Longsha. The computer boots up quickly and the network is still usable. However, there is a boot password on the computer. Morong Feishue came behind me with the brewed tea. She gently placed the tea in front of him. The fragrance of the tea was lingering, and the aroma was overflowing. At that moment, I even had an illusion. I thought I was not in the end of the world, but at a company party. "Commander, have some tea." He thanked me but didn't pick up the cup. His eyes were still on the computer. Seeing my frown, he knew the commander needed her. He took the initiative to step forward at this time. "Report to the commander. I will crack the computer password." Listening to Murong Feishue's report, I was surprised. These wives are really versatile. Newlin is proficient in lockpicking, and Feishue's first wife is even good at hacking. He gave up his computer chair. Murong Feishue sat down, looking relaxed, her fingers moving quickly on the keyboard, leaving a residual image in my eyes. Less than 20 seconds later, she stood up calmly, leaving me with a stunning figure. "Commander, the password has been cracked." I sat back in front of the computer and checked the news from home first. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. There was no valuable news on the internet. At most, there were some meaningless nonsense sent out by some accounts. No member of the Longxiao royal family came out to announce any rescue measures. Chapter 11: Determining the Destination. I opened my phone and checked the account of Long Qingsheng, the most beautiful princess of Longxia Kingdom, whom I had been following. Long Qingsheng is the most beloved princess of Emperor Longxia and the only princess of the empire. She has always been called the most beautiful woman in Longxia in the past 5,000 years. I used to agree with this statement, but now I don't think so. In fact, Murong Feishue beside her is not inferior to her at all. In fact, in some aspects, I think Murong Feishue is better. However, Long Qingsheng has another nickname, the Mud Princess. This is not a derogatory term, but a compliment. Whenever a disaster strikes, Long Qingsheng is always the first to rush to the front line, personally participate in the rescue, and help save the victims. She never shows the arrogance and distance of the royal family, always rescues with the officers and soldiers, and her body is often covered with mud. Because of this, everyone calls her the Mud Princess. She has directly saved 134 victims and indirectly helped countless more. Therefore, if the royal family knew about the doomsday, Long Qingsheng would definitely release the news as soon as possible. However, I was a little surprised that her account has not been updated recently. This means that her situation may not be good. Maybe she is trapped by zombies, or she has become a zombie. Although there is no official news, I have seen some messages from survivors on various forums. Most people are asking for help online. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, the survivors still hold out hope and share some survival tips that they think are effective. But after reading them, I found that there is not much useful information. So I simply stopped wasting time browsing these contents and turned to the topographic map of the province. Soon, my attention was attracted by a place, Wujiang Peninsula, 100 kilometers away from our city. Wujiang River is a very famous river in Longxia Empire. Its widest part is 50 kilometers and its narrowest part is 5 kilometers. Wujiang Peninsula is located at its widest part. It is surrounded by water on 3 sides and looks like a funnel. It is only connected to the outside world by a narrow waterway 300 meters wide. The size of the peninsula is not small, 8 kilometers long from north to south and 7 kilometers wide from east to west. It was once a famous tourist resort. Due to the meteorite crisis, the resorts on Wujiang Peninsula have not been crowded and tourists are scarce. Now, the number of zombies is relatively small, so it is easier to clean up. Moreover, the land on the peninsula is fertile and can support 30,000 to 40,000 people. Thanks to being surrounded by rivers on 3 sides, it naturally becomes a natural defense place. If this place can be controlled, it will be difficult for the zombie tide to break through. Moreover, the side connecting to the land is very narrow and only a small number of troops are needed to defend it. Most importantly, Wujiang leads to the sea. If we form a navy in the future, this will be an important inland base. Moreover, 50 kilometers outside the peninsula is an important heavy industrial park. After retaking this county, we can restart the heavy industry. After I decided on the destination, I immediately started the printer. As the machine worked, a detailed map was printed out. In the apocalyptic era, the network could be disconnected at any time, so paper maps became a strategic resource. I carefully folded the map and put it in my briefcase. Then, I downloaded a lot of books, including physics, chemistry, biology, mathematics, astronomy, and other subjects, as well as some scientific research papers. This knowledge can not only help me improve my abilities, but also is an important asset for us to rebuild civilization in the future. I turned off the computer worth hundreds of thousands of dollars and picked up the tea that Murong Feishue had brewed. I took a sip and was immediately amazed by the aroma of the tea. Great tea. Murong Feishue heard this. A hint of joy flashed in her eyes, but she didn't say anything. At this time, Newlin also cleaned up the room. "Commander, the room is cleaned up. You can take a rest." She gave me a wink. I smiled bitterly. This woman really showed me kindness whenever she had the chance. But I knew that this was the end of the world, and we had to stay alert at all times. So I issued an order. Pass the order. Everyone must keep their guns and armor on their bodies when resting. Unless it is absolutely necessary, try not to take a shower. The girls pouted when they heard my order. They could accept other instructions, but not letting them take a bath was too cruel for them, especially for those beautiful women. Morong Feishue and Newlin walked out of the room to convey the order and check if the team members had missed anything. The team checked very carefully. All the windows were tightly closed and reinforced. Any gaps that could allow people or animals to enter were blocked by heavy shelves. I sat in the room and took a short break, but I started thinking about the next work. We still have to make a lot of preparations tomorrow, such as checking the car and gasoline for departure. We need a big car to take all these books away, and we also have to take this computer, otherwise the USB flash drive in my hand will not be able to read it at all. In addition, we had to determine the route of departure and make a detailed departure plan. Towards evening, Morong Feishue knocked on my door. "Commander, it's time for dinner." I opened the door and saw Morong Feishue taking off the mask on her helmet. Chapter 12 Inventory of Supplies. I walked into the lounge area from the door and saw Morong Feishue standing there. Her cold and capable face under the helmet looked particularly charming under the light. She did look a little cold, but I knew that after spending a long time with her, I found that she was actually quite warm-hearted. Of course, this warmth was probably only for me. In her hand, she held a 500 milliliters box of high-protein milk and 2 large cans, enough to feed an adult. She lifted the milk and cans and shook them, and 2 different sounds came out of the cans. A playful expression flashed across her indifferent face. "Commander, in order to cope with the upcoming doomsday crisis, I have discussed with Vice Captain Newlin and decided to control the daily meals and drinking water of the team members. For dinner tonight, each person will be allocated a bottle of milk and a can of food, and the canned food can be canned meat or canned vegetables. In terms of water distribution, each person will receive a bottle of mineral water per day." She paused and continued, "You are a man and eat more than us women, so I will give you 2 cans for this meal." She took out a can of meat and a can of vegetables from the bag. "Do you want all meat cans, all vegetables cans, or 1 meat and 1 vegetable? Of course, if the commander has other ideas, you can tell me at any time. Deputy Captain Newlin and I will adjust according to the situation." Hearing this, I rolled my eyes in my heart. This is clearly a special case. We can't let this trend spread. We have to stop it in time. I shook my head and smiled. There is no need to limit food. Everyone, eat as much as you want. Don't forget, I am the creator. Once I have researched the food formula, you can have as much as you want. Morong Feishue was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled more gently. She took out a box of milk and canned meat from her bag and handed it to me, and asked in a low voice, "Commander, do you want to eat in the room or eat with everyone?" She pointed to the rest area outside. Now, except for 2 team members on duty at the gate and 2 on guard on the roof, the other 5 girls gathered in the rest area, holding cans and milk in their hands, and seemed to be discussing something quietly. I thought about it and decided to eat with them. "I'll eat with you. It will feel safer with more people. Also, this is a good opportunity to get to know everyone and improve our relationship." We walked towards the rest area together, and on the way I asked, "Feishue, how is the supply storage here?" Morong Feishue's answer was very straightforward. "We just checked, and the food reserves in the department store are quite sufficient. There are more than 3 tons of frozen meat, and 6 or 7 tons of vegetables and fruits. In addition to these, there are a large number of long-term food, such as biscuits, canned food, instant noodles, etc., which are enough for our team to eat for more than 3 months. There is also a lot of water, more than 10 tons of mineral water. In addition, there are many other daily necessities, such as medicines for basic diseases, mountaineering equipment, diving equipment, camping tents, picnic tools, lighting equipment, gliding equipment, etc., which can ensure our safety in the wild. Most importantly, we also found a diesel generator in the mall warehouse, which stores enough diesel. Once there is a power outage outside, we can use it to provide a stable power supply." Listening to Morong Feishue listing today's gains one by one, my heart finally settled down. These supplies are enough to support us to temporarily use the department store as a base, slowly clear the zombies around, and gradually grow stronger. Walking into the rest area, I saw the female team members gathered together, holding cans of food and milk, talking in low voices. Newlin was holding a bottle of perfume that looked like Hermes. She sprayed it lightly, and the air was immediately filled with a floral scent. She closed her eyes, sniffed gently, and said, "What a nice fragrance. This fragrance has a unique floral scent. After spraying it, it feels like entering a sea of flowers, and the whole person feels relaxed and happy." If I spray this perfume, the commander will definitely not attend the morning court from now on. The other team members also echoed. Hee hee, the commander will definitely like it. I couldn't help but smile, feeling a little curious as to whether Newlin was hinting at something by what she said. At this time, Changfei also quietly took out her perfume. The bottle was Dior. She was extremely beautiful and bold. She took out the perfume and sprayed it on her palm, took a deep breath, and then smiled. This perfume has a cologne fragrance, giving people a pure and free charm, low-key and simple, elegant temperament, exuding a charming fragrance. I think the commander will definitely like this more. The other girls also came over and smelled it, and everyone showed a satisfied expression. Well, this one is not bad either. Bai Xiaoxiao also took out her perfume and sprayed a little on her palm. She was the kind of girl who looked smart, capable, and decisive. When she was covering the rear, she dealt with the zombies in a neat and tidy way without any dragging. I think Chanel's perfume is not bad either. It's a famous brand. Many girls like this perfume. The commander will definitely like it. She chuckled. Several people gathered together, discussing perfume, laughing and sighing from time to time. Watching this scene, I couldn't help but smile and felt a little warm in my heart. Sure enough, for women, perfume is something they can talk about all day long. These perfumes were all items that the department store hadn't had time to sell yet, and now they became their spoils. Even the usually calm Murong Feishue was not immune to their enthusiasm and showed a curious look. She walked closer to me and asked softly, "Commander, which perfume do you like?" She put her ear close to my ear, and the unique fragrance of a young girl filled my nose, making me feel relaxed and happy. I smiled and replied, "It's the natural body fragrance of a young girl." Murong Feishue was stunned for a moment, her face slightly red. Then she coughed lightly to remind everyone that the commander had arrived. The girls immediately stopped playing around. Vice Captain Newlin stretched out her perfumed hand in front of me, with seductive eyes and a soft voice. "Commander, do you smell good?" Hearing this, my heart skipped a beat, and I quickly changed the subject. "Eat. Everyone sit down and eat." At this time, the girls' laughter came from the rest area, and the atmosphere instantly became relaxed and happy. I smiled secretly in my heart, and at this moment, the relationship between me and them seemed to be closer. Just as everyone was about to sit down, a crisp sound broke the silence and startled everyone. Murong Feishue immediately protected me and nervously contacted the security guard at the door and the team members on the roof. Chapter 13 Mutated Zombie Cat. Li Li, Xiao Qinghua, is there anything unusual there? I quickly directed the team members to check the movements around them, and Li Li's confused voice came from the headphones. "Captain, everything is fine here." Although Li Li's voice was clear, it also revealed some doubts. Xiao Qinghua and Lu Xianyan were on duty on the rooftop and responded immediately. "Everything is normal on the rooftop." I pricked up my ears and listened carefully to the sounds around me, and the feeling of uneasiness in my heart became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, there was another crisp sound, as if something had fallen from a height onto a metal pipe, making an echo. This sound was very close to us, followed by a harsh sound of scratching metal. I subconsciously looked up at the ventilation duct above my head, and my heart tightened. I saw a pair of green eyes staring at us from the grid of the ventilation duct baffle. The eyes were cold, like the gaze of the god of death. My back went numb. In the ventilation duct, I reminded everyone loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the metal strip of the ventilation duct baffle was cut open by sharp claws. Then, the black shadow pounced down from the top of his head like lightning, so fast that he had no time to react. Female team member Lin Ruo reacted quickly and rolled over to try to escape danger. However, the air around them was still filled with the harsh sound of claws rubbing against their combat uniforms. I suddenly pulled out my Tang's sword and slashed at the shadow. The blade sliced through a piece of flesh, bringing up a pool of green blood. I was shocked. I didn't expect that I could react so quickly and even make such a quick move. It seems that I underestimated my strength after being strengthened. The monster felt the pain and quickly jumped away, like a black lightning, rushing towards the shelf not far away. It was so fast and so small that I couldn't see its specific appearance clearly at that time. I wanted to pursue the victory, but a faster figure appeared in my expectation. I don't know when Murong Feishue had opened the bolt of the gun, and suddenly a burst of didade gunshots rang out, and the bullets whizzed towards the black monster. However, the monster was faster than we thought, and it quickly shuttled between the shelves, skillfully avoiding all the bullets. Lin Ruo got up in shock, looking at the obvious scratch on her combat uniform, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, she was wearing the primary combat uniform given to her by the commander, otherwise the blow just now would have torn her into a big hole. Seeing that the bullets had limited effect, Morong Feishue glanced at the monster. A cold light flashed in her eyes. She quickly drew the dagger from her waist and chased after the black shadow. Newlin, protect the commander. Her voice reached my ears only as she left. I was shocked. Morong Feishue's speed had exceeded my imagination. I was afraid that her reaction speed was even faster than that of the mutant zombie cat. The other team members were not surprised by Morong Feishue's performance because she was the captain and her skills were known to everyone. The abilities of each of them were taught by the captain. I walked to the place where the knife had just passed, and there was a small pile of hair on the ground. I looked down and suddenly realized, this is cat hair. I was shocked. It turned out to be a cat, but it was not an ordinary cat, but a mutant zombie cat that had been strengthened by the zombie virus. No wonder it was so fast. Cats have very soft bodies and can easily pass through gaps that are much smaller than their bodies. It is not difficult for them to enter through the ventilation duct. Looking at the sharp claws, it is obvious that it may have cut through the metal baffle of the ventilation duct. At this moment, alarm bells rang in my heart. In the apocalypse, mutated animals may be more threatening than mutated humans. I must speed up my pace, otherwise I may be eliminated by these evolving zombies at any time. Lin Ruo lowered her head and walked in front of me shyly. After hesitating for a moment, she mustered up the courage to say thank you softly. Thank you, Commander. Just now, my knife stopped the mutant zombie cat's second attack on her in time, and Lin Ruo was still in shock. I shook my head and said firmly, it's okay. It is the Commander's responsibility to protect every member of the team. I believe that if the mutant zombie cat attacked me, you would save me without hesitation. Newlin looked a little grim when she saw the cut ventilation ducts. She was obviously still uneasy. She looked at Chang Fei and Bai Xiaoxiao beside her and ordered, Chang Fei, Bai Xiaoxiao, you two go check all the ventilation ducts. Block all the entrances of the ventilation ducts with something stronger and heavier. What just happened must not happen again. The expression on her face was very serious, and it was obvious that she was still in shock from what had just happened. If the zombie cat was not the only threat, but a more aggressive mutant zombie, we might have already suffered casualties. After receiving the order, Chang Fei and Bai Xiaoxiao walked carefully towards the ventilation duct and began to carefully check every corner. Their steps were cautious, not daring to ignore any potential dangers. On the other side, Morong Feishue's performance was even more amazing. She quickly shuttled between the shelves, and the dagger in her hand flashed coldly. Her speed was even faster than that of the agile mutant zombie cat. In just a blink of an eye, Morong Feishue had blocked the mutant zombie cat's way. Sensing the cold, murderous aura from her, the mutant zombie cat was obviously panicked. It aimed at the narrow gap between the shelves and planned to escape through it. However, it underestimated Morong Feishue's speed. She threw the dagger quickly before it had time to react. The dagger drew a straight trajectory and headed straight for the mutant zombie cat's head at supersonic speed. Bang! The dagger pierced through the mutant zombie cat's head and nailed it to the shelf. The powerful penetrating force caused the items on the entire shelf to begin shaking. Morong Feishue calmly walked to the side of the mutant zombie cat. Although it had been hit, it was still alive and was struggling to try to intimidate her. Seeing its spent strength, Morong Feishue still did not waver and grabbed the mutant zombie cat's head without hesitation. As she gently squeezed it, green juice splashed all over the shelf. Her eyes narrowed, she lowered her head, and a green crystal appeared in her hand. This crystal was extremely hard, only the size of a fingernail, but incredibly hard. She frowned slightly, with a hint of strangeness in her eyes. Chapter 14 Energy Candy Core. The hardness of the green crystal was comparable to that of special titanium alloy. Morong Feishue squeezed it hard, and only a few slight cracks appeared on the surface of the crystal without being destroyed at all. This confused her, and she didn't understand what it was, but she knew that the mutant zombie cat could become so powerful, which must be related to this crystal. She held the corpse of the mutant zombie cat in her hands and walked back to the rest area. Seeing her return safe and sound, Zhou Wei finally felt relieved. Although he knew Morong Feishue was very powerful, he still felt a little worried when facing mutant zombies. The system rated the mutant zombie cat as worth 50 coins, and its combat power was equivalent to 10 ordinary zombies. This made Zhou Wei realize that even they couldn't take it lightly in the face of such a monster. He walked forward and asked with concern, Feishue, are you hurt? Morong Feishue put the corpse of the zombie cat into a plastic wrap and sealed it tightly. She had a vague intuition that the corpse of this mutant zombie cat might bring them unexpected clues. A gentle smile appeared on her cold face. Commander, I'm fine. Afterwards, she handed the corpse of the mutant zombie cat to Gu Nianjiao, who was good at medicine in the team. Although every member of the Ice Phoenix team knew medicine, Gu Nianjiao's medical skills were particularly superb, comparable to the world's top medical professors. Morong Feishue's specialty is computers, Nuolin is good at lock-picking, and Gu Nianjiao is an expert in medical treatment. Each of them has their own unique expertise, which is why the team can survive and grow in the Doomsday. Nianjiao, go to the infirmary and dissect it. I believe it can tell us some important information about the zombie virus. Morong Feishue said, while also reminding everyone to be careful of biochemical infections. Gu Nianjiao carefully took the corpse of the zombie cat, nodded solemnly, and quickly walked to the infirmary. Morong Feishue's reminder made everyone present put down their helmet masks to ensure that they would not be infected by any possible biochemical substances. Nuolin took Lin Rua to the disinfectant shelf to get disinfectant and carried out a comprehensive disinfection work in the place where the zombie cat appeared. At this time, Morong Feishue spread the green crystal in her hand in front of Zhou Wei. By the way, Commander, this is what I found in the zombie cat's head. Zhou Wei saw the green crystal with visible cracks on the surface in her palm, and he was filled with curiosity. According to the settings of many novels, this kind of thing is very likely to be a substance that can turn people into superpowers. Although he believed in the existence of superpowers in his heart, after all, the system had already appeared in this world, and superpowers did not seem strange. However, he also knew that this kind of thing should not be tried lightly, because it was very likely to be the original body of the virus. If swallowed carelessly, he would probably turn into a zombie. So Zhou Wei picked up the green crystal and asked the system directly. System, scan and analyze the essence of this thing. After the system performed a simple scan, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Scan completed. This substance is an energy sugar core produced by photosynthesis. It contains huge energy, which acts like sugar in the human body, providing mutant zombies with the energy they need to move. The nutrients that make mutant zombies stronger come from this. Ordinary zombies do not contain this energy substance, and it cannot be absorbed by the human body. If a human body ingests this substance, it will be infected by the zombie virus and become a zombie, and it cannot be reversed. Please trust the professionalism of this system. The probability of becoming a mutant after taking it is 0.000000000%. The probability of becoming a zombie is 100%, but it can be used as an energy battery for energy weapons, and the energy contained in it is equivalent to 1,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity. After listening to the system's answer, Zhou Wei's expectations disappeared instantly. He had once dreamed of becoming a being with superpowers, but now it seemed that dream was too unrealistic. However, after being disappointed, Zhou Wei had a new idea in his mind. This energy candy core can be used as a battery for energy weapons. There are many energy weapons in the exchange mall in the system, such as individual laser guns, electromagnetic pulse weapons, etc. These exchange items require more than 10,000 creation coins. Although he cannot exchange these weapons now, he will definitely be able to do so in the future. Moreover, energy consumption is a big problem for these weapons, and the energy candy in the mutant zombie body can undoubtedly alleviate this problem to a certain extent. At this moment, Zhou Wei suddenly felt distressed. The zombie dog might also contain similar energy candy. He felt that he had missed a huge opportunity and felt regretful. Zhou Wei nodded to Morong Feishue and said, Feishue, you did a great job. If you encounter this kind of mutant zombies in the future, you must carefully examine their bodies after killing them and collect these crystals. They will be of great use in the future. Being praised by the commander, Morong Feishue was secretly delighted, but on the surface, she still responded meticulously. Yes, Commander, Feishue has made a note of it. This incident made Zhou Wei feel that the crisis of Doomsday is approaching all the time, and he must speed up his pace to become stronger in order to cope with more severe challenges in the future. Zhou Wei decided to create another 3,600 rounds of bullets to make up for the losses in today's battle. After handing the bullets to Morong Feishue for distribution, he turned around and walked back to his room. After returning to the room, Zhou Wei did not choose to rest immediately, but turned on the computer and began to collect basic knowledge about gunpowder on the internet. The manufacture of modern thermal weapons is inseparable from gunpowder, and mastering the basic principles of gunpowder is crucial for him to create various thermal weapons in the future. It took Zhou Wei 3 full hours to finally learn the basic principles of gunpowder. It was late at night, already 10 o'clock. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully entering the gunpowder formula. The knowledge points have increased by 30 points. The current knowledge points are 1180 points. In the future, you can directly use the knowledge points to make gunpowder in the creation interface. Hearing the system's voice, Zhou Wei's eyes showed a little joy. Although he was already very tired, he felt satisfied with this achievement. He quickly opened the formula interface and found the gunpowder formula under the formula entry page. Gunpowder formula. Production time, 10 minutes per kilogram. Description. This is one of the great treasures invented by the ancient Longxia Kingdom. Its creation has pushed the Sky Blue planet from the era of cold weapons to the era of hot weapons. Chapter 15 Mission. It was still early, and after thinking for a while, Zhou Wei decided to spend half an hour making 3 kilograms of gunpowder as a backup. After finishing, he went into the bedroom to rest. At this moment, Morong Feishui and Newlin walked in. Newlin immediately began to be on guard on the sofa in the outer room, while Morong Feishui followed Zhou Wei into the inner room and lay on the bed. Zhou Wei was a little confused, but also shocked. Feishui, what are you doing? Morong Feishui didn't say anything, looking a little ashamed, while Newlin smiled and explained, Commander, you forgot that the Ice Phoenix Squad's duty is to provide you with personal protection. The captain and I have discussed it. The captain will be responsible for protecting you in the first half of the night, and I will take over in the second half of the night. Zhou Wei was stunned when he saw Morong Feishui's cute appearance. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Don't worry, Commander, I won't do anything to you. I'm just protecting you. Feishui won't do anything beyond the limit. After all, you also said that you should keep your armor on and your gun in your hand when you rest. If the commander does anything beyond the limit, Feishui will suffer. Hearing this, Zhou Wei's mouth twitched slightly, but in the end he didn't say much, and just lay down on the bed and slept with Morong Feishui. After all, she was his future wife, and he didn't take off his combat uniform. After all, in this doomsday environment, it was safer to wear combat uniform. Neither of them had much on their mind and soon fell into a deep sleep. Zhou Wei didn't sleep very soundly, but only slept lightly. He remained alert until the second half of the night when Morong Feishui got up, and he could sense it. Then, Newlin also got into bed, and Zhou Wei could feel her hugging him closely. Fortunately, both of them were wearing combat uniforms, otherwise Zhou Wei might feel uncomfortable. At the same time, on the outskirts of Yang City in Southwest Province, a helicopter was rushing to the provincial capital Yang City, but was suddenly attacked by a fireball emerging from the ground. The fireball hit the tail of the helicopter, causing it to lose balance and about to crash. Inside the helicopter, a group of Special Forces soldiers are protecting a beautiful princess, Long Qicheng. The helicopter has been hit by an unknown attack and is about to crash. Everyone, parachute immediately. The captain desperately tries to maintain balance and strive for a smooth parachute time for the people in the cabin. The captain of the Royal Guards, Long Feiyu, quickly put an umbrella on Princess Long Qicheng's back and said, Princess, please jump with us. I will protect you until your death and return to Longjing safely. If it were an ordinary person, they would have lost their composure in the face of such a situation, but Long Qicheng remained calm and composed. Well, Captain Long, I believe you. Under the leadership of Captain Long Feiyu, Long Qicheng and other Special Forces soldiers jumped out of the helicopter. As the parachutes opened one by one, the captain also prepared to parachute. At this moment, the captain noticed a huge mutant zombie appeared on the right mountain, with thick limbs and a round and thick tail on its back. As the red aura of the zombies gathered at the tail, a huge fireball flew towards the helicopter at an alarming speed and hit the tail. Boom! With a loud bang, the helicopter and the pilot instantly turned into a sea of fire in the air. The helicopter fell and rushed straight towards the bridge between the two mountains. With a huge explosion, the helicopter was completely scrapped after hitting the bridge. After destroying the helicopter, the mutant zombie continued to bombard the bridge fiercely until a gap of several dozen meters was blown out of the bridge before it stopped. Then, it took heavy steps and slowly walked towards Yang City. Long Qicheng poked his head out from his hiding place, staring at the direction of the zombies. What a scary zombie! The people in Yang City may be in danger. The helicopter can't go to Longjing now. Captain Feiyu, where should we go next? Long Feiyu took out a map and pointed to County A. Your Highness, go to County A. It is a militia training base. There should be helicopters there. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Zhou Wei got up naturally. Morong Feishui and Newlin had also gotten up to prepare breakfast for him. Not long after, Morong Feishui walked into the room with breakfast, put it down, and turned to leave. Ask the team members to gather after breakfast. I have a task to assign, Zhou Wei said to her in a gentle tone. Today's breakfast was prepared by Li Li, who is a cooking expert in the team. The breakfast was quite rich, with 3 dishes and 1 soup, 1 meat and 2 vegetables. Since vegetables and fruits are difficult to preserve, they became the first supplies consumed by the team members. Zhou Wei took a bite and his eyes lit up instantly. The taste of this breakfast was truly divine. Even the chefs of many 5-star hotels could not match it. Zhou Wei ate with gusto, and even after finishing all the breakfast, he still felt unsatisfied. After breakfast, Zhou Wei did some physical exercise. He did 500 push-ups and felt the strength of his body after the system was strengthened. 500 push-ups were almost no pressure for him, only a slight breath. He used the printer to print out several city maps of the city, prepared for the next task, and walked out of the room. Outside the rest area, the female soldiers had already prepared treadmills, barbells, hand grippers, and other fitness equipment. Zhou Wei was very satisfied with the equipment and nodded. He walked to the open space and saw that the team members' training was almost over. Except for the 2 members in charge of guarding, the other 8 people gathered together. Murong Feishiwei took the lead and walked forward to report to Zhou Wei. Report to the commander. The Ice Phoenix team has assembled. Please give instructions. Zhou Wei looked at their fighting spirit, nodded slightly to show his affirmation, and then began to assign today's tasks. Feishiwei, your task today is to find a few trucks to take away all the food, water, and other supplies here. It would be even better if we can find heavy vehicles such as rollers, bulldozers, and excavators. It will be more convenient for us to deal with landslides or blockages on the road. He pointed to 2 locations on the map. One was a nearby gas station, and the other was a construction site next to the community. The gas station stored a large amount of gasoline and diesel, while the construction site had a large number of special vehicles and heavy machinery parked. Because of the previous meteorite crisis, these 2 places had fewer people and were relatively safe. Zhou Wei estimated the progress of the task. If everything goes well, the task of finding a car and oil should be completed before noon today, and everything can be completed before the evening. He smiled and said, these 2 places are no more than 3 kilometers away from the department store, and both have access to roads, so they are the most suitable choices. Feishiwei, it is up to you to deploy the specific battle plan. Murong Feishiwei turned around and looked at the team members behind her. After careful consideration, she gave an order to Newlin. Newlin, you are responsible for protecting the commander. Changfei continues to stand guard on the roof and observe signals at any time. If you encounter danger, send out a signal flare as soon as possible. Gu Nianjiao, you are on standby in the infirmary and be ready to treat the wounded at any time. Lili, prepare lunch at noon. Lu Xianyun, you are responsible for meeting the vehicle and ensuring the smooth entry of the convoy. The team members nodded seriously and prepared to carry out the mission. Chapter 16 Abnormal Zombies. Clear and clear. After all team members were clear about their missions, Murong Feishiwei calmly gave the order, let's go. After ensuring that everyone had enough ammunition for 2 bases, Murong Feishiwei personally led the team out of the department store. When they left, Zhou Wei stood there, checking his creation system interface. His current creation coins were 1650. He could sense the shortage of manpower around him, especially when a more complex mission was about to begin. Summoning an elite infantry squad became an imminent task. He fixed his eyes on Newlin and said sincerely, Newlin, I want to improve my shooting and knife skills. Please help me. Zhou Wei plans to use the zombies near the department store to practice shooting. This will not only improve his combat ability, but also allow him to earn more creation coins by killing zombies. He will try to accumulate enough creation coins to summon an elite infantry squad as soon as possible. It is a win-win choice. The most effective way is obviously to find an experienced coach, and Newlin happens to be able to spare the time to teach him. Newlin was delighted after hearing this. This was an opportunity to be alone with the commander. She leaned close to Zhou Wei's ear, and her warm breath made him feel a little itchy. Commander, rest assured. I will train you slowly and make sure that you will become a man who has experienced many battles and is a master of the spear in the shortest possible time. Zhou Wei held his forehead. Why did Newlin start teasing me when they didn't agree? He smiled bitterly in his heart. If he wasn't in this environment, he would have to let her know the price of teasing me. He said helplessly, let's go to the roof. Seeing Zhou Wei's embarrassed expression, Newlin laughed triumphantly. She followed Zhou Wei's steps and came to the rooftop of the department store. Standing on the rooftop, Zhou Wei watched Murong Feishiwei and his group go away. His heart tightened slightly. There were still a large number of zombies around, some in groups, some scattered everywhere. After a careful count, there were at least 600 or 700 zombies. His eyes narrowed slightly. This was a good opportunity to clean up the zombies around him and improve his shooting skills at the same time. If these zombies are not cleared away, they will become a hidden danger sooner or later. He also noticed some unusual situations. What is this? He suddenly discovered that these zombies seemed to like to stay in places with plenty of sunshine and rich soil. The zombies in the tall buildings gathered near the windows where the sun shone, and the zombies on the streets also tried to avoid staying in the shadows and all went to the places with the most sunshine. Especially the places without cement cover became their favorite gathering places. They bask in the sun like plants, as if enjoying the nourishment of the sun. The abnormal behavior of the zombies filled Zhou Wei with uneasiness and curiosity. He quickly installed a 4x scope on his QBZ-191 assault rifle and carefully observed the zombies. Through the 4x scope, he was surprised to find that the green on the zombies began to spread, and the green signs on the blood vessels slowly spread throughout the body. Zhou Wei's heart suddenly trembled, thinking of the green crystal in his hand. The system scan results showed that it was a sugar substance produced by photosynthesis. A bold idea came to his mind. Could these zombies be photosynthesizing? Then, he quickly shook his head, denying his guess. How is it possible? How can animals have chloroplasts that only plants have? However, seeing the green color gradually spreading on the zombies, Zhou Wei couldn't help but feel that his guess was almost right. If that's true. Zhou Wei's thoughts gradually began to drift away. Did the zombie virus give birth to chloroplasts in their bodies? If that was true, it also meant that zombies might not die of starvation, but might reproduce and grow through photosynthesis like plants. Most of the world's population has turned into zombies. If this change continues, the number of zombies may increase exponentially in the next few years and may even break through the sky and become an uncontrollable disaster. Zhou Wei suddenly felt a surge of fear in his heart, imagining that zombies could mutate into tens of thousands of different types, including zombie kings, intelligent zombies, or even zombies that could spit fire or discharge electricity. Such thoughts gave him a chill. He quickly shook his head, trying to dispel these terrible thoughts. However, Newland noticed something was wrong with Zhou Wei and quietly approached him, pressing her body against his back. Her breath was gentle and seductive. "Oh, Commander, what are you thinking about?" Zhou Wei came back to his senses instantly, and seeing her pretending to be coquettish, he finally couldn't help but tell her his guess. After hearing this, Newland did not show any fear, but smiled and said charmingly, "Commander is really worrying too much. In fact, as long as we become stronger faster than the zombies, there is no need to worry. Don't forget, you are a man with the system. With the system in hand, what do we have to fear from zombies?" After listening to her words, Zhou Wei's doubts were alleviated a lot. Yes, he has the system in his hand. What is there to be afraid of? The ones who should be afraid are the zombies, not him. He took a deep breath. His eyes became sharper. I, Zhou Wei, will be the man that the zombies will always fear. After saying that, he fired a shot at the zombie domineeringly. Bang! The bullet flew through the air, brushed past the zombie, but missed the target. Zhou Wei was immediately embarrassed. Newland covered her mouth and laughed secretly. "Commander, your demeanor is good, but your strength is a little lacking." Hearing her ruthless ridicule, Zhou Wei's face turned pale. She really doesn't know how to respect her leader. Zhou Wei came up with a plan and decided to give this little devil a little warning so that she wouldn't get too carried away in the future. He coughed lightly and said casually, "Deputy Captain Newland, from your tone, you seem very capable. This commander has a task for you. Train me to be a sharpshooter who can hit the target every time today. If you can't do it before dark, you are not allowed to eat all day tomorrow." Newland's face fell instantly, and she looked at Zhou Wei in disbelief. Training an ordinary person who has just come into contact with firearms into a sharpshooter in one day? How is that possible? She instantly realized that the commander was taking revenge on her, and she felt depressed. What a stingy man. However, she immediately changed her attitude. Her body became soft and charming. Her eyes were charming, and she said in a coquettish tone, "Commander, I want to change the punishment. How about punishing me to sleep with you tonight?" Chapter 17 Shooting Training. Zhou Wei could almost feel the hot breath emanating from Newland, especially the hot breath she exhaled gently, which made his bones numb. She approached him relentlessly, her tone soft and teasing. "Commander, I am very serious." She stretched out her slender jade fingers and gently slid across Zhou Wei's chest. Zhou Wei instantly felt goosebumps crawling up his spine. He waved his hands quickly and stepped back in fear. "Stop, stop, stop, I'm kidding." Newland was relentless and continued to cling to him, saying in a tender voice, "Commander, don't worry. I am really serious." Zhou Wei smiled bitterly. Although he felt helpless, he did not dare to resist too much. "Okay, stop making trouble and teach me shooting skills quickly." Newland seemed to notice that Zhou Wei was beginning to regain some seriousness, so he stopped joking, turned into a mature and steady appearance, and walked in front of Zhou Wei. "Commander, there are several key points to pay attention to when shooting. The first is to learn breathing control, and the second is the position of the hands and the distribution of strength. Next, you must correctly rest your shoulders and choose the right position to rest your cheeks. The correct setting of the scope and vision distribution are also very important. Finally, the most important thing is the key to firing. The timing of the trigger and the aiming must be coordinated well. When aiming at the target, when pulling the trigger, you must do it. Consciously aim, unconsciously fire." Zhou Wei was surprised to hear her speak so much professional knowledge in one breath. It turned out that shooting was not as simple as imagined. It was definitely not an easy thing to become a sharpshooter. During the explanation, Newland also manually helped Zhou Wei adjust the correct gun-holding posture, allowing him to concentrate on aiming at the target in front of him. As she gently guided Zhou Wei's fingers, he pulled the trigger, and with a bang, the bullet flew out instantly and hit the target, the zombie's head. Under the recoil of the gun, Zhou Wei's back came into fierce contact with Newland's chest. Zhou Wei secretly judged that her figure was at least a D cup. Suddenly, he felt a subtle feeling coming over him, but immediately focused his attention back on shooting. Newland let Zhou Wei go, a faint blush on her face. She coughed lightly, trying to hide her embarrassment. "Commander, next you practice the movements just now and fire a shot yourself." Zhou Wei recalled the key points of the action just now and gradually mastered the basic shooting skills. He aimed at a thin zombie 200 meters away downstairs, a little zombie girl. She used to be a girl of about 15 years old, but now she has become a ghost. Out of humanitarianism, Zhou Wei decided to give her a release. He gently pulled the trigger, and the bullet shot out at an initial velocity of 735 meters per second, hitting the zombie girl's forehead 0.3 seconds later. Green blood splashed out, and the zombie girl fell to the ground. The surrounding zombies heard the noise and looked around in confusion, but they didn't see any attackers, so they continued to bask in the sun. Zhou Wei was filled with joy as he watched himself successfully kill a zombie for the first time. This was not only the result of improving his shooting skills, but also the creation coins he earned with his own hands. He received 5 creation coins, which was different from the rewards the women's team received for killing zombies. He felt an inexplicable sense of pride and pride. Newland also showed a surprised expression. "Commander is really amazing. He can achieve such a result in the first shooting." Zhou Wei's mouth curled up unconsciously when he heard her praise. Although it was just a coincidence, he knew that the gun in his hand definitely provided accurate guarantee for shooting. Even a novice could easily master shooting skills with the help of this gun and achieve good results. Ding! The host has mastered the shooting skills, and the knowledge points have increased by 30. The current knowledge points are 1190. Zhou Wei's eyes lit up when he heard the system's prompt. He didn't expect that this could also improve his knowledge points. He was secretly happy. It seemed that he would have the opportunity to ask Fei Xue to teach him swordsmanship in the future and improve his close combat ability. It would not only enhance his combat effectiveness, but also gain knowledge points. Why not? But Zhou Wei also knew that the current situation did not allow him to be distracted to learn close combat skills. He looked at the 600 or 700 zombies entrenched outside the department store and decided to clean up these zombies while practicing his shooting skills. For a penniless commander like him, every creation coin must be cherished and put to good use. Zhou Wei knew that it was impossible to eliminate these zombies by himself, and he had enough self-awareness of his own strength. "Newland, come with me and kill all the zombies within the field of vision." He gave the order. Newland nodded slightly, with a determined fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. "Yes, Commander." She answered with a murderous look on her face, and then pulled the bolt. Zhou Wei calculated that after killing these zombies today, he should be able to obtain 3,000 to 3,500 creation coins. With the 1,650 he had now, and the results of Murong Fei Xue and the others, he would most likely be able to summon an elite infantry squad today. So he began to practice his shooting skills while clearing the zombies around him. Equipped with a silencer, Zhou Wei's gunshots hardly attracted the attention of the zombies. Every shot would hit the zombie's head accurately. As the shooting continued, Zhou Wei's growth was so fast that even Newland was secretly surprised. Although her shooting skills were more accurate and faster, she couldn't help but marvel at Zhou Wei's progress. She could almost kill a zombie in 3 seconds. Despite this, she decided to help Zhou Wei clean up the zombies around and ensure the safety of the team members when they returned. The 2 men on the rooftop were almost constantly shooting for the entire morning, and the zombies within 500 meters of the department store had been almost completely wiped out by the 2 men. Chapter 18: Collecting Vehicles. While shooting the zombies, Zhou Wei did not waste any time and used the creation system to create 10,800 bullets. This is the benefit of having a creation system. Ammunition can be replenished at any time, and there is no need to worry about insufficient ammunition. After 3 hours of intense shooting, the results of Zhou Wei and Newland were 1:9. Newland contributed 90% of the kills and Zhou Wei contributed 10%. According to statistics, the 2 successfully shot and killed 734 zombies. Zhou Wei's creation coins jumped to 5,320. He was immediately excited, and he could finally summon an elite infantry squad. At the same time, Murong Fei Xue led 4 team members, Bai Xiaoxiao, Lin Ruo, Gu Lan, and Xiao Qingwei, to successfully arrive at the demolition area. Surrounded by the wreckage of collapsed buildings, there were no zombies around. Because the demolition area was suspended, there was almost no traffic, and the area was very large, covering several square kilometers, so no zombies were encountered. They entered the construction site and found 7 or 8 Hao heavy trucks parked there. These heavy trucks were 8.8 meters long, 2.5 meters wide, 3.17 meters high, and weighed 12 tons. They had a strong carrying capacity and were not likely to overturn when encountering zombies on the road. Murong Fei Xue's eyes lit up. These trucks were exactly what she needed to carry out the mission. She looked at the other vehicles again. She remembered the commander's mission very clearly. In addition to trucks, special vehicles such as excavators, forklifts, and bulldozers were also needed to deal with special situations such as road collapse and blockage. With these vehicles, although they could not build roads through mountains and bridges over rivers, at least they would not be forced to take detours due to simple disasters. Not only that, there were several excavators, forklifts, and bulldozers parked near the heavy trucks. Murong Feishiwe took out the map and looked at the team members behind him. Gulan, you go drive the bulldozer to clear the road and remove obstacles. By Xiaoxiao, Linrua, Xiaoqingwei, you go drive the 3 heavy trucks. I will drive the excavator behind you to make sure the road is cleared. Following Murong Feishiwe's orders, the team members quickly took action. Gulan first found the SD90 C5 bulldozer, a super bulldozer with a power of 950 horsepower and a working weight of 100 tons. She was so excited that she drove this giant bulldozer first, clearing obstacles along the way and providing a safe road for subsequent vehicles. Then, the heavy trucks driven by Xiaoxiao, Lin Ruo, and Xiao Qingwei followed closely behind, and the 3 heavy trucks were lined up in a row, giving a strong sense of pressure. The large excavator driven by Murong Feishiwe was at the end of the team to ensure that there were no problems on the road. 5 cars drove along, and the roar of the engines attracted the attention of the zombies on both sides of the road. Dozens of zombies came out from both sides of the road and tried to intercept the convoy. However, Gulan looked at these tiny zombies with disdain in her eyes. She stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the car accelerated rapidly, rushing towards the zombies in front without hesitation. Crack, crack. In just a few minutes, the zombie in front was rolled under the car and instantly reincarnated into the second dimension. Blood splattered all around, and the scene was spectacular, which really whetted people's appetite. However, Murong Feishiwe did not notice that in the direction they were heading, there were several pairs of cold eyes staring at them. A middle-aged man with sharp teeth and a sharp tongue quickly picked up the intercom. Boss, they are heading towards you. A burly man with a shaved head and well-developed muscles came from the other end of the intercom. Understood, ready to respond at any time, he said while observing the route of Murong Feishiwe and the others. The man's name was Qin Biao. He was a death row inmate who was sentenced to death for brutally killing multiple innocent victims. Qin Biao did not act immediately. He got a chance to escape from the prison through a zombie crisis and gathered some prisoners to rebuild his power outside. He understood that the end of the world would bring him a chance to rise again, and the supplies in the department store were the key to his hegemony. He and other prisoners had observed the department store for a while and found that there were sufficient supplies there. However, when he was about to occupy the mall, he found that it had been occupied by another group of people. Although most of them were women, they were all experienced and powerful, especially occupying advantageous terrain. If he rushed in rashly, he would probably be besieged by them. Therefore, Qin Biao decided to adopt a strategy, slowly accumulate strength, and wait for an opportunity to act. He stared at Murong Feishiwe and others, ready to use their actions to lure the other party to reveal their flaws. Watching them heading towards the place he had prepared, Qin Biao sneered. Sure enough, they are heading towards that place. This is just the right time to lure the snake out of its hole. He picked up the telescope again and observed the direction of the department store. He thought to himself, these women can't threaten me for now. Once I have the power, I will definitely conquer the entire doomsday. Chapter 19 Gas Station Crisis. Although Qin Biao only had half of his men left, he still did not dare to act rashly. After all, the other team was very skilled and he could not take it lightly. He had been waiting to find out the other team's purpose. Now, he finally understood. The team's goal was to find vehicles, gasoline and diesel. Thus, a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain began to take shape. Qin Biao planned to set up a trap at the gas station to ambush the team. The plan was to lure out the other members in the department store, and his men would take the opportunity to occupy the mall, then defend it and completely annihilate this mysterious women's team. He knew that the members of this team were all beautiful, and it would be even better if they could be captured alive. So he quickly contacted the people in the gas station through the intercom. They are coming. Are you ready? Inside the gas station, 3 death row inmates were hanging 3 half-dead men. One of the inmates said into the intercom, Your Majesty, don't worry. Everything is ready. When those women arrive, we will definitely give them a big surprise. A death row inmate took out a knife and slashed the femoral arteries of the 3 men. The 3 men struggled in pain and begged for mercy. Please, let me go. I can join you. Don't kill me. I have a 3-year-old child to raise at home. But these lunatics showed no mercy, and soon, the screams of the 3 filled the entire gas station. Blood flowed from their thighs onto the ground, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. At this moment, there was a rustling sound outside. It didn't sound like the footsteps of an ordinary zombie, but more like the crawling of some large creature. The faces of the 3 death row prisoners turned pale instantly, and fear surged in their hearts. Hurry up, it will be too late. They knew that this was not an ordinary zombie, but some abnormal mutant creature. According to Qin Biao's guess, these creatures are likely the product of a meteorite explosion, monsters affected by nuclear radiation and meteorite impact. Not long ago, a meteorite fragment with nuclear radiation fell near a gas station, and the shockwave of the explosion injured many people. After that, there was no time to recover it, and a zombie crisis occurred, and the whole world fell into doomsday. The 3 death row inmates quickly ran away from the scene, leaving behind only 3 desperate men hanging. 5 minutes later, a convoy slowly drove into the gas station and stopped outside the gas station. Morong Feishiwe sniffed the air, and there seemed to be a faint smell of blood. Could it be that someone had entered the gas station before them and encountered danger? Her alertness instantly increased, and she used the scope on her gun to carefully scout the situation inside the gas station. The gas station was empty, no parked vehicles were seen, and the building was very quiet. She didn't hear any unusual sounds, nor did she see any zombies or staff. Everything seemed normal. But Morong Feishiwe had been through many battles, and her intuition told her that something was wrong here. She gently signaled Xiao Qingwei, who quickly understood, jumped out of the truck and climbed to the commanding heights. Although she did not have a sniper rifle, the QBZ-191 assault rifle in her hand could completely replace an ordinary light sniper rifle within 800 meters. Xiao Qingwei quickly climbed to the commanding height of the gas station, lay down, and began to be on guard. Because of the wide field of vision at this position, she could support almost every position in the gas station. With the sniper's firepower support, the remaining team members felt relieved. Morong Feishiwe got off the excavator and temporarily replaced Xiao Qingwei to drive into the gas station. After the car drove in, Bai Xiaoxiao and Gu Lan were on guard with guns, ready to face any possible battle. Morong Feishiwe and Lin Ruo began to look for oil containers in the gas station and soon found the location of the gas station warehouse. The gas stations in Longxia Empire usually have a large number of 200L oil drums in reserve. The two of them came to the door of the warehouse, and suddenly, Morong Feishiwe smelled a particularly strong smell of blood. She made a warning gesture, and then forcefully opened the door of the warehouse. A pungent smell of blood hit her, and Lin Ruo's heart suddenly tightened at the sight. In the warehouse, 3 broken bodies of men were thrown on the ground at random. The bodies were torn into pieces, with ropes tied around their arms. Judging from the depth of the marks, the 3 men had been hung up and bled alive. The ground was covered with blood flowing from their aortas. The 3 men were obviously dead, and they had been dead for no more than 3 minutes. There were also obvious bite marks on the bodies, which looked like an attack by some kind of rodent. Morong Feishiwe suddenly became alert, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in her heart. She exchanged a glance with Lin Ruo, and immediately became more vigilant and raised her gun. The two looked along the bitten rope to the top of the warehouse and were instantly startled. 8 giant mutant zombies, 3 meters long and lizard-like, were hanging upside down on the beams. Their sharp teeth and claws looked extremely terrifying. Their skin was like the protective color of a gecko, and they could blend into the environment skillfully, making them almost undetectable. Just as Morong Feishiwe noticed them, these mutant zombies also launched an attack. They fell suddenly from the eaves, and their sharp claws pounced directly on the 2 women below. Morong Feishiwe and Lin Ruo reacted quickly, bursting out at an amazing speed, and instantly moved outside the door. The claws of the 8 zombies scratched across the concrete floor, raising a cloud of dust and leaving deep claw marks. Seeing the prey escape, the mutant zombies did not stop, but crawled quickly, chasing the 2 at an astonishing speed. Morong Feishiwe quickly raised her gun and accurately shot at the forehead of one of the zombies. The bullet blew the zombie's head with amazing impact force, and the zombie was carried by inertia to fly more than 10 meters and hit the pillar of the gas station. Lin Ruo was not to be outdone, and quickly raised her gun and shot the mutant zombie closest to her. The 2 of them fired alternately while moving at high speed. In just a few shots, only 4 of the 8 mutant zombies were left. At this moment, the sniper arranged by Morong Feishiwe played a crucial role. Xiao Qingwei fired rapidly, and a few bullets accurately killed 2 mutant zombies. Chapter 20 Elite Infantry Squad. In just 10 seconds, the women's team relied on close cooperation to quickly kill 8 mutant zombies. Such amazing fighting power even stunned Qin Biao's men who were watching from a distance. After all, these mutant zombies were terrifying existences that could wipe out an army, but they were all wiped out in such a short time. However, although they were surprised, they did not panic because this was just an appetizer, and Qin Biao knew that a greater threat was quietly approaching. After the 5-man team had cleared out 8 mutant zombies, they seemed to smell the scent of their own kind dying. More mutant zombies fell from the beams of the gas station and other nearby buildings. They roared angrily, gathered towards the gas station, and quickly approached at a speed so fast that it could be described as the speed of chasing the wind. Qin Biao's men were not surprised by this scene. They had discovered the abnormal behavior of these zombies last night. Whenever one of their kind died, other zombies nearby would gather together to avenge their dead companions. In order to obtain this information, they also paid the price of several deaths. In this area, there are about 100 mutant zombies. If they gather together, they will form a powerful killing force. Qin Biao gave this kind of zombie a name, the Wind Chaser zombie. Murong Feishiwei heard the angry roars coming from all directions and immediately felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, Xiao Qingyue's voice came through everyone's communication helmets. Captain, there are hundreds of mutant zombies of the same type as before within 2 kilometers of the gas station, and they are surrounding the gas station. Everyone felt the huge pressure. If there were only 20 or 30 zombies of this type, the team could have fought them all. However, now there were hundreds of mutant zombies gathering around, and unless all members of the team were mobilized, it would be difficult to wipe them all out. At this moment, retreat became the best option. The team members all looked at Murong Feishiwei, waiting for her decision. Murong Feishiwei frowned, weighing the pros and cons in her mind. She knew that these zombies were extremely united and were already enemies to the death. If they retreated to the department store, it would be equivalent to bringing these mutant zombies back. Even if they could be annihilated in the mall, the department store base would definitely be destroyed, and the commander's safety would be threatened. This was unacceptable to her. She looked around the gas station, and suddenly an idea came to her mind. The gas station might be a perfect place to catch all the mutant zombies. As long as they could lead these mutant zombies into the gas station and then blow it up, the fire would be enough to kill all the zombies. However, this would prevent her from fulfilling her mission as the commander, and she was deeply entangled. Finally, Murong Feishiwei decided to let the commander make the decision. She switched to the commander's communication channel and sent a message. Commander, the situation is urgent. I am facing a difficult choice. Please make a decision. In the department store, Zhou Wei and Newlin have arrived at the underground parking lot. In order to summon the elite infantry squad, Zhou Wei needs a large enough space, and the underground parking lot is the only place that can meet the needs. Opening the creation system interface, Zhou Wei found that he had more than 1,000 creation coins, which surprised him. Could it be that Murong Feishiwei and the others had a battle with zombies? So many creation coins meant that they had killed at least 200 ordinary zombies. This made Zhou Wei happy. He could finally summon an elite infantry squad. Moreover, he also found a new formula, Special Energy Oil formula. The price of this special energy oil is 900 creation coins, which can provide the required energy for a variety of engines such as diesel engines, gasoline engines, and aviation kerosene engines. Moreover, this energy oil is not only stable and easy to store, but also allows a heavy tank to travel 10 kilometers per liter. It is simply an essential resource for future operations. Zhou Wei was even more excited. With the special energy oil, he would no longer have to let Murong Feishiwei and the others risk going out to look for fuel. Moreover, this oil could be widely used in the Navy, Army, and Air Force, which would greatly facilitate his future development. He quickly put away the recipe, switched to the core interface, selected the elite infantry squad, and began to create decisively. With a flash of white light, a ZBD-04 tracked armored infantry vehicle appeared in the parking lot. The vehicle was 7.2 meters long, 3.2 meters wide, and 2.5 meters high. It was equipped with a powerful power system and combat system, and equipped with a variety of heavy weapons and advanced aiming systems. Its appearance made Zhou Wei feel like he had found a treasure. Who doesn't like a torrent of steel? In addition to the infantry fighting vehicles, Zhou Wei also summoned 12 elite soldiers, each of whom was equipped with advanced weapons, including QBZ-191 assault rifles, 171 submachine guns, 9 type shotguns, QJB-201 light machine guns, highly accurate sniper rifles, and sniper grenade launchers. Looking at this elite infantry squad, Zhou Wei felt extremely satisfied, especially in this end times. Having such a strong fighting force would undoubtedly add great security to his future. He knew that future battles would become more intense, and having this elite infantry squad would bring him endless possibilities. Chapter 21 Zhou Wei's response. Each soldier in the elite infantry squad wears a tactical vest and exoskeleton armor, with a special warfare dagger hanging from his waist. He is equipped with 7 magazines, plus 1 on his gun, for a total of 240 rounds of ammunition. Each soldier also carries 3 tactical grenades. The combat uniforms and helmets are equipped with communication devices, which are not created by Zhou Wei himself, but are sufficient for daily combat. Despite this, Zhou Wei plans to create some primary combat uniforms with anti-toxic and anti-radiation functions for them in the future to enhance their protection capabilities. A burly and capable soldier walked out of the team and saluted Zhou Wei with a standard military salute. Reporting to the commander, the squad leader of the elite infantry squad 1, Hao Dali, reports to you. The squad has 12 people, all present. Please give instructions. Zhou Wei looked at these battle-hardened soldiers in front of him, exuding murderous aura, and nodded with satisfaction. Although this team was not like the Ice Phoenix squad, where everyone was a super soldier, in the environment of the end of the world, this army composed of ordinary people should not be underestimated. Especially for Zhou Wei, who was in urgent need of replenishing his combat power, the arrival of this elite infantry squad undoubtedly solved his urgent needs. Zhou Wei nodded slightly. Very good. Take a rest. At Hao Dali's command, all the members of the team immediately stood at ease in unison, and the atmosphere was serious and solemn. Zhou Wei looked at Hao Dali and said calmly, Captain Hao, this is Newlin, Deputy Captain of the Ice Phoenix Women's Guard. Hao Dali immediately saluted Newlin. Captain Newlin, please give me more guidance in the future. Newlin put away her usual unruly look and saluted as well. Team Leader Hao, on behalf of the Ice Phoenix squad, I welcome you. The two sides exchanged brief greetings and the atmosphere was harmonious. At this moment, Murong Feishue's voice came from Zhou Wei's communication helmet. With a hint of urgency, Commander, my team encountered an emergency, and I came to ask for the next combat instructions. Zhou Wei was surprised when he heard the news. This meant that Murong Feishue was in a situation where she couldn't make up her mind. After all, she was always steady and calm in times of crisis. What made her hesitate was obviously not a trivial matter. Zhou Wei's heart quickly became serious, and he asked earnestly, Feishue, please report the specific situation your unit encountered truthfully. Through the helmet communication, Zhou Wei even heard the roars of mutant zombies all around him. This was obviously not just one zombie, but a group of them. He couldn't help but worry about Murong Feishue and her team. Murong Feishue's voice came, solemn and calm. Report to the commander, our unit encountered the enemy at the gas station. It is suspected that someone used the blood of the survivors to attract mutant zombies to the gas station and besieged our personnel. We have killed 8 mutant zombies. Now, the mutant zombies within 2 kilometers are approaching us quickly. Preliminary investigation shows that the number of mutant zombies is about 150. These mutant zombies are fast, lethal, and extremely united and vengeful. If not dealt with in time, it will definitely threaten the safety of the temporary base. Please make the decision, Commander. Zhou Wei listened to Feishue's report, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect that on the second day of the apocalypse, someone would dare to attack his own people. From the description of Murong Feishue and others, the enemy did not show up directly, but tried to threaten them with mutant zombies. What's going on? How did they know that Feishue and the team would go to the gas station? Zhou Wei's mind quickly expanded, and a question arose in his mind. Are these enemies monitoring them for 24 hours? If so, then they obviously already know the powerful combat power of Murong Feishue and others, and should also be aware of the consequences of a head-on conflict with them. So what exactly do the enemies see? Are they trying to use mutant zombies to consume the team's strength? Soon, Zhou Wei's mind lit up and his eyes turned to the department store. The enemy's real purpose was not just to destroy the team, but to target the department store. It was rich in resources and became the best base for the survivors to fight for. If they could occupy the department store, they would get enough supplies and no longer need to risk going out to look for them. The enemy was truly cunning, knowing how to attack a point by surrounding it, or lure the enemy away from the mountain. Zhou Wei realized that this struggle was far from over, and he had to take the initiative. He turned to Hao Dali and the members of the elite infantry squad and said firmly, Captain Hao, lead your team to stay in the department store and lie in ambush. No matter if the enemy chooses to surround the point and attack the reinforcements or lure the tiger away from the mountain, you are all my surprise troops. If the enemy chooses to surround the point and attack the reinforcements, we will hold them back until you can come to support us, and then we will attack from both inside and outside and annihilate the enemy. Hao Dali nodded immediately. Commander, I understand. We are on standby at any time. Newlin also saw the urgency of the situation and wanted to say something, but she didn't speak. Zhou Wei had already made up his mind. In the chaotic world of the end of the world, he no longer relied solely on his own team, but chose to use this new force to catch the enemy off guard. He knew that his enemies had begun to plot against him, and he would use his own way to counter the enemy's tactics and make those who threatened him disappear forever in the shadow of doomsday. Chapter 22 Crisis at the Gas Station. Zhou Wei's battle plan made Newlin and Hao Dali immediately understand the commander's intention. It turned out that he was going to use the same trick to lure the enemy to show up, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. Both of them knew that such an invisible enemy was extremely dangerous, so they did not object anymore, but agreed to Zhou Wei's battle order. Hao Dali saluted with a standard military salute and said in a loud voice, Yes, Commander, Squad 1 will ensure that the mission is completed. After he said that, he turned around and deployed the soldiers. At the same time, Newlin quickly gathered the other 4 female team members, and they were ready to go 5 minutes later. This was faster than Zhou Wei expected. The team members were particularly concerned about the safety of the other 5 team members, and they seemed nervous and determined. Zhou Wei walked up to the 5-man team, and without any unnecessary words, he gave the order, Move out. The six of them walked out of the department store together. Almost the moment they stepped out, a pair of eyes were watching their every move. Afterwards, the news of their leaving the department store was quickly reported to Chen Biao. Boss, the remaining six opponents have all left the department store. A subordinate reported. Chen Biao was overjoyed when he heard the news. He had not expected that the enemy could move out so easily and completely lead out their team. Good, beautiful. He patted his thigh excitedly and cheered. Then, he ordered his men around him. Everyone, go and occupy the department store. That will be the starting point for our dominance. Hearing this order, the other prisoners also cheered excitedly, and the armed team rushed towards the department store. Chen Biao looked at these excited men and couldn't help but sighed. The end of the world is great. I like it. At the same time, Morong Feishue also started the defense of the gas station. She knew that her mission was important and she had to hold these mutant zombies firmly to buy time for others. She looked at the sparse buildings around her and made a judgment in her heart. Although these mutant zombies were very fast, their destructive power was not strong, and they could not easily knock down the buildings. These buildings would become their best defensive positions. Morong Feishue decisively ordered, everyone retreat to the two-story building at the 10 o'clock direction, defend it, and wait for the commander to attack the mutant zombies from both inside and outside. The team members acted quickly, and before the mutant zombies arrived, the five of them had already entered a two-story building not far from the gas station. The walls here are 40 centimeters thick reinforced concrete walls, which are very strong and suitable for defense. The house is close to the gas station, but it seems that due to concerns about the risk of explosion, the walls are made very strong. She divided the team into 3 teams. Morong Feishue and Lin Ruo guarded the stairs on the first floor, while Xiao Xiao and Gu Lan provided fire support on the second floor, and helped them retreat to the second floor when the first floor was lost. Xiao Qingyue climbed to the roof to take on the long-range sniping mission. The 5 of them quickly formed a formation and were ready to face the mutant zombies at any time. Almost at the same time, the mutant zombies around them were approaching, only 50 meters away from the two-story building. Morong Feishue calmly commanded, "Fire freely." Following her order, the battle officially began. Morong Feishue took the lead and opened fire first. Her bullet was extremely accurate, piercing the head of a mutant zombie 50 meters away, blood splattering, and arousing the anger of other mutant zombies. Then, Lin Ruo, Gu Lan, and Bai Xiaoxiao also opened fire. The QBZ-191's firepower continued, instantly killing the 3 mutant zombies that were rushing in the front. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the 3 zombies were killed instantly. The other mutant zombies saw their companions being shot dead, roared in anger, and rushed towards the two-story building even more frantically. On the horizon, more and more mutant zombies appeared in sight. 10, 20, 30. More than 100 storm chaser zombies have surrounded the building, and the scene has become more and more murderous. Despite this, the Ice Phoenix guards remained calm and pulled the trigger ruthlessly. The gunshots echoed in the silence, but the speed of the wind chaser was too fast, making it extremely difficult to hit accurately. Even a shooting expert like Morong Feishue needed to fire multiple times to kill a zombie. In a short moment, the open space downstairs was already filled with corpses, but the number of mutant zombies continued to increase rapidly, only about 20 meters away from the building. For these zombies with a speed of up to 50 meters per second, they rushed into the first floor in a short time. Morong Feishue and Lin Ruo reacted quickly, raised their guns and fired, using the narrow terrain of the stairwell to quickly eliminate the 2 zombies that rushed in. However, more mutant zombies had begun to break through the defense line downstairs, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. The battle continues, and the balance of victory and defeat sways in this fierce defensive battle. As the mutant zombies approach, it remains to be seen whether Morong Feishue and her team can successfully hold this line of defense. Chapter 23, She is the Living God of War. However, despite Morong Feishue's swift and accurate swordsmanship, a wind chaser still approached her. She could even smell the foul saliva in the zombie's mouth, and a flash of displeasure flashed through her heart. The wind chaser waved its sharp claws and pounced on her. These claws could easily cut through 20-centimeter thick reinforced concrete. Seeing that the distance was too close, it was easy to accidentally injure teammates with a gun, so her reaction was almost instantaneous. At some point, Morong Feishue had already pulled out the Tang sword on her back. In an instant, the sword cut through the air, and the body of the wind chaser was separated in the air, with the head and body separated and blood splattered. She did not stop moving. Her eyes were like lightning. "Lin Ruo, give me your Tang sword." Lin Ruo's eyes flashed with admiration and excitement. and she immediately understood that the captain was going to use her invincible double-sword technique. Without any hesitation, she threw her Tang sword at Morong Feishue. Morong Feishue leaped into the air, raised her sword, and slashed it, quickly chopping off the head of another wind chaser that was trying to approach her. At the same time, she grabbed the Tang sword thrown by Lin Ruo with her other hand and spun her body 180 degrees lightly, swinging her two swords like a windmill, instantly killing the two wind chasers that were rushing towards her. The moment she landed, two more wind chasers' heads were chopped off by her double swords. The whole process took less than 3 seconds, and 4 wind chasers died under her sword. Lin Ruo was stunned, her eyes full of admiration and shock. The captain was worthy of being the captain, and she was still invincible. She was the living god of war. She stood at the stairs, with a powerful aura and a cold gaze that made the wind chasers who were rushing forward pause for a moment, and then the rhythm of their attacks was disrupted. Taking advantage of the moment when the zombies hesitated, the gunfire of the other 4 team members poured out like a storm. Bullets whistled, and with a series of gunshots, 5 or 6 wind chasers were killed. However, the wind chasers did not retreat. They let out angry cries, and their eyes became more ferocious. Morong Feishue warned calmly and seriously, "Be careful, they are about to attack again." Sure enough, following her warning, 30 wind chasers launched a charge almost simultaneously, at a speed as fast as the wind, with a speed of up to 180 kilometers per hour. For these wind chasers, a distance of less than 50 meters could be broken through in an instant. Faced with the zombies pouring in like a tide, Lin Ruo, Gulan, Bai Xiao, and Xiao Qingwen no longer cared about accurate shooting and went straight into burst mode, emptying the magazine at a rate of 750 rounds per minute. Under the crazy firepower coverage, 6 wind chasers were torn into pieces in an instant. However, the remaining 20 or so wind chasers broke through the fire net almost at the same time and quickly rushed into the first floor. The team members hurriedly changed the magazines and prepared to shoot again. During this gap in fire, the remaining wind chasers rushed to the stairs in groups, trying to tear apart the terrible woman, Morong Feishue. But she remained calm, her eyes were sharp, and the 2 knives in her hands flashed with cold light. She moved so fast that people could not react, and even heard a sonic boom. Her knife skills were simple, but extremely deadly. Each knife hit the vital point of the wind chaser accurately, and her speed was too fast. Every time the knife swung, you saw the knife light before you heard the knife sound. In just a few seconds, Morong Feishue cut down 7 wind chasers. Her sword danced, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and she single-handedly blocked the wind chaser's attack. At this time, the other 4 team members finally finished changing the magazines and rejoined the battle. The gunfire rang out again. The 4 men fired intensively, and Morong Feishue's killing speed became smoother. The battlefield on the first floor was almost only her swift sword light dancing, and all the wind chasers were killed by her. When the gunfire stopped, the ground was already full of the bodies of the wind chasers, half of whom died under her sword. However, this wave of attack did not end, and the remaining wind chasers became more and more angry. They launched another 30-headed attack, seemingly intending to use a round-robin battle to consume Morong Feishue. The battle started again. Morong Feishue was still alone guarding the stairs. No wind chaser could break through her defense. At this moment, Xiao Qingyue's voice came from the top of the building, nervous and solemn. "Captain, mutant zombies are climbing up the walls from both sides of the building. They seem to be preparing to attack us from both sides." While reporting, Xiao Qingyue shot at the wind chasers who tried to climb up from the walls on both sides. Every bullet was extremely accurate, but the number of wind chasers was too large, and more zombies climbed to the roof, which brought great pressure to Xiao Qingyue. At this time, the situation on the 4th floor has become extremely tense. If these mutant zombies successfully break through from the roof, the defense line downstairs will be lost immediately. At the same time, Morong Feishue cannot leave the 1st floor, because once she leaves, the downstairs will definitely be lost. Xiao Qingyue's gunfire became more and more urgent. Facing more and more wind chasers, her defense line was on the verge of collapse. In this situation, Morong Feishue faced a difficult decision: abandon the gas station and evacuate the scene, or stick to the end and vow to annihilate these mutant zombies. The situation became increasingly critical, and the balance of victory and defeat was wavering between Morong Feishue's decision. Chapter 24: Annihilation of the Mutant Zombies at the Gas Station. As Xiao Qingyue's surprised voice rang out, "Captain, the zombies on the roof have been dealt with." Morong Feishue was slightly stunned, but she was not distracted by this unexpected news. She quickly drew her knife and cut off the heads of the 3 wind chasers around her one by one in a few seconds. She looked into the distance and saw a familiar figure. Zhou Wei was shooting with a gun and showed her a healthy smile. "Fei Xue, we're here." That kind and loud voice was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly regaining Murong Fei Xue's fighting spirit. She knew that the time to fight back had finally arrived. "Everyone, attack and wipe out these mutant zombies." She issued a battle order in the communication channel. Led by Murong Fei Xue, the women's team took the initiative to attack and began to counterattack. At the same time, Zhou Wei and 5 other women's team members surrounded the mutant zombies from the outside and successfully cut off their retreat. Everyone cooperated tacitly and provided cover shooting. The mutant zombies were caught off guard and instantly fell into chaos, running around. But in front of experienced fighters, this disorderly running was undoubtedly a death sentence. Zhou Wei looked at the mutant zombies not far away and knew that it was time to test his marksmanship. He fired decisively, and within a second, the bullet penetrated a disorderly wind chaser, completely ending its life. Then, he scanned the group of mutant zombies and found a wind chaser that was huge and much faster than the other zombies. The moment the team's support arrived, it immediately gave up the cover of the large group and began to run away. Zhou Wei was shocked. Is this an intelligent zombie? Could it be the leader of these zombies? Without giving it any time to think, Zhou Wei immediately raised his gun and aimed, quickly recalling the shooting skills taught by Newlin in his mind and applying them to actual combat. He aimed at the mutant zombie leader, which was already 400 meters away from him. The open highway made the zombie leader think that he was out of danger and slowed down slightly. At this moment, Zhou Wei pulled the trigger and the bullet flew out, hitting the zombie leader's head accurately 0.7 seconds later. Green blood bloomed in the air like bright flowers, and the zombie leader's huge body fell to the ground, completely losing his life. With Zhou Wei's accurate shooting, Newlin and the rest of the team quickly entered the battlefield, forming a pincer attack with Murong Fei Xue and the others. The combined efforts of the 2 teams quickly made the mutant zombies that had lost their unified command become targets. Newlin and other female team members were better at shooting than Zhou Wei, and they could accurately kill a mutant zombie with almost every 3 shots. The sound of gunfire near the gas station continued until more than 10 minutes later. The 150 mutant zombies that raided the gas station were all wiped out, and the enemy was completely eliminated. The 2 teams finally joined forces. Without waiting for Zhou Wei's orders, Murong Fei Xue and other team members began to quickly clean up the battlefield. She knew very well that the green crystals in the mutant zombies' brains were extremely important, and they were the key energy source for future weapons. The 10-man team worked in pairs and began to perform craniotomy on the mutant zombies. Zhou Wei was sitting on the huge bulldozer and was shocked when he opened the creator system. There were 15,000 more creator coins in the system interface. This meant that each wind chaser zombie was worth 100 creator coins, and the entire battle brought him huge profits. Zhou Wei was very excited. He immediately realized that he could summon 3 elite infantry squads, and his troops would expand rapidly. However, he did not plan to summon 3, but 2. There were 2 reasons. First, this incident made him deeply aware of the team's shortcomings, the lack of effective reconnaissance means. If there were reconnaissance equipment, today's ambush could be completely avoided. Secondly, although elite troops were summoned, logistics was still a problem. Too many troops would bring huge consumption, and he must first establish a solid logistical support. He decisively summoned 2 elite infantry squads to prepare for the follow-up action. 2 tracked armored infantry vehicles quickly appeared in the gas station, with 12 elite soldiers standing on both sides of the vehicle. They were dressed in combat equipment, full of momentum and murderous intent. The 2 squad leaders walked towards Zhou Wei and saluted in a standard military salute. Reporting to the commander, the squad leader of the elite 2nd Squad, Xiang Daji, reports to you. Report to the commander, the squad leader of the elite 3rd Squad, Chen Xiao, reports to you. Zhou Wei smiled and returned the greeting. Team leader Xiang, team leader Chen, welcome. Watching the women's team cleaning up the battlefield, Zhou Wei turned to the 2 squad leaders and gave them orders. 2 squad leaders, have a few people stay behind to guard, and the rest go help the Ice Phoenix guards clean up the battlefield. With the 2 teams joining forces, Zhou Wei successfully led the team to eliminate all mutant zombies and prepared for the next action. Chapter 25 Reconnaissance and Strike UAV. Zhou Wei stared at his creator system, feeling extremely excited. After checking the many formulas in the system, one formula that attracted him came into his field of vision: ZWZ-type reconnaissance and Strike integrated ultra-high-speed drone formula. This drone has excellent reconnaissance capabilities, powerful flight capabilities, and a variety of weapons, which made Zhou Wei realize that it would greatly make up for his lack of air power. This drone can not only work in complex environments, but also carry missiles for attack, and its flight speed and altitude are extraordinary. It will provide powerful reconnaissance support for the battle, making the battle more advantageous. Deciding to choose this formula without hesitation, Zhou Wei gained 200 points of knowledge points about drones. With the increase of these knowledge points, Zhou Wei's physical fitness also improved, and he felt a noticeable enhancement. Soon after, he built this ZW-type reconnaissance and strike integrated super high-speed drone in the creator interface. With a flash of light, the majestic drone appeared on the open space of the gas station. It was equipped with PL-15 medium and long-range air-to-air missiles and AFK-88C long-range air-to-ground missiles on both sides. All 4 missiles have powerful striking power and can accurately strike the enemy. Zhou Wei was very excited. Although he only had 4 missiles at the moment, it was worth looking forward to being able to quickly defeat the enemy. He looked at the more formulas in the mall, and his heart was filled with desire. If he had enough resources, he could exchange all these formulas at once. At the same time, the elite infantry squad led by squad leader Xiang came to Murong Feishua and warmly invited her and the Ice Phoenix squad to rest and let them handle the chores on the battlefield. Seeing squad leader Xiang's enthusiasm, Murong Feishua couldn't help but smile and finally agreed to their proposal. Okay, thank you for your help then. Murong Feishua responded helplessly. At this time, Zhou Wei was busy operating the controller to launch the drone to test its reconnaissance capabilities. The target was the department store. Zhou Wei realized that the enemy might have already left the mountain, and now was the best time to observe the enemy's actions. As the drone flew, it quickly took off, reached an altitude of 10,000 meters, and began to hover. Using its radar, thermal imaging, and optical reconnaissance systems, the situation of the department store and surrounding buildings was transmitted to the rear display in real time. The clear picture made Zhou Wei and Murong Feishua focus on the display. In the picture, the convoy outside the department store knocked away the scattered zombies, and the sound of driving and the sound of zombies exploding mixed together. The convoy successfully stopped in the square in front of the department store, and the elegant drift ended. The team quickly got off the car and prepared for action. Zhou Wei stared at the display, thinking to himself that this would be a crucial battle. He used the drone to collect intelligence and was ready to command Captain how to respond when necessary. Chapter 26, Department Store Annihilation War. The car door opened, and 7 or 8 strong men holding Type 95 rifles got out first. They scanned the surrounding environment with guns and couldn't help but marvel at it. These people are really powerful. They have basically killed all the zombies near the department store. But unfortunately, this will soon be our base. After finding that there were no threats around, the other melee teams armed with cold weapons also got off the car. Chun Biao got out of the car in a domineering manner, smoking a cigar, puffing out smoke, with a scrutinizing and fierce look in his eyes. He took a puff of his cigar, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and pointed at 4 or 5 men holding machetes. You guys, go in and take a look. Although the people who were pointed out were reluctant to do this hard job, they did not dare to show it on their faces. They walked cautiously into the department store. Arriving at the door, a sturdy man gently pushed the door. Squeak. The door opened with a crisp sound and was easily pushed open. This made several people breathe a sigh of relief. The door wasn't even closed, and it was obvious that the group of people left in a hurry. There's basically no way anyone could be inside. Several people tiptoed into the department store like thieves. What caught my eye was a dead silence. It was extremely quiet all around, and not a single sound could be heard. They took a quick look at the first and second floors and were basically sure that there was no one inside. Several prisoners did not want to put themselves in danger, so they pretended to check inside and then shouted to the people outside. Boss, there's no one inside. It's safe. When Chun Biao heard his younger brother's confident voice, he immediately put aside his worries. He also felt that there couldn't be anyone inside. It's just his occupational disease that makes him cautious. Since no one is here, this department store will become their new base. Everyone go in. The people around heard Chun Biao's order and became impatient. They hadn't had much food these days and had been wanting a big meal. There was no discipline or order at all as the group rushed into the department store. At the same time, inside the department store, a pair of cold eyes were watching their every move. Hole 1, I'm hole 3. They came in, 32 of them, 8 with guns and 7 with crossbows. The rest had weapons such as machetes and steel pipes. The one who is 1.86 meters tall, wearing orange clothes and smoking a cigar, should be their leader. The sniper and Scout 03 conveyed the group's information to Hao Dolly word for word. Hao Dolly was lurking in a corner of the second floor, surrounded by tall shelves. Opposite him, two snipers each occupied an advantageous position, and their sniper scopes had locked onto the other's target holding a gun. Two light machine guns were set up at the two staircases, and the enemy's attack and retreat routes were along this line. Behind the shelves on the first floor, 7 soldiers were lying in ambush in a hidden position, each armed with 3 QBZ, 191 assault rifles, 2 Type 171 9mm submachine guns, and 2 Type 09 shotguns. The black muzzle of the gun was aimed at the entrance. Howdali gave orders to the sniper. Hole 3, keep an eye on the enemy leader. Once the battle starts, behead him immediately. The sniper laughed confidently. This kind of task was a piece of cake for an excellent sniper like him. Of course, he was not careless and fought with all his strength in every battle. Hole 3 understands. Howdali's voice rang out again in the communication headsets of the entire team, and his voice was full of fighting spirit. All combatants must be fully prepared. This is the first battle assigned to us by the commander. Make sure to end it beautifully and don't embarrass me. Everyone in Elite Class 1 is ambitious, and their eyes are filled with a strong desire to fight. Clear. Just when Howdali was arranging the tactics, Chen Biao walked into the department store with a ruthless step, surrounded by dozens of his younger brothers. His eyes were full of ambition, and he regarded this place as the starting point for his conquest of world domination. Little did he know that the moment he stepped in here, this place had become his grave. Only after everyone entered the department store did Howdali immediately issue the battle order. Attack. As soon as Howdali's voice fell, the sniper on the second floor fired the first shot instantly. The bullet from the sniper rifle flew out of the barrel and instantly hit Chen Biao's head. Under the huge kinetic energy of the sniper bullet, his head exploded like a watermelon. The bright red, hot blood splattered all over the brothers around him. The sudden surge of enthusiasm made these younger brothers stand there in confusion, not reacting at all to what was happening. The eyes of Chen Biao's corpse were filled with astonishment, fear, and unwillingness. Finally, he fell with his illusory dream of becoming an emperor. Almost at the same time, the soldiers on the first floor and the 2 5.8mm light machine guns on the second floor spit out flames. Da-da-da! Gunshots rang out, and bullets poured down on the confused bandits like a torrential rain. The sudden attack, without any warning, made the bandits become sieves in an instant. In just a few seconds, 7 or 8 gangsters were shot dead. The others finally came to their senses. A gangster with a gun has some prestige among these people. He quickly rolled over, hid behind the shelves, and fired indiscriminately into the department store with his gun. There's an ambush. Counterattack. Counterattack. He shouted loudly, asking other gangsters with guns to fight back in the direction where the gunshots came from. Those who did not have guns were already frightened out of their wits. They ran around in panic, but were instantly shot by a group of soldiers with superb marksmanship. In an instant, 4 or 5 prisoners who failed to find shelter were shot dead. Some people ran out of the department store in panic. They were greeted by a barrage of fire from 2 light machine guns on the roof. The purpose of these 2 light machine guns is to block their breakout and provide suppressive fire. The light machine gun kept spitting out flames, and in a blink of an eye, 7 or 8 people were killed at the door. Now no one dared to run towards the door, nor did they dare to show their heads. They all hid behind the shelves. They were armed with rifles and tried to fight to the death relying on the shelf. Shoot, avenge the boss. Most of us are on death row. If you don't want to die, then fight. Only by killing them can we survive. Several people shouted with bloodshot eyes, as if they were going to eat the elite squad alive. They all knew that the enemy was definitely an army, and they were a group of prisoners, and they beat the jailer to death. Once caught by the army, he would surely be killed. Only by fighting to the death can there be a glimmer of hope for survival. Even if I die, it's worth it to be able to take someone with me. Faced with this group of vicious criminals, the elite squad of soldiers did not hesitate at all and resolutely launched the final battle. The 2 snipers began their hunt. Their main targets are armed criminals who pose a threat to team members. Chapter 27. Complete Victory. Bang! Bang! After 2 gunshots, the 2 people who had been shouting the loudest just now died on the spot, leaving only their bodies with smashed heads. The sniper's attack made these people dare not show their heads anymore. They could only huddle behind the shelves and wait for death and fear. Zhou Wei's voice reached Howdali's ears through the radio. Captain Hao, there are 2 enemies hiding behind the shelves in the 3rd row, 2nd column on the 1st floor. There are 3 enemies hiding behind the shelves in the 4th row, 7th column. There is an enemy hiding behind the 3rd row of shelves in the 4th row. Zhou Wei accurately transmitted the enemy's position and deployment detected by the drone radar to Howdali. He wants to test the benefits of this information warfare. Sure enough, Having a reconnaissance system can greatly enhance combat effectiveness. All the enemy's actions are clearly visible under the reconnaissance radar. The enemy knows nothing about us, which is almost a dimensionality reduction attack. How Dolly was shocked. He didn't expect that the commander knew their situation so clearly. The commander is really powerful. However, with the specific location and number of the enemy, How Dolly had a rough idea in his mind. He doesn't have to worry about a hidden gun suddenly appearing in some corner. This is the most unpredictable thing on the battlefield, and one of the biggest uncertain factors that lead to casualties among soldiers. He began to issue orders for annihilation. Launch an operation and eliminate the remaining enemies one by one. The soldiers on the first floor began to encircle Zhou Wei's reported location from all directions. They formed an alternating cover formation and quickly attacked the area where the bandits were hiding. Zhou Wei was on the bulldozer, looking at the radar information sent back by the drone and analyzing the situation of both sides. Deliver real-time information to every soldier in battle, ensuring they can keep abreast of changes in the battlefield situation at any time. This is the advantage of informatization, which can achieve huge results with a very small number of people. Several teams shuttled between the shelves, shooting dead anyone who tried to resist with incredible precision. He listened to his companions being found and shot one by one. There were gunmen who could no longer endure the feeling of waiting to die. He stood up frantically and attempted to fire his gun in a suicide attack. However, just as he stood up, the sniper bullet arrived first. The gangster fell in a pool of blood before he even had time to pull the trigger. Under the sniper's precise cover, the remaining people had no room to resist. 5 minutes later, when the last gangster was shot dead, the battle in the department store came to an end. How Dolly looked at the blood-stained battlefield and spoke in a calm and experienced voice. Clean up the battlefield, count our casualties, remove the bodies and blood, and restore everything to the way it was before the commander left. The soldiers acted quickly and cleaned up the battlefield. Soon the casualties were reported. Report, we killed 32 enemies. No one was injured. We seized 9 Type 95 assault rifles. For pistols, 7 crossbows, 1,245 rounds of bullets, 118 crossbow arrows, and a number of various cold weapons. Zhou Wei and How Dolly both showed satisfied smiles on their faces when they heard the results of the battle. This battle yielded considerable gains, and more importantly, it eliminated a huge potential hidden danger. Zhou Wei no longer monitored the department store and shut down the command system. On the other side, the cleaning of the battlefield was also coming to an end. The monitor of Class 2, Xiang Daji, brought a plastic bag of energy candy cores to Zhou Wei. Reporting to the commander, these are the ability crystals obtained from the mutant zombie storm chaser, a total of 159 pieces. Zhou Wei nodded and said to the soldiers, "You have worked hard." Xiang Daji shook his head and looked at Murong Feishue's guards beside him with admiration. "Why are we suffering? The ones who are suffering are our brothers and sisters fighting on the battlefield." Zhou Wei smiled and said nothing more. He looked at the gasoline in the gas station. With this gasoline, he could start his journey to Wujiang Peninsula without any worries. Then, using Wujiang Peninsula as a base, he began to mobilize his troops to fight for world domination. Zhou Wei issued the final order. Load all the gasoline and diesel here into the trucks and return to the base so that the soldiers can have a good meal. All the soldiers became busy again and found a lot of oil drums in the warehouse. The squad leader of the third shift, Chen Xiao, even found an oil tanker not far away. After a busy period of work, the work of pumping fuel from the gas station was finally completed before 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After loading the drone terminal system onto the truck, the day's work is finally over. Gulan continued to drive the giant bulldozer to clear the way ahead. This huge bulldozer is extremely powerful, like a giant beast roaring on the road. The momentum was even more frightening. The zombies and cars along the way were crushed by Gu Yu's bulldozer and pushed to both sides of the road. But her eyes were becoming more and more excited, which frightened the female teammates around her. Zhou Wei and Murong Feishue sat in the big truck. Murong Feishue was driving and Zhou Wei sat in the co-pilot seat. As for her excavator, it is now Newland's vehicle. The convoy was moving forward on the highway, except that there were 2 more armored personnel carriers than before. Half an hour later, the huge convoy of people arrived at the department store. How Dolly had arranged for someone to open the door of the underground garage in advance. There were also soldiers inside directing parking. Down, down, down. Okay, this position is fine. As the convoy drove into the underground garage and stopped, the gate closed again. Zhou Wei brought everyone to the department store, where all traces of fighting had been cleaned up by How Dolly. Apart from some bullet holes, there is no sign that a major battle had taken place here before. How Dolly knew that friendly forces were joining. so he had people prepare a sumptuous meal in advance to welcome them. Commander, Captain Morong, Squad Leader Xiang, Squad Leader Chun, welcome back. Come on, come on, I have prepared a table full of delicious food for you today. As soon as we entered the department store, Hao Dali's enthusiastic voice rang out. He walked over quickly and saluted Zhou Wei as a military salute. He saluted the other three people on an equal footing. His face was full of enthusiasm, and one could even smell the scent of rapeseed. It seems that the squad leader cooked the meal himself. He called everyone to go to the cafeteria area that was set up. Thank you for your hard work, Squad Leader Hao. Zhou Wei nodded and led the way. Others also greeted Hao Dali enthusiastically, and many of them praised them for their beautiful victory today. When he arrived at the cafeteria that Hao Dali had specially vacated, he cleared out an area, arranged the folding tables, and chairs neatly in the department store. It really looks like a cafeteria. The soldiers in the first squad were busy serving the food, and soon the table was filled with steaming hot meals. Looking at the delicious food on the table, the aroma made the soldiers who had worked hard all day look eager. Chapter 28: Distribution of Combat Uniforms. But they all had iron discipline, even when they were starving. Everyone remained motionless, waiting for instructions from Commander Zhou Wei. Zhou Wei showed a gentle smile on his face and greeted everyone. What are you looking at me for? Sit down and eat. Zhou Wei walked to the table in the middle. Morong Feishue, Xiang Daji, Chen Xiao, and Hao Dali also sat at Zhou Wei's table. Nuolin and other deputy captains and deputy squad leaders sat at the table next to them. Several squad leaders sat down, and the other soldiers also found suitable seats and sat down in an orderly manner. After sitting down, everyone started to eat. The table was full of joy, and the soldiers from several squads quickly became friends. Zhou Wei once again felt the purity of this group of soldiers. Even the most ordinary topics could make them discuss excitedly for a long time. This was also the first time that Zhou Wei felt the same warm atmosphere as before the Doomsday, since the outbreak of the Doomsday. No one discussed serious topics. There was only laughter. After the meal, the three squad leaders led the soldiers to find a room to rest. At the same time, guards were arranged to patrol in shifts to ensure the safety inside the department store. With their joining, the Ice Phoenix guards led by Morong Feishu no longer have to take on the task of guarding. They were scattered in the rooms around him, protecting Zhou Wei's safety at all times. Back in the room, the first thing Zhou Wei did was to create 36 primary combat uniforms. The combat uniforms of the three squads were simple. Although they had bulletproof vests, many parts of their bodies were not adequately protected, and it does not have the ability to protect against radiation and biochemical infections. When encountering a poison gas attack during battle, it is necessary to wear bulky chemical protective clothing and gas masks, which is quite inconvenient. He wanted the entire troop to wear new combat uniforms to ensure they could survive every day of fighting. It took him 5 minutes to create one combat uniform, and it took him 3 hours to create 36 primary combat uniforms. Of course, this process was produced by the system itself, and Zhou Wei started to learn. He is now studying hard, and his sleepless nights make high school students feel ashamed. Only at the end of the world did Zhou Wei understand the value of knowledge. Today's battle made him feel the benefits of informationized warfare. So he spent these 3 hours learning the relevant knowledge about informationized warfare, including information integration, processing, transmission, and the entire combat system. The most important thing in information warfare is the acquisition and processing of information. Just like today, he uses various reconnaissance systems of drones to capture all the enemy's actions. Systematic informationized warfare requires high-end informationized equipment and personnel. These are exactly what Zhou Wei lacks now. He looked at the Dark City and wondered whether he should search for survivors. Maybe there are the talents we need among these survivors? After thinking about it, he gave up the plan. What he has to do now is transfer. The survivors have a complex composition and are difficult to control and establish order. The changes are too great with these survivors. It's better to wait until the team settles down before making plans. Anyway, these survivors won't die in a short time. I don't know whether it is his natural talent or the system's credit. He found that he learned very quickly and could remember and understand all the knowledge after just one reading. It is already 9 o'clock in the evening and the temperature is slightly cool. Ding! The host has mastered the basic knowledge of informationized warfare, and the knowledge points have increased by 60 points, currently at 1450. Looking at this piece of knowledge, Zhou Wei felt inexplicably funny. Have I become a walking 500,000? Zhou Wei looked at the combat uniforms neatly arranged in the room and smiled comfortably. Every piece of combat uniform has the potential to save a soldier's life in future combat. Morong Feishu entered the room carrying a cup of hand-ground coffee. Seeing Zhou Wei's tired appearance, he offered him coffee considerately. Commander, you've worked hard. Have a cup of coffee to refresh yourself. Smelling the aroma of coffee, Zhou Wei took the warm cup from Fei Xue and drank the sweet coffee in it. After drinking a cup of coffee, he suddenly felt much more energetic. Zhou Wei instructed Murong Fei Xue very gently. Fei Xue, go ask squad leaders Hao, Xiang, and Chun to organize the soldiers to take these combat uniforms away and distribute them to the soldiers. Murong Fei Xue turned and left, passing Zhou Wei's order to the 3 squad leaders. When the 3 squad leaders came to Zhou Wei's room and saw the combat uniforms on the ground, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. They have been coveting this combat uniform for a long time. It can prevent poison, withstand high temperature, resist low temperature, prevent radiation, protect the whole body, and can communicate. Who doesn't like this kind of combat uniform that combines multiple functions into one? With this combat uniform, they can carry a lot less stuff and exchange these things for more bullets. For example, gas masks, bedding, and quilts. Ha ha, with this combat uniform, my soldiers will be invincible. He laughed out loud at the monitor, who had a bad temper. The others were also quite excited, and Hao Dali even directly gave orders to his deputy monitor. Come on, get on with it, and take these combat uniforms away. This combat suit can keep the human body at a comfortable temperature in an environment of minus 20 degrees Celsius. With this combat uniform, I will know what bedding to bring in the future. Just find a flat place to lie down and sleep. The 3 squad leaders quickly took away 36 sets of combat uniforms. After they left, Zhou Wei began to think about tomorrow's plans. Now that we have a car and fuel, we can put the plan of going to Wujiang Peninsula on the agenda. Zhou Wei made a decision immediately. Tomorrow we will use drones to scout the road to Wujiang Peninsula and get a clear picture of the entire road and the surrounding environment. Determine the distribution of zombies and whether there are any threatening survivors, finalize the route, and set off the day after tomorrow. The longer the night, the more trouble you may have. If you arrive too late and the place is occupied by someone else, it will be troublesome. After making the decision, Zhou Wei lay down on the bed and began to rest. At the same time, the system was not left idle. During the rest time, it produced 100 QBZ, 191 assault rifles, and 18,000 rounds of ammunition as backup. There is no telling what dangers lie ahead. It is better to prepare more weapons to be on the safe side. The system enters the on-hook production mode. He would be able to get the weapons and equipment when he woke up the next morning. Not long after, Murong Fei Xue crawled into his bed under the pretext of close protection. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Zhou Wei got up on time. After doing 500 push-ups as usual, he pushed open the door. Because Hao Dali built a temporary canteen yesterday, we will also have breakfast in the canteen today. Breakfast was still prepared by Li Li, the top chef of the women's team, and it was quite sumptuous. During the meal, Zhou Wei and the 4 squad leaders, team leaders, discussed the topic of diversion. 3 squad leaders, Fei Xue, I plan to set off for Wujiang Peninsula tomorrow to establish a survival base. The 4 of them were slightly stunned, although they knew in their hearts that the troops would leave here sooner or later and go to a safer place. But I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Chapter 29 Preparations before transfer. But the 4 of them had no resistance and thought it would be better to move earlier. There are too many zombies in the city, and they mutate quickly. Staying here in fear all day long makes you feel uneasy. Murong Fei Xue asked. Commander, you should have a specific transfer plan in mind, right? Zhou Wei nodded and told him his plan. Today, Fei Xue, you lead the women's team and I will operate the drone to record the specific conditions on the road. We will discuss a safe route. The use of drones for reconnaissance requires the participation of experts with strong expertise in electronic information technology and a sense of scout. Currently, only Murong Fei Xue's team and Zhou Wei's team is capable of doing the task. They are proficient in the use of various electronic equipment and are good at fighting in various environments. He is Zhou Wei's indispensable helper. After hearing this, Murong Fei Xue agreed without hesitation. Okay, Commander, I'll be responsible for collecting road information. The other 3 squad leaders also looked at Zhou Wei actively, wanting to demonstrate their abilities. Zhou Wei turned around and gave instructions to the 3 squad leaders. 3 squad leaders, you are responsible for leading the soldiers to move all the food, water, medicine, wilderness survival equipment, and other supplies in the department store onto the trucks to facilitate evacuation tomorrow. By the way, don't forget to take the computer, weapons, bullets, and a pile of paper documents in my room with you in the car. Check every car to avoid problems along the way. Then fill up the fuel and let the soldiers be ready to evacuate at any time. You 3 squad leaders will hold a meeting after dinner to discuss how to divide the work. I believe in your abilities. The three squad leaders looked at the supplies in the department store and nodded seriously. This is indeed a big project. Squad leader Hao made a solemn promise. Don't worry, Commander. We will ensure that all material transportation work is completed smoothly today. After explaining the preliminary preparations, it was almost time to have breakfast. So, Zhou Wei and Morong Feishue led the female team to move the drone control terminal to the rooftop of the department store. The three squad leaders discussed for a while and decided to let the Elite Squad 3 be responsible for the sentry and guard work. Elite Squad 1 is responsible for checking whether the vehicle's parts are complete and ensuring that the combat vehicles can achieve their strategic objectives. Elite Squad 2 is responsible for transporting cargo and weapons and equipment. Under the coordination of the three squad leaders, the soldiers had clear division of labor and were each busy with their own tasks. On the rooftop of the department store, Zhou Wei and Morong Feishue held a map in hand and began to study the departure route. Zhou Wei's plan was to explore the R3 highway, which leads directly to the peninsula. Moreover, the distance is the shortest, the road is wide, and the road surface has a strong load-bearing capacity, so armored personnel carriers can be driven through. There are few steep terrains on both sides of the road, so it is not easy to be ambushed by survivors. Morong Feishue agreed with Zhou Wei's choice, and the two of them had the same opinion. Zhou Wei did not recover the drone yesterday, but it was on alert in the air 10,000 meters above his head. Morong Feishue skillfully started the drone control system. The female team each performed their duties and began to control the drone to explore along the R3 highway. The drone moves at a speed of 50 kilometers per hour, and its optical detection system clearly feeds back the conditions of the road and the roadside. There were not many vehicles on the highway, and the images sent back by the drone proved that it could pass normally. There are not many buildings around the highway. Basically, you can only see a house every 4 or 5 kilometers. There were no more than 3 or 4 zombies inside, and they posed no threat to the team. We have traveled 10 kilometers so far, but have not found any signs of survivors. Soon, a university town appeared in the drone footage. This is Xi'an University, Zhou Wei's alma mater. It is the only key university in Southwest Province. It was built in the suburbs of Yang City, away from the hustle and bustle of the city, while still being able to get supplies from the city. The highway passes by its entrance, and you can directly enter the university after passing a toll booth. Convenient transportation also makes it easier for students to pursue their studies. Looking at the school on the screen, Zhou Wei felt a little nostalgic. He flew the drone around Xi'an University and found that there were not many zombies inside. Because Xi'an University had already been on vacation before the end of the world, there were not many students and teachers left in the school. Xi'an University has a very good environment and a large area of experimental fields. If it is developed, it can feed tens of thousands of people. If it weren't for the fact that it was right around the zombie city of Yang City, which could explode at any time. This is definitely the first survival base in Zhou Wei's mind. Morong Feishue looked at the display screen and saw the SOS sign on the roof of the dormitory building. She took out her notebook and wrote it down. Traces of survivors were found in Xi'an University. Should we continue to investigate further? Zhou Wei didn't even think about it and spoke firmly. Continue investigating. Xi'an University is very close to the highway, and the survivors inside may also pose a threat to the convoy. He would not allow any accidents to happen, so he had to find out the situation of the survivors inside. With Zhou Wei's instructions, Morong Feishue continued her investigation. Soon, the survivors inside were found. Reporting to the commander, 25 survivors found in Building D. According to the analysis of the images sent back by the drone, 3 of them were teachers and 22 were students. They had no firearms, but 3 crossbows and 2 civilian drones. Morong Feishue tapped her fingers quickly on the computer, performing facial recognition on these people. She then used the radio signal device carried by the drone to connect to Xi'an University's internal network. He used advanced hacking skills to hack into Xi'an University's internal network system. With her hacking skills, even Xi'an University couldn't stop her before the end of the world, let alone now. In less than a minute, she had found all the information of these survivors. Reporting to the commander, the 3 instructors are Professor Cheng Xueran from the School of Mining, Professor Li Mo from the Surveying and Mapping Department, and Professor Lin from the School of Civil Engineering. The remaining 3 students are from the School of Mining, 4 are from the School of Surveying and Mapping, and 5 are from the School of Management. 2 are students from the School of Computer Science, 6 are students from the School of Architecture, and 2 are students from the School of Materials Science and Engineering. After listening to Morong Feishue's description, Zhou Wei, who had originally not planned to accept any survivors before arriving at Wuzhong Peninsula, suddenly had different thoughts about these 25 people. He had heard of all three professors, and each of them was a big shot in the profession. He is a first-class scientist in the country and even in the world. The majors these students study are also essential for their future development, especially those students from the School of Architecture, School of Management, and School of Computer Science can play a role by joining the team. Students from the School of Architecture and the School of Surveying and Mapping can help themselves complete the construction of the Wujiang Peninsula base. Students from the School of Management can also become managers and help manage the survivors they rescue later. Chapter 30: Determining the Transfer Route. Students from the School of Computer Science can be directly recruited into the military to form informationized battlefield teams. Not to mention those in the School of Mining. Although they are of no use now, they will be of great importance in the future. A country cannot survive without strong mining support. Those in the field of materials science also play an important role in promoting the upgrading of weapons. Now I can be considered to have a strong army, and it shouldn't be a problem to take them with me. Moreover, Xi'an University is just on the transfer route, so it is convenient for us. Zhou Wei immediately said to Morong Feishua, include the rescue of these people in the transfer plan. Morong Feishua had no objection and recorded the matter in her notebook. Then the drone continued to explore forward and soon arrived at the TY Bridge 50 kilometers away. This is the only bridge on this highway. It is suspended between two mountains and spans a distance of 5 kilometers. This is also the only place that Zhou Wei is worried about. If the bridge is damaged, he will have to consider taking a detour. As the drone moved forward, Zhou Wei's brows gradually tightened. A 30-meter-long fracture appeared in the middle of the bridge. There were traces of explosives on the cross-section, as if it had been hit by artillery or missile attacks. He frowned. Isn't this right? He had never heard of any news of troops in Yang City before. The military also had no reason to blow up the bridge. What exactly happened here? Morong Feishua looked at Zhou Wei with a serious face. Something unexpected happened on the transfer route that she had not expected. Zhou Wei knew very well that as a commander, he must remain calm at all times. He looked at the map and suddenly found another road. On the map, there is a road 5 kilometers away from the bridge, which leads to a village called Huangjia Village. After bypassing Huangjia Village, the road rejoins the expressway 10 kilometers opposite the bridge. If you take this route, you only need to detour 25 kilometers to get back to the highway. Huangjia Village. Zhou Wei remembered that it seemed to be a famous breeding village in Yang City. He felt scared when he mentioned the breeding village. The mutant animals in the past had left him with a lot of psychological trauma. God knows how many mutant livestock there are in Huangjia Village. If there was no other choice, he would definitely not be willing to take this path. Continue to scout in the direction of Huangjia Village and watch out for mutant animals. Morong Feishua knew that there was no other way and could only change the flight direction of the drone. The drone flew along the road and soon flew over Huangjia Village. Morong Feishua did not dare to be careless and carefully investigated every place in the village. Soon, she had a clear understanding of the situation in Huangjia Village. The situation wasn't too bad, and she and Zhou Wei both breathed a sigh of relief. There are about 200 mutant animals in Huangjia Village, and they are relatively scattered. They are especially concentrated in forest areas, not too close to the roads, with the nearest area more than 800 meters away. There aren't many zombies, just over 800, all ordinary zombies. As long as the team passes carefully, there won't be much danger. Because of the existence of these mutated animals, there are no survivors inside. They should have all been killed by the mutated animals. Zhou Wei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Before the apocalypse, these animals were originally kept in captivity for humans to eat. Who would have thought that after the apocalypse, humans would be eaten by them? It's really a changing world. After flying over Huangjia Village, the drone returned to the highway and flew along the Wujiang Peninsula. Nothing unexpected happened along the way. Although there were some congested places on the road, it was nothing compared to the bulldozers and armored vehicles in the team. The drone arrived over the Wujiang Peninsula and began a detailed survey. There are more than 1,000 households on Wujiang Peninsula, with a permanent population of 6,000. Because it is a tourist resort, there are no high-rise buildings, but more self-built houses like those of farmers. The tallest building is also Peninsula Primary School, which is only 5 stories high. There were more than 6,000 zombies inside, and the drone did not find any trace of survivors. There were traces of vehicles driving out at the entrance of the peninsula. Obviously, after the doomsday broke out, the survivors of Wujiang Peninsula chose to go out and escape. No traces of mutant zombies or animals were found on the island. Looking at the situation on Wujiang Peninsula, Zhou Wei finally felt relieved. This means that no one is competing with him for the Wujiang Peninsula at the moment. Zhou Wei asked Morong Feishua to recover the reconnaissance drone. Through this investigation, he and Murong Feishue also developed a transfer plan. We will set off tomorrow and head along the R3 highway. On the way, they rescued 25 survivors trapped at Xi'an University. Afterwards, we detoured to Huangjia village 5 kilometers from Ty Bridge, and after bypassing Ty Bridge, headed straight to Wuzhong Peninsula. There are many places circled in pencil on the map. These are the areas that require special attention during the transfer process. After finalizing the entire transfer plan, Zhou Wei felt a lot more relaxed. Just when Zhou Wei and Murong Feishue put away the drone terminal, something unexpected happened outside. On the street not far from the department store, 3 people in SWAT uniforms approached the department store in a panic. The 3 men were holding Type 95 assault rifles that had been eliminated by the army, their faces filled with anxiety. Soon, the 3 were stopped by the elite 3rd Squad of soldiers led by Chen Xiao. The soldiers of the 3rd Squad quickly disarmed the 3 men. The 3 men did not resist. Instead, they were very obedient and cooperated with the body searches by the soldiers from the 3rd Squad. From where Zhou Wei was standing, he saw 3 people anxiously telling something to the guards of Squad 3. They used their hands and feet, their eyes full of fatigue and helplessness, and the situation seemed very urgent. Soon, Zhou Wei heard Chun Zhao's voice in the communication helmet. Reporting to the commander, my squad encountered 3 people claiming to be Yang City Special Police. The 3 said they had urgent news for you. Complete. Zhou Wei looked at the 3 people. It should be the sound of the fighting here yesterday that attracted them. That's why I found this place today. He asked, can they reveal any specific information? Over. Chen Zhao's slightly excited voice reached Zhou Wei's ears. According to the 3 people, there is an armed helicopter in the Yang City Special Police Brigade. However, they are unwilling to disclose other specific details and would like to discuss it with you in person. Complete. Attack helicopter. This news really made Zhou Wei excited. If he could get this armed helicopter, his team would have air power. As for flying a helicopter, anyone in the Feishue team can do it. They can also train other helicopter pilots in the future. But he also believes that there is no free lunch in the world. The helicopter was not so easy to get, otherwise the 3 people would not have come to find him in such a hurry. Instead, he flew away in his helicopter. Chapter 31 News about the gunship. There is a big pit here. He thought for half a minute and said in a deep voice, bring the person to the rooftop. I will personally inquire about the details. Over. At Zhou Wei's signal, Chen Xiao personally brought people to the rooftop. Murong Feishue and others guarded Zhou Wei. If the 3 of them make any move that is disadvantageous to him, they will kill the 3 people immediately. The 3 special police officers were covered in dust, and one of them even had undried blood on his body. The 3 men had bloodshot eyes and looked a little depressed. Judging from their expressions, they had just experienced a fierce battle not long ago. When the 3 of them walked onto the rooftop, they were instantly stunned by the scene before them. The first thing that catches your eye is a majestic drone. The missile mounted on the drone is like a sharp sword that shows off its might, making people feel terrified. After that, there were 10 beautiful, straight-bodied, heroic female warriors. The evil aura emanating from these female warriors kept reminding the 3 of them. They all emerged from a sea of blood and corpses. The 3 of them had sharp eyes and knew clearly that these 10 female soldiers were the elite among the elite. The leading special police officer even speculated, could this be a mysterious special forces soldier from Longxia country? Finally, the 3 of them saw Zhou Wei, who was surrounded by female soldiers. Although Zhou Wei did not have the evil aura of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, he gave the 3 people an inexplicable sense of oppression. That is the aura of a superior. It is obvious that the identity of the young man in front of him is not simple. Could he be the son of a military commander if he is protected by special forces? Zhou Wei's calm voice sounded on the rooftop, but it was like a thunderclap exploding in the hearts of the 3 people. I heard from my soldiers that you have something to discuss with me. He got straight to the point and didn't waste time talking to them. Among the 3 special police officers, a middle-aged man in his 40s stood up. Compared with the other 2 special police officers, he is more experienced and tenacious. He simply saluted Zhou Wei. Reporting to the commander, I am Gao Ling, the captain of a squadron of the Yang City Special Police Brigade. I am sorry to bother you this time because I want to tell you an important piece of information. There is an armed helicopter at my squadron's training base. We took the initiative to request the leader to send someone to take over this armed helicopter. By the way, Chief, there are 3 people from my squadron guarding the helicopter in the training base. I hope the Chief can bring these 3 colleagues trapped inside the Special Police Brigade out. On behalf of my colleagues and I would like to express our heartfelt thanks to the Prime Minister. Hearing what Captain Gaolin said, Zhou Wei's mouth twitched slightly. Murong Feishue still had a grim expression on his face, and remained calm even when faced with a huge crisis. Newlin behind him couldn't help but roll her eyes. This guy is really smooth. What are the three people guarding the helicopter? Judging from how miserable they looked, they probably wanted to fly a helicopter out of the city last night. However, an accident occurred, resulting in 3 team members being trapped inside. I was unable to rescue the 3 trapped people, so I had to run here to seek help. Zhou Wei looked at Gao Ling's face without any embarrassment at all, and couldn't help but sigh that he was really thick-skinned. Only such thick-skinned people can be successful. Zhou Wei didn't expose him either. He was very interested in the helicopter. He needed information from the other party, so he gave both sides some face. He smiled kindly and asked slowly, "Captain Gao, it's not that easy to get that helicopter, right? Tell me the specific details you know about the special police training base. I will consider whether to send someone to take over the helicopter and bring your colleague out based on the actual situation." As Zhou Wei spoke, he glanced at the drone on the roof. His meaning was very clear, which was to warn Gao Ling not to try to conceal the enemy's situation and trick him into saving people. He has a reconnaissance drone, which allows him to determine the situation inside the SWAT training base himself. Gao Ling was shocked. To be honest, he did have the idea of concealing part of the truth. The main concern was that Zhou Wei would not dare to save people after learning about the danger. But Zhou Wei's eyes made him dare not have any more thoughts. If you lie to deceive the other party and let them find out the truth, then you will be trapped as a colleague. They themselves may not be able to walk out of here today. Gao Ling did not hesitate and told all the information he knew. It turned out that yesterday, Gao Ling and his team members saw a fierce gun battle in the department store from a distance. They were frightened by the ferocity of the battle and realized for the first time how dangerous it was in the city. Not only do you have to face the ubiquitous zombies, but you may also be attacked by survivors with ill intentions. Just at this moment, the 6-member team received a message from colleagues in Yi County. It is reported that the Yang City Special Police Bureau has established a temporary shelter in Yi County, which gathers more than 200 surviving special police officers from all over the city. They used Yi County as their base, rescued survivors in all directions, and summoned the surviving special police, militia, and other combatants from all counties in the city to go to Yi County to join them. After discussion, the 6 special police officers unanimously decided to go to Yi County. After all, there are more than 200 of their colleagues there, so it is relatively safe. However, Yi County is on the other side of Wujiang River, 220 kilometers away from Yang City. It is difficult to reach them with their legs. Gao Ling thought of the helicopter parked in the Special Police Brigade, so he decided to go there by helicopter. Afterwards, under the leadership of Gao Ling, the 6-man team returned to the Special Police training site. There weren't many zombies in the SWAT training base, and they were quickly killed by the 6 fully armed SWAT police. Just when the 6 people were full of joy and thought they could board a helicopter to County E, an accident happened. A zombie over 3 meters tall, green all over, and with a body of steel suddenly appeared. This zombie is extremely strong and can lift a car weighing several tons with his bare hands. Ordinary bullets hitting it have no effect other than producing sparks. Gao Ling recognized that this zombie was the captain of their Special Police Brigade, an existence that made criminals tremble in fear even before the end of the world. He is a former Special Forces veteran. Fortunately, although the zombies are extremely strong and have iron skin and bones, they are not very fast. The 6 of them fled quickly, planning to fight again after they were ready. However, they didn't expect that because of the previous battle, zombies from other places surrounded them. Finally, the 3 colleagues used themselves as bait to lure all the zombies into the SWAT building, giving the 3 a chance to escape and seek rescue. Although Gao Ling wanted to calm himself down, he spoke in a hurry. "Commander, please believe me. There is someone else here besides that extremely powerful zombie. There are only about 500 zombies left. As long as we can deal with that mutant zombie, there is nothing to worry about." Chapter 32 Zombies? Vegetative. Zhou Wei heard this and fell into deep thought. The mutant zombies evolve at an incredibly fast speed. It hasn't been long since then, and zombies have evolved that are not afraid of bullets. Zhou Wei looked at Morong Feishua. Now the other classes were busy transferring supplies and preparing for departure tomorrow. Only the Ice Phoenix guards were able to take action. Moreover, he remembered that each of these wives was extremely strong. His individual strength is not even inferior to that mutant zombie. It would be safest to let them take action. "Feishua, what do you think?" Morong Feishua touched the Tang's sword on his back and said calmly, "Cut it in half with one stroke." She is very confident in her abilities. The other team members were also full of fighting spirit and all wanted to meet this mutant zombie. Let's see whether it is stronger or their Ice Phoenix women's guards. Zhou Wei decisively assigned the task of capturing the armed helicopter to the Ice Phoenix guards. Okay, Fei Xue, lead your team members to prepare to set off. I will use drones to monitor every move in the SWAT training base in real time and report the situation of zombies to you at any time. Your first task is to seize the armed helicopter, seize the SWAT brigade's arsenal, and bring back the weapons inside. If the 3 SWAT members are still alive, bring them back while ensuring their own safety. Morong Fei Xue accepted the task with a grim look on her face. Yes, Commander, we promise to complete the mission. Zhou Wei looked at the 3 special police officers and had no intention of leaving them idle. Captain Gao, you are more familiar with the environment of the special police training base and the situation of those 3 people, so you 3 will lead the way. Hearing this, Gao Ling and the other 2 special police officers finally felt relieved. The 3 of them did not dare to delay and agreed immediately. Yes, thank you, Chief. I thank you for your help on behalf of my colleagues. Before setting off, Xiao Qingwei from the team suddenly asked Captain Gao Ling a question. Captain Gao, does your SWAT team have sniper rifles? Gao Ling was stunned for a moment, looking at the desire in the eyes of this beautiful female soldier. As the captain of the Special Police Squadron, Gao Ling has seen countless people. Naturally, he saw through her identity as a sniper. Seeing that she had no sniper rifle but only an assault rifle, he immediately understood what she meant. He nodded. Yes, after all, we need snipers when we carry out missions. Xiao Qingyue's eyes suddenly lit up. She was the squad sniper, but she didn't have a sniper rifle. For a sniper, this was even more painful than killing her. I had been coveting the sniper rifles in the hands of the 3 elite infantry squads for a long time. Now that she heard there were sniper rifles in the SWAT brigade, she swore secretly. Be sure to get it. Zhou Wei also heard their conversation and realized that he seemed to have not unlocked the formula for the sniper rifle. Being the elite among the elite. How can an ordinary sniper rifle be worthy of her? He looked at the sniper rifle formula in the Formula Mall and said something encouraging. Qingyue, if you complete the mission safely and drive the helicopter back, I will personally make you the best sniper rifle in the world. Xiao Qingyue became even happier after hearing this. Is what the commander said true? That's great. She was so excited that she forgot herself and was so bold as to kiss Zhou Wei on the face in public. Then 2 sharp gazes made Xiao Qingyue wake up instantly. Morong Fei Xue and Nuolin were filled with hatred. It's abominable that we have been sleeping in the same bed with the commander for so long. I haven't even kissed the commander yet. I didn't expect that this girl would take advantage of me. I feel so bad. She was frightened when she saw the murderous eyes of the captain and the deputy captain and quickly pretended nothing had happened. Are you sure the captain and vice captain are going to team up to make things difficult for you? She said guiltily. No way. Could it be that the captain and the vice captain slept with the commander for 2 nights and nothing happened? Zhou Wei touched the warmth on his face and smiled helplessly. She is really a brave girl. Zhou Wei coughed lightly, then said, Okay, except for Gu Nianjiao, everyone else can go. Morong Fei Xue and Nuolin looked at Zhou Wei and the gentle and considerate Gu Nianjiao in the team with questioning at the same time. She was also filled with surprise when she heard Zhou Wei left her alone. Then his face turned red in an instant. Does the commander want to do something unspeakable to me? The way these 2 look, it's obvious that they are having an affair. The other female soldiers were extremely envious and really wished they were the ones who stayed behind. Zhou Wei seemed not to notice the strange atmosphere and added lightly. Nianjiao, I remember Fei Xue asked you to dissect the mutant zombie cat. You should have some preliminary results on your research on zombies. Please report them to me later. After the report, help me operate the drone system. There was one more thing Zhou Wei hadn't said in his mind. Protect your fragile commander, by the way. He didn't dare to leave himself without someone to protect him. As the number of mutant zombies increases, Zhou Wei also urgently needs to know the nature of the zombies. After listening to Zhou Wei's words, the others suddenly realized that they had misunderstood. They turned their heads away in embarrassment, and Morong Fei Xue gave the order directly. Set off. Gu Nianjiao felt inexplicably disappointed, but she didn't dare to show it. She said quickly, so it's about this matter. Commander, I was planning to tell you the results sometime. The others have already set off, and Zhou Wei has also released the drone. The drone flew quickly towards the Special Police Training Site. It is 15 kilometers away from the Yang City Special Police Training Base. Zhou Wei kept an eye on the drone and listened to the report from Gu Nianjiao, the team doctor. Commander, according to my research, the zombie virus is transforming all infected people. It infects the cells of the infected person and breeds chloroplasts in the cells, allowing the infected person to photosynthesize and get rid of dependence on predation. So it's not appropriate to call them zombies. To be more precise, they should be vegetative. Gu Nianjiao's outcome was within Zhou Wei's expectations. He had made this guess when he was observing the zombies before. Now this speculation has been completely verified. However, there was one thing in Gu Nianjiao's results that made him extremely concerned. Now that these vegetative people have gotten rid of their dependence on predation, why would they actively hunt normal people? Nianjiao, why do they infect normal people? Gu Nianjiao looked serious and answered very seriously. Kill the natural enemy. Chapter 33 Investigation of the Special Police Training Base. Kill natural enemies? Zhou Wei was extremely shocked. In the eyes of zombies, are these survivors their natural enemies? Gu Nianjiao's voice continued. For plant people, humans and animals above the producers in the food chain are their natural enemies. In order to survive as a species, they have programmed their genes to kill or infect animals. This instinct will drive them towards all the uninfected people and animals, until only plants and vegetative people are left on the sky blue planet. The reason why they haven't taken the initiative yet is because they haven't fully adapted to the vegetative virus. Zhou Wei frowned. This means that the real crisis is yet to come. Once the zombies adapt to the virus, they will launch an all-out attack. Actively search for and capture survivor bases one by one until all animals on the blue planet are killed. There really wasn't much time left for him, and staying in the city would mean a dead end. Because once the zombies adapt to the vegetative virus, all the survivors in the city will be killed at the first opportunity. Zhou Wei asked seriously, how long will it take for them to adapt to the zombie virus? And are they able to reproduce? These two issues are what Zhou Wei is most concerned about right now. The time it takes for zombies to adapt to the virus determines that he must build an indestructible survival base before that. The ability to reproduce determines whether the future fight against zombies will be a protracted war. If zombies can reproduce like plants, then this war will be protracted, even lasting hundreds or thousands of years. Gu Nianjiao shook her head. This is what I will continue to study next. The time is too short to draw any conclusions. However, Commander, I have some bad news. Looking at the hesitation on Gu Nianjiao's pretty face, Zhou Wei's heart skipped a beat. What other news could have made her so hesitant? But what? Zhou Wei asked seriously. Gu Nianjiao said bluntly, the vegetative virus is strengthening the physical fitness of the infected while infecting the zombies. According to my estimation, the current zombies, or vegetative people, have not fully adapted to the zombie virus. After the zombies' bodies turn green, their speed and strength will be enhanced again. The skin of the corpse will become as strong as wood, and the bones will be as strong as steel. The killing effect of ordinary firearms on them is greatly reduced. And like plants, tens of thousands of different kinds of mutant zombies may be born. These tens of thousands of vegetative populations were eliminated through cruel natural selection. There is a high probability that a group of intelligent vegetative people will be born. They may become the advanced race of the sky blue planet in the future. Humanity may not have a tomorrow. After hearing the news, Zhou Wei had to admit that this was extremely bad news. As a human being, how could he accept that humans would be eliminated in the future? But Gu Nianjiao's worries are very reasonable. After all, vegetative people only need photosynthesis to survive, and their physical fitness is strengthened by the zombie virus. In terms of adaptability to the environment, they are far ahead of modern humans. It is not impossible to replace humans and become the overlord of the blue planet in the future. How he wished that the human beings in the novel would evolve and give rise to various people with supernatural powers who could move mountains and seas, and the situation in the novel would become a reality. That way there will still be a place for humans in the future. He patted his forehead, trying to wake himself up. Damn it, if you want to eliminate humans, you have to get past me first. Zhou Wei was furious if humans were destined to be replaced in the future. Then he must be the most indestructible dam in the historical torrent that eliminates mankind. He is not a hero, just an ordinary human being who does not want to be replaced. Just as Zhou Wei and Gu Nianjiao finished their conversation, a reconnaissance and strike drone flew over the special police training base to conduct radio reconnaissance. The drone used a joint reconnaissance system to conduct a detailed scan of the entire training base. Soon, the structural diagram of the entire training base appeared on the terminal's display screen. The special police building, training ground, armory, parking lot, leisure area, library, helipad, etc. all appear on this structural diagram. The situation inside was similar to what Gao Ling had described. There are more than 500 ordinary zombies in total, scattered in various places. The SWAT building is where the most zombies are located. In room 309 on the third floor of the SWAT building, the life detector detected 3 life breaths. This is the hiding place of the 3 special police soldiers. There were more than 50 zombies in the corridor on the third floor, and these zombies were led here by the 3 people. In addition to the corridor, there are also a few zombies in the surrounding rooms. However, Zhou Wei did not find the extremely powerful zombie that Gao Ling mentioned. As the drone searched, Zhou Wei found it on the right side of the SWAT building. It was 3 meters tall, green in color, with well-developed muscles, standing there like an ancient god of war. What Zhou Wei was most concerned about was the armed helicopter of the Special Police Brigade. He commanded the drone to explore the apron and soon found the armed helicopter on the apron. Based on the images sent back by the drone, Zhou Wei determined the model of the helicopter. This is an AW-139 helicopter. Its basic parameters are maximum takeoff weight of 6,400 kilograms and maximum payload of 2,778 kilograms. The power system uses 2 Pratt & Whitney PT6C 67C engines, with a single takeoff power of 1,252 kilowatts. The helicopter rotor has a diameter of 13.80 meters, a length of 16.65 meters, and a total height of 4.95 meters. The standard fuel tank capacity is 1,562 liters and can carry 15 passengers. The helicopter has a maximum flight speed of 310 kilometers per hour. Judging from the picture, the appearance of the helicopter is intact. As for whether the interior is damaged, we can only know after Murong Feishiwei and others seize the helicopter. Then Zhou Wei explored the situation around the armory. There were only 3 or 5 zombies wandering around the armory. It should be that the guards who were previously guarding the armory had turned into zombies. After Zhou Wei had found out the situation inside the Special Police Training Base, Murong Feishiwei and others also rushed there. Zhou Wei told Murong Feishiwei the internal situation through the communicator in the helmet. Feishiwei, the SWAT officer, is in room 309 on the 3rd floor of the SWAT building. There are 53 zombies in the corridor, and there are also a small number of zombies in the rooms on both sides. There are 35 zombies in the room on the 1st floor, 47 zombies on the 2nd floor, 28 zombies on the 4th floor, and 33 zombies on the 5th floor. The mutant zombie was on the right side of the building, and there were no other zombies within 50 meters around it. The helicopter landed on the apron. There were 8 zombies on the left side of the apron and 13 zombies on the right side. The zombies in other buildings are still some distance away from you. The weapons depot is 300 meters away from the SWAT building and 450 meters from the helipad. There are only 3 zombies around. If you act quickly, you can complete the retreat before the zombies from other places surround you. Chapter 34. Ironskin Mutant Zombies. Of course, from the beginning to the end of your action, I will also keep an eye on the zombies in other directions to make sure you are not surrounded by zombies. Zhou Wei's voice appeared in the ears of all members of the Ice Phoenix team. They instantly made a preliminary assessment of the situation. Gao Ling was even more surprised. He didn't expect Zhou Wei to move so quickly. It took them no more than half an hour from the time they set out to get here. In just half an hour, he had a clear understanding of the situation inside. He even knows how many zombies are on each floor. His reconnaissance ability is simply amazing. Everyone's eyes were on Murong Feishiwei, waiting for her to lay out the battle plan. Murong Feishiwei looked at Gao Ling and said coldly, "Map." Gao Ling looked at her cold face and couldn't help but sigh that she was an icy beauty. He took out the topographic map of the Special Police Training Base and handed it to Murong Feishiwei. Murong Feishiwei studied it for a minute and quickly made a battle deployment. The biggest threat to us on the battlefield is that mutant zombie. The first thing we have to do in this battle is to kill this mutant zombie. Xiao Qingwei, find a good sniper position and be ready to provide fire support at any time. Nulan, take 2 team members and Captain Gao into the SWAT building to rescue the 3 trapped soldiers. I took the rest of the people and killed the mutant zombie as quickly as possible. After completing the first phase of the combat mission, I took several team members to the helipad to control the helicopter and leave a safe retreat for retreat. Nulan, you continue to lead your team members and Captain Gao Ling's 6 special police soldiers to the armory to seize the weapons and equipment in the armory. Then quickly go to the apron to join us for retreat. Xiao Qingwei was obviously still thinking about her sniper rifle. Although the commander promised to build her the best sniper rifle in the world after the mission was completed. But it's still a big pie after all. The sniper rifles in the special police arsenal are more practical. She proposed, "Captain, after rescuing the trapped people, I would like to join the battle to seize the weapons depot." Murong Feishiwei looked at her and couldn't wait to get her own sniper rifle. She thought about it and agreed. Can. After the division of labor was clarified, the 12-member team split into 2 groups and launched the operation. Nuland, Gao Ling, and 2 other team members quickly rushed into the building. Xiao Qingwei looked for a commanding height, ready to observe the enemy situation and provide fire support to the 2 teams at any time. Murong Feishiwei led the remaining 4 team members and headed straight for the biggest threat, the mutant zombies. Murong Feishiwei, along with Lin Ruo, Lu Xianyan, Bai Xiaoxiao, and Li Li, carefully advanced along the wall of the special police building. There were several severely deformed special police vehicles parked under the building. These locomotives were like being hit by a huge hammer, with the body of the vehicle severely deformed and one of the doors even completely torn off. Looking from the door position, the entire car seemed to be cut in half. Another car was overturned and gasoline was gushing out, soaking half of the yard. The leaked gasoline spread all the way to under the flower bed. 35 meters downstairs, there was a broken car, which looked like it had been lifted up and thrown more than 30 meters away. The scenes they saw before their eyes made everyone present feel solemn. Judging from the traces at the scene, the power of the thing that destroyed them was terrifying. Looking at this horrific destructive power, several people couldn't help but become more cautious. Especially when looking at the oil leakage on the ground, Morong Feishue's face became solemn. She ordered the people behind her, "Put away your guns, lest the sparks from the bullets ignite the gasoline and blow up the abandoned cars here." The scary thing is not the car explosion, but the loud noise after the car explosion. The sound could be heard for dozens of kilometers, attracting all the zombies in the city here. The other team members did not dare to be careless. They put away their guns and drew their cold weapons. After going around one building, Morong Feishue came to the right and saw his target from a distance of several dozen meters. The zombie was like an old tree standing in the flower bed, basking in the sun and performing photosynthesis. Morong Feishue made a warning gesture to the other team members. She wants to fight that zombie alone. The other team members are quite confident in her abilities. When it comes to close combat, their captain Lu Di is the best. Morong Feishue drew out the tang sword behind him and rushed towards the mutant zombie at an extremely fast speed. The knife light emitted a chill in the sunlight in less than 0.5 seconds. She had already arrived in front of the mutant zombie, and the tang sword in her hand turned into a cold light and slashed towards the mutant zombie's neck. When the tang sword cut into the mutant zombie's neck, making a sound of cutting metal. The blade cut through the zombie's skin, but got stuck on the bone in its neck, going 7/10 into the bone. Morong Feishue's tang sword trembled violently. Obviously, the violent impact pushed the tang sword to its limit. Such hard bones, comparable to special steel, no wonder they are not afraid of bullets. Morong Feishue felt the touch of felling trees and couldn't help but feel emotional. However, she did not lose confidence, but instead aroused her competitive spirit. The zombies also noticed the sudden attack and let out angry roars. He swung his huge fist, and tons of force smashed directly towards Morong Feishue's head. The wind from this punch caused some pain on the face, and if you were knocked down, you would definitely sleep like a baby. Morong Feishue was not afraid of danger and did not even avoid it. She used a grappling move similar to Tai Chi. The arm lightly rotated around the mutant zombie's arm, relieving the force of its rotation. In just a moment, the originally extremely fierce punch became soft and had no lethality. Then she clenched her hands and gently pushed the zombie's chest. The weak body suddenly burst out with unimaginable power. The 3-meter-tall zombie flew out of the gun like a cannonball and landed on the ground more than 20 meters away. As the zombies flew backwards, Morong Feishue acted quickly. He exerted a little force with his hand, and with the help of the zombie's backward force, he pulled out the tang sword that was stuck in the zombie's neck. Bang! The zombie fell to the ground, creating a huge crack in the concrete floor. It struggled to get up, but was unable to do so for a while. It turned out that Morong Feishue's palm strike just now had broken his steel-like spine. Morong Feishue did not give it any chance to resist and approached it again, swinging the tang sword in his hand. Knowing the hardness of zombies' bones, Morong Feishue also used all his strength this time. Tons of power were concentrated on the knife, directly chopping the mutant zombie's neck. Not surprisingly, the mutant zombie's head and body separated. Morong Feishue smashed the mutant zombie's head with great force and took out the thumb-sized green crystal inside. Seeing Morong Feishue deal with the mutant zombie so quickly and efficiently, Lu Xianyun exclaimed in admiration. Chapter 35, Seizing the Helicopter. The captain is worthy of being the captain. He solved this terrifying mutant zombie in just 3 moves. Lin Rua also had a look of longing on his face and subconsciously tightened the tang sword in his hand. The girl, who is usually quiet and introverted, also expressed her lofty ambitions. I will definitely become as strong as the captain in the future. Bai Xiaoxiao patted the 2 girls who were still sighing. Let's go. The mission isn't over yet. The team members still maintained their battle formation and quickly approached their captain. Zhou Wei watched from the drone's footage as Morong Feishue quickly and efficiently dealt with the mutant zombie, and he couldn't help but feel admiration for her. He looked at the images sent back by the drone and issued a reminder again. Feishue, your team will pass by the police dog kennel on the way forward. Be careful of attacks by mutant police dogs. After receiving Zhou Wei's reminder, Morong Feishue fought with full vigor. She nodded slightly to show that she already knew. Understood, Commander. Morong Feishue commanded the team to move forward, put away the tang sword and used guns. When dealing with fast zombies like mutant police dogs, a gun in your hand is more effective. The five-man team continued to move forward and soon arrived near the police dog kennel that Zhou Wei had warned about. From here, they could already see the helipad not far away, and the outline of the helicopter on the helipad was clearly visible. Murong Fei Xue took the lead and walked in front. Bai Xiaoxiao and the other three behind did not dare to be careless and advanced in an alternating cover formation. Woof woof woof. A burst of dog barking was heard, and inside the kennel, dozens of police dogs were covered in blood. Some had a piece of flesh bitten off their bodies, and their internal organs were clearly visible. Some police dogs had one leg bitten off, leaving them with only 3 legs to support themselves, but they were still able to move briskly. The most disgusting thing was that half of a police dog's mouth was bitten off. The scarlet teeth were exposed to the air, and the face was covered with maggots, which kept wriggling, making people feel physically uncomfortable. When they smelled the human scent, all the mutant police dogs in the kennel became agitated instantly. All the police dogs banged against the kennel door frantically, tearing and hitting it. Within a few seconds, almost all the zombie dogs rushed out of the kennel. Outside the kennel is an open training ground, which is almost flat and has no shelter. The mutant police dog was even faster than when it was alive, and it rushed towards Murong Fei Xue and the other 4 like an army of thousands. The two sides were not very far away from each other. Murong Fei Xue could clearly see their scarlet eyes and their bloody mouths filled with minced meat and an extremely foul smell. Without any hesitation, Murong Fei Xue and 4 others started shooting. Murong Fei Xue quickly pulled the trigger, and the bullet flew out of the gun, instantly blowing up the head of a mutant zombie dog. White brain matter and green blood splattered, and the zombie dog fell to the ground. The rapid sprint caused its body to slide on the ground for a distance due to inertia, leaving rotten flesh and crawling maggots along the way. Looking at this disgusting scene, Lily couldn't help feeling cold. I don't think I can eat tonight. Bai Xiaoxiao rolled his eyes at her, looked at the rapidly approaching pack of zombie dogs, raised his gun, and fired 2 shots in quick succession. Da-da. After 2 gunshots, the zombie dog at the front was shot dead. A few drops of green blood fell on her combat uniform. She wiped her combat uniform nonchalantly. I don't know whether you can eat tonight, but I know that if you don't shoot, you won't have a night tonight. While she was speaking, Murong Fei Xue killed 3 mutant zombies with 3 shots. Lili, Lin Ruo, and Lu Xianyan also joined the battlefield. Gunshots continued to ring out, accompanied by the fall of zombie dogs one after another. Under the powerful firepower of the 5 people, the zombie dogs suffered heavy losses. However, at their speed, they were still getting close to the 5 people. Fight and retreat at the same time. Retreat towards the helipad. Seeing that the mutated zombie dogs were fast and numerous, Murong Fei Xue had no choice but to fight and retreat at the same time, flying a kite. The 5 people acted in unison, blocking the zombie dogs while retreating towards the helipad. Under the kite tactics of the 5 people, the number of zombie dog corpses in the training ground increased. Finally, when the few people were 50 meters away from the helipad, there were only a few zombie dogs left. Leave this last one to me. Lili hated these guys who made her feel sick. Bang. With a gunshot, the last zombie dog fell down. Lin Ruo put down the gun in silence. The corner of Lili's mouth twitched slightly, his target was gone. Ouch. What are you doing? Lin Ruo muttered softly. If you reacted 0.25 seconds faster, you could have gotten the final kill. Lili looked at this usually taciturn girl who dared to confront him, as if he had discovered a new world. She touched Lin Ruo's head and smiled. Lin Ruo, you have grown up and dared to tease me, your sister. Aren't you afraid that I won't cook for you at night? Lin Ruo shook his head and shook her hand away. She muttered, don't worry, the commander will give me food anyway. Murong Fei Xue looked at the helicopter that was so close to her, and there was a bit more excitement in her eyes. The addition of this helicopter can greatly enhance their combat effectiveness. She turned to look at several team members and stopped them from playing and fighting. Okay, everyone, be serious, check the situation of the helicopter, and prepare to pick up Nguyen and her team for retreat. After the captain spoke, the girls in the team no longer dared to smile playfully and immediately became serious. Murong Fei Xue looked at Lili and said, go collect the green crystals in the zombie dogs' heads. Lili widened his eyes and pointed at himself, somewhat incredulous. Looking at those zombie dogs, she just felt disgusted. Murong Fei Xue nodded affirmatively. You won't be able to eat tonight anyway, so let the team members who can eat in peace. Hearing Murong Fei Xue's words, the other 3 girls couldn't help laughing. She is shooting herself in the foot. Upon hearing this, Lili's face immediately turned bitter. I should have stopped complaining earlier. Faced with the captain's tyranny, she dared not disobey and could only walk towards the corpse of the zombie dog with a bitter face. Murong Fei Xue also arranged Lin Ruo, who was usually not very talkative, to keep watch. Afterwards, by Xiao Xiao and Lu Xianyan began to conduct a comprehensive inspection of the helicopter. After the three people checked, the helicopter was intact and the engine oil was full. This made them feel relieved. Reporting to the commander, the helicopter has been captured and is intact and ready to take off. Zhou Wei became excited when he heard the good news. With this helicopter, his team will have more tactical options to use in the future. Whether it is rescue operations or annihilation operations, helicopters can do the job. Zhou Wei smiled and said to all the team members, "Your actions were perfect. I am here waiting for your triumphant return." Chapter 36. Clearing the zombies in the sweat building. Zhou Wei shifted the focus of the drone to the other side. In the sweat building, Newlin and her team launched a rescue operation. Newlin looked at the narrow entrance and exit of the special police building and suddenly had a bold idea. That is to lure out all the zombies in the building and annihilate them at the narrow entrance. Once all the zombies are eliminated, there will naturally be nothing that can hinder them from launching the rescue operation. The most important thing is that by destroying all the zombies here, you can also help the commander earn some creation coins. She ordered her team to push the junked car to the gate to use as a shooting shelter. The women's team members acted quickly and pushed the scrapped car not far away over. Seeing how hard the women's team was working, Gao Ling and the other two didn't dare to just sit there doing nothing. After all, this is about saving their colleagues. Besides, how can it make sense for a woman to do something while a man watches? 3 SWAT team members also joined the queue pushing the cart. However, the 3 of them soon discovered with embarrassment that there was a huge gap between their strength and that of the female team. They don't need their help at all. The 3 of them were immediately hit hard. Soon, a tight defense line was set up at the entrance of the sweat building. The female team members were on high alert, ready to face the attack of the zombies. Gao Ling also hid behind the bunker with 2 special police officers, and the 3 special police officers were also very angry. "We must perform well in the next battle and must not be outdone by this female team." Gao Ling whispered, "Cheer up, show off your training skills, and don't embarrass me." The 2 special police officers were also full of confidence and had faith in their marksmanship. Seeing that the defense line had been laid, Newlin found a speaker from somewhere. She turned on the speaker and suddenly a loud sound came out. The sound instantly alarmed hundreds of zombies in the entire building. Ouch! The sounds of zombies came one after another, and one by one the zombies walked out of the room and came to the crowded corridor. They all rushed out of the building with all their might. In room 309, the 3 trapped special police officers had already given up hope. The guns in their hands had long run out of bullets. The 3 men were so hungry that their faces were pale and their bodies were thin. They had already finished the food in their hands. "Sister Lin, it looks like we are really going to die here this time." A young special police officer lay weakly on the ground, his eyes full of pessimism. Opposite him was the beautiful policewoman Lin Mingling. Lin Mingling's face, which was once admired by all the men in the special police team, now looked a little pale. She looked at the ceiling, feeling somewhat desperate. Can Captain and his men really bring back reinforcements? In this doomsday world with complicated human hearts, who would risk their lives to save them? Even if there is, can it really save them if they encounter that invulnerable zombie? She had no answer in her mind. However, as a special police officer, she has already learned to be tough. She tried hard to force a smile, as if she wanted to use this smile to bring hope to others. "Xiao Wang, don't say that. We still have a long way to go. These are just minor difficulties that we will definitely overcome. The captain and the others will definitely not abandon us. We have agreed to go to Yi County. It will definitely not fall here." Hearing Lin Mingling's heartwarming voice, the uneasiness on the faces of the 2 special police officers faded a little. Lin Mingling felt her lips were dry and wanted to drink some water. But I found that there was not a drop left in the kettle. Her heart was filled with bitterness. Could she really wait for hope? She didn't dare show it, for fear of making her 2 colleagues who had finally settled down despair again. "I will support you with my whole life." Suddenly, loud singing was heard from outside, which made the 3 people feel incredible. How could anyone play music at this time? Lin Mingling quickly got up from the ground, walked to the window, and looked downstairs. Then the pessimism in my heart instantly turned into great joy. "Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, the captain and his men are here to rescue us." After hearing the news, the 2 people quickly got up from the ground and stuck their heads out to look downstairs. Looking at the team members who were ready for battle, the 3 were so excited that they almost shed tears. "It's really the captain and the others. We are saved." Downstairs, as more and more zombies poured out from everywhere, the narrow exit was crowded with zombies. Hundreds of zombies gathered together, emitting a huge stench. The disgusting smell can even make people vomit out all the food they had left over from the previous night. These zombies were crowded together, and there was even a stampede. They roared and rushed towards the team members' line. Such close contact put a lot of psychological pressure on people. Gao Ling and the other 2 tightly gripped the 95 rifles in their hands, as if only this could give them the courage to fight. On the other hand, everyone in the women's team looked calm and composed, as if this battle was nothing to them. Newland watched the zombies about to leave the building and immediately ordered, "Sisters, shoot. Don't embarrass yourself in front of the commander." Following her order, flames spewed out of the guns in the hands of the female team members. They were full of fighting spirit, knowing that their commander was watching them with a drone. Every team member brought out their most heroic side, wanting to show off in front of Zhou Wei. Bullets hit the zombies' foreheads, brains splattered in the front row, and the fallen corpses tripped the zombies rushing out from behind. Several zombies fell to the ground, and one even had a broken arm, and it took them a long time to get up. The female team didn't care when faced with these zombies, because the zombies rushing up from behind stepped directly on them. In just 1 minute, the fallen zombies were trampled into meat paste by the zombies rushing up from behind. The members of the female team used precise point shooting, and every shot hit the target. One bullet could take away a zombie. Under their powerful firepower, no zombie could rush out of the building. Looking at the superb marksmanship of the female team members, Gao Ling was secretly surprised. Almost all of them are sharpshooters. I really don't know how they practiced it. He compared them and smiled bitterly in his heart. If my team members encountered such an opponent, I'm afraid they would all be killed within 10 minutes. A ridiculous idea suddenly came to his mind. That means not going to the SWAT base in E County. Instead, join the mysterious commander. Only by following him can you have a place in the Doomsday. He shook his head and decided not to think about it and make plans after rescuing his companions. We'll go too. He also joined the battle with 2 special police officers. The 3 special police officers are also good at shooting and can kill a zombie with 3 shots. Thanks to the accurate shooting of several people, the outside of the building was soon filled with zombie corpses. Chapter 37: Rescue of Trapped People. As time passed, the only sounds left in front of the building were gunshots and the roars of zombies. The green blood flowed to everyone's feet, wetting the concrete ground in front of them. Soon, a small mountain of corpses appeared on the ground. The number of zombies in the building gradually decreased, and finally they disappeared completely. Seeing that there were no more zombies at the end of the corridor, Newland raised his hand and stopped the team members from shooting. "Stop shooting." She looked at the quiet corridor with a stern expression. "Move forward in search formation. Target room 309. The team members walked out from behind the bunker, bypassed the pile of corpses, and headed towards the building to search. When they encountered a zombie that was still crawling and not completely dead on the way, the team member generously gave him a 5.8mm bullet. After this blocking battle, the zombies in the building were almost cleared out. All the way to the 3rd floor, the group did not encounter any zombies blocking their way. Soon, the team members stopped in front of room 309. Members of Newland's team were on guard at the door, ready to kill any danger inside or around them at any time. She gave Captain Gao Ling a look, asking him to knock on the door and inform the person inside of his identity. The latter understood and walked to the door of room 309 and knocked gently. "Lin Mingling, Xiao Wang." "Xiao Li, it's me. Gao Ling, are you in there?" At Gao Ling's shout, the door of room 309 was opened by a slender hand. A beautiful face came towards her. Newland took a closer look and saw a D cup, a slender waist, long legs, innocent eyes, and the temptation of the uniform. She was definitely a killer of innocent boys. She sighed in her heart. If this falls into the hands of the commander, won't he be spoiled every day? Policewoman Lin Mingling looked at the rescue workers outside, and her eyes suddenly became wet with excitement. However, as a special police officer, she held back her tears and tried to stay calm as much as possible. She had a smile on her face. "Report to the captain. Lin Mingling and the other 2 have returned to the team." Seeing that the 3 of them were just a little tired, Gao Ling felt relieved. His worried expression relaxed a little. "Welcome back." Then he introduced Newland and others to Lin Mingling. "This is Vice Captain Newland and her team members. They saved you." Lin Mingling turned and looked at Newland, who was wearing combat uniform, although she was wearing a helmet. But her intuition as a woman told her that the woman in front of her was definitely a great beauty. Especially her enchanting figure made her feel ashamed. She smiled and extended her hand. "Thank you, Vice Captain Newland." Newland shook hands with her and spoke in a charming and seductive voice. "Policewoman Lin, it was our commander who ordered you to be rescued. If you want to express your gratitude, just go and meet the commander and pledge your love to him. My commander basically accepts everyone who comes. But now is not the time to talk about this. Please come with us to the armory to move the weapons and equipment." Lin Mingling felt a little embarrassed listening to Newland's irrelevant words. Is she always so frivolous? Zhou Wei, who was in the communication channel, also looked gloomy. "What the hell? Is this the image of me in your mind? Could you be more tactful next time and give me some face?" Beside Zhou Wei, Gu Nianzhao couldn't help but giggle. Deputy Captain Newlin is really outspoken. After Newlin finished speaking, she led the female team members to the armory. Xiao Qinghua had already left the sniper position downstairs and was waiting in advance, eager for the sniper rifle she had been dreaming of. Lin Mingling looked at the backs of the female team, smiled helplessly, and turned to the other SWAT members. They saved us, so we went to help them as a way of repaying them for saving our lives. She looked at the 95 assault rifle with an empty magazine in her hand and was thinking about how to replenish it with bullets. In the Doomsday, only those with guns and bullets have the right to survive. Otherwise, you will be someone else's plaything or slave. Gao Ling and his 6 companions quickly followed and headed for the armory with Newlin and the others. Downstairs, Newlin looked at Xiao Qinghua, who had been waiting for a long time and couldn't help but tease her. "Oh my, isn't this Qinghua? You seem very anxious. The commander has clearly promised to give you the best sniper rifle in the world after the mission." The little girl doesn't believe the commander. The commander must be heartbroken right now, rolling on the ground, crying and making a fuss. Listening to Newlin's teasing, Xiao Qinghua's face turned red with anxiety. How could she not believe the commander? She was so angry that she seemed to want to kill Newlin with her eyes. I just want to get the sniper rifle as soon as possible. Fortunately, I will help everyone in the next battle, not because I don't trust the commander. Newlin, if you keep talking nonsense, I won't care about you in the future battles. I'll let you fend for yourself. Also, the commander is not a petty person. I won't be rolling around. Seeing Xiao Qinghua getting anxious, Newlin couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. As a sniper, Xiao Qinghua's emotions are usually very stable and rarely fluctuate greatly. Now, mentioning the commander makes her lose her composure. Newlin knew that she had found a way to control this little girl. The other team members held their foreheads in their hands, knowing that the vice captain was teasing the team members again. Almost everyone in the team has been teased by her, and only the captain can control her. Seeing the looks of the other team members, Xiao Qinghua realized that she had lost her composure and instantly understood that this was Newlin's conspiracy. She was secretly annoyed that she was led into the ditch by this evil woman again. Then he resumed his cold look and didn't look at Newlin's face. All right, I won't tease you anymore." After saying that, he walked straight to the armory. Zhou Wei used a drone to help them find the way forward. With the drone conducting reconnaissance ahead, the team members could move very quickly without having to worry about sudden danger. The armory is 100 meters ahead. There are 2 zombies at the door. There are 3 zombies that just swam over in the flower bed on the right. There are 7 zombies that climbed over the wall behind the armory. Zhou Wei informed Newlin of what the drone had discovered. After listening to this, Newlin already had an idea in his mind. She teased Zhou Wei with a smile. "Commander, you have done a very good job in reconnaissance. I will reward you well tonight and make sure you will be in ecstasy." Listening to Newlin's thought-provoking words, Zhou Wei felt inexplicably hot. He rolled his eyes. This Newlin really took every opportunity to seduce him. Newlin issued combat missions to the team members. "Qinghua, I'll leave those 2 zombies at the door to you. Didn't you always want a sniper rifle? Don't let me down." Xiao Qinghua raised her head like a proud phoenix, her tone full of confidence. "I'll definitely finish the fight before you do." Newlin knew that this girl was teasing her before taking revenge, so she didn't care. She pointed to the back of the armory and said to Chang Fei and Gu Lan, "Leave the 7 zombies in the back to you 2. Try not to alert the enemy and lure zombies from other places over here." Chapter 38, Taking Over the Armory. Chang Fei and Gu Lan were full of confidence. There were only 7 zombies. 70 heads are no problem for them. "Yes, Deputy Captain, I will ensure that the mission is completed." Gao Ling stood up at this time and fought for the opportunity to carry out the mission. The truth is that they played little role in the previous battle. The Nolan team rescued their team members, and they also wanted to help and make themselves valuable. "Captain Newlin, leave the 3 zombies in the flower bed to us. You are responsible for overall command." Newlin looked at the 6 special police officers who were eager to fight. In order not to hurt their self-esteem, she nodded. "Okay, I'll leave those 3 zombies to you." After the mission was assigned, several people quickly set out to attack. Xiao Qinghua took the lead, quickly drew his gun, and shot. In a flash, 2 gunshots were heard, and the 2 zombies at the door of the armory were shot in the head. The whole process takes less than a second. The superb marksmanship and speed surprised the 6 special police officers. Is it really possible for a normal person to react at this speed? Lin Mingling called him a pervert. "Captain Gao, what kind of unit are they?" She knew a few special forces that could do things so quickly. Killing zombies in 2 directions accurately and continuously within 1 second is simply amazing. For ordinary people, It takes more than a second just to search for the target and change the direction of the gun. Captain Gao also smiled bitterly and shook his head. Where had he ever seen such a warrior? He and two special police officers with bullets still in their guns quickly aimed at the three zombies on the flower bed. At the same time, Chang Fei and Gulan quickly went around to the back of the armory. They had clear division of labor and cross-fired. After 7 gunshots, 7 zombies were killed on the spot. Looking at the brains on the ground, Chang Fei suddenly said, "Looking at this makes me hungry. I've decided to eat tofu brain when I get back." Gulan put away his gun and rolled his eyes at her. "Please don't make me unable to eat at night." The two men approached the armory door and just in time saw 3 special police officers killing the zombies in the flower bed. The two men nodded secretly, although their marksmanship was not as good as theirs. But among ordinary people, he is already a top sharpshooter. The two of them couldn't help but wonder how the commander would deal with these 6 people afterwards. Should we keep them or let them go? Seeing that the battle was over, Newland also came to the door of the armory. Then she pushed the door hard and found it was locked. The door of the armory is made of alloy, which is extremely strong and is built entirely to withstand strong earthquakes. The main door has a double lock, an electronic lock, and a password lock, and the keys and passwords of the 2 locks are managed separately. Several people searched the zombies around them, but did not find the key. Gao Ling looked at this scene and said in a serious tone, "It would be very difficult to open the armory without the key. It is simply impossible to break in a door with ordinary hammers, electric picks, crowbars, etc." Newland turned and looked at him and asked calmly, "Do you know the password?" Gao Ling shook his head. Newland felt helpless when she heard this. This stumped her, a master of lockpicking. Although she could find the correct password if she studied it slowly, time waits for no one. So she looked at Chang Fei and handed her a bag of gunpowder produced by Zhou Wei. As the bomb expert in the team, she can manufacture and dismantle all bombs in the world and can also carry out precise blasting. Newland believed that she was fully capable of blowing open the door without damaging the weapons and ammunition inside. Chang Fei took the gunpowder and talked about her expertise. She couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth, feeling extremely proud. Gunpowder alone cannot be used as explosives. She found some chemicals and started mixing explosives with gunpowder. 2 minutes later, Chang Fei confidently placed the prepared explosives on the door of the armory. There is also a stopwatch on the bomb that serves as a timer. Next up is the art of explosion. Chang Fei installed the explosives, adjusted the countdown to 10 seconds, and then asked everyone to retreat to a safe place. 10 seconds later, a not-so-violent explosion was heard, followed by a violent flash of fire from the door lock position. The door was pushed open by the shock wave of the explosion, revealing the scene inside the weapons depot. Lin Mingling stepped forward and touched the wall connected to the door lock, and was horrified. There was no damage on the wall from the explosion, which meant that her control over the explosion had reached a superb level. What a bunch of perverts. Hearing her voice, Chang Fei came over and patted her on the shoulder. "Thank you for the compliment." Then the group walked into the armory. There were many weapons displayed in the armory, and dozens of ammunition boxes were placed on the ground. Xiao Qingyue searched among these various weapons and soon found the sniper rifle she had been longing for. This is a JS 7.62 mm sniper rifle. The entire gun has a compact structure, and the bipod is fixed to the front end of the cantilever handguard and can be folded backwards. A movable ejector is installed on the upper left side of the receiver. The transmitter safety is above the grip, and it is equipped with a 3 to 9 times variable magnification white light sight. She couldn't wait to pick up the sniper rifle and held it in her arms, unable to let it go. Her love for sniper rifles is second only to the commander. Newland looked at her and shook her head, but did not tease her. After checking, everyone found a total of 235 Type 95 assault rifles, 25 shotguns, 55 pistols, 300 sets of bulletproof vests, 50,000 rounds of ammunition, and 300 explosive grenades. Looking at such a huge harvest, everyone was filled with joy. These weapons and ammunition are enough for them to use for a long time. Newland quickly asked everyone to move things. Carry these weapons, ammunition, bulletproof vests, etc. to the tarmac. I don't think the helicopter can carry all the items in one round trip, so it's going to be very busy. Everyone came to their senses and began to work together to carry weapons and ammunition. Each female team member carried a box on one shoulder, and they could carry 2 weapon boxes at a time as if it were flat ground. Gao Ling and Lin Mingling were stunned. You know, ammunition boxes are very heavy, and it usually takes 2 people to move one box. The 6 special police officers knew their place in the world. 2 of them worked together to carry a box, and they gritted their teeth and followed the women's team. Not long after, Newelin and Murong Feishue successfully reunited. Looking at the 2 weapon boxes per person, Murong Feishue smiled faintly. It seems like you have gained a lot. Newelin placed the weapons box on the helicopter and clapped his hands calmly. Of course, there are many more to come. I guess you will need to fly the helicopter twice back and forth. Murong Feishue nodded and asked Lin Ruo and Bai Xiaoxiao to help with the moving. She sat in the helicopter cockpit, ready to start the helicopter. 10 minutes later, the helicopter was filled with weapons crates. Newelin closed the hatch and waved. Captain, have a safe journey. Under everyone's attention, Murong Feishue started the helicopter, and the propellers on the wings spun rapidly, creating a strong wind. Chapter 39, Firebomb Attack. Murong Feishue gently pulled up the helicopter, and it took off steadily and reached an altitude of 300 meters. Everyone looked up at the helicopter and watched it leave. Murong Feishue looked in the direction of the department store, pushed the steering wheel, and the helicopter flew towards the department store. At this moment, an unexpected accident happened. Suddenly, a flame bomb flew from a distance and hit the helicopter at a speed of thousands of meters per second. The sudden scene caught everyone off guard. No one thought that there were weapons capable of attacking helicopters in this city. Murong Feishue also reacted quickly operating the helicopter to perform an extremely difficult maneuver. The moment the flame bomb arrived, she turned the helicopter sideways, and the flame bomb almost brushed past the helicopter. The flame bomb landed on a skyscraper a few hundred meters away. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, flames shot up from the skyscraper, and glass fragments and walls collapsed, burying dozens of zombies on the ground. A shocking hole appeared inside the building, and the flames devoured everything mercilessly. After stopping the helicopter, Murong Feishue looked at the scene in front of him in shock. If she hadn't reacted quickly, it would have been shattered into pieces. She looked at the whole city nervously. At this moment, the city was like a monster with its bloody mouth wide open to her. It could swallow her and the helicopter together at any time. The people on the ground were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They almost thought they were going to lose their captain. Seeing the helicopter still hovering in the air, everyone's nervousness was relieved. Newelin quickly asked, "Hey, Captain, you are not dead, right? If you die, I will be the new Ice Phoenix. As the captain, I am quite domineering, and I will definitely be the sole commander by then." The only one who could still joke at this time was Newelin. Murong Feishue's nervous mood was relieved by her joke. She smiled helplessly. "You wish. The commander is one of us. No one can monopolize him." Hearing that Murong Feishue could still answer, everyone felt relieved. At this moment, Murong Feishue felt that she was being targeted. She subconsciously gripped the joystick and turned the helicopter to the right. Just as she reacted, another firebomb flew out from the city. The flame bomb flew over the helicopter's previous position and destroyed a building. The city was filled with smoke and fumes, making everyone feel uneasy. Even the silent zombies roared and rushed towards the explosion. The 2 consecutive attacks made Murong Feishue extremely alert. Inside the department store, Zhou Wei watched this scene through a drone, and his face suddenly became gloomy. "Who is this? How dare you attack his woman? This is intolerable." He immediately ordered Murong Feishue. "Feishue, make an emergency landing to avoid enemy fire." Hearing Zhou Wei's voice, Murong Feishue did not hesitate at all. Before the next wave of attacks arrived, she flew a helicopter back to the training ground for an emergency landing. Under the cover of the surrounding high-rise buildings, the enemy lost its target. The flame bombs exploded indiscriminately and landed on a skyscraper 500 meters away from the SWAT base. Flames filled every room in the building, and rubble and glass flew hundreds of meters away. There were even traces of broken glass on the training ground, which left scratches on the ground like shrapnel. Everyone on the ground quickly found cover to hide themselves to avoid being hit by the rubble. "Damn it, it's really far away." Seeing the broken glass, Gao Ling couldn't help but curse. Murong Feishue had a serious expression on her face. Now that there are unknown dangers, it has become almost a luxury for them to leave by helicopter. Without a helicopter, it would be almost impossible to carry so many weapons and ammunition across the 15-kilometer urban area back to the department store. And the source of the firebomb is also a big threat. They were also unwilling to give up the helicopter, which was their only aerial weapon. On the rooftop of the department store, Zhou Wei looked at the images taken by the drone. The picture only shows the trajectory of the flame bomb, but does not capture the location of the attack. The enemy is now out of the drone's detection range. He had only a general direction, southeast. However, given the speed at which the flame bomb flies, the range is too large. It can spread over a distance of dozens of kilometers. He ordered Gu Nianjiao with a fierce look. Based on the trajectory of the 3 fire bombs, Find where that thing is hiding. He was already angry. It was obvious that the thing that fired the firebombs had touched his weak spot. Just now, Morong Feishua narrowly escaped the shadow of death twice. Anyone who dares to attack him will die. Gu Nianjiao was also filled with anger. She picked up the city map and began to calculate with pen and paper. Commander, give me 3 minutes, and I will give you the approximate location. Zhou Wei believed in Gu Nianjiao's abilities and was glad that he had kept her before. If she wasn't there, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find the target's location. While Gu Nianjiao was calculating the approximate position of the target through the trajectory, Zhou Wei also contacted Morong Feishua and others through the communicator. Feishua, you're not hurt, right? Although Zhou Wei tried to keep his voice calm, his tone was still full of worry. Faced with Zhou Wei's concern, Morong Feishing felt warm in his heart. Her optimistic tone came through the communicator. Commander, who am I? Morong Feishua is the strongest person on Earth. What can a mere firebomb attack do to me? Don't worry. I'm fine. Not a single hair is missing. Hearing Morong Feishua's voice, still able to make a joke, Zhou Wei was completely relieved. This means she is safe. Zhou Wei comforted them again. Feishua, team members, don't worry. I will quickly destroy the target that attacked you so that you can return safely. This is the commander's promise to you. All my people must return. Zhou Wei's firm and powerful voice made everyone smile. They always believe in the commander. Gao Ling looked at the relationship between them and couldn't help but sigh. This is an invincible team. Everyone is united and can entrust their lives to each other. Lin Mingling was full of curiosity about the commander. What kind of person could make these women trust him so much? Ouch! The zombies' voices were heard, causing everyone's faces to change slightly. Outside the training ground, zombies climbed over the wall and entered the training ground one after another. Commander, Morong Feishing requests to investigate the movements of zombies within a 1-kilometer radius around us. The sudden change made Morong Feishua realize that something was wrong. They seemed to be surrounded by zombies. It looks like there are quite a few of them. Chapter 40, Besieged. The others were also ready for battle. Xiao Qingwei used the sniper rifle she had just obtained to kill the zombie that had climbed over the wall earlier. When Zhou Wei heard Morong Feishua's serious request, his heart changed slightly, knowing that something big had happened there. He did not dare to delay and immediately used a drone to investigate the situation within a kilometer. The drone quickly flew around a kilometer away, and then Zhou Wei's face became extremely solemn. Under the reconnaissance of the drone, all the zombies within a kilometer are heading towards the special police base. There are many types of these zombies, numbering tens of thousands, including extremely agile speed-type zombies such as zombie dogs, zombie cats, and storm chasers. There was also the Iron Bone Tyrant zombie that Morong Feishua had killed not long ago. The green color on the zombie became more intense, covering almost 1/3 of its body. Zhou Wei recalled Gu Nianjiao's previous conclusion and keenly realized that the zombies couldn't wait to eliminate humans. The sound of Morong flying the helicopter before became the fuse that triggered their bloodthirsty killing. He immediately told Morong Feishua and the others this information. Feishua, tens of thousands of zombies within a kilometer are gathering towards your location. There are many zombie dogs, zombie cats, storm chasers, tyrants, and other mutant zombies. Hearing Zhou Wei's voice, everyone's expressions became very solemn. Now surrounded on all sides, the only way to escape, the air, was blocked by the firebombs. They were almost in despair. Zhou Wei looked at the display screen and said again, Feishua, lead your team to hold on for 10 minutes. I will destroy the source of the firebomb in 10 minutes, and then you can evacuate by helicopter. Hearing Zhou Wei's voice, everyone knew that there was no other way. Morong Feishua replied very seriously, Commander, we will definitely hold on. After saying that, Morong Feishua looked at the empty training ground, which was obviously not suitable for defense. Newelin quickly glanced around and saw a lot of sandbags not far away. She pointed at the sandbags and said, Captain, we can use the sandbags to form a temporary shelter around the helicopter. It shouldn't be a problem to hold out for 10 minutes. Newelin's proposal was instantly recognized by everyone. Morong Feishua issued a combat order to everyone. Xiao Qingwei, you blocked the zombies' actions from a distance to buy us some time. Others immediately took action and used the sandbags to form a shelter. We are going to fight the zombies to the bitter end here. Xiao Qingwei did not hesitate and immediately used her sniper rifle to snipe at the fast-moving and threatening zombies in the distance. The storm chaser, who had jumped over the wall and quickly climbed up the building in an attempt to attack the team members from behind, had just reached the window. He was hit by a 7.62 millimeters bullet. His head exploded, and his body fell into the house under the huge impact force. Xiao Qingwei quickly turned the gun around. observing the situation on the entire battlefield, looking for any threatening mutant zombies. Soon, another zombie cat appeared in her sight. The zombie cat moved under the car, intending to use the car's cover to get close to the team members. But its plan will be completely frustrated. When it came behind another car, Xiao Qingwei decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet penetrated the car directly and made a hole in the zombie cat behind it. With a sniper rifle, she is like a gun god and can kill a very fast mutant zombie with one shot. A 4-meter-tall tyrant zombie used its arms to lift a car weighing several tons and threw it. Xiao Qingwei sneered. Do you really think I don't exist? If you want to attack my teammates, you have to get past me first. With her precise shooting skills, the bullet cut through the air and left a hole in the tyrant zombie's forehead. The brain matter flowed along with the green blood. The tyrant zombie lost its strength and the car fell heavily on it. Under Xiao Qingyue's blocking, no zombies could get close to the team members. With her cover, the others quickly brought sandbags over and built a simple shelter around the helicopter. Bang! As more and more zombies gathered, the walls surrounding the SWAT base were even knocked down. Dust and smoke rose up, and in the endless dust was a huge sea of zombies. Tens of thousands of zombies rushed towards the team members like a tsunami. The air was filled with the smell of despair, anxiety, and fear. Distribute the guns and bullets in the armory to everyone. Morong Feishui used the cover to look at the overwhelming tide of zombies without any panic on her face. The other female team members did not panic at all. They just aimed carefully and prepared for battle. They were divided into 2 groups and took turns fighting. When one group ran out of bullets, the other group would take over. Let those who have used up their bullets go and replenish their ammunition, so that there will be no gap in firepower. Gao Ling and his 6 companions did not have such good psychological qualities. Although they are special police, it is impossible for them not to be nervous when facing such a mountain of corpses. The wave-like roar of zombies was enough to crush a person's nerves, especially when dozens of tyrants and storm chasers that they had never seen before appeared in the zombie tide. They felt even more uneasy. There are too many mutant zombies. At this time, they could only pray that Zhou Wei could find and resolve the source of the problem affecting the helicopter's flight as soon as possible. Lin Mingling had just woken up from the hope of being rescued, but now faced with such a desperate situation, she fell into despair again. Her heartbeat quickened and her face turned pale. Captain Gao, can we get out alive? Gao Ling had no answer to Lin Mingling's question, but he knew that at this time, people needed hope more. He comforted the 5 special police officers. Trust the commander, trust them, we will definitely be able to overcome the danger. Morong Feishui's cold voice rang out in the bunker. Prepare for battle. Then she fired the first shot, and with her superb shooting, 5 or 6 zombies were killed directly. This also heralds the beginning of a fierce positional war. Other female team members also opened fire. Flames spurted out from the muzzles of their guns and bullets flew through the air, instantly knocking down a large number of zombies. They did not use continuous fire. Facing zombies, only precise point shooting could cause effective damage. Random firing does nothing but waste bullets. Of course, using hundreds of bullets to smash zombies into pieces is another matter. It's just that now they don't have so many bullets to waste. The closer it gets to this time, the more it tests the soldier's psychological qualities. Only with strong psychological qualities can one maintain the accuracy of point shooting when facing a tide of zombies. Although the 6 members of the SWAT team were nervous, they joined the battle. Under the powerful firepower of everyone, the zombie group left corpses all over the ground. Chapter 41. Fighting the Zombie Tide. The zombies were blocked 30 meters away from the crowd. The battle was extremely intense, and no one dared to be distracted. The zombies' attack is not slow and concentrated like in many zombie movies. On the contrary, they are fast. The zombies were running towards them, their speed even exceeding the explosive speed of a 100-meter sprint. The speed reached an astonishing 20 meters per second. This is already the maximum explosive speed of the cheetah, the fastest animal in nature. Ordinary people cannot escape if they encounter zombies unarmed. It is also because of this that the zombies have distanced themselves from each other due to their different speeds. At this speed, it is simply a fantasy for ordinary people to hit a high-speed moving zombie. Especially hitting the head accurately is even more difficult. You may be able to hit the body when the opponent is moving quickly, but it is not easy to hit the head. This is really difficult, and even a well-trained shooter needs a long time to aim. But zombies won't give you time. If you can't hit him in the head within 10 seconds, he will rush to you. So the reaction time left for the combatants is really short. This is Lin Mingling's only thought at the moment. Facing the running zombies, she raised her gun and aimed, but she had no way of shooting accurately. It is a great luck if a bullet hits the chest. It takes her an average of 10 shots to kill a zombie. This is the result of the first 9 shots hitting the zombies, using the impact force of the bullets to slow them down. Seeing the women's team hitting the target with every shot made her feel inferior. They didn't even aim much when they shot, relying entirely on their feeling and body instinct. Every time they pulled the trigger, a zombie would be shot in the head. They moved very quickly, firing almost 2 shots per second. It was also thanks to the women's team's superb marksmanship that the zombies were unable to break through the defense line. Lin Mingling even thought pessimistically, if there were only 6 special police officers like them, the defense line would be broken in less than 3 minutes. If we can survive this battle, I will definitely ask them for some shooting skills. She increasingly felt that her abilities were not enough. Gao Ling had the same idea. In the previous SWAT building ambush, the specific gap could not be seen due to the narrow terrain. Now that we are in an open area, let the zombies run away. Only then did he realize how amazing the marksmanship of these female team members was. As more and more zombies rushed up, the number was already making it difficult for the team members present. Morong Fei Xue gave the order coldly and firmly. Grenade. The box containing the grenades was opened, and Gao Ling and other special police officers took the initiative to take on the task of throwing the grenades. After all, they are dispensable in shooting. 6 special police officers picked up the grenade and threw it, which landed 30 meters away. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions were heard one after another, and the zombies running near the grenade landing point were instantly in trouble and were blown to pieces on the spot. Even a piece of meat flew into the position. Newland looked at the round and long pieces of meat with disgust on her face. It's really small, probably not even half the size of the commander. Everyone looked at Newland in shock, while Gulen seemed slightly excited. After all, she was quite interested in Dake. She hurriedly asked Morong Fei Xue, who was warming Zhou Wei's bed. Captain, is the commander really that big? Listening to Gulan's question, Morong Fei Xue's face turned black. How should I know? She glared at Newland, her cold appearance revealing a different meaning. Also, be serious. Newland smiled charmingly. I just saw that everyone looked solemn, so I wanted to liven up the atmosphere. Shrapnel from the grenade flew everywhere, piercing the body of the zombie nearby. Except for a few zombies whose feet were hit by shrapnel and fell to the ground, the other zombies simply paused and then continued to charge. When facing zombies, creatures that must be hit in the head and spine, grenades lose most of their lethality. Although the lethality of the grenade was greatly reduced, it greatly blocked the zombies' offensive and gave everyone a brief respite. Taking this opportunity, everyone immediately opened fire on the zombies that were knocked to the ground by the grenade. Everyone entered into a mechanical and numb process. Shoot, the zombies are headshot. Shoot again, the zombies fall down. Although the process was boring, no one dared to be distracted. If we are careless and let the zombies rush over, the damage to our position will be devastating. Gao Ling did not insist on shooting the head, but lowered the muzzle of the gun and shot at the ground. With his shooting skills, a round of bullets swept past, and several zombies were hit in the legs and fell to the ground. He found that hitting the legs was much easier than hitting the head. He just needed to lower the muzzle of the gun, and the zombies would rush over and be knocked down. Immediately afterwards, the zombies rushing up from behind would step over the heads of the fallen zombies, killing them in disguised form. Seeing what Gao Ling did, Lin Mingling and others followed suit. They recognized their own shooting skills and chose the style of play that would have the greatest effect on the team. As time passed, the training ground was covered with zombie corpses. At a glance, there were at least 200 zombies. Inside the department store, Zhou Wei watched through a drone as Morong Fei Xue shot and killed a wind chaser zombie with a precise shot, without any joy on his face. He could see that as time went by, the zombies could advance 3 meters every minute. He had to deal with the source of the fire bombs before the zombies advanced into the bunker. Otherwise, everyone would inevitably engage in hand-to-hand combat. This also means that they are very likely to be bitten and scratched by zombies. Once injured, it means death and eventually turning into a zombie. There was a fierce light in his eyes. No matter the source is humans, zombies, or other aliens. He will make him pay the price he deserves. Zhou Wei paced back and forth nervously on the rooftop, waiting for Gu Nianjia's calculation results. In a corner where no one was paying attention, sweat began to form on his palms. I found my target. Gu Nianjia's excited voice reached Zhou Wei's ears. To him, this voice was no less than the sound of heaven, making him feel like he was bathed in spring breeze. He quickly walked to the screen and controlled the flight trajectory of the drone. Adjust flight direction to southeast. Where? Zhou Wei asked while controlling the drone. Gu Nianjia put down the paper covered with formulas and simple diagrams and pointed at the gymnasium on the map with her slender white fingers. Based on the speed, direction, and inclination of the flame bomb, we know that the source of the flame bomb is inside the stadium. Zhou Wei looked at the gymnasium on the map. It was 15 kilometers away from the department store and 8 kilometers away from the special police training site. He began to control the drone to fly towards the stadium, and in less than a minute it reached a position 10,000 meters above the stadium. An outline of the stadium appears on the display. Its shape resembles an egg with the top surface peeled off, with a huge football field in the middle. Chapter 42: Drone Violence. The glass of the football field reflects the sunlight, as if showing off its power. Activate thermal imaging system, radar detection system, and optical detection system. Zhou Wei turned on all the detection systems and scanned the gymnasium. The places he focused on scanning were high places with a wide view. After all, only in this kind of place can you see helicopters and carry out precise strikes. Soon, Zhou Wei saw the target on the rooftop southeast of the gymnasium. This is a huge monster. It is 8 meters long, 4 meters tall, and 6 meters wide. Its limbs are as thick as pillars, and it has a tail like a cannon barrel at the back. The giant beast has protective scales on its body. It lies on the rooftop, disguising itself as part of the rooftop. Its tail searches for targets like a radar, and heat energy gathers at the tail, ready to attack at any time. Looking at this zombie, Zhou Wei was shocked. Another kind of mutant zombie that has never been seen before. If Zhou Wei knew that it was this zombie that shot down Princess Long Qingqing's helicopter and blew up the bridge on the R3 highway on the Wuzhong Peninsula, he would definitely be even more angry. This mutant zombie can actually attack targets several kilometers away from a distance, posing a huge threat. It locks onto its enemies mainly by relying on the radar-like sensor on its tail. However, Zhou Wei discovered that there were survivors hiding in a building not far away. It didn't find out. What does that mean? Its radar can only detect aerial targets? Zhou Wei felt increasingly heavy-hearted. The zombies were mutating at an accelerated rate, and the city was becoming increasingly dangerous. Morong Feishiwei and the others were still fighting hard, so Zhou Wei put his mind at ease and put his hand on the missile launch button. Let's finish it, Flak Zombie. Because it can only lock onto aerial targets and its attack distance and altitude are not low, Zhou Wei named it Anti-Aircraft Gun Zombie. His fingers pressed quickly and forcefully on the missile launch button. An air-to-ground missile fell off the ZWZ Creator, Reconnaissance, and Strike drone. A second later, the missile whizzed out and cut through the clouds like a sword cutting through the sky. It flew towards the location of the anti-aircraft gun zombie at lightning speed. The missile turned into a bloodthirsty shark, biting its prey tightly. After a few seconds, the missile successfully hit the target. The huge explosion created a gorgeous flower of fire in the city. The anti-aircraft gun zombie's flesh flew everywhere and was blown to pieces in an instant. The entire floor collapsed under the attack of the missile and turned into ruins. Zhou Wei looked at the rising smoke and dust without any carelessness. It was not until the drone brought back the news that the zombies were no longer alive that he completely loosened his clenched fingers. Zhou Wei breathed a sigh of relief and flew the drone back over the SWAT base. Looking at Morong Feishiwei and others who were fighting bloody battles, he gave the order to retreat. The enemy has been eliminated. There is no threat in the air. Everyone evacuate by helicopter. Upon hearing Zhou Wei's order, everyone who was fighting bloody battles suddenly became extremely excited. Morong Feishiwei commanded everyone to retreat in an orderly manner. Nuo Lan, go start the helicopter. Captain Gao Ling, you go first. The others fought and retreated in a covering formation. Gao Ling gave a bitter smile when he heard this. It was obvious that Morong Feishiwei didn't let them provide cover because their shooting skills were not very good. This was the most frustrating day he had ever had since he became a special police officer. I'm actually holding others back. Without hesitation, he quickly boarded the helicopter with other special police officers. The 6 special police officers secretly swore in their hearts that they would practice their shooting skills hard after returning and would never embarrass themselves next time. After the 6 special police officers boarded the helicopter, Morong Feishiwei ordered the others to board the plane one by one. You go first, I'll cover you. Morong Feishiwei said heartwarming words with a cold expression. She raised her gun and fired rapidly, killing a row of zombies that tried to approach. The other team members also knew their captain's strength and temper, so they kept this feeling of gratitude in their hearts and quickly boarded the helicopter. After Nulan started the helicopter and slowly lifted it 5 meters into the air, Xiao Qing was shouted, Captain, hurry up. Morong Feishiwei put away his gun, jumped from a height of 5 meters, and landed steadily on the helicopter. Then she turned quickly and closed the helicopter door, her movement smooth and seamless. Nulan looked at the horde of zombies rushing down below and quickly ordered the helicopter to climb. And how could the zombies let them get away so easily? A wind chaser also jumped up from the ground like Morong Feishiwei, trying to tear the helicopter apart with its sharp claws. Looking at the gradually enlarging face of the storm chaser, Lin Mingling could even smell the stench on it. She subconsciously clenched the gun in her hand. However, it obviously overestimated its jumping ability and fell directly from a height of 4 meters, knocking down a group of zombies below. The helicopter roared away, quickly drove out of the SWAT base, and flew all the way towards the department store. Zhou Wei breathed a sigh of relief when he saw everyone return safely. The special police training base was now crowded with zombies, and there were even mutant zombies roaring. Zhou Wei controlled the drone to return and waited on the rooftop for Murong Feishue and others to return. He checked the creator system interface and found that his creator coin had become 8,500. This meant that he could once again call upon an elite infantry squad. Zhou Wei did not hesitate and immediately summoned an elite infantry squad. The elite infantry squad appeared directly in the parking lot. All the soldiers were not surprised by this scene and continued to do their own things. Zhou Wei contacted the new squad leader of the 4th squad. Squad leader of the 4th squad, bring your people to the rooftop to help carry weapons and ammunition. Murong Feishue and others have just experienced a life-and-death battle and need a good rest. Let's get someone else to do this kind of physical work. The monitor of Class 4 has just arrived and naturally wants an opportunity to show his abilities. His sonorous and powerful voice rang out. Yes, Commander, Li Mu, the squad leader of the 4th squad, received it. In this way, he had 4 elite infantry squads under his command. Including Murong Feishue's 10 men, he already has 58 people under his command. There were still some left after the summoning, and Zhou Wei did not forget to keep his promise to Xiao Qingwei to give her the best sniper rifle in the world. He couldn't go back on his word, otherwise he would be unworthy of the kiss she gave him. There are still 3,500 creation coins left. He searched quickly on the recipe interface and soon found a suitable sniper rifle recipe. ZWZ Creator Multi-Purpose Sniper Rifle. Price, 1,500 creation coins. Creation knowledge points required, 1,000. Creation time, 10 minutes per piece. Description: this is a multifunctional sniper rifle that combines the capabilities of a light sniper rifle and a heavy anti-material sniper rifle. It can fire various types of bullets, including ordinary bullets, armor-piercing incendiary bullets, radiant incendiary bullets, explosive bullets, etc. The effective shooting distance is 5,000 meters, the maximum armor-piercing capability is 300 millimeters special steel, and the initial firing rate is 1,500 meters per second. The sniper rifle is equipped with a multifunctional integrated sight with functions such as night vision, thermal imaging recognition, infrared aiming, distance measurement, and wind speed measurement. Chapter 43 Safe Return. The magnification of the lens can be adjusted freely, with the lowest magnification being 2x and the maximum being 16x. The sniper rifle has a biological protective color on the surface, which can be integrated into various combat environments to ensure the concealment of the sniper. Zhou Wei was very satisfied with this sniper rifle, and he believed that Xiao Qingwei would also like it. Zhou Wei spent 1,500 creation coins to exchange for this sniper rifle recipe. Ding mastered the formula of ZWZ Multifunction Sniper Rifle. Creator knowledge points increased by 100 points, currently 1,550 points. After getting the formula, Zhou Wei felt that his knowledge reserves had increased a lot. He directly made one, and a sniper rifle appeared in his hand. Holding it in his hand, Zhou Wei looked at its cool appearance and couldn't let it go. While Xiao Qingwei hadn't arrived yet, he couldn't help but aim at a wind chaser zombie 1,000 meters away, loaded with ordinary sniper bullets. He was pleasantly surprised to find various parameters, such as wind direction and distance, appeared in the sniper rifle scope. Even sniper rifles can intelligently calibrate their aim, allowing snipers to shoot more accurately. Zhou Wei fired a shot, and in less than a second, the wind chaser 1,000 meters away was shot in the head. Zhou Wei was very happy with the miraculous marksmanship of sniping the target from 1,000 meters away. It's a really good gun. With it, any soldier with ordinary shooting training can become a sharpshooter overnight. Just as Zhou Wei put away his gun, the helicopters of the Elite Squad 4 and Murong Feishue and others arrived almost at the same time. Newland landed the helicopter on the roof, opened the hatch, and the female team got off the helicopter in an orderly manner. After them came 6 special police officers, including Gao Ling and Lin Mingling. Murong Feishue opened the visor of his helmet, revealing a cold and capable face. The other team members also relaxed and took off their masks, revealing their youthful and beautiful faces. Murong Feishue stepped forward, reporting to the commander, "All members of the Ice Phoenix team have returned safely. Please give instructions." Looking at their tall and straight bodies, Zhou Wei nodded with satisfaction. "Go down and rest." Seeing that the elite 4th squad soldiers were right beside them, Murong Feishue and the others felt relieved and handed over the commander's security task to the elite 4th squad. 10 people walked towards the rest area. When Xiao Qingwei walked to Zhou Wei held her little hand. Warm, tender, delicate, and soft. Zhou Wei handed the ZWZ multifunction sniper rifle to Xiao Qingwei. "Qingwei, this is the sniper rifle I promised you." The commander didn't break his promise. Xiao Qingwei took the sniper rifle and felt the unique aura of the sniper rifle and was immediately extremely happy. She was so excited that she couldn't help but kiss Zhou Wei on the face. This caused her to be stared at by 9 pairs of dissatisfied eyes. This girl is really taking advantage of you. Kissing the commander twice in one day is really too much. Feeling the unfriendly gazes of the team members, Xiao Qingwei ran away with the sniper rifle. Lin Mingling looked at Zhou Wei curiously. Before, she had always wondered what kind of person could make heroines like Murong Feishui obey her orders. She had long wanted to meet this mysterious commander. Seeing it now, it is indeed extraordinary. In addition to having a handsome face, he also has a special sense of mystery. This sense of mystery is like a layer of fog that makes it impossible to see through, but makes people want to go deeper into it to uncover the truth. Being stared at by a beautiful policewoman, Zhou Wei remained calm and just glanced at her lightly. Such an action made policewoman Lin feel inexplicably lost. As a policewoman, I don't know how many men pursue me. Now he was actually treated as a random passerby, and his eyes didn't even linger on him. However, when she thought of the beautiful women in the team around him, she also felt inferior. That's right, with such a group of beauties around, he may not necessarily be interested in me. Zhou Wei didn't know that his casual glance would cause Yang City's famous police officer to think so much. He just asked Gao Ling calmly, "What are you going to do in the future? Continue wandering in the city? Or walk to the SWAT base in E County?" He definitely wouldn't release the helicopter. The 6 people looked at each other and were at a loss for a moment. Lin Mingling suddenly asked, Commander? Can I stay and learn about shooting from Captain Murong and the others?" She was not an idiot and knew very well that without a helicopter, there was no way they could get to County E. They were already very aware of the dangers of the city, and staying would mean death. So I tactfully asked for advice on shooting to give myself a reason to stay. Zhou Wei was stunned and looked at Gao Ling again. Gao Ling took a deep breath, knowing that he actually had no other choice. "We'd like to stay." Zhou Wei had witnessed to everyone that their fighting ability was pretty good. And from the deeds of Gao Ling and others who risked their lives to find me to save Lin Mingling and the other 2. Their character is pretty good, at least they won't abandon their companions. It can be kept for my use. In the future, a public security team will be set up to manage the survivors. They have experience in this area, and they will be able to get started quickly if we let them go back to their old job. But he said it first. "You can stay, but from now on all actions, big or small, must follow my command. There is no parting of ways with me. Once you leave, it will be regarded as a betrayal. I will show no mercy to those who betray me." Hearing Zhou Wei's blunt words, the 6 people felt a chill in their hearts. But they finally nodded and agreed. Because from this brief contact, Zhou Wei is not the kind of evil person who does all kinds of evil. At least there is a bottom line. What if there are any shortcomings? That is extreme lust. However, this is not a big problem in the Longxia Empire, where 3 wives and 4 concubines are allowed. He would not forcibly take women away, but would follow the principle of voluntariness. It is normal for strong men to have more women. It was like this before the end of the world, and it will not change after the end of the world. Gao Ling nodded seriously. "We will obey orders and will never act on our own." Zhou Wei looked at the serious expressions on their faces, nodded with satisfaction, and asked them to go down and rest and move with the team tomorrow. After the 6 people left, Zhou Wei said to Li Mu, the leader of the elite Squad 4, "Let's move the things." Li Mu quickly gathered the soldiers to move the weapon boxes. They were new to the place and had not yet put on their primary combat uniforms. With the assistance of individual exoskeleton armor, it is not difficult for one person to carry a box of weapons. With the concerted efforts of the 4th squad of soldiers, in less than half an hour, all the weapons and ammunition in the helicopter were loaded onto the truck for transfer tomorrow. After doing all this, the sky gradually darkened. Today is a special night. The city lost power. The whole city fell into darkness. Without power, all the cell towers lost their signal. The satellites were completely destroyed in the radiation from the previous nuclear explosion of 12,000 nuclear bombs. Chapter 44 Learn about human reproduction. From this moment on, the entire Longxia kingdom completely lost contact. Zhou Wei asked someone to start the diesel generator in the warehouse. There was finally light in the department store. Everyone gathered together, had their last dinner in the city, and then rested. In the room, Zhou Wei was still studying late into the night, working hard to learn knowledge. "I guess I'm the one who loves studying the most among all the Doomsday protagonists." Zhou Wei was reading a book while complaining about himself. After studying, Zhou Wei fell asleep as usual. As soon as he lay down, Murong Feishui also came to the bed to protect him closely. Zhou Wei was accustomed to this scene. But Murong Feishui is a little different today. She took off her helmet on her own initiative, violating Zhou Wei's rule that one must never leave his gun or armor. Looking at Murong Feishui's unusual behavior, Zhou Wei frowned. However, she still ignored it and continued to unbutton her combat uniform. Looking at her sexy body and underwear, Zhou Wei realized that something was wrong. "Feishui, what are you doing?" Morong Fei Shue bent down and kissed Zhou Wei's lips with her red lips, blocking the words he was about to say. Zhou Wei felt his lips were soft, and he inhaled a fresh scent of a young girl. After a long time, their lips parted. Morong Fei Shue continued to take off her armor while speaking calmly. Commander, when the helicopter was almost hit today, I realized something. In these last days, we may be sacrificed at any time. So I want to give myself to the commander before I sacrifice myself, even if it means violating the commander's orders. Her voice was quiet, but firm. A blush appeared on her cheeks in the dark, but it did not stop her actions. Zhou Wei looked at Morong Fei Shue's face and didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, Morong Fei Shue did come face to face with death today. But we have to move tomorrow, so it's not a good idea to do this now, right? He hurriedly said, Fei Shue, calm down. Let's talk about it when we get to Wuzhong Peninsula, okay? Morong Fei Shue pressed directly on him and showed a domineering smile. Commander, this is not good at all. No one can guarantee that there will be no other dangers along the way. It is safest to seize the moment. After saying this, Morong Fei Shue suppressed Zhou Wei with absolute strength, making him unable to move. Commander, you can't escape from my grasp, so just cooperate with me. Ding, the creator has learned the knowledge of human reproduction, and the knowledge points have increased by 200. The current knowledge points are 1750. At night, inside Xiyang University, Student Union President Mo Wentian and school beauty Yu Qingxia came to the balcony, looked at the dark city, and fell into deep thought. We must take the initiative to seek help. The situation is getting worse and worse. Food and water are running out. If we don't act, we will die. Mo Wentian took a deep breath and said, Yu Qingxia is as eye-catching as the morning glow. She is wearing a sports suit and has a mature look on her face. She nodded. I have repaired the school's radio station and can send out a radio distress signal. She gave the radio station to Mo Wentian and left the decision-making power to him. No matter what the final result is, she will accept it with pleasure. Mo Wentian took over the radio with a heavy heart and sent out a distress signal. I'm Mo Wentian, the president of the Xiyang University Student Union, and there are 25 of us in total. Among them are nationally renowned professors Professor Cheng Xueran, Professor Li Mo, and Professor Lin. I request the official survivors organization to rescue us. We are located in the Buixue building of Xiyang University. Mo Wentian sent out messages for help via radio many times. He had no way of knowing whether anyone could hear it or whether it was someone with ulterior motives. The only thing to do now is to pray to God. Not long after, 70 kilometers away from Xiyang University, here is Shijin Township, a rural village far away from the city. However, the people occupying this place now are the gangster boss Mu Yuan and several hundred of his men. At the beginning of the Doomsday outbreak, Mu Yuan ostensibly intended to develop Shidian Township as a tourist resort, but in fact he wanted to turn Shidian Township into a drug manufacturing den. In order to ensure the smooth operation of the drug-making den, he placed mercenaries and idle gangsters here. He bought a large number of guns and ammunition on the black market, intending to arm himself, but he did not expect that it would become the key to his rise after the apocalypse. In the early days of the Doomsday outbreak, Mu Yuan thought it was an infectious disease caused by the byproducts of drug production. In order to control the infectious disease, he isolated all his men and villagers separately and carried out a comprehensive disinfection of the living area. It was not until the news of the zombie virus spread on a large scale that Mu Yuan came to his senses and promptly cleaned out the mutated subordinates and villagers. He realized that his chance had come and he could go from being a drug dealer to a king. So he used his power to suppress the rebels and formed an organization of survivors as soon as possible. He then used deception to lure the survivors in and make them his slaves. Because he comes from a gangster and drug dealer background, he never shows mercy to the survivors. Under his brutal methods, the survivors lived worse than livestock. Especially the beautiful women were all occupied by him and his men, and he seemed to have become the local emperor here. Just tonight, he suddenly heard a distress message coming from the radio. Hearing the names of the 3 professors, he immediately perked up. As a local emperor, he naturally wanted to become bigger and stronger and create greater glory. Therefore, he understands the role of these talents better than anyone else. But he was definitely not the only one who heard the distress signal. Who knows, maybe the survivors nearby heard it too. In order to avoid being overtaken by others, he immediately called his right-hand man Zhao Er. Zhao Er, you must immediately take a team and drive to Xiyang University overnight to bring back the 3 professors. When Zhao Er heard that he had to go to Xiyang University, which was more than 70 kilometers away, he was not very willing. After all, the journey is long and full of dangers. If you are not careful, you may not be able to come back. He asked quietly, Your Majesty, can I not go? Mu Yuan glared at him fiercely. Zhao Er stood up straight and said with an awkward smile, Just kidding, I'll be there right away. Mu Yuan knew that he was not very happy about it, so in order to motivate him, he patiently persuaded him. Zhao Er, have you ever played with a female college student? Zhao Er shook his head. He was just a gangster before. How could any female college students like him? Mu Yuan patted his shoulder and said, there are several female college students among these people. You just need to bring the 3 professors back and you can deal with these female college students as you wish. Chapter 45, Leaving the City. When Zhao Er heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly agreed. Okay, Your Majesty, don't worry. I will bring the man back to you tomorrow. For the female college student in his heart, Zhao Er drove to Xi'an University overnight with his men. The next morning, Zhou Wei and Murong Feishua woke up from their sleep. Looking at the naked girl in his arms, Zhou Wei couldn't help but recall the study scene last night. He grew up instantly that night and learned a lot of knowledge. Newland knocked on the door angrily. Hey, Commander, Captain, are you still awake? If you don't get up now, you will be too late for breakfast. Hearing Newland's resentful words, Zhou Wei and Murong Feishua looked at each other, both blushing. The two quickly put on their clothes and opened the door. Outside the door, Newland looked like she hadn't slept well, and her face was full of resentment just like Zaoba's. The battle between the two was fierce last night. How could she sleep? It made her sleepless all night. Zhou Wei was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. He looked at the people appearing in the cafeteria one after another and quickly changed the subject. Ahem, let's go to the cafeteria to eat. If we're late, there won't be any seats left. After saying that, he ran away like a kid who had done something bad. Hearing Zhou Wei's lame excuse, both girls laughed out loud. He is the commander, the supreme leader of the team. Who dares to take his seat? After breakfast in the morning, Zhou Wei and others set off according to yesterday's plan. Zhou Wei sat in the command vehicle and continued to fly the drone to investigate the road conditions ahead. Murong Feishua sat next to Zhou Wei, protecting him closely while helping to process the information sent back by the drone. The driver of the command vehicle was Lin Ruo, who skillfully started the car and hit the road. Murong Feishua gave instructions to Newland, who was trying to squeeze in. Nualan, you and Bai Xiaoxiao fly the helicopter for air alert. Newland looked at Zhou Wei, who was working hard, pouted her lips, and expressed her dissatisfaction with Murong Feishua. Yes, I am just a light bulb. I won't disturb the captain and the commander's private time. After saying that, he turned around, pulled Bai Xiaoxiao up, and got on the helicopter. The helicopter's fuel tank is filled with special oil made by Zhou Wei, which is enough for the helicopter to fly for 3 days and 3 nights without landing, provided that the helicopter itself can withstand it. Gulan drove a huge bulldozer and walked in the front, clearing a safe road for the team. As the giant vehicle drove out of the underground parking lot, the excavator driven by Lu Xianyun followed closely behind. After that came 2 armored vehicles from Elite Squad 1 and Elite Squad 2. The 2 squads acted as vanguards to ensure the safety of the troops. Behind them was the command vehicle where Zhou Wei was, and other members of the women's team were also in the command vehicle to protect Zhou Wei's safety. Behind Zhou Wei's command vehicle were 8 large trucks loaded with weapons and ammunition, food and water, and field survival supplies. Yesterday, 3 shifts went out and found a few large trucks to load all the supplies in the department store. After that came 2 tanker trucks, one with gasoline and one with diesel. Gao Ling and Lin Mingling's special police team found a 6-seater van. Looking at the huge convoy, they saw hope for mankind in this doomsday. Gao Ling stepped on the accelerator and the van followed closely in the team. Their task is to protect the safety of supplies, which is a relatively simple task. If the team is attacked, the first to counterattack are the soldiers from the 4 squads in front and behind. At most, they could deal with small groups of enemies who broke through the front and rear fire blockades. Finally, 2 armored vehicles from Elite Squads 3 and 4 were responsible for protecting the rear of the team. Li Mu, squad leader of Squad 4, patted the primary combat uniform he had just put on with great pride. TSK. This thing is really amazing. Originally, we needed to carry multiple sets of different combat uniforms according to the battlefield environment. To deal with poison gas attacks, combat in low temperature and high altitude, combat in hot desert areas, combat in jungle and mountains, etc. Now this system directly solves all problems and reduces a lot of burden on soldiers. He shouted to the soldiers of the 4th squad. Hey, boys, be smart on the road and live up to the combat uniforms the commander has given us. The soldiers of the 4th squad were full of fighting spirit, as if shouting, we will go through fire and water for the commander. The other classes were infected by this atmosphere and wanted to perform well in future battles. All the soldiers boarded the armored personnel carrier in an orderly manner. Newland and Bai Xiaoxiao flew armed helicopters around the team, ready to provide air fire support at any time. The huge convoy driving out of the department store attracted special attention. In the darkness, countless pairs of eyes were staring at them. But looking at the four majestic armored vehicles in the team, looking at the black muzzles of the guns and heavy machine guns, the survivors put away their little thoughts. Some zombies were alarmed and walked out of the surrounding buildings, trying to intercept them with their bodies. Gulan sat in the Big Mac, looking down from above, with a sneer of disdain on his face. Thinking about being surrounded at the SWAT base before, and now having huge mechanical power, she vowed to let these zombies know how powerful humans are. Zombies, come and have a taste of my power. She stepped on the accelerator, and the huge bulldozer rolled over without mercy. Under the huge weight of the bulldozer, the zombies on the road burst out sour juice. With the bulldozers rolling, the road ahead is unobstructed. Inside the command vehicle, the vehicle was shaking up and down, but Zhou Wei felt nothing at all, his eyes fixed on the real-time images sent back by the drone. There were several cars blocking the entrance at the toll booth at the R3 highway intersection. There are more than 20 photosynthetic zombies in the toll booth. These are ordinary zombies and pose no threat to the team. Sniper, clear out the zombies at the toll booth. Although he could just run over the zombies with a bulldozer, Zhou Wei chose to play it safe and snipe the zombies from a long distance. Clearing the cars will inevitably slow down the convoy, and this will give the zombies every opportunity to launch an attack. Chapter 46 Current Situation of the Survivors of Xi'an University. There are plenty of bullets, and it would be a disaster if a zombie broke into the cab and hurt someone. Although the doors, windows, etc. of the cab are reinforced with wire mesh. But he has immense strength, feels no pain, and can destroy most of these things just to feel at ease. The four Vanguard snipers quickly took action and launched sniping at the zombies several hundred meters away from the moving car. Inside the toll booth, the zombies were photosynthesizing on the dirt ground away from the asphalt road. Although they do not develop rhizomes, they appear to have their own means of absorbing nutrients from the soil. Suddenly, the heads of four zombies in the zombie group exploded like watermelons, and green juice splashed all over the other zombies. The zombie group became restless and looked around, but did not find any suspicious people. As they continued to sunbathe, the zombies around them kept getting shot in the head, and their bodies fell one after another. In less than a minute, more than 20 zombies were eliminated. Report to the commander. All the zombies in the toll booth have been cleared. Zhou Wei nodded with satisfaction. He also saw the powerful strength of the snipers from the images sent back by the drone. Not long after, Gulan's bulldozer arrived at the toll station first. Looking at the cars blocking the road, she increased the horsepower of the bulldozer to maximum without hesitation. Boom. Under the huge power of the bulldozer, cars were deformed and pushed to the sides of the road, completely turning into scrap metal. The behemoth moved forward without hesitation, and nothing could stop it. Even if there is a tank in front of it, it can push it away. With Newland's cleaning, the road was quickly cleared. Lu Xianyun used an excavator to fill the damaged road surface to ensure that the following vehicles would not be violently shaken when passing by. With the concerted efforts of the two construction machines, a smooth road appeared before our eyes. The cars passed in an orderly manner and drove onto the highway, which also indicated that they had finally left this crisis-ridden city. Zhou Wei stuck his head out of the command vehicle, looked at the tall buildings rising from the flat ground, and listened to the roars of the zombies inside. This city holds too many of his emotions. His university and work are closely related to it. Now that I am leaving, I actually feel a little reluctant. He spoke to the city. 1 year. I will come back and liberate this city in 1 year. Zhou Wei put his head back into the command vehicle and calmed down. After entering the highway, the convoy also started driving at full speed. Zhou Wei looked at the map and calculated the convoy's speed. They will arrive at the highway section outside Xi'an University in half an hour. Thinking of his junior fellow students and 3 professors at Xi'an University, Zhou Wei said to Newland on the helicopter. Newland, you take the helicopter to Xi'an University first. Tell the survivors inside that we will rescue them in half an hour. Let them prepare for evacuation in advance. I don't want to wait too long for them to pack their stuff. Newland was listening to Zhou Wei's instructions and suddenly said something. Commander, you are not planning to get me out of the way so that you and the captain can do something unspeakable, are you? Although it is hard to hold back after experiencing that kind of thing, I still want to give you a reminder. Commander, please exercise some restraint and be careful not to hurt yourself. Listening to Newland's words, Zhou Wei's mind was full of questions. There are so many girls in this command vehicle. Even if I am a beast, I wouldn't do anything in public, right? Morong Feishue's face was full of black lines, and she couldn't help but threaten with gritted teeth. Newland, If you keep talking nonsense, I will fire you. Hearing Murong Feishua's angry voice, Newlin was in a good mood. She laughed as if she had gotten her revenge. Ha ha! Xiao Xiao, the captain is mad. Let's go. Newlin flew the helicopter quickly towards Xi'an University. In less than a moment, Zhou Wei could no longer see any trace of them. At the same time, at Xi'an University, school beauty Yi Qingxia distributed food to everyone. She smiled and used her smile to comfort the anxious people. Professor Cheng Shuaran saw a hint of worry in her smile. Qingxia, how much food do we have left? Professor Li Mo and Professor Lin also looked at her with concern. This question is very important, and it determines how long they can last. Yi Qingxia looked at the three professors, lowered her head, and bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and finally told the truth. 3 professors, our food will last for 2 days. 2 days? Hearing the news, the 3 professors frowned at the same time. They didn't expect there was only so much food left. Yi Qingxia looked at the expressions of the 3 professors and quickly added, 3 professors, the president of the student union and I sent out a distress signal last night. Maybe someone will come to rescue us in the next 2 days, so you don't have to worry. She didn't realize that she didn't have much confidence when she said this. The 3 professors also noticed her embarrassment and sighed. Professor Lin pushed his reading glasses and said, let's start from now on. The food allowance for the 3 of us was halved, because we are old and cannot eat that much. Let's leave hope to you young people. Professor Li Mo also smiled and said, I think it's okay. Qingxia, let's do it this way. Professor Cheng Shuaran had no objection, and the 3 old men unanimously decided to leave the hope of life to the young people. Although they also knew that the food they had could not solve any problem. But they did it without hesitation. Because they are old, they will be a burden in the future. Yi Qingxia shook her head like a rattle, firmly disagreeing. No, your bodies can't handle that. You are all national first-class scientific researchers, much more important than us. Cheng Shuaran smiled and shook his head, interrupting her. Hey, what national first-class scientific researcher? It's the end of the world, and our abilities are meaningless. We are old and cannot match your physical strength. If we encounter danger, we need you to distract us and take care of us, so we won't be a burden to you young people. If possible, Qingxia, you must lead these people to break out. There is no future in this prison of Xi'an University. You are still young and have a lot to do in the future. Yi Qingxia opened her mouth and looked at the determined expressions of the 3 professors, tears welling up in her eyes, but she said nothing. At this moment she finally understood what a teacher was. She neither agreed nor refused, she just said something. There will be help. There will be help. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the rooftop. She needs to be alone. Walking through the corridor, I saw the student union president Mo Wentian holding a crossbow. I was on patrol with a few fully armed boys, feeling confused and at a loss as to what to do. She came to the rooftop and looked at the zombies downstairs of the Bushua building and in the nearby teaching buildings. Chapter 47 Newlin arrives at Xi'an University. Will someone come to rescue us? Drool drool. The sound of a helicopter came from the distance. She looked up suddenly and saw a helicopter flying quickly towards the Bushua building under the sun. The sunlight was dazzling, but it could not cover the silhouette of the helicopter full of hope. Yi Qingxia burst into tears of joy and quickly took out the bright red flag she had prepared in advance and waved it to attract the attention of the helicopter. I hope to attract the helicopter's attention in this way. She didn't dare shout because there were hordes of zombies downstairs. In the corridor, other students also heard the sound of the helicopter propellers. They all ran to the corridor and looked up at the helicopter. Some people were so excited that they almost shouted. Don't shout. Mo Wentian quickly stopped the excited crowd. He knew very well how terrifying the explosive power of zombies was. If they shouted, the zombies would break down the door in a minute and pour into the Bushua building. Everyone will die then. As the president of the student union, Missouri Wentian was very authoritative, and the excited college students instantly quieted down. They only dared to hang conspicuous cloth strips on their arms and wave them in the direction of the helicopter to attract its attention. What they didn't know was that this helicopter was sent just for them. Newlin looked at the excited survivors in the helicopter and carefully landed the helicopter towards the roof. At the same time, 7 or 8 jeeps stopped in front of the gate of Xi'an University. Looking at the helicopter flying in, Zhao Air immediately started cursing. Damn it! What the hell? How dare you snatch someone from me? In the passenger seat, a younger brother felt extremely guilty. Brother Zhao, they have a helicopter. I guess we can't afford to offend them, right? Upon hearing this, Zhao Air became furious and slapped his younger brother hard on the head. To encourage others' ambitions is to destroy your own prestige. I have more than 20 brothers and more than 20 guns. Who can I not afford to offend? Although he said this, he actually felt a little nervous. After all, facing the armed helicopters, ordinary people in the Longsha Empire were full of awe. Thinking of the task assigned to him by Mu Yuan, the local tyrant, he did not dare to go back empty-handed. He knew very well how cruel the local tyrant's methods were. Previously, one of our brothers failed to complete his mission and deserted the battlefield. Later, Mu Yuan threw him into a big pot and cooked him alive and fed the meat to his family. As for his family, their fate was also miserable. The men were sent to feed the zombies, and the women were sent to be military prostitutes. From then on, Mu Yuan's men would rather die in a mission than escape. After all, if someone dies in a mission, his family can be given the title of a martyr's family. Although there won't be any luxury, they will be exempt from punishment. If you run away, you will be worse off than dead. Thinking of that scene, Zhao Er's scalp tingled. Damn it, I can only try my best. There was a fierce look in Zhao Er's eyes. It's not that there is no chance for him. After all, a helicopter can only carry 15 or 16 people at most, and he has more than 20 people under him. In addition, the other party came to rescue people, so the helicopter could not be fully occupied. So there aren't many people who actually have it, 5 at most. The advantage is mine. Another younger brother said, Brother Zhao, I just saw that there were only the pilot and the co-pilot on the helicopter, and the rest of the place was empty. Hearing this, Zhao Er's eyes lit up. God is really helping me. It seems that the other party came here with the sole purpose of saving people, and they didn't even bring any armed forces to protect them. With a wave of his hand, he had made the decision. Brothers, follow me and kill them. You all know the cost of failing the mission, so we have no way out. Take these people down, and then the female college students inside will give you guys a good time. More than 20 younger brothers were sorting their guns, their eyes fierce. Fuck him. 8 jeeps drove quickly towards the Boshua building, knocking away the zombies along the way. On the rooftop of the Boshua building, Newelin led the helicopter to land. Newelin asked Bai Xiaoxiao to stay on the helicopter and be ready to start it at any time. She got off the helicopter and walked towards Yi Qingxia. Yi Qingxia quickly stepped forward, looked at the warrior who was walking down and was wrapped in armor, and asked carefully, Hello, are you here to save us? Newelin took a look at Yi Qingxia, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She has a pretty oval face and a pair of big, kiss-me eyes. She is very pretty and looks very energetic in her sportswear. She has a slim figure, a curvy figure, and no excessive makeup on her face, which gives her a natural beauty. Especially the innocence and clarity of college students, which makes people want to protect them. This is obviously the commander's dish. She coughed lightly and walked forward. Yes, we are here to rescue you. But I am just the vanguard. I am here to inform you to pack your things quickly. You must leave as soon as the troops arrive. Hearing the voice, Yi Qingxiao realized that it was actually a woman. She immediately felt a lot more relieved. Since the other side had female soldiers, it meant that the team had good discipline. The status of women is not low. At least they will not become men's playthings. She doesn't have to worry about becoming RBQ at this time. Yi Qingxiao was a little nervous and her speech was not fluent. Oh, okay. Okay, I'll go inform everyone right away. Yi Qingxia immediately ran down the rooftop and took Newelin to find the 3 professors. And the student union president Mo Wentian also came up. Mo Wentian looked at Newelin, who was the only one there, and was obviously disappointed. But it was only for a moment, and he took the initiative to greet me enthusiastically. Hello, I'm Mo Wentian, the president of the Xi'an University Student Union. Thank you very much for coming to rescue us. May I ask which organization you are from? Newelin thought about it and felt helpless. It seems that the commander hasn't given this team a resounding name yet. She said calmly, According to the confidentiality regulations, I can't reveal any information to you now. Mo Wentian was startled and didn't dare to ask any more questions. Then she told everyone present bluntly, Our team will pass by here soon. A large force will come to rescue you when the time comes. Now all you need to do is pack your luggage and prepare to follow the army. Of course, we don't force you to join us, and those who want to stay can choose to stay. For those who want to go with us, I have to say something ugly in advance. Once you choose to join us, you must obey the orders of your commander. Put the interests of the entire team first, and do not do anything that is detrimental to the team. Also, everyone in the team needs to contribute, so those who want to eat for free can give up the idea. We don't need people who just eat and wait to die. Another thing is that bullying of men and women is prohibited in the team. We will show no mercy to anyone who disobeys orders. Newelin's voice was full of murderous intent, the kind of murderous intent that comes from actually wanting to kill someone. Every word she said made the survivors at the scene feel a mountain of pressure. Chapter 48, Zhao Er arrives. They knew very well that nothing the female soldier said was false. If they dare to disobey, the only outcome will be death. Everyone began to think about whether to follow Newlin. After all, they knew nothing about Newlin's team. Yi Qingxiao was the first to express her opinion. I will go with you. For her, it was a blessing to be able to join an organization that respected women in these doomsdays. She also doesn't want to be the kind of person who just eats and waits for death. It's just doing things. She can bear this little bit of hardship. After hesitating for a few seconds, Imo Wentian nodded. I'll go pack my things right away. Newlin's attention was mainly focused on the three professors. These three are truly amazing talents. The three professors nodded without thinking and decided to leave with her. After all, the three of them didn't want to die here and stink, and they still hoped to be able to display their talents. We are willing to go with you too. After the three professors expressed their opinions, the rest of the people also agreed to join the team. For them, there is probably no other situation worse than the current one. Very good. You have made the best decision of your life. Newlin smiled and spoke. Just then, the sound of a car engine was heard from the intersection downstairs. Yi Qingxiao looked downstairs and saw 8 jeeps approaching quickly. She smiled excitedly and pointed at the people. Are these your people? They come so fast. Newlin was stunned for a moment, then turned and looked downstairs. Then her face changed and she quickly turned around and asked everyone to hide. They are not ours. You hide first. Hearing the news, the survivors were shocked and bent down and hid behind the fence. Imo Wentian secretly raised his head and looked downstairs, just in time to see Zhao Air driving down the building, and his expression changed instantly. He is Zhao Air. Newlin looked at Imo Wentian in surprise. He didn't expect that there was someone he knew among these people. Others also looked at Imo Wentian curiously, but found that his expression was very ugly. The people in the jeep got off one after another. Everyone was in a sloppy and disorganized manner, more like a group of gorillas. They were full of the temperament of hooligans, and some even said obscene words. However, they all have a murderous aura and are obviously not simple characters. Newlin could be sure that each of these people had a life on their hands. This is a group of desperados. Facing everyone's suspicious gaze, Imo Wentian smiled bitterly. Zhao Air, I saw him on my phone. He's a famous rapist. He had raped 5 women and was wanted by the police, but he had never been caught. I remember that many people around him were members of the city's underworld, and they had all been arrested and detained by the police for certain things. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and pulled out a screenshot of the police wanted warrant. The reason why he kept the screenshot was that he wanted to use Zhao Air's head to get extra credits. Although the hope is slim, what if we meet each other? I just didn't expect the end of the world to come so soon. Although I encountered it, I couldn't get any credits, and I might even lose my life. Hearing this, everyone turned pale. Before the end of the world, everyone avoided the underworld. There is even more lawlessness after the apocalypse, and no one knows what will happen if they fall into their hands. The female students in particular were so scared that they covered their mouths, as if they had guessed their fate. Newlin told Zhou Wei about the changes that had occurred here. Commander, an unexpected situation has occurred. Another survivor organization has appeared in Xi'an University and is trying to snatch our people. There were more than 20 people on the other side, all holding guns. This group of people are extremely vicious. They are all members of the mafia before the end of the world, and each of them is responsible for the loss of life. Inside the command vehicle, Zhou Wei raised his eyebrows as he listened to the news sent back by Newlin. There are actually people who are trying to snatch people from me? It's a rare thing. He was worried that Newlin and Bai Xiaoxiao would not be able to fight against more than 20 gangsters, so he gave orders to Newlin. Hold on as best you can. I'll send drones to support you. Our people will be here within 20 minutes. After saying that, Zhou Wei ordered the drone to quickly head to Xi'an University. The drone also has an air-to-ground missile that can provide powerful firepower support. At critical moments, air-to-air missiles can also hit ground targets. Newlin pulled the safety of the QBZ-191 assault rifle and assumed a fighting stance. At the same time, he informed Bai Xiaoxiao, the helicopter is in ignition mode and is ready to evacuate at any time. Bai Xiaoxiao touched the gun in his hand. Don't you need my support? Newlin shook her head and said, You are my retreat. If I can't defend you, I won't leave my life here for them. I have done my best to help them block it for a while. Of course, they should be able to take away a few girls and 3 professors to the best of their ability by then. After all, you know what will happen to these girls if they fall into their hands. As for the boys, they will need labor in the apocalypse, and they may suffer, but they will most likely not die. When we liberate this organization of survivors, we will have time to save them. Bai Xiaoxiao thought about it and felt that it was right. Zhao Air looked at the tightly closed door of the Bushua building. It was blocked by desks and was difficult to open from the outside. Their arrival alarmed the nearby zombies, and hundreds of zombies attacked Zhao Air and his group. Zhao Er and others were not panicked at all and asked their men to take out dozens of beer bottles from the car. This is the gasoline incendiary bomb they made, which is very effective against zombies. As dozens of gasoline incendiary bombs were thrown, the downstairs of the Boshua building was surrounded by raging fire. Hundreds of zombies rushed into the fire line, their bodies ablaze, and were burned to charcoal before they could get out of the fire. The zombies' corpses became new fuel, making the flames burn even more vigorously. The smell of burning gasoline wafted into the building along with the stench of dead bodies. Everyone in the building felt their stomachs churning and almost vomited the food they had just eaten. A zombie rushed through the sea of fire. Zhao Er looked at the zombie that was on fire and fired a volley of bullets at it without saying a word. The other brothers followed suit, and under the blast of more than 20 guns, the zombies rushing over were shot into sieves. Looking at the way they fought, Newland couldn't help but sigh that these people were really wasting bullets. It's quite luxurious to use one magazine to kill one. If it were her, this magazine would kill at least 20 zombies. However, different teams naturally have different rules of survival. Zhao Er looked at the terrifying silence inside and ignored the zombies outside. He didn't want to attack by force, but planned to lure them out. He smiled amiably and spoke kindly to the people inside. Is there anyone inside? We are from the West Point shelter. There is plenty of food and water in our shelter, and there is friendship and harmony among the survivors. The order in the West Point shelter is completely pre-apocalyptic. You can go to school, study, play games, read novels, and sleep in. You can do whatever you want at West Point shelter, and we will not ask you to do anything you don't want to do. We will not let you do physical labor. We heard your call for help last night and rushed here to rescue you overnight. Now the zombies are coming in an endless stream. We can't hold on for long. Please come out quickly. We will break out and leave immediately. When the survivors heard about the situation in the West Point shelter, a small number of them were moved. After all, compared with the conditions proposed by Newland, the West Point shelter is more like heaven. Chapter 49 Explosion is art. Someone murmured quietly, "Why don't we go down and follow them? They seem sincere and don't seem like they are lying." Mo Wentian glanced coldly at the person who had just spoken. "You go if you want to go? I definitely won't go. I don't believe there is such a place in this world. Not to mention that the other party is a rapist, the people around him are gangsters." Even without this identity, he simply didn't believe that there would be such a place in this doomsday. The survivors don't need to work, so where does the food come from? So the other party is obviously lying. Even a sane and stupid college student would not believe such a lie. Faced with Mo Wentian's words, the man didn't dare to say anything anymore. He would never dare to go out alone. Everyone else's eyes fell on Newland. Newland looked at Zhao Er's expression and knew that the other party could not wait any longer and would launch a strong attack soon. She said to the college students, "You go to the rooftop. I will hold them back until the main force arrives." Newland quickly arrived at the front door of the first floor. She carefully lurked and came to the edge of the door that was blocked by tables and chairs. He took out a grenade and hung it on the door. A thin wire was passed through the pull ring and tied to the other handle of the door. As long as someone breaks into the door by force, the grenade will send these people to death. Grenades are much more lethal to humans than zombies. Zombies can move freely even though their bodies are covered with shrapnel. It only takes one shrapnel to incapacitate a person. The building has 2 staircases and 1 elevator. Now there is a power outage and the elevator cannot operate, so the only way to go upstairs is to take the stairs. Newland used the same trick again, quickly moving to the stairs and setting up booby traps. The booby trap at the stairs was not a grenade, but 3 kilograms of gunpowder produced by Zhou Wei before. These gunpowders were turned into high explosives after being mixed by Chang Fei. If the other party breaks in and detonates the explosives, the stairs on both sides will be blown up. This can also delay a lot of time. And she was hiding at the end of the stairs on the 2nd floor. This place is close to the stairs and is also a blind spot when viewed from the 1st floor. As soon as those men rushed up the stairs and were blown to pieces by the explosives, she would come out and fire a volley of bullets at them. At this moment, the drone controlled by Zhou Wei had arrived at an altitude of 10,000 meters above Xi'an University. The drone clearly captured the situation of Zhao Er and his gang. Zhou Wei discovered through the drone that these guys were standing very densely. One missile can almost kill a group of people. Seeing that no one came out for a long time, Zhao Er became furious and stopped pretending. He immediately ordered his men to prepare to break in by force. "Damn it, if you don't accept my toast, go break the door open. Once we capture these guys, except for the 3 professors that the emperor specifically asked for, all the other men were taken back to be used as animals, and the women were used to satisfy the brothers. Anyone who resists will be shot." Upon hearing this, the younger brother took out a sledgehammer and prepared to break down the door. Zhou Wei decisively placed his hand on the missile launch button. In this way, he wanted to give the survivors an unforgettable moment so that it would be easier to manage them in the future. At the same time, we also saw that Zhao Air and his gang had weapons such as incendiary bombs. Zhou Wei was worried that they had other more powerful weapons, such as high explosives. If at the critical moment Zhao Air chose to use high explosives to blow up the building or use incendiary bombs to burn the building and die together, it would also be a threat to Nuolin and the survivors. So after much consideration, Zhou Wei decided to use missiles to kill the enemy with one strike, leaving no chance for the enemy to counterattack. He didn't want Nuolin and the other two and the survivors inside to get hurt. These people are the talents he needs to develop his base. In Zhou Wei's eyes, human life is more valuable than missiles. As long as he had the formula for the missiles, he could make a lot of them. In the future, missiles can even be used as bullets. But when a person dies, he is really dead. As Zhou Wei pressed the missile launch button, a surface-to-air missile broke away from the drone and turned into a sharp sword that rushed straight towards the jeep convoy on the ground. Zhao Air, who was about to break through the door, heard a whistling sound coming from outside. He turned around and looked at the missile rushing towards him. He was immediately frightened and incontinent. Damn it! A small figure like Zhao Air is actually worth a missile. Is there any law or order? The other brothers were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. It's worth a missile launch in your lifetime. Your worth has skyrocketed. But it was only a matter of a moment. When they saw the missile, it had already landed in the convoy. Boom. Explosions are art. Following a loud explosion, violent flames swept in all directions. People and zombies within a radius of 30 meters were directly engulfed by flames. The zombies within 60 meters were blown away by the air wave, and some were torn into pieces directly in the air. Fragments of the jeep flew in all directions and scattered on the lawns and flower beds around the Bushua building. All the glass in the building was shattered, and the sound of it was like flying petals in the sky. However, Zhou Wei's missile landed very accurately, just enough to wipe out Zhao Air and his gang. The explosion did not cause much damage to the main gate of the Bushua building. Only dozens of tiles on the wall were shaken off by the shock wave, and the wall itself remained intact. The survivors upstairs were startled and watched the explosion below in fear. Mo Wentian turned pale and muttered to himself, "Oh my God, this is a missile. Who on earth rescued us?" They even had missiles. The other survivors were also frightened and had no complaints about joining the team. What a joke. It's my honor to join such a team. This sense of security is maxed out. As for the need for labor after joining, just like if the other party doesn't allow them to work, they have to find ways to do something themselves. Otherwise, I would really feel uneasy. Yi Qingxia cried with joy. The army, they must be the army. No one else can launch missiles. She secretly swore in her heart that she would work hard when she joined the organization. Professor Lin also did ideological work on the crowd. He was afraid that this group of innocent college students were ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth and might cause trouble in front of the army. Dear students, you must obey the instructions when the rescue personnel arrive. Once you join a team, you must manage yourself, obey orders, and follow the commander's orders. You must not act independently. Everyone was shocked by this missile and nodded. Many people even secretly vowed that after joining the team, they would do their best to serve the team and strive to make a name for themselves. If I could become a general, I would have no regrets in my life. Nuolin and Bai Xiaoxiao were stunned by the scene. The commander was so extravagant that he actually used missiles to attack the stragglers. After being hit by a missile, Zhao Air and his group went straight into the sky. There was no need for her to take any action. The commander really dotes on me. He can't bear to see me get hurt. He is such a gentle man. Nuolin looked at the zombies pouring in from all directions, and his expression was not relaxed. Although the commander killed a group of survivors with evil intentions with a missile, the zombies around them were not eliminated. Chapter 50 Zombies invade the building. The 40 or 50 zombies killed by that missile were only a small part of the sea of corpses. Nuolin went upstairs and used the communicator to tell Commander Zhou Wei the situation on the scene and made a decision. Commander, I want the women in the team and the 3 professors to leave by helicopter first. Let the remaining strong and healthy people stay behind and wait for rescue. They are in good physical condition and can hold on until you arrive. This is also an opportunity to test these people. If someone and the 3 old professors competed with the woman for the opportunity to retreat first, it means he is not suitable to join the team. Zhou Wei saw the ferocity of the zombies through the drone and agreed to this request. Then he conveyed the instructions to Bai Xiaoxiao. Xiao, let the 3 professors and the girls get on the helicopter and evacuate first. If anyone ignores the warning and tries to evacuate, they can be shot dead. Bai Xiaoxiao conveyed Zhou Wei's opinions. While Newlin on the second floor was watching out for the zombies crossing the line of fire, Mo Wentian and school beauty Yi Qingxia came down from upstairs with 8 male classmates. Mo Wentian, Yi Qingxia, and another boy were holding crossbows, while the remaining 7 were holding machetes, steel pipes, and spears. Many parts of these people's bodies are protected with plastic, cardboard, ropes, etc. to avoid being scratched or bitten by zombies. Newlin looked at them in surprise, frowned, and asked Yi Qingxia, the girl who didn't fit in, "You didn't evacuate?" Yi Qingxia felt the high temperature of the flame and hurriedly explained, "I'm not as fragile as you think, and I have better physical strength than most boys. I have participated in the task of clearing zombies before and can be considered a combatant. They are retreating in an orderly manner. We are afraid that you will be under too much pressure alone, so we are here to help you block the zombies and delay time." It turned out that they saw Zhao Er and others being wiped out by a missile from upstairs. But the zombies' attack did not stop, but became more and more intense. In order to give a good impression to the organization you are about to join, and also to save yourself, Yi Qingxia and Mo Wentian organized the original patrol students to bring weapons and come downstairs to help. They knew very well that everyone was now in the same boat, and only by working together could they hold on until a larger force arrived to rescue them. Newlin looked at the determination on the faces of these college students. Although she didn't say anything, she recognized them in her heart. No wonder this group of college students can still live in a moral and orderly manner after the apocalypse. Their character and moral values are pretty good. Watching Bai Xiaoxiao flying out of the Boshua building in a helicopter, Newlin could only believe them. But she didn't have too much psychological pressure. After all, if you wait for the zombies to attack and trigger the booby trap, the stairs connecting the first and second floors will be blown up. In this situation, the zombies may not be able to attack. She was not careless and did not neglect any precautions. It's better to be safe than sorry. What if there is a zombie with strong jumping ability? Okay, there are 2 staircases in the building if the zombies break through the door. You guys go guard the stairs to the men's restroom, and I'll take care of the stairs to the women's restroom. Yi Qingxiao was surprised when she heard that. She actually had to guard it alone. Can you do it alone? How about I go with you and let the 9 boys guard the other side? She raised the crossbow in her hand, showing great confidence. I've been using crossbows to kill zombies a lot these days. I won't hold you back. Looking at her serious expression and knowing that she was the only girl on the opposite side, it was indeed not very convenient. Newlin looked at the zombies that had already broken through the sea of fire and were rushing towards the door, and said to her briefly, "Follow me." Yi Qingxia quickly came behind Newlin, and looking at her reassuring back, she felt a lot more at ease. Newlin did not forget to remind everyone, "I have set up booby traps in the stairwell on the first floor. Remember not to go down the stairs. It is best to stop the zombies at the staircase on the 3rd floor, which can also avoid accidental injuries from the explosion fragments on the 1st floor." Hearing this, everyone felt solemn and quickly went to the stairs to the 3rd floor. At this moment, several zombies covered in gasoline flames slammed into the gate. With a loud bang, the entire door was knocked open, and the tables and benches blocking the door were all knocked away and scattered all over the ground. Bang! A loud bang was heard, and the 3 zombies that had just hit the door were blown into pieces. The booby trap that Newlin had placed on the gate was triggered, and the intruder was executed on the spot. But this cannot stop the zombies. More and more zombies broke into the 1st floor. Flames were still burning on the zombies, and the smell of burning corpses filled the entire corridor. The smoke triggered the building's fire alarm, and the shrill sound made everyone anxious. The fire sprinklers on the roof sprayed water to extinguish the flames on the zombies. Newlin carefully hid near the stairs, observing the situation on the 1st floor. The zombie's burnt face is chilling. You can even see cooked meat dropped on the ground. The zombies searched for survivors on the 1st floor and broke into every classroom. Finding no one, they began to move upwards. As the first zombie went upstairs, more and more zombies followed. Looking at these zombies walking up the stairs, there were at least 17 or 18 of them at a glance. Because they didn't find any survivors, the zombies didn't run. Instead, they climbed the stairs slowly, which was quite crowded. Newlin counted down silently. 3, 2, 1. As the final countdown ended, a violent explosion occurred throughout the stairwell. Everyone on the 3rd floor felt a slight vibration in the entire building. The flames spread upward from the 1st floor and rushed out from the 2nd floor corridor, followed by a cloud of indistinct dust. Fortunately, everyone hid on the 3rd floor, so they didn't get covered in dust. The zombies in the stairwell were torn into pieces in the explosion, and their bodies were thrown high into the air and fell heavily to the ground. In a flash, 17 or 18 zombies were killed. The entire staircase collapsed in an instant, and countless blocks of cement smashed onto the zombies below. In an instant, 7 or 8 zombies were buried by the debris. The zombies on the other side also triggered the bomb in the next second, and the same situation happened again. Just 2 bombs successfully killed more than 40 zombies. Looking at the completely collapsed stairs, everyone let down their guard. It's impossible for zombies to jump up from such a height. Nualan, there is a tyrant behind us. Number 1, be careful. Zhou Wei's voice reached Nualan's ears through the helmet. Nualan came to the corridor and looked downstairs, and happened to meet the eyes of the tyrant. The tyrant's arms were as thick as pillars, and his chest muscles were well developed. He stood before us like a tank. Nualan raised the gun in his hand, aimed at the tyrant, pulled the trigger, and fired 2 shots. Bayubiu. The sound of a rifle with a silencer is very shallow. When bullets hit the tyrant's zombies, it's like hitting a steel plate. The bullets are either bounced off or shattered into pieces. Chapter 51 Armored Vehicle arrives. This guy is really strong. If the commander is this strong, wouldn't he be so happy? Nualan was shocked. Yi Qingxia's mind was full of question marks, and she always felt that the other party was driving. But there were only the 2 of them in front of her, so she could only think of it as just her own imagination. She can't be driving herself, right? Zhou Wei's mouth twitched, and when he turned around, he found that Murong Feishua and other female team members showed expressions of approval. His face darkened, and he ordered Hao Dali. Team Leader Hao, Team Leader Xiang, hurry up and go to Xi'an University to rescue the remaining survivors. Upon hearing this, Hao Dali and Xiang Daji commanded the armored vehicles to overtake the bulldozer in front and rush to Xi'an University at full speed. The 2 armored vehicles were driving fiercely on the road, and the soldiers on board were even more motivated. In particular, Xiang Daji and his men were full of vigor and confidence, and vowed to fight well in the first battle assigned to them by the commander. Inside Xi'an University, everyone gradually let down their guard when they saw that the zombies on the first floor could not come up. At this moment, 2 black shadows downstairs rushed towards the 3rd floor like cannonballs. Bang! The black shadow smashed the glass on the 3rd floor and went straight into the classroom. The sudden loud noise made everyone's heart tremble. Nualan quickly moved forward and came to the classroom with the broken window. Only then could she see clearly what had flown in. Those were actually 2 zombies. The 2 zombies smashed a row of seats and struggled to get up from the ground. Nualan did not dare to be careless. He raised the gun in his hand and aimed at the 2 zombies that had just stood up and were still limping. Da-da! After 2 gunshots, the zombie was shot dead. At this time, the window of another classroom was also smashed. Mo Wentian quickly took another boy holding a crossbow into the classroom to check. The boy was surprised and said, "President, it's a zombie. Oh my god, when did the zombies learn to fly?" Mo Wentian was also extremely puzzled. What's up with zombies today? He actually learned to fly? He took advantage of the zombies' unstable footing, and he and the boy each used the crossbows in their hands to end the zombies' lives. On the 3rd floor, Yi Qingxia looked downstairs and discovered the secret that zombies could fly. I saw the tyrant zombie holding a zombie's thigh in one hand. He threw the 2 zombies up like 2 stones, and they rushed towards the 3rd floor where everyone was at the speed of a cannonball. After the 2 zombies flew in a parabola, they crashed into the wall, and their heads were smashed open. Seeing this scene, Yi Qingxia hurriedly called out to Nualan. "That warrior sister, the extremely powerful zombie downstairs, is throwing ordinary zombies up." Nualan walked out of the classroom, looked downstairs, and saw this scene. She cursed in her heart. "Damn it! If I had a sniper rifle or a rocket launcher, I would definitely teach you a lesson. The tyrant has a body of steel and iron, and ordinary rifles have no effect on him at all." She didn't have any anti-material weapons now, so she could only watch the other side throw zombies at her unscrupulously. Several people were ready for battle in an instant. In order to prevent the tyrant from throwing zombies directly to their location, everyone hid well. Fortunately, the tyrant only sent up 2 zombies at a time, and the zombies could not even stand steadily when they first landed, so they were able to hold on. Every time a zombie was thrown up, Nualan would shoot it immediately. Occasionally, Mo Wentian and Yi Qingxia would use the crossbows in their hands to shoot and kill the zombies that Nualan missed. Another round of zombies is about to be thrown up. But just as the tyrant was about to throw the zombie away, a sound of breaking air came from behind him. Immediately afterwards, a 100mm grenade landed directly on the location of the tyrant zombie. The area within a 27-meter radius of the tyrant zombies instantly turned into hell. The grenade directly tore the tyrant apart, and flames and shrapnel swept in all directions wantonly. The soil was blown dozens of meters high, and a huge crater appeared on the ground. The zombies around were either torn to pieces or blown into the sky. In just a blink of an eye, a gap appeared in the zombie crowd. Everyone was stunned by the sudden explosion and stood there in fear. Newland's eyes lit up, knowing that the support troops had arrived. Behind the zombie group, 204 infantry armored vehicles drove side by side, and the huge bodies of the vehicles ruthlessly crushed the zombies blocking the road. In front of these two killing weapons, all zombies are as fragile as weeds. The armored vehicle tore a hole in the zombie swarm with ease, destroying all obstacles along the way. The zombies on both sides looked at the armored vehicle that suddenly broke in and roared. They rushed towards the armored vehicle like crazy. These zombies tried to use their flesh and blood to shake the two steel behemoths. On the armored vehicle, the soldier opened the safety of the machine gun with an indifferent look on his face and controlled the machine gun to madly shoot at the zombies that were surrounding him from both sides. The machine gun spewed out tongues of fire and made a deafening sound. Bullets poured out like dense raindrops, ruthlessly harvesting the zombies who overestimated their own capabilities. Under the sweep of the machine gun, the zombies that tried to approach were torn into pieces by bullets in an instant. In the face of powerful firepower, the flesh and blood body is weak. Mo Wentian, who was upstairs, looked at the armored vehicle that was invincible among the zombies, and jumped up and shouted excitedly. "It's an armored vehicle. An armored vehicle is coming to rescue us." All the students stretched their necks and cheered as they watched the armored vehicles killing everyone. "We are saved. We are saved. Damn, the armored vehicle is so cool. The zombies look like paper in front of it. Humanity will win." Newland looked at the group of excited students and smiled faintly. She pointed her gun at the zombies and launched a counterattack. Under her gun, the zombies fell one after another. With the cover of machine guns, the armored vehicle arrived at the bottom of the Bolshevik building unhindered. Then, with a handsome drift, the armored vehicle stopped steadily. 20 soldiers armed with live ammunition got off the armored vehicle. Relying on the armored vehicle as cover, a group of soldiers launched an attack to block the zombies chasing from behind. The second squad of soldiers started clearing out the zombies on the first floor. There were quite a few zombies. The previous explosions had attracted almost all the zombies in and around Xi'an University. Looking closely, there are also 1,000 zombies. However, the soldiers of the two squads were not afraid at all, but were full of fighting spirit. With 2 armored vehicles, 1,000 zombies are nothing. Hao Dali's team shouted to Daji, "Captain Xiang, you lead the team to clear out the zombies in the building. We hold back these incoming zombies. Now that we have nothing to worry about, we will work together to clean up the zombies here. Fight this battle beautifully." He nodded to Daji and told the machine gunner of the armored vehicle not to stop, while he led the rest of the soldiers to charge into the first floor. 4 snipers from 2 squads lay on the armored vehicle and launched long-range sniping. They mainly deal with fast zombies and mutant zombies. Chapter 52 Successfully Rescued Survivors. Under the precise shooting of the 4 snipers, no matter how fast the zombies were, they could not escape their shooting and their heads were pierced by bullets. In particular, the 2 snipers in the team who were armed with heavy anti-material sniper rifles were even more ferocious. With one shot, not only the target was dismembered on the spot, but even the zombies within a few meters around him were in trouble and were directly affected. Haha, that shot I made just now was really cool. I killed a tyrant directly with a sniper and even smashed 3 ordinary zombies. The heavy sniper is amazing. My shot was really powerful. The wind chaser was killed so fast. Several snipers boasted to each other, but their boasting was soon interrupted by a violent explosion. The gunner in the armored vehicle directly fired a 100mm howitzer, pointing the muzzle at the densely packed zombies in the distance. As a burst of flames spurted out of the cannon muzzle, everyone felt the ground shaking. The shell landed among more than 50 zombies several hundred meters away. There was a great earthquake, and the flames from the shells engulfed everything. A large number of zombies were thrown into the air, and some were dismembered in the air. Part of it fell to the ground, smashing the ground full of brain matter. After the aftermath of the artillery shells passed, the originally crowded zombies became scattered, with only 3 or 5 still standing. Watching this scene, Zhou Wei sighed. Sure enough, the caliber is the truth. Under the firepower of artillery, machine guns, and soldiers, the zombies around could not get close to the building at all. The survivors upstairs all had red faces and looked at everything in front of them in shock. This is the power of modern weapons. Just 2 armored vehicles and 2 squads of soldiers are enough to prevent 1,000 zombies from moving forward. So cool. I really want to join them. I don't know if they are still recruiting soldiers. They will definitely recruit soldiers. I must join the army and teach these zombies a lesson. The survivors were extremely excited. Mo Wentian was also touched by the scene before him, and the idea of joining the army continued to sprout and grow in his heart. Yi Qingxia clenched the crossbow in her hand and was also driven by this emotion. But when I thought about the fact that I was a woman and my major was computer science, I shook my head helplessly. Alas, computer science is harmful to people. Does the army really need female soldiers like her? Newland seemed to see what she was thinking. The commander intends to establish an informationized force. If you wish, you can find him after the war. Your expertise is more likely to be accepted by the commander into the army than theirs. When Yi Qingxia heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up and she nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Okay, thank you, warrior sister. Newland smiled softly. My name is Newland. Yi Qingxia was stunned and smiled sweetly. Sister Newland. Xiang Daji led 6 people from Class 2 into the first floor of the Bushua building. The zombies on the first floor were crowded together, stretching out their claws to kill these sudden intruders. The soldiers looked at the zombies' dark blue claws, but their hearts were calm. The combat uniforms they wore gave them great courage. This combat uniform has a protective capability comparable to that of a 3-centimeter steel plate. Unless they are mutant zombies like the storm chasers with extremely terrifying penetrating power, ordinary zombies cannot break their defense. A soldier raised his shotgun and fired a shot. At close range, the shotgun has amazing lethality. Several zombies were beaten into pieces, their bodies flew backwards and injured the zombies behind them. Other fighters also opened fire fiercely. In a narrow corridor, a few guns are enough to beat the zombies so hard that they don't know which way to go. As gunshots rang out, the zombies in the building fell one after another. Under the powerful firepower of the soldiers in Squad 2, the zombies on the first floor were quickly cleared out. They carefully checked every classroom and every corner to make sure there were no zombies lurking before walking out of the building and joining the battle to encircle and suppress the zombies outside. After the elite Squad 2 joined the battle, the zombies outside fell faster. The battle lasted for half an hour. When the last gunshot rang out, the downstairs of Bushua building was full of zombie corpses. Newland used a rope that a student tied around vital parts of the body to organize the students to go downstairs in an orderly manner. Howdaji looked at these somewhat timid college students and stood up to comfort them. Haha, don't be afraid, everyone. Now that you have joined us, you are all one family. We will live and die together and share the same fate. Our commander is a very kind man. As long as you have a skill, you will be valued. Now please follow us and retreat in an orderly manner. The main force is waiting for you on the highway not far away. Mo Wentian walked forward and asked excitedly, Sir, do we have a chance to join the army? Others also looked at Hao Dali with great anticipation. Hao Dali thought for a moment and said with a smile, Don't worry, it's the end of the world. When you are most in need of people, as long as you have perseverance and determination, you will be able to realize your dreams. The soldiers found a drivable school bus and drove it a short distance away. Newland said gently to the college students, Everyone please get on the bus first. The commander will make the most correct decision for your future based on everyone's expertise and ability. Yi Qingxia was the first to board the school bus, her heart full of anticipation. She learned from Newland that she had been selected as a member of the informationized force, so she was very calm. Others also boarded the school bus with their dreams. Then Elite Class 1 led the way, followed by the school bus, and finally Elite Class 2, and the group returned to the convoy. In the convoy, Zhou Wei settled the girls and 3 professors who were picked up by Bai Xiao, returned to the command vehicle, and watched the number of creation coins reach 7,500 again. This number is enough for him to summon another elite infantry squad. However, there are survivors here, and summoning them directly will expose the secret. He could only ask the system, is there a way to secretly summon soldiers? The mechanical voice of the system sounded in Zhou Wei's ears. Consume 500 creation coins to make the summoned soldiers appear in the area within a 1-kilometer radius of you. Zhou Wei heard this and smiled helplessly. Sure enough, there is no free lunch in the world. Just when he was about to spend 500 creation coins, the system's voice appeared again. In addition, after the creator is upgraded, the ability to deploy troops within a range will be unlocked. At that time, you can place the troops you summoned at any location within the territory recognized by the system, allowing the creator to summon and deploy troops more safely, covertly, and quickly. When Zhou Wei heard this, he felt as if he had discovered a new world. He looked at his level column in the creator system panel. The level has always been 1 for so long. The level affects the number, type, and time of a single creation. Now he can only make 1 weapon at a time. After upgrading, will it be possible to create 2 things at the same time? He quickly asked, System, How can I upgrade? Chapter 53, Zhou Wei Upgrade. The system replied emotionlessly. You can upgrade to level 2 when your creator knowledge points reach 2,000. Zhou Wei looked at his 1,750 knowledge points and immediately smiled. I only need 250 knowledge points to upgrade myself. He has no plans to summon an elite infantry squad for the time being, but instead to supplement his knowledge points and strive to upgrade as soon as possible. Summoning now would easily expose one's secrets, which would not be worth the risk. After upgrading, you can summon the subsequent troops again and say that they are troops from other places and are ordered to come and join you. The fastest way to improve your knowledge is to learn the system's formula. His eyes quickly scanned the system formula mall. The 2 air-to-ground missiles on the drone have been used up. He decided to replenish missiles for drones and helicopters to strengthen his airstrike force. Especially when a missile killed more than 20 gunmen, Zhou Wei saw the value of missiles. Missiles can provide very powerful fire support. Another thing is, no one knows how many anti-aircraft artillery zombies there are. With missiles, he is no longer afraid of facing these long-range zombies. So lock the recipe on the missile recipe. ZWZ Small Land Air Integrated Missile. Price, 7,000 creation coins. Creation time, 1 hour per piece. Description: this is a small missile that integrates air-to-ground and air-to-air missile functions. Its death radius is 30 meters and its serious injury radius is 70 meters. The missile can be carried on drones, helicopters, and fighter jets, and can strike all kinds of targets in the air and on the ground. The missile has a range of 500 kilometers, a penetration speed of 15 Mach, and uses a variety of advanced guidance modes. It can achieve multiple track changes and has great advantages in striking flexible targets, with a strike accuracy of up to 5 centimeters. Zhou Wei exchanged the missile formula without hesitation. Ding! The creator has mastered the formula of ZW Land Air Integrated Missile, and the knowledge points have increased by 300, currently at 2050. Ding! The creator's level has been upgraded to level 2, the creation Q+1, and the creation time has been halved. The summoned troops can be deployed within a 3 kilometers radius of the creator. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei opened the creation interface of the creator system, and indeed, there was a new creation column. This means he can create 2 different weapon loadouts at the same time. For example, making guns and bullets at the same time, making drones and combat uniforms at the same time. Moreover, the creation time has been halved. Previously, it took 3 minutes to make a QBZ-191 assault rifle, 5 minutes to make a basic combat uniform, and 1 second to make a bullet. It now only takes 1.5 minutes to make a QBZ-191 assault rifle, and production capacity has been greatly improved. His physical fitness has also improved by 30%, with single arm strength reaching 200 kilograms and maximum speed reaching 30 meters per second, exceeding the explosive speed of a cheetah. However, they are still no match for the members of the Ice Phoenix Guards. Not to mention Murong Feishue, the strongest person on Earth. His physical fitness is still rated average. While Zhou Wei was checking the upgraded condition, the 2 armored vehicles of Squad 1 and Squad 2 had also returned to their positions. The school bus drove into the queue. Mo Wentian and Yi Qingxiao looked at the huge convoy like 2 curious babies, looking around. Yi Qingxiao pulled the corner of Newland's clothes and asked curiously, "Sister Newland, who is our commander?" Newland pointed at Zhou Wei in the command vehicle. Mo Wentian and Yi Qingxiao leaned over to look and were both slightly surprised. Our commander is so young. They thought that the commander of this convoy would be a conservative middle-aged man. After all, anyone who can get this position in the army must be quite old. Mo Wentian suddenly felt a surge of lofty ambition. Others can become commanders of a large convoy at such a young age. Why can't I do it? He secretly vowed to work hard in the future, strive to become a general as soon as possible, and make others envy him. Yi Qingxiao looked at Zhou Wei's handsome appearance and couldn't help but look at him twice more. Young, strong men always attract girls' attention. As the saying goes, beauties love heroes, which is essentially a manifestation of admiration for the strong. At this moment, Zhou Wei suddenly looked over here, and the 2 men's eyes met. Yi Qingxiao was so frightened that she quickly averted her gaze. Her heart was beating like a deer, and her temples were slightly red. Newland knew that this school beauty was most likely going to fall for him. There's nothing I can do about it. The commander is so charming. Newland looked at the helicopter parked not far away and said to her, "I'm going back to my position. Take care of yourself." After saying that, he stood up, left the school bus, and walked back into the helicopter. She replaced by Xiao Xiao from the driver's seat and sat in the driving seat herself. Seeing that everyone had arrived one by one, Zhou Wei looked at the map. With a distance of 100 kilometers, we will definitely reach Wujiang Peninsula before dark. He gave the order to set off. Attention, all personnel. Keep in formation and keep moving forward. Under Zhou Wei's command, this huge convoy moved forward in an orderly manner. Looking at the changing scenery around him, Zhou Wei was already thinking about what to eat for his first meal after arriving at Wujiang Peninsula. The car roared on the R3 highway, and soon a bridge appeared in sight. Zhou Wei asked the convoy to stop at the intersection leading to Huangjia village and used the drone to investigate the situation inside Huangjia village again. There are too many mutated animals here, which may be the biggest stumbling block on their way to transfer. Any minor accident may cause tragic consequences, so we must be extremely cautious. The drone flew over Huangjia village and found that the conditions on both sides of the road were good. Hundreds of mutant pigs, cows, chickens and ducks were scattered inside the village and the surrounding mountains and forests, with only a few sparrows foraging for food on the road. Zhou Wei and Morong Feishue were discussing the traffic conditions of the convoy. Morong Feishue checked the mutant animals closest to the road, which was a full 500 meters away. "Commander, you can pass quickly," Zhou Wei immediately ordered. The convoy must pass through Huangjia village at the fastest speed. Gulan took the lead and wanted to drive the bulldozer as fast as possible. The others also kept their foot on the accelerator and followed closely behind Gulan. The vehicle drove into Huangjia village. Listening to the roars of the mutated animals in the forest, everyone became fully alert. Huangjia village is very quiet, like an isolated grave standing there. There are almost no zombies in the village, only the dry bones eaten by mutated animals. Newland flew a helicopter to keep watch on the surroundings. If the mutant animals showed any abnormal behavior, she would issue an immediate warning. The helicopter flew over the mountains and forests, and the silence in the deep forest was depressing. She frowned in confusion. "Strange, why are there no birds singing?" The helicopter's radar showed that there was no other bird in the mountain except those sparrows. This anomaly gives people a deep sense of unease. The bulldozer driven by Gulan passed by the location where the sparrows were foraging. Chapter 54, Mutant Bird Flock Crisis. What puzzled her was that these sparrows did not hide or avoid the roar of the car. Suddenly, several sparrows flew up from the road and fiercely crashed into the glass of the bulldozer driven by Gulan. Bang, bang, bang. There was a metal mesh installed in front of the glass, and the sparrows hit their heads against it, leaving several corpses bleeding. This unusual behavior made Gulan curse a few words. In this apocalypse, all the birds have mutated. It's really annoying. She used a windshield wiper to scrape off the sparrow's body and blood, still moving at the same speed. The convoy drove away from Huangjia village in a tense manner. It was surprisingly smooth without any accidents. Zhou Wei looked at this scene and felt slightly relieved. The convoy left Huangjia village behind and re-entered the highway. Everyone who returned to the highway breathed a sigh of relief. After passing the obstacle of Huangjia village, the road will be smooth sailing. Zhou Wei looked at the route map of yesterday's reconnaissance and felt relieved. He stuck his head out and looked at a few sparrows perched on a roadside telephone pole. The sparrows looked at the convoy, neither flying away nor attacking, they just stared at it. Looking at their dark eyes, Zhou Wei always felt an inexplicable horror effect. Newland's voice came through the communicator. "Commander, there are more and more birds on the road ahead. It seems that the flock of birds that disappeared from Huangjia village has all come to the highway." Zhou Wei used a drone to check and found that it was just as Newland said. More and more birds were gathering on both sides of the road and on the power lines ahead. Many of the birds flew to the broken cars on the road and kept pecking at the car windows. There are 3 transformed zombies in the vehicle. They are trapped in the car and cannot get out for a while. The birds treated the zombies in the car as food. No wonder there are no birds in Huangjia village. All the zombies there have been eaten. They went out to look for food. Highways have become their new hunting grounds. After animals mutate, most retain the intelligence they had before mutation. So animals are more dangerous than regular human zombies. Zhou Wei is not sure what the principle is for the time being, but he knew he was in big trouble. There is only one possibility that could allow nearby birds to make a collective choice overnight. This group of mutant birds has a leader. In other words, they are now most likely being targeted by the Bird King. The birds on these telephone poles and roadsides are most likely the scout birds of the Bird King. It is not yet known how they communicate with the Bird King Zhou Wei. But what is certain is that the Bird King will not let them pass easily. Zhou Wei told Morong Feishue about his concerns. She also felt that what he said made a lot of sense. She had already learned from Gulan that these mutant birds were very aggressive. Although their vehicles have been equipped with barbed wire, it is unknown whether they can withstand the massive flocks of birds. "Commander, your worry is groundless. In order to deal with the siege of the flock of birds, I suggest raising the drone to a higher altitude to increase the field of view, detect the location of the bird king and the main force in advance, and take defensive measures to avoid being caught off guard. Zhou Wei also had the same idea, and the two of them had the same idea. Control the drone to rise to the limit. Zhou Wei raised the drone to an altitude of 30,000 meters. Everyone, be prepared for a tough battle ahead. All soldiers outside the vehicle must enter the vehicle for defense and must not expose their bodies. Almost at the moment the order was given, the 4 squad soldiers and Gao Ling's 6 special police immediately closed the windows. The 30mm machine gun in the armored vehicle's firing hole adjusted its direction and aimed at the flock of mutant birds that were staring at it. The 25 survivors in the school bus were a little panicked for a moment. Their school bus has not been reinforced in any way, so if the mutant birds attack, they will be sitting ducks. At the critical moment, Imo Wentian stood up and stabilized the situation. Everyone, take off your coats to seal the car windows, and take out any hard objects from your luggage to press against the windows. The more reinforcement you can get, the better. Upon hearing this, the others followed suit, took off their coats, and sealed the surrounding car windows. Some people even moved their suitcases to the window and pressed them against it. Once the windows are breached, these suitcases are the second line of defense. Everyone felt a little more at ease now that they couldn't see what was happening outside. The drone quickly completed the tactical ascent maneuver and reached an altitude of 30,000 meters. The detection radar angle of the drone is 30 degrees. At an altitude of 30,000 meters, it can detect and photograph within a radius of 17 kilometers. The camera of the ZW-0 Reconnaissance and Strike ultra-high-speed drone can clearly capture ants on the ground at this altitude. As long as the Bird King and its large army are within this range, Zhou Wei will definitely find it. The drone sent back images showing that the mountains and forests surrounding their convoy were filled with flocks of mutant birds. These flocks of birds were either lurking in the trees or hiding on the other side of the mountain. They were densely packed, with no less than 30 to 50,000 birds. Among the flock of birds, there are more than a dozen of huge size, 5 or 6 meters tall, with a wingspan of up to 15 or 16 meters, just like the extinct pterosaurs of ancient times. These giant birds emit ultrasonic waves from their mouths that are inaudible to human ears. Zhou Wei was certain that these giant birds were using ultrasound to command the entire flock of mutant birds. They act like signal soldiers in the human army, uniting loose flocks of birds into organized and powerful groups. Zhou Wei frowned. He wanted to attack the mutant bird flock, unless he could catch all these giant birds in one fell swoop. Prepare the vehicle-mounted anti-aircraft missiles and aim at the giant birds in the mutant flock. Zhou Wei's serious voice rang out in the 4 armored vehicles, and at the same time, drones were used to share the locations of these mutant giant birds to facilitate aiming by the vehicle-mounted air defense missile system. After receiving the order, the soldiers in the vehicle activated the onboard portable air defense missiles and aimed at the communication giant birds. Once the war starts, the flock's communication system will be paralyzed instantly, directly destroying the connection between the flocks. At this moment, a solemn voice came back from the helicopter driven by Newlin and by Xiao Xiao. Reporting to the commander, "Captain, a large flock of mutant birds appeared in front of my helicopter. The number is estimated to be around 30,000. I request that a helicopter be used to guide the mutant flock away from the main force." She looked ahead at the flock of birds sweeping in like a dark cloud covering the sky. I knew very well what kind of casualties would be caused if these flocks of birds entered the team. Chapter 55, Mutant Bird Attack. There were so many birds that they covered several square kilometers of the sky ahead. The space above the ground darkened due to the arrival of the flock of birds, as if a total solar eclipse had occurred. Ga. The calls of the flocks of birds are so dense and sharp that they are unbearable for the human ear's cornea and cause great pain. Newlin looked at Bai Xiao Xiao, as if she had made some kind of decision. "Xiao Xiao, are you ready? This time we are likely to die heroically." Bai Xiao Xiao also felt a lot of pressure because there were too many birds in the flock. For the safety of the larger force, they had no choice. This may be the sacrifice and choice that soldiers must make. Once you choose this path, there is a high chance that you will never return. She took a deep breath and cursed. "Fuck you. Stop cursing at me. I haven't slept with the commander yet." Newlin burst out laughing when she heard that. She smiled charmingly, and the expression on her face became more determined. "You're right. We can't sacrifice ourselves. At least we have to wait until the commander falls asleep before sacrificing ourselves. Otherwise, it will be a big loss." Newlin pressed the weapon button, and the machine gun under the helicopter spewed out flames. Countless bullets illuminated the dark sky covered by flocks of birds and fell into the flock of mutant birds. A large area of blood mist instantly appeared among the flock of birds, and hundreds of mutant birds were beaten into pieces by the machine guns of the armed helicopters. This bloody scene directly stimulated the flock of mutant birds. They screamed and flew towards the attack helicopter. The pointed beak and sharp claws emitted the luster of metal blades in the air. It is not difficult to imagine that once surrounded by this group of mutant birds, the only outcome would be to be torn to pieces in an instant. Newland quickly flew the helicopter away from the convoy. Before Zhou Wei and Murong Feishue's orders were issued, she took the initiative to execute first and report later. Newland knew that if she didn't take the initiative, the commander and Captain Feishue would definitely not be willing to let them take risks. The captain and the commander had no choice but to accept it even if they were unwilling. As for whether they will be punished afterwards, we have to wait until they come back safely. If you can really survive, what does punishment matter? Thanks to the efforts of Newland and the others, almost all the mutant birds coming from that direction were attracted away. Only half of the mutant birds were left around. These mutant birds could not wait any longer and rushed out of the mountains and forests. They turned into a black torrent and attacked the convoy from all directions. The convoy stopped urgently, besieged by so many mutant birds. Continuing forward could easily result in a tragic car accident. They prepared on the spot to defend against the attack of the mutant bird flock. The machine guns, 100mm rifled guns and 30mm machine guns of the 4 armored vehicles were all put into combat readiness in an instant. All the soldiers relied on vehicles for cover and pointed their guns at the mutant birds flying from all directions. The mutant bird was very fast, and everything happened in a flash. Everyone on the school bus was shocked to see the entire team complete the defense in just a few dozen seconds. What a quick response. They had no ability to fight, so they could only bend down and hide below the windows, praying that the mutant birds would not attack the school bus they were on. Emma Wentian comforted himself while hiding. The army is so powerful, we will definitely be able to hold on. Yu Qingxia thought of Zhou Wei's confident face and comforted everyone. Everyone, rest assured. The commander is very capable. I believe he will find a way to get through this crisis. With her comfort, the survivors were still nervous but no longer confused. Gao Ling and Lin Mingling also organized special police team members to launch defense. They gently opened a small window to serve as a shooting hole. Lin Mingling was wearing a police uniform, with a wry smile on her sexy face. This doomsday is really dangerous. Zombies are enough to make humans suffer. Now there are mutant birds. Are they planning to wipe out all humans? Gao Ling also sighed. Just as Lin Mingling said, the world is becoming less and less friendly to humans. Zombies and animals are mutating at an increasingly rapid rate, and humans don't have much time left. The confrontation between the convoy and the mutant bird flock came very quickly, almost just a few tens of seconds after the convoy completed its defense. Tens of thousands of mutant birds charged at the convoy from all directions. They were like cannonballs fired from a gun, crashing towards everyone. The sharp mouth is like a sharp knife. Once hit, the inevitable outcome is that the stomach will be ripped open. Hao Dali personally controlled the vehicle-mounted machine gun. He looked at the group of mutant birds and cursed. Fuck it, if you want to kill me, I'll see if you have the ability to do it. He pulled the trigger, and a dense stream of bullets was fired. The intense gunfire was deafening. Bullet casings fell like rain outside the armored vehicle, covering the ground. Under the heavy machine gun fire, the mutant bird that rushed straight towards them was smashed into pieces in an instant. The bullets of the heavy machine gun had extremely strong penetrating power. After piercing through the first mutant bird, they continued to pierce through the second mutant bird, the third mutant bird. Pieces of flesh were scattered all over the ground, and it seemed as if blood was raining from the sky. The pungent smell of blood hits your nose, making you feel deeply uncomfortable. Other soldiers opened fire at the same time, and the sound of gunfire echoed throughout the convoy. The smell of gunpowder dissipated the bloody smell on the battlefield. Mutated birds were constantly shot to death, and their bodies fell from the sky. In less than half a minute, the ground around the convoy was covered with bird carcasses. Under the tenacious resistance of the soldiers, the first wave of birds that rushed up suffered heavy losses. If you count carefully, there are at least 500 or 600 of them. However, a large number of mutant birds still rushed into the convoy. They hit the armored vehicles, making crisp sounds. Bang, bang, bang. The mutant birds smashed their heads directly. They were completely helpless in the face of these 4 iron lumps. The series of attacks launched were like suicide. But the situation of other vehicles is not so good. Gulan looked at the zombie birds that were crashed to death outside the wire mesh window with a serious expression. In just half a minute, more than 50 mutant birds crashed into the bulldozer. Although the barbed wire did not break due to the impact of these birds, it was deformed. Perhaps it won't be long before this barbed wire becomes completely ineffective. Without the barrier of barbed wire, tempered glass cannot hold up for too long. She was helpless. Facing these huge numbers of small mutant birds, the only thing she could do was shoot, and shoot again. No matter how good her shooting skills were, she felt powerless. Chapter 56 WPS Flamethrower. She didn't know why she suddenly believed in him so much. Maybe it's just because I don't want to die, so I place my illusory hope on him. The mutant birds were still hitting the glass, and one could even hear the sound of glass cracking. The three professors were relieved. Oh, this is fate. Professor Chung Shiueran relaxed. Outside, the gunfire was not as frequent as before. The armored vehicle's onboard machine gun had limited bullets, and after a few minutes of firing, the magazine was empty. The soldiers' magazines were almost empty. Reality is not a game. There are no infinite bullets or infinite magazines. No matter how powerful the firepower is, there is still the problem of bullet consumption. While the soldiers were reloading their bullets, their firepower weakened, allowing more zombie birds to break through the defense line. The 100mm rifled gun on the armored vehicle became useless at this time. Using a cannon to shoot birds is really not something it can do. With one shot, the shell only smashed the mutant birds in a straight line, but it did not reach the impact force required to detonate the shell. The shells landed in the distant mountains and forests, knocking down many large trees, but did not cause any effective damage to the mutant birds. However, the huge explosion sounded dozens of miles away, and in the jungle surrounding Huangjia village, mutant animals raised their heads one by one. Then they roared and moved towards the direction of the artillery sounding groups. The people involved in this battle were unaware of all this, and even if they knew, they were powerless to do anything. The mutant birds alone were enough to keep them busy. Zhou Wei looked at the mutant bird flocks and commanded them in an orderly manner, and issued orders to the soldiers in the armored vehicles. Anti-aircraft missiles launched. Target. Bird flock signalman. Almost at the same time, the portable anti-aircraft missiles on the armored vehicles whizzed out and turned into sharp swords that pounced on the commanding giant birds. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of violent explosions, huge fireballs appeared in the sky in all directions. The giant bird was blown into pieces by the missile, and the aftermath of the missile devoured hundreds of mutant birds. This wave of missile strikes directly killed more than half of the mutant giant birds and 400 to 500 mutant birds. Without more than half of the giant bird's command, the flock's attack became disorganized, and many birds began chaotic and disorderly suicide attacks. The crowd immediately attacked the downed birds and shot down the flocks of birds that had lost their command. After a wave of anti-aircraft missile attacks, the convoy stabilized its defense line. Inside the school bus, the survivors felt the intensity of the birds' attack weakened and they cheered. Hold on, we are saved. The remaining giant birds became much more cautious and kept moving under the control of the Bird King to avoid anti-aircraft missile attacks. The battle reached a stalemate. The 30mm machine gun was also exerting its power. Wherever the machine gun passed, the mutant birds in this straight line instantly turned into blood mist. But the 4 machine guns can only play a minimal role, although their lethality is amazing. However, since the defense area is too large, it is impossible to take care of it all. The mutant birds also cleverly avoided the direction of the machine gun's attack and attacked the convoy from other directions. The hulls of several heavy trucks even became uneven and deformed visibly to the naked eye. Every time the mutant bird hit the tanker truck, everyone felt nervous. If there is a gasoline or diesel leak, it will be a serious problem. There is constant firing here. If a bullet accidentally hits the oil leak area, everyone will die. In the command vehicle, Morong Feishue looked at the mutant bird corpses that could be seen everywhere outside with an extremely solemn expression. In just a few minutes, the crowd killed thousands of mutant birds. But this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the huge number of birds. If there is no other way, defeat is inevitable. She didn't expect that she didn't fall on the zombies, but on the bird that she had ignored before. Who would have thought that after the apocalypse, flocks of birds would become so terrifying? Even scarier than zombies. Their battlefield transfer and assault capabilities far exceed those of zombies. She looked at Zhou Wei and said to everyone, if the convoy is lost, we must escort the commander out even if it costs our lives. Lin Ruo and others in the command vehicle spoke in extremely firm voices. Yes. On the display screen, the situation of Newlin and others was not very good either. The two of them were followed closely by 30,000 mutant birds, which even used tactics to drive away their prey. They deliberately drove away the helicopters from all directions, forcing Newlin and others to fly towards the encirclement woven by the mutant bird flock. The fact that they can use such a strategy indirectly proves that there are highly intelligent mutants among the mutant birds. It is even possible that the Bird King is in their direction. The helicopter's cannon and machine gun bullets have been used up. Although they killed thousands of mutant birds, they also lost their ability to fight back. Seeing that she was being driven into the encirclement, Newlin smiled charmingly. Xiao Xiao, it looks like you and I are going to make a glorious sacrifice today. It's a pity that I didn't have a loving relationship with the commander in the end. This is probably the biggest regret in my life. Bai Xiao Xiao didn't say anything. Her eyes were always on the flock of mutant birds. She is looking for the Bird King. As long as you find the Bird King, you can use the drone's air-to-air missiles to kill it. By then, without the command of the Bird King, they might still have a chance of survival. In the command vehicle, Zhou Wei did not give up hope. He looked at the creation coin reaching 3,000 and felt indignant. These mutant birds are so poor. Only one creation coin for each one. But he also smiled and set his eyes on the flamethrower formula in the formula mall. To deal with these small mutant animals that are densely populated, airburst fuel air bombs are the best weapons. However, he was poor and could not afford the exchange for the time being, so he had to settle for the next best thing and use a flamethrower. The flamethrower's attack lasts a long time and covers a wide area, and can effectively kill densely packed animals. It will also be a powerful weapon against zombies in the future. WPS-type flamethrower. Price, 2,500 creation coins. Time required for creation, 5 minutes. Description: the oil sprayed by this flamethrower has a certain viscosity and good adhesion. After spraying, it sticks directly to the target, causing continuous damage with great power. The flamethrower weighs 35 kilograms when fully fueled, has a maximum spray distance of 100 meters, and the temperature of the flame can reach up to 1,300 degrees, which can effectively kill organic organisms. Zhou Wei decisively exchanged the recipe for this flamethrower. Soon, knowledge about the principles, internal structure, materials, etc. of the flamethrower appeared in Zhou Wei's mind. Ding! The creator has learned the formula for the flamethrower. The knowledge points have increased by 120, and the current number is 2170. The moment he got the flamethrower formula, Zhou Wei immediately made a flamethrower. The first flamethrower was built in seconds, and the time required to upgrade subsequent flamethrowers was halved, now only taking 2.5 minutes. Zhou Wei handed the flamethrower to Murong Feixue. With her skills, this flamethrower would exert its greatest lethality in her hands. Feixue, hold on for 2.5 minutes. Wait until I build more flamethrowers. That will be the end of these mutant birds. Zhou Wei's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Since they had attacked him, no one could escape. We must catch all these mutant birds today. This is to prevent them from spreading to the Wuzhong Peninsula in the future and causing more serious consequences. Moreover, after killing all the 50,000 to 60,000 mutant birds here, he can also earn 50,000 to 60,000 creation coins. Chapter 57: Locking the Bird King's Location. By then, there will still be some left after summoning an elite infantry company. The remaining creation coins can be used to purchase the recipes needed to build a base. Murong Feixue looked at the flamethrower in her hand and suddenly gained confidence. With such a large-scale killing weapon in hand, the birds outside can only be slaughtered. Murong Feixue quickly opened the car window, and before the mutant bird could react, she rushed out and closed the door tightly. The presence of a human coming out of the vehicle was like a godsend for the mutant birds. Almost all the mutant bird flocks that broke through the blockade swooped down towards Murong Feixue. They make sharp calls that hurt people's eardrums. Murong Feixue looked at these mutated birds with indifference in her eyes, like a cold female warrior walking among the flocks of birds. She pulled out the safety of the flamethrower and decisively pressed the switch. An umbrella-shaped flame is ejected along with the high-viscosity oil. The flames formed a huge protective umbrella in the air, directly igniting the mutant bird that was rushing over. The oil adhered to the mutant bird's feathers like a maggot attached to a bone, and it was impossible to get rid of it. Under the high temperature of 1,300 degrees, hundreds of mutant birds turned into charcoal and fell from the sky. The mutant bird that fell to the ground was still burning, and the smell of burning filled the entire battlefield. These flames will not go out until the mutant bird is burned to ashes. Under the powerful firepower of the flamethrower, no mutant bird could get close to Murong Feixue. She carried a flamethrower on her back and shuttled through the battlefield where mutant birds were wreaking havoc, putting out fires everywhere. Its frail body was invincible. Wherever it went, the mutant bird left behind only a pile of charred corpses. The armored vehicle has strong defensive capabilities, and Murong Feixue's rescue is not needed for the time being. She first rushed to the fuel truck and used a flamethrower to drive away the mutant birds that were attacking the fuel truck. Of course, she didn't dare to use the flamethrower directly on the tanker truck. Instead, he used a flamethrower with his left hand to drive away the mutant birds in the distance, and used a knife in his right hand to kill the mutant birds near the tanker truck. In the face of her powerful strength and speed, all the mutant birds near the tanker were killed by her knife. The mutant birds that subsequently attacked the tanker felt the heat of the flames and knew that this would be a tough nut to crack. They subconsciously move away to attack other vehicles with weaker defenses. And the school bus is obviously the soft persimmon. Under the powerful threat of the flamethrower, the mutant birds suffered heavy losses, leaving nearly 1,000 corpses on the road on both sides of the vehicles. Murong Feixue glanced at the battlefield, his lonely and cold figure revealing his invincible loneliness. She looked in the direction of the school bus where the survivors were and found that the bus was almost lost. The car window has been severely damaged, with only a few ligaments left. After a few more collisions, the mutant bird will be able to break into the car and kill everyone. At this time, Lily came to the tanker with another flamethrower. "Captain, leave this to me. You go help the survivors." Murong Feishiwei said nothing. Her silence was terrifying. She nodded slightly and handed the tanker truck to Lily. She came to the school bus with a flamethrower and jumped onto the top of the bus. Then she raised the flamethrower, and the flame from the flamethrower was like a roaring fire dragon, mercilessly burning the zombies that tried to approach. Inside the school bus, Yu Qingxia was surprised that she didn't hear the sound of the mutant bird hitting the vehicle. She stretched out her delicate hands and carefully peeled off the clothes covering the car window. The scene before her then turned her sadness into joy. 100-meter-long flame was sprayed out from the roof of the school bus in a 360-degree angle without any blind spots. The flames formed an impenetrable wall of fire, sheltering all vehicles within a radius of 100 meters centered on the school bus. Under the powerful force of the flames, firebirds kept falling from the sky. From a distance, it looked like a rain of fire. The scene was shocking and spectacular, making people's hearts surge. She couldn't help but shout excitedly, "The commander is here to save us." All the mutant birds were kept 100 meters away. I knew the commander would be able to turn things around. Hearing Yu Qingxia's shout, everyone in the school bus opened the curtains and looked outside. Then they were all stunned by the magnificent scenery before them. Looking at the firebirds falling like raindrops, they were all a little dazed. It seemed that what they were experiencing was not a life and death crisis, but a magnificent fire show. "We are saved. Long live the commander." I don't know who started it, but suddenly there was a cheer in the school bus. After experiencing the crisis of death, their admiration for Zhou Wei has reached its peak. If anyone dared to say anything bad about Zhou Wei at this time, they would probably rush up and punch him. Inside the command vehicle, Zhou Wei looked at the situation on the battlefield and breathed a sigh of relief. Under the suppression of Murong Feishiwei's flamethrower, the mutant bird's fierce attack was curbed. He looked at Nuolin and the other person who were gradually surrounded by mutant birds on the screen, and made up his mind. No matter what, they will come back safely. Zhou Wei handed the flamethrower he had just made to Chang Fei and said to Gu Ninjiao, "Do your best to find the location of the Bird King." Chang Fei took the flamethrower and opened the door of the command vehicle as quickly as Murong Feishiwei. He joined the battle with the newly made flamethrower. Another flamethrower joined the battlefield, and the firepower of the human side increased again, completely suppressing the mutant bird. Gu Ninjiao used the professional qualities of a special forces soldier to quickly search with drones for every secret place that was easy to hide. Zhou Wei reminded her from the perspective of a commander, able to command more than 30,000 mutant birds to hunt in an orderly manner. The mutant bird king is most likely among this flock of birds. We haven't found it yet, which means it is not outstanding. At least it is not big in size, and may even be similar in size to an ordinary bird, so it can deceive our eyes. But since it is the king of birds, it must be different from other birds. They will definitely not put themselves in danger, but hide in the back, where there will be a group of birds specifically protecting them. So all we need to do is find out which flocks of birds did not participate in the roundup from the beginning to the end. Instead, if we form a protective formation, we can basically determine the location of the Bird King. He doesn't need to know exactly which Bird King is. You only need to determine the area where the Bird King is located, and then you can directly use missiles to cover the area with firepower. The explosion of an air-to-air missile is a range-killing method, and no birds within the killing range can escape. While listening to Zhou Wei's analysis, Gu Ninjiao quickly used the drone's image recognition system to identify the flock's formations and distinguish between attack formations and protection formations. Soon, Gu Ninjiao made a discovery. To the southeast of the 30,000 bird flocks, there was a flock that stood out from the others. The other flocks of birds were attacking in the direction of the fighter jets. Only this flock of birds formed a guarding formation. They did not participate in the attack but were protecting something. This flock of birds was in a straight line with the flock of birds that attacked the convoy, and was closer to the convoy than any other flock of birds. Obviously, such a close distance is for commanding both sides at the same time. Found it. It's in this area. Zhou Wei looked at the area and calculated the air blast killing range of the 2 air-to-air missiles. Just enough to cover them all. He immediately contacted Nuolin, who was already surrounded. "Nuolin, drive the helicopter to break out in the southeast direction. I will use 2 air-to-air missiles to open a retreat for you." Chapter 58, Bird Doomsday. When the time comes, you will lure the 30,000 mutant birds here, and I will capture them all in one fell swoop. Nuolin, who was surrounded, was suddenly surprised when she received news from Zhou Wei. She looked at the mutant bird flocks surrounding her from all directions and was ready to sacrifice. Unexpectedly, there is always a ray of hope after all the difficulties. You are worthy of being the commander. You always help us out of desperate situations and turn danger into safety. Newland smiled coquettishly and couldn't help teasing Zhou Wei again. Hee hee, Commander, you are a hero who saved a beautiful girl today. I will definitely marry you to repay you for saving my life. Zhou Wei thought of her, and by Xiao Xiao, who acted without waiting for orders and reported later. Now you dare to tease me. If I don't punish you, won't you make a big fuss in the future? He pretended to be angry and snorted arrogantly. Humph, don't think I will forgive your previous unauthorized actions. Come back and see how I punish you. Newland didn't care about it. Instead, she turned around and smiled at Bai Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, the commander said that he wants you and I to serve him together after we go back. You are such a greedy little ghost, don't you think? Bai Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes at her as she was about to come into contact with the mutant flock of birds. You like driving, so don't fly the helicopter next time. Find someone else. I don't want to crash with you. When the armed helicopter was about to come into contact with the mutant bird flock, Zhou Wei also pressed the launch button of 2 air-to-air missiles. In an instant, 2 air-to-air missiles whizzed out and cut through the sky. The missile left 2 long tails in the atmosphere and reached the mutant bird flock in an instant. The sudden attack caught the Bird King and his guards off guard. Boom. 2 balls of fire appeared in the sky, and the shock waves from the missile explosion spread in all directions. The mutant bird flocks within the missile's killing range were either engulfed in flames or squeezed and torn apart by high-pressure air. Thousands of mutant birds fell from the sky, and a bright hole suddenly appeared in the dark sky, as if someone had poked a big hole in the sky. A line of words appeared on the display screen transmitted back by the drone. No living organisms survive in the missile's kill zone. This news instantly made Zhou Wei and Gu Nianjiao so excited that they slapped each other's hands. Good. Very beautiful. Killing the Bird King directly was great news for everyone. At the moment when the entire mutant bird flock suffered a fatal blow, Newland and Bai Xiao Xiao seized the opportunity and rushed out in a helicopter. The helicopter left a trail of exhaust among the flock of birds and then flew away. The moment the mutant Bird King was lost, the flock of birds fell into great chaos. Numerous flocks of birds were flying around like headless flies, unable to find their direction. At this moment, the helicopter came back and Bai Xiao Xiao raised his gun and shot at the flock of birds. With her superb marksmanship, she killed dozens of mutant birds in an instant. Attracted by the sound of gunfire and helicopters, the chaotic flock of mutant birds instantly had a target. Without the Bird King's command, they were left with only an instinctive desire to kill, and they chased the helicopter like crazy. Seeing that the plan to lure the enemy was successful, Newland did not linger. He stepped on the accelerator, and the helicopter flew quickly towards the convoy. The 2 women who escaped death were also holding back their anger. If they couldn't wipe out this group of mutant birds today, they would be woken up by anger at night. And in the convoy, the number of flamethrowers has become very large. 5 or 6 flamethrowers spewed out high-temperature flames, burning the mutant birds that attacked the convoy into ashes. Zhou Wei looked at Newland and Bai Xiao Xiao leading the flock of mutant birds over and immediately reminded everyone. Prepare for battle. We must wipe out these mutant birds today. Everyone raised their guns and aimed at the helicopter, with 6 flamethrowers standing in the front. Once the mutant birds arrive, they will be an impenetrable line of defense. Zhou Wei is still producing flamethrowers nonstop. 2 production lines are running at the same time, and he can make 2 flamethrowers at a time. Dodo dodo dodo. Soon, the sound of a helicopter reached everyone's ears. Zhou Wei looked outside and saw the helicopter piloted by Newland and Bai Xiao Xiao quickly passing over the convoy, with the strong wind from the propeller blowing on everyone's face. Behind the helicopter was a thick dark cloud, as if a storm was about to come. After looking carefully, I realized that they were not dark clouds, but a group of mutant birds. As the mutant flock of birds began to approach, the ground ahead began to darken at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chirp. Quack. The calls of tens of thousands of birds merged into a sea of sound waves, making everyone feel like their heads were about to explode. Howdali looked at the cloud of birds and couldn't help but gasp. As a result, he was overwhelmed by the smell of burning birds on the battlefield and started coughing. Damn it, that's a lot. Fortunately, Captain Newland led them away. Otherwise, if they were combined with the previous ones, our team would have suffered heavy casualties. The 3 squad leaders Xiang Daji, Jin Xiao, and Li Mu also felt the same way. While marveling at the huge number of birds, I also admired Newland and Bai Xiao Xiao's courage even more. This would have been an almost certain death if the commander hadn't found the Bird King in time. Use missiles to help them clear a path, and now both of them have died heroically. As the helicopter flew by, Newland parked it on the flat ground on the side of the road. Looking at the mutant bird flock getting closer and closer, Zhou Wei's sonorous and powerful voice rang in the ears of all the soldiers. Prepare for battle. Watching the helicopter land, tens of thousands of birds also began to dive. Murong Feishiwe took the lead and turned on the flamethrower. In an instant, a pillar of fire reaching the sky spread towards Tianji, forming a wide wall of fire 100 meters away. Changfei, Gulan, Lu Xianyun, and Li Li also lined up in a row, and 4 flamethrowers followed closely behind, spraying out devastating flames. The flames from 5 flamethrowers covered the sky above the entire convoy, and the sky and earth turned red in an instant. The air became scorching hot, and the soldiers in their primary combat uniforms could not feel it. But Gao Ling, Lin Mingling, Emma Wentian, Yi Qingxia, and others were already sweating profusely from the roasting. The sudden burst of fire caught the swooping mutant birds off guard. In just a moment, thousands of mutant birds rushed into the sea of fire, turning into burning firebirds and falling from the sky. The smoke filled the entire highway, even setting fire to many jungles and grasslands. The fire burned more and more fiercely, and it became the doomsday place for the mutant bird flock. Instead of running away, the birds that suffered heavy losses became even more ferocious. For these ordinary mutant birds, they have long lost their sanity and only have bloodthirsty instincts left. If the Bird King was still there, he might have been organizing a retreat by now. But unfortunately, the Bird King died and these birds were left without a commander. They will only die in vain by relying on the instinctive actions implanted by the virus to kill uninfected humans and animals. Chapter 59: Summoning Elite Infantry Company. Those huge communication birds also became headless flies and joined the battle. The huge wings flapped, like an ancient pterosaur hunting, and the huge size still gave a sense of oppression. But what greeted them were 30mm machine guns and 100mm rifled guns. These large-caliber weapons are not very effective at shooting small birds. It's perfect for hitting big birds. Gu Nianjie reported the location of these giant birds through the real-time information of the drone. At 2 o'clock, the height is 345 meters. At 4 o'clock, the height is 221 meters. At 6 o'clock, the height is 467 meters. At 7 o'clock, the height is 127 meters. At 9 o'clock, the height is 523 meters. There is a giant bird coming. As Gu Nianjiao gave the precise coordinates, the 4 armored vehicles quickly locked onto the incoming targets with 100mm rifled guns and 30mm machine guns. Damn it, it's finally our turn to take action. Comrades, let's teach them a lesson. Squad leader Li Mu was very excited as these heavy weapons could finally be put to good use. The soldiers were also loading ammunition very excitedly. Following an order, 4 armored vehicles roared and shells flew out at a speed of thousands of meters per second. High-temperature flames spewed out of the muzzle, and huge amounts of dust rose on the ground. The survivors nearby who were not wearing basic combat uniforms quickly covered their mouths and noses to avoid inhaling dust. The shells hit the attacking giant bird accurately, causing a violent explosion in the sky, flames bursting, and countless pieces of flesh falling like fairy flowers. One of the huge bird legs fell in front of Zhou Wei's command vehicle. Looking at the huge bird leg, Lin Rua swallowed uncontrollably. "Commander, this makes me so hungry. I want to eat chicken legs." Zhou Wei admitted that he was also hungry. So it was announced in the communication channel. "Everyone, when we get to the peninsula base, I'll give everyone chicken legs tonight." Zhou Wei's words made everyone excited and they cheered. Okay. With chicken legs to eat, everyone was full of energy and their firepower became even more intense. Looking at the powerful destructive power of the flamethrower, Newland got off the helicopter and ran to Zhou Wei excitedly. "Commander, do you have any new flamethrowers?" Zhou Wei looked at Newland's excited expression and scratched his head in confusion. "What do you want to do?" Newland rubbed her hands itchily and looked at the helicopter in the distance. She said to the mutant birds viciously, "I was mad at them for chasing me before, and now I want to teach them a lesson." She planned to install a flamethrower on the armed helicopter and fight those mutant birds from the air. Zhou Wei looked at the 2 WPS flamethrowers in the queue that had just completed their creations and decisively handed the flamethrowers to Newland. But he said it first. "Here's the flamethrower. Attack the mutant birds from behind and block their escape route. Don't let too much run away, more than 3/10. I want to settle accounts with you for not following orders before." Newland took the 2 flamethrowers, reached out and gently stroked Zhou Wei's face. Her eyes were charming and her voice was delicate. "Commander, are you willing to punish me?" After saying that, he laughed and walked quickly to the armed helicopter with a flamethrower in one hand. She fixed 2 flamethrowers on either side of the front of the gunship and clapped her hands. Then he walked into the helicopter cockpit and spoke to Bai Xiaoxiao in a domineering manner. "Xiaoxiao, come on. Sister will take you to get revenge." Bai Xiaoxiao was filled with murderous intent as he looked at the mutant bird that was running away with its head in its hands under the attack of the flamethrower. She was also feeling angry. Newland flew the armed helicopter into the air again and circled around the right side of the flock of birds to the back. Then he turned on the flamethrower, and in an instant 2 fire dragons spewed out from the front of the armed helicopter, launching a surprise attack on the mutant bird flock from behind. Faced with the sudden flames from behind, the flock of birds was caught off guard and suffered heavy casualties again. Just one contact burned 300 or 400 mutant birds to death. Newland kept driving away the mutant bird flock from the rear. Under the attack from both front and back, the mutant bird flock became a mess. They completely lost the ability to resist and could only passively take the beating. The chaos once again gave humans an opportunity to take advantage. The team did not miss the opportunity to strike hard at the enemy's downfall and open fire at full force. In just a few minutes, the originally dark flock of mutant birds became much thinner. Zhou Wei used drones to detect the movements of the mutant bird flocks. As long as the mutant birds showed any attempt to escape, he would order them to be stopped immediately. As time went on, the number of flamethrowers increased. The flamethrowers formed a circle surrounding the remaining mutant birds. The encirclement has been formed and the destruction of the mutant bird flock is inevitable. Until this moment, Zhou Wei had a moment of leisure. He opened the creator system and was immediately overjoyed. After this battle, the number of his creation coins has reached 54,780. More than 50,000 creation coins are enough to directly summon an elite infantry company. Zhou Wei did not hesitate and directly summoned an elite infantry company and deployed it 3 kilometers ahead. 50,000 creation coins flowed away like water, and Zhou Wei only had 4,780 creation coins left again. Following his deployment, a large army suddenly appeared 3 kilometers ahead on the highway. The army has a total of 120 people, and its vehicles include 12 infantry armored vehicles, 25 Lynx all-terrain vehicles, and 1 professional command vehicle. The command vehicle is equipped with professional equipment such as satellite radar systems and communication radios, which can ensure contact with every class in the company and even individual soldiers. The infantry company has a variety of firearms, individual rocket launchers, mortars, grenade launchers, individual multiple rocket launchers, and other weapons. There are also small reconnaissance drones that provide powerful eyes for the troops. The infantry company commander was named Zhang Qiaowu, an officer in his mid-20s. He has deep eyes, is good at fighting, manages the army well, and has experience in fighting major battles. The instructor's name is Zhao Qin, and he is also a rare talent. He can coordinate the relationship between the chief officers and lieutenants at all levels of the army to ensure the coordination and order of the army. The moment this company was summoned, Zhou Wei's command channel was connected to all officers and soldiers. Zhang Qiaowu observed the battle situation from 3 kilometers away and took the initiative to report. Commander, the commander of the elite first company, Zhang Qiaowu, reports to you. Do you need our support? Zhou Wei looked at the battlefield which was almost coming to an end and rejected their request for support. Instead, he ordered Captain Zhang, your company continues to the Wuzhong Peninsula. Clear out the more than 6,000 zombies in Wuzhong Peninsula, and our troops will be there soon. After that, worried that they didn't know the way, Zhou Wei sent the city map to the command vehicle system where Captain Zhang was via the drone's radio signal. Captain Zhang received the map and then took on his first mission. Chapter 60 Another Wave. Yes, I will ensure that the task is completed. He was very motivated and determined to clean up the entire Wuzhong Peninsula before the commander arrived, and prepare a comfortable accommodation for the brother troops and commanders. He issued orders to the platoon leaders and squad leaders of the elite first company. Everyone set off, heading for Wuzhong Peninsula. Our mission is to clear the Wuzhong Peninsula before the commander arrives. Is the mission clear? The voices of the 3 platoon leaders and 9 squad leaders were firm, powerful, and resounding. Clear. Afterwards, this huge army headed for Wuzhong Peninsula at the fastest speed. Watching them leave, Zhou Wei turned his gaze to the battlefield. There are less than 1,000 mutant birds left. The crowd was chasing and intercepting while cleaning up the battlefield. Morong Fei Xue frowned. These mutant birds actually had no green crystals, but it is found in the bodies of those giant birds. What a bunch of poor birds. These words expressed Zhou Wei's inner thoughts. These birds are indeed poor. Not only do they have only 1 creation coin each, they don't even have any energy crystals. They have nothing but their sheer numbers. After waiting for all the mutant birds to be cleared away, everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but unexpectedly, another accident happened. Hum. Hoo-hoo. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Ga. From the direction of the Huangjia village road, there were many cries of cows, pigs, chickens, and ducks. Zhou Wei looked at the display screen, on which all the livestock in Huangjia village were rushing towards here. Apparently, they were attracted by the sound of gunfire from the previous fierce battle with the mutant birds. There are quite a lot of these mutant animals, about 700 or 800. Among them, pigs and cows are the most frightening, looking 2 or 3 meters tall. Half of his body had turned green, his skin gleaming with a metallic-like hue. Just by looking at it, you can tell it's indestructible. The size of chickens and ducks more than doubled, and their claws grew into knife-like shapes. It can be predicted that if caught by it, several kilograms of flesh will be torn off. Zhou Wei did not expect that the battle he planned to fight in Huangjia village would not take place. The convoy left Huangjia village smoothly. As a result, the battle came late after leaving Huangjia village. This really feels like fate is playing tricks on me. Xiao Qingwei reacted quickly. Before Zhou Wei gave the order to fight, she had already fired a sniper shot. The bullet left the gun, creating a burst of sparks, and then flew towards a 3-meter-tall mutant cow at a speed of 1,500 meters per second. With a bang, the bullet hit the mutant cow's head, and the feeling of the impact was like hitting a steel plate. Fortunately, the ZWZ multi-purpose sniper rifle has strong penetrating power and can penetrate 300 millimeters special steel. The bullet spun into the mutant bull's head, and its huge body fell down. At this time, Zhou Wei was surprised to find that his creation coins increased by 300, reaching 7,750 points. It seems that these mutant cows are very valuable. Zhou Wei felt very stressed when he thought about the zombies and mutant animals that were constantly evolving. Time is running out for humanity. All artillery and anti-material snipers are aimed at the mutant cows and mutant pigs. Fire at the mutant cows and mutant pigs at will. The rest of the personnel strangle the mutant chickens and ducks. After hearing the new battle orders, everyone had no time to celebrate their victory over the mutant birds and were immediately thrown into a new battlefield. Xiang Daji couldn't help but curse. Damn it, this end of the world really doesn't give us any time to breathe. All they do is stir up trouble all day long, as if they won't stop until they destroy us. Others felt the same way. The combat load these days was really heavy. There is fighting almost every day, without a moment's rest. Especially for the college students who were rescued not long ago, they suddenly felt that today was very exciting. First, there was the crisis faced by Zhao Air and his gang, and then zombies broke into the building. After being rescued with great difficulty, they encountered a flock of mutant birds just halfway through their journey. It should be over after defeating the mutant birds, right? God played another big joke on them. This time it's the turn of the mutant animals running on the ground. What's next? Mutated aquatic animals? At this moment, Imo Wentian really didn't have the energy to ask the sky, so he just lay down and gave in. Destroy it, I'm tired. The college students all smiled bitterly. The thrills they encountered today were more than those in the first half of their lives combined. Li Mu smiled helplessly. So this is the end of the world. The resentment about the end of the world dominated everyone, and their anger turned into artillery fire, with shells being fired one after another. In an instant, there were continuous gunshots, and the armored zombie mutant cow that rushed up first was blown into the sky. All the chickens and ducks within a 27-meter radius of the mutant cow were in bad luck. They were strangled by the aftermath of the shells, shrapnel, and fragments of the mutant cow's steel-like body, resulting in countless deaths and injuries in an instant. The anti-material sniper also opened fire at full capacity, firing shot after shot. With every gunshot, the head of a mutant pig or cow exploded. Various other rifles also opened fire in succession, and bullets poured out like raindrops. Bullets fired at mutant animals had no killing power against armored zombies. However, it caused terrible damage to infantry-level mutant animals such as chickens and ducks. Because the two were still more than 100 meters apart, the flamethrower had no killing power. So Morong Feishue and others had to put down their flamethrowers temporarily. He then used the rifle on his body to shoot the small and agile chickens and ducks. After the women's team joined the battle, with their superb marksmanship, the mutant chickens and ducks were killed in large numbers in an instant. The mutant animals were blocked 150 meters away from the convoy. The mutated animals did not stop because of the casualties, but attacked more frantically. They attacked from roads and fields, and as the distance and range increased, the lethality of the 100mm rifled gun was reduced to a minimum. After dispersing, the team will face more pressure. There are clearly only 700 or 800 of them, scattered over a large area. A mutant animal may suddenly appear in any place, so it feels like there are thousands of them. Chapter 61: The End. This is like the classic 3-3 tactics. Even though there are not many people, it gives people the feeling of a huge army. Hole 7. There is a mutant cow 145 meters ahead of you. Hole 3. Watch out for enemies coming from the right. Hole 8. There are a large number of enemies in the northeast. You lead a small team to stop them. Various orders filled the battlefield. Zhou Wei looked at the images from the drone and smiled bitterly. We are in such a mess today. I should have known not to let Captain Zhang and the others go first. But he didn't have any worries. Although the mutant animals are very cunning and like to use harassment tactics. But his own drone monitors the entire battlefield. Their every move is under their noses. Victory is inevitable. I might be dragged here for a while, maybe a few hours. Well, let's just give Captain Zhang and his men a few more hours to clean up the Wujiang Peninsula. Nuolin and Bai Xiaoxiao landed a helicopter to replenish ammunition. The helicopter's machine gun bullets were used up, while shooting birds. Didn't have time to add it before. At this time, the college students hiding in the car, under the encouragement and leadership of Mo Wentian, took the initiative to help the soldiers load magazines, reducing the time the soldiers spent loading magazines. Students, the military is protecting us, and there is not much we can do. Helping them refill their magazines is all we can do. Helping the army is also saving ourselves. Let's all work hard. Encouraged by Mo Wentian, these people who were originally so scared of the hail of bullets that they could only cover their ears became reliable logistics personnel. Zhou Wei noticed Mo Wentian's performance and nodded secretly. He does have a talent for management, and in the future I can let him be responsible for managing the survivors. He focused on developing his army and bases to avoid the trouble of infighting among humans. As long as he has the army in his hands, he has the final say in the base. With the help of these college students, the helicopter machine gun ammunition box was quickly filled with thousands of rounds of bullets. Nuolin and Bai Xiaoxiao did not dare to stay for a moment and flew into the air in a helicopter to provide air support to the ground troops. The armed helicopter found the location of all the mutant animals in the air. The machine gun spewed out flames and bullets swept across the ground like raindrops. In an instant, dozens of mutant animals were shot into sieves. With the support of powerful air firepower, the mutant animals were beaten so hard that they could not show their heads. This is modern warfare. Once one side loses air superiority, the other side's air force will directly take the initiative on the battlefield. The balance of victory will also tilt towards the side with air power. Zhou Wei knew that the outcome was already decided, so he calmly handed the drone to Gu Nianjiao to control. He was looking at the ever-increasing number of creation coins. Each of these mutant animals could give him 50 creation coins on average. There are about 800 of them here. Once they are all wiped out, he will get more than 40,000 creation coins in the end. Combined with the creation coins earned from the mutant bird flocks before, he could almost summon another elite infantry company. However, his attention was not on the infantry company, but on the combat support company. The combat support company has a total of 130 people, carrying various special machinery. It can build bridges, roads, and garrisons for the troops, and perform other engineering tasks to ensure the army can complete various combat missions. In addition, they also undertake the tasks of the reconnaissance company. Now that I want to establish a base on the Wujiang Peninsula, such a company is indispensable. They can turn the Wujiang Peninsula into an indestructible fortress in the shortest possible time to deal with the zombie crisis that may break out at any time. But the price is a bit expensive, requiring 80,000 creation coins. A combat support company is like this. Infantry companies and tank companies only need to shoot accurately and fire loudly, but a combat support company has to consider a lot more. They are a combination of an engineering company and a reconnaissance company and are highly technical. It is also one of the important guarantees for the combat effectiveness of the troops. Zhou Wei thought of heading to the elite infantry first company on the Wujiang Peninsula first. There were 6,000 zombies there, which could bring him about 30,000 creation coins. So it was quite quick to summon this combat support company. The battle raged for an hour, and soon the gunfire died down. The fields in the distance were filled with the corpses of mutant animals. Zhou Wei's creation coins reached 52,300. His voice rang in everyone's ears. Clean up the battlefield and collect green crystals. Morong Feishue and others acted quickly. With more than 800 mutant animals, this was a huge project. Although Mo Wentian was confused, he organized college students to help. Yi Qingxiao looked at the green crystals dug out by Morong Feishue and the soldiers, her eyes full of curiosity. The same is true for other college students, who have all read doomsday novels to some extent. Could these be the legendary crystals that can awaken people's supernatural powers? Yi Qingxia asked Morong Feishue cautiously. Sister Morong, what are these things? What are they used for? Why do we collect them? Morong Feishue was a little cold, and Yi Qingxia was a little timid. Morong Feishue looked at the innocent college student who was following behind her and whose face turned pale due to being disgusted by the blood. Yi Qingxia pretended to be strong, suppressed her nausea, and used a sharp knife to cut open the heads of the mutant chickens and ducks and take out the green crystals. When you hold the crystal in your hand, it is no different from glass except that it is very jade-like and hard. Morong Feishue's voice sounded in her ears, like a fairy from another world, ethereal and cold. This is an energy candy core. It contains huge energy and will be the energy source for future energy weapons. Yi Qingxia suddenly realized and didn't dare to ask any more questions. She dug out the green crystals more carefully and meticulously. Just then, a teasing voice came from behind her. Sister Qingxia, why don't you try to eat it? Maybe you can become a Superman in the next second. Yi Qingxia turned around and saw Nuolin, who had already got off the helicopter. She said in surprise, "Sister Nuolin." Morong Feishue glared at Nuolin and rebuked, "Stop trying to deceive people if they really believe your lies. Swallow the crystal and turn into a zombie. Then you can wait for the commander's punishment." Nuolin stuck out her tongue and smiled sweetly. Okay, I lied to you. Don't try it. Otherwise, you will turn into a zombie, and I will be in big trouble." Morong Feishue was worried that others were still holding on to their luck, so she had to give them a serious reminder. "You'd better not try it. It will only turn you into zombies. If it could really turn people into superpowered people, there would be people with superpowered abilities in our team by now. Of course, you don't have to believe it, but you will bear all the consequences at your own risk." Hearing Morong Feishue's serious warning, all the college students showed a bit of fear on their faces. The little thoughts they had originally planned to try were instantly extinguished. As to whether it was real or fake, it is unknown. There will always be people who are lucky enough to think they are the chosen one. I can hold on and not turn into a zombie. However, Morong Feishue has already told them the truth. If they really want to commit suicide, you can't blame them then. After all, they had been reminded long ago. At that time, all they could send them was a bullet. Chapter 62, Captain Zhang's Battle Plan. It took more than an hour to clean up the battlefield, and finally the green crystals were taken out from the heads of 800 mutant animal zombies. Zhou Wei glanced at the time. It was already 3:30 in the afternoon. It would probably be around 6 or 7 in the evening when we arrived at Wujiang Peninsula. Everyone returned to the car, and after experiencing a series of events, this group of college students grew a lot. Zhou Wei issued orders to everyone through the communicator. "Keep going." The vehicle started and Gulan continued to drive the bulldozer to clear the way. In fact, there is no need to open the road at this time. After all, Captain Zhang and his men had already opened up the road ahead. The cars behind drove by one after another. After the battle, everyone was a little tired, so the cars were very quiet. In the silent atmosphere, the convoy sped away and completely left Huangjia village, a place of trouble. Zhou Wei looked out the window and saw a few crushed cars appearing from time to time under the slopes on both sides of the highway. These cars were pushed down by the elite First Company led by Zhang Xiaowu. The weather is getting a little cooler as autumn approaches. Morong Feishue gently leaned her head on Zhou Wei's shoulder, enjoying the rare peace. Zhou Wei knew that she was actually tired. After all, she had been running on the battlefield during the previous high-intensity battles, carrying a 35-kilogram flamethrower to provide support to various locations. This is a huge burden on the spirit. As for physical strength, it's nothing. Zhou Wei hugged her gently and whispered, "Go to sleep first. I'll call you when we get there." Morong Feishue nodded gently and closed her eyes with peace of mind. Although she was not tired, she enjoyed every second of tenderness with the commander. Looking at the crops in the fields, Zhou Wei squinted his eyes. Autumn is a season of harvest. After autumn comes winter, and this year's autumn is much colder than usual. It seems that due to the end of the world, factories were shut down and CO2 emissions were greatly reduced. In addition, zombies are essentially vegetative states, participating in photosynthesis and absorbing greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. As a result, the thermal insulation effect of the atmosphere was greatly reduced, and the temperature dropped significantly. This also means that this winter will be the coldest in recent decades. He had to prepare supplies for the winter before then. Otherwise, this winter will be very difficult to endure. Zhou Wei sighed. "I'm afraid that more than 50% of the survivors will freeze to death this winter." The car was bumpy all the way, but Zhou Wei didn't feel it, because his heart is more complicated than the car at this moment. Outside the Wujiang Peninsula, Company Commander Zhang and Instructor Zhao led the entire company of 120 people to a 300-meter-wide road extending from the Wujiang Peninsula. This 300-meter-wide and 800-meter-long area is the only land connecting Wujiang Peninsula with the outside world. If you want to go to the island from other places, you need to take a boat. The water of Wujiang River is very turbulent, and it serves as a natural barrier, keeping zombies and other non-flying dangers out of the river. The island was very quiet. Captain Zhang looked through the telescope and saw that the zombies on the peninsula had their ankles buried in the soil, with 2/3 of their bodies turning green. The houses on the island are not very densely packed and are very modern, though not very solid. The walls are all made of red bricks and are no more than 20 centimeters thick. Commander and his men will move in directly after they arrive. We cannot launch an attack directly on the island, as this could easily destroy civilian houses. Moreover, it is not safe to fight street battles with zombies because we are not very familiar with the terrain, especially the extremely fast wind chaser zombies. Our soldiers can easily suffer casualties in areas with narrow terrain. Captain Zhang was looking at the distribution of zombies on the island while analyzing the situation. Zhao Qin was very familiar with Captain Zhang. When he heard his words, he immediately understood what he was thinking. Are you planning to use this 300-meter wide land to fight a positional war with the zombies? If 12 armored vehicles were lined up in a row on this 300-meter wide land, they would form an indestructible line of defense. In addition, the terrain is narrow and flat, so the army's artillery fire can exert its greatest lethality here. Company Commander Zhang put down his binoculars and laughed. No one knows me better than you. He pointed his finger at the open land. Look, there are almost no obstacles here, and only one machine gun can defend a large area. With the addition of artillery and other weapons, no zombies could break through the defense line. Most importantly, we can also take this opportunity to familiarize ourselves with fighting large-scale positional warfare with zombies, to accumulate experience for defending against zombies or attacking large cities in the future. Zhao Qin also nodded. Zhang Xiaowu's strategic thinking was indeed very strong. What he saw was not only the battle at hand, but also the battles in the future. Use the current battle to adapt to future large-scale battles with the zombie horde in advance, summarize experience and lessons in advance, and reduce casualties. Then have the soldiers start building bunkers, lure the zombies out in an hour, and annihilate them all here. The two men reached a consensus and immediately ordered the soldiers to build shelters on the spot. The armored vehicles also drove to the front and lined up in a row, like giant beasts crawling, giving people a great sense of oppression. On the position, the soldiers took out their engineering shovels and began to dig the bunker carefully and quickly, working hard. However, Zhao Xiaowu called the squad leaders of each class together to hold a pre-war meeting. Zhang Xiaowu, the squad leader of the 1st Squad, 1st Platoon, 1st Company of the elite troops, gave the order. Squad Leader Cheng, you will lead Squad 1 to protect the company headquarters and also serve as the reserve force. I know that the soldiers all want to go to the front line to express their loyalty to their commanders and their fearless spirit of not fearing sacrifice. Tell the soldiers of Squad 1 not to have any other ideas, as there will be plenty of opportunities to go to the front line in the future. The squad leader of Class 1 felt a little regretful that he could not be a pioneer on the battlefield. But military orders are as heavy as mountains, and as a soldier he should take it as his duty to obey them. He stood up and answered loudly. Yes, Captain, I will do my best to protect the command organization. Captain Zhang looked at the remaining 8 squad leaders and 3 platoon leaders and said, Go and organize the snipers from each squad to form a sniper platoon. The sniper platoon is under the command of Platoon Leader 1. Platoon Leader, once the battle begins, the sniper platoon you lead must kill the fastest zombies. Get rid of these zombies as soon as possible. I don't want these zombies to rush onto the battlefield and cause casualties to our soldiers. If you let them come over, I will hold you accountable. The platoon leader was shocked and did not dare to be careless. He immediately realized the importance of his mission. He stood up quickly, his body as straight as a black pine tree, full of the fortitude of a soldier. The platoon leader's voice shook the earth. Yes, I promise to complete the mission. After saying that, he sat down and planned in his mind how to arrange these snipers so that they could cover the battlefield in all directions and without blind spots. Chapter 63, the 1st Company Scale Positional Battle. Captain Zhang once again set his gaze on the 2nd Platoon Leader and spoke earnestly. 2nd Platoon Leader, go organize an anti-tank team. Your targets are the mutant zombies and animals among the zombies who have iron skin and bones and are invulnerable to swords and guns. These guys are thick-skinned and tough, and they pose a huge threat to us. Your job is not easy, but I believe you can do it well. Likewise, I ask you to behead anyone you find. The 2nd Platoon Leader slowly stood up, nodded seriously, and took on this difficult task. Yes, Captain. Captain Zhang finally set his sights on the 3rd Platoon Leader. 3rd Platoon Leader, your platoon will be at the front line, responsible for the most intense defense against the zombies' attack. This is a daunting task, and the pressure you face is enormous. Do you have the confidence that you can complete it? The 3rd Platoon Leader was overjoyed when he heard this, as he knew that this was the company commander's trust in him. As long as I fight this battle well, the credit will definitely be mine. He didn't dare to be negligent at all. He said seriously, Don't worry, Captain. I promise to beat the shit out of these zombies and let them know that humans are not to be trifled with. After receiving the affirmative answer from the 3rd Platoon Leader, Captain Zhang nodded with satisfaction. Instructor Zhao Qin concluded, Comrades, this battle is about our glory. I hope you can perform your duties and fight this battle well. Everyone keeps their eyes on their own goals. At the same time, don't forget the cooperation among comrades in arms. Remember, we are a collective. We prosper together and suffer together. The general work arrangements were completed, and Company Commander Zhang announced the disbanding of the meeting. The squad leaders of each class and the 3 platoon leaders rushed to their respective posts in a hurry to ensure that nothing could go wrong if the fight broke out. A platoon leader personally led 18 snipers to occupy a sniper position with a wide view. Make sure every sniper has no blind spots. The 2nd platoon leader organized 15 soldiers, each of whom was equipped with a personal rocket launcher. They lay in ambush in front of the position, keeping an eye on any tyrant-level zombies or large mutant animals that might appear. As long as they find armored zombies, they will destroy them immediately. There would be no chance for them to attack or throw zombies onto the position. The 3rd platoon leader organized the 36 soldiers of the 3rd platoon to enter the front line. Every soldier was ready for battle, with high morale in his eyes. The soldiers on the position kept a certain distance from each other to avoid being killed by artillery-type zombies in one fell swoop. Although no artillery-type zombies have been found in Wujiang Peninsula so far, but it's better to be safe than sorry. The 3rd platoon leader gave the soldiers a final mobilization before the battle. Soldiers of the 3rd platoon, the company commander has given us this difficult task, which is an affirmation and trust in us. Show me all your strength. Don't embarrass me. The 3 rows of soldiers were all in high spirits and morale. Don't worry, platoon leader. We will beat these zombies into pieces. The armored vehicles' machine guns and gun barrels were aimed at the flat ground ahead. The black muzzles and gun barrels seemed like the hook of the god of death. With just one order, these weapons of war will unleash astonishing power. Faced with such modern weapons, the flesh and blood body is simply unable to resist. In this battle, Captain Zhang put in his full energy. You must go all out in the first battle assigned to you by the commander, and there can be no room for mistakes. Captain Zhang looked down at his watch and saw that exactly 1 hour had passed. The positions dug by the soldiers were completed as scheduled. Captain Zhang nodded with satisfaction, knowing that his men had not brought shame upon him. They are all great. Someone, turn up the horn. Following Captain Zhang's order, the horn on the car made a deafening sound, and the very exciting DJ music spread far away. Listening to this exciting music, one feels as if this is not a battlefield but a dance hall. When the music started, the zombies sleeping on the Wujiang Peninsula raised their heads almost at the same time. 20 or 30 wind chaser zombies jumped onto the roof of the elementary school, looked at the humans on the shore, and let out bloodthirsty roars. On a country road, a tyrant used brute force to push away the sightseeing bus that was blocking the road, and ran quickly, causing the ground to shake as if an earthquake had occurred. From the farmyard, several New Year pigs slammed into the fence, and the hair on their bodies stood up like sharp steel needles. They made greedy humming sounds and ran towards the outside of the peninsula at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The chickens served to tourists flapped their wings and flew up from the farmer's vegetable garden, their sharp claws gleaming like metal in the sun. Ordinary zombies walked out from the streets, fields, houses, hotels, parking lots, and other places. Thousands of zombies slowly gathered into a zombie torrent. They ran faster than the cheetahs, like a turbulent mudslide that could drown all life in front of it. The roars of more than 6,000 zombies even overwhelmed the roar of the Wu River. The terrifying vision is enough to scare the shit out of ordinary people. He looked at the zombies that were getting closer and closer and coldly gave the order to open fire. The battle begins, free shooting. Following his order, intensive gunfire was heard from the position. The soldiers withstood the pressure and fired accurately. The machine guns on the 12 armored vehicles spewed out flames, bullets were fired like heavy rain, and a pile of bullet casings fell to the ground. Under this powerful firepower, the zombies in the front were shot into pieces in an instant and fell down one after another. In just a moment, more than 100 zombies lost their combat effectiveness. This sudden scene left the zombies dumbfounded. They had never experienced such a scene before. Hunting humans on a daily basis is basically a one-sided massacre. Now they have been beaten badly by humans and suffered heavy losses. Looking at the more than 30 machine guns on the position, if the zombies had reason, they would definitely cry out. We are just little zombies. There is no need to do this. The 30mm machine gun fired mercilessly, and every bullet that landed on the zombies could instantly smash several zombies into pieces. The 100mm rifled cannon fired one shell after another, splashing dirt where it landed and creating a big hole on the ground. Within a radius of more than 10 meters, the zombies were thrown high up and fell to the ground unconscious. The zombies within a dozen meters of the center point were torn apart directly. However, the bodies of the zombies that had been cuckolded by 2/3 had been greatly strengthened and had bones as strong as steel. Many of the zombies not at the center of the explosion were riddled with shrapnel. Some had broken arms, some had broken legs, and some had their stomachs ripped open with their intestines spilling all over the floor. If a human suffered this kind of injury, he would either die or fall into a coma and lose his ability to fight. But these zombies still struggled to stand up tenaciously, then roared and rushed up again. Chapter 64, Taking Wujiang Peninsula. The last shot only killed 7 or 8 zombies, and the effect obviously did not meet Captain Zhang's expectations. In his estimation, with such a dense group of zombies, one shot like this could kill at least 20 or 30 zombies. Captain Zhang looked at this scene with gloomy eyes. The zombies are so tenacious. Company Commander Zhang directly ordered the mortar team to join the battle. As 8 mortars opened fire, the front was directly covered by dense explosions. The dense sound of artillery fire spread far away, and with the fall of each shell, several zombies were blown to pieces. Under the unilateral firepower of humans, the zombies suffered heavy losses before they even got close. The wind chaser among the zombies was furious and rushed towards the position at an extremely fast speed, trying to destroy the human firepower network. At their high speed of 50 meters per second, they can reach the position in 3 to 5 seconds at most. When facing the wind chasers, these humans will be powerless to fight back. But they were already being served. As soon as 7 or 8 storm chasers showed their heads, they were targeted by snipers. The snipers had a clear division of labor. Each of them shot one enemy at a time and pulled the trigger directly. The bullets instantly blew the heads off the 7 or 8 storm chasers in a matter of a few tenths of a second. They didn't even have a chance to charge. With a sniper's marksmanship, he can kill anyone 1,000 meters away. Attention, snipers. Storm chasers are extremely fast. Do not let them get within 500 meters of your position, or they will rush into your position within 10 seconds. The platoon leader's extremely serious voice sounded in every sniper's headset. All snipers were fully alert and focused on the wind chaser zombies within their shooting range. Don't worry, platoon leader. We are the umbrellas of protection for our comrades on the battlefield. If you want to rush to the battlefield and harm our comrades, you have to get past us first. The snipers were all full of fighting spirit. Many storm chasers, zombie dogs, and zombie cats would be sniped and killed instantly as soon as they appeared on the streets and rooftops of Wujiang Peninsula. They didn't even have a chance to reach this 800-meter flat ground. Looking at this scene, the platoon leader praised the snipers with satisfaction. Comrades, well done. Just beat them like this. Beat them hard. Seeing that speed-type zombies such as wind chasers were suppressed and unable to show up, the armored zombies took action. Behind the zombies, 11 or 12 tyrants stood in a row, each holding 2 ordinary zombies in their hands. They used their enormous arm strength to throw zombies directly onto the human position from 500 meters away. In close combat, how could humans possibly be a match for zombies who have such immense strength and tenacious vitality? Humans can't even get hurt when facing zombies. In addition, 4 or 5 New Year pigs and oxen knocked away the ordinary zombies blocking the road. These zombies used their strong bodies to withstand the bullet attacks and quickly rushed towards the position. The bullets hit these armored zombies, and sparks flew directly. Even machine gun bullets were only embedded in the fat several dozen centimeters thick. Although their speed is not as fast as that of wind chasers, it is still a speed that humans cannot reach. This kind of zombie already has a low IQ. They will actively avoid attacks from machine guns, rifled artillery and mortars, and move quickly on the battlefield. Under the protection of its iron body, the zombies behind it are also protected from the threat of bullets. The second platoon leader excitedly said to the anti-tank team around him, "It's our turn to take action. Let's teach these zombies a lesson. We humans are not to be trifled with." A dozen anti-tank soldiers picked up individual rocket launchers and locked onto the bodies of the armored zombies through the scopes. Rockets have guidance systems. Once they are locked, no matter how agilely the armored zombies move, they will eventually be caught up by the rockets. Some people locked onto the mutant animals that were charging into battle. Some people locked onto the tyrant zombie in the rear. Following the order from the second platoon leader, more than a dozen rockets roared out. The huge recoil force inevitably caused the soldiers' bodies to lean backwards. The rockets passed through the guidance system on the battlefield, hitting each armored zombie quickly, accurately, and fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. As balls of exploding flames appeared on the battlefield, the mutant animals charging forward were blown to pieces in an instant. At the back of the battlefield, within a few dozen meters where the tyrant is, the explosion devoured everything mercilessly, blowing the tyrant and nearly 100 zombies around him to pieces. In just a moment, the armored zombies suffered a devastating blow. The armored zombies were almost wiped out, and the storm chasers were also sniped one by one. The remaining ordinary zombies were slaughtered unilaterally under the powerful firepower of the elite First Company. Seeing this scene, Captain Zhang's heart finally settled down. Zhao Qin beside him laughed excitedly. Okay, Lao Zhang, this battle was really exciting. Captain Zhang also showed a confident smile. So what if individual zombies are very powerful? Times have changed. Now is the era of hot weapons. No matter how high your martial arts skills are, you are afraid of bullets. He gave orders to the entire company. Prepare to clean up the battlefield, move the troops into Wujiang Peninsula, clear out a clean base, and welcome the commander. The armored vehicles moved out and began the final cleanup work. In front of the armored vehicle, the zombies along the way were instantly rolled under the vehicle and crushed into two-dimensional shapes. The infantry advanced and, under the cover of armored vehicles, accurately shot at the scattered zombies. Soon, the gunfire stopped and Captain Zhang's troops entered the Wujiang Peninsula. He came to the village committee of Wujiang Village, which is one of the facades of Wujiang Peninsula Resort and is decorated quite luxuriously. There is a pair of stone lions at the door, looking majestic and powerful. A 3-meter-high wall separates the village committee from the outside world. The main door is made of red lacquered wood, with dragons and phoenixes carved on it. It is so magnificent. When you enter, the first thing that catches your eye is a large courtyard. There is a flower bed in the middle of the yard, which is full of peonies, showing its elegance. In front of the flower bed is the 3-story office building, with gorgeous, expensive tiles covering the outside. There is also greening on the roof, planted with green plants that cannot be named, and vines spreading downwards, which looks very close to nature. Next to the yard is a basketball court, which is used by village cadres to play basketball in their spare time. Behind the basketball court is the village committee's canteen, a 2-story canteen. The lower floor is where ordinary cadres dine, and the upper floor is luxuriously decorated. The cafeteria on the second floor is where cadres from the county, city, and even province come to cook when they come for research. But now there is blood everywhere. From the remaining bloodstains, one can imagine how tragic the event was when the zombie virus broke out. Company Commander Zhang ordered the troops to park their vehicles outside the wall. Except for the kitchen squad, each squad leader and a squad soldier searched for their own squad's base in the houses near the village committee. Chapter 65 Arrival at Wujiang Village Committee. The other soldiers cleaned the village committee under the leadership of the deputy squad leader. The kitchen team stayed behind to prepare dinner to welcome the commander's troops. By the way, remember to give each soldier a chicken drumstick. It was almost dusk when Zhou Wei sat in the command vehicle and arrived outside the Wujiang Peninsula. Looking at the land connecting the Wujiang Peninsula and the outside world, the smoke of gunpowder has not yet dissipated. Looking at the bumpy shell holes on the ground, he was shocked. It seems that Captain Zhang and his men also had a fierce battle here. They don't have basic combat uniforms, and we don't know if there are any casualties. Zhou Wei knew that the first thing he would do after arriving at Wujiang Peninsula was to create a company's basic combat uniforms. Every soldier is his dearest, and he doesn't want any unnecessary casualties to occur due to lack of combat uniforms. As the vehicle passed through the fierce battle zone, Morong Feishua slowly opened her eyes. Are you awake? Zhou Wei looked at her tenderly. She actually didn't sleep at all. After all, protecting the commander was her mission. But she still pretended to have just woken up and looked groggy. Commander, are we there yet? She stretched her head and looked outside, seeing the fierce battlefield, and expressed her admiration for Captain Zhang and his men. From the perspective of the battlefield situation, this was a carefully prepared battle. The zombies did not break through to within 30 meters of the position, so it can be seen that Captain Zhang and his men should not have suffered any casualties. After hearing Morong Feishua's professional analysis, Zhou Wei nodded. The survivors in the school bus showed excitement. Yi Qingxia excitedly said to Professor Lin and the other two, "Oh my God, it turns out that the commander has more than just these people under his command. A troop even arrived at the Wujiang Peninsula ahead of time. Judging from the intensity of the battlefield, this force is large in number and has heavy weapons. This also means that Wujiang Peninsula will be one of the safest bases after the apocalypse." The other survivors were also extremely excited. Perhaps there is no news more exciting than knowing that there is a large army stationed here. The most important thing in the end times is a sense of security. Now they feel completely safe. Mo Wentian rubbed his palms excitedly. Sure enough, we made the right choice in joining the commander's team. I must perform well in the future. If I am valued by the commander, I will be very successful in the future. Gao Ling and Lin Mingling looked at each other. Gao Ling took a deep breath, filled with emotion. From the battlefield, there is at least one company of soldiers here. I didn't expect the commander to be so secretive. I always thought that the commander had only 4 squads of soldiers under his command. I'm still thinking that the commander's base might not be as secure as the E County SWAT base. Now it seems that the safety here is even safer than the E County SWAT base. After all, how can the SWAT beat the army? After hearing this, Lin Mingling realized that Gao Ling might not have completely given up the idea of going to the special police base. After seeing this scene, he probably didn't want to go to E County at all. She gave her signature smile and spoke in a teasing tone. Captain, do you want to go to E County again in the future? Listening to Lin Mingling's teasing, Gao Ling thought about it and said decisively, Of course I will go. Lin Mingling and other special police soldiers looked surprised. Gao Ling laughed and said, I definitely can't let those colleagues go astray. When there is a chance, persuade them to join the commander's team. It is more promising to follow the army. Hearing Gao Ling's words, all the special police officers present laughed. Yes, in this doomsday, zombies are becoming more and more terrifying. The SWAT team is armed but lacks heavy weapons. It would be difficult to survive facing armor level, artillery level, and even tank level, fighter level, and even aircraft carrier level zombies that will appear in the future. Only with the support of the army can there be hope of survival. Lin Mingling smiled and said, I'll go with you then, and I'll do my part too. Zhou Wei didn't know that Captain Zhang's battle laid the foundation for him to recapture Yi County in the future. Vehicles crossed the road connecting the Wujiang Peninsula in an orderly manner and entered the peninsula. Captain Zhang had already arranged for people to wait at the entrance. Zhao Qin walked to the command vehicle and saluted. Commander, we have already vacated a suitable parking lot for you. Commander, please follow the guidance vehicle, and I will lead everyone to dinner later. Zhou Wei nodded and asked Gulan, who was leading the group, to follow the guide car arranged by Zhao Qin. Led by a guide car, the convoy arrived at a concrete open space behind the village committee. This was originally the territory of the Square Dance Andes, but now it has become a parking lot. Back. Okay, the bulldozer can stop here. Excavator, come a little closer. Yes, that's it. The tanker truck cannot be parked here. It is too close to the headquarters. Drive over there. The material truck stops here. Yes, right here. It is convenient for unloading. Armored vehicle, stop over here. It's convenient to enter and exit here. When the convoy arrived here, there were already special people directing the vehicles to stop. It took more than 10 minutes to finally stop all the cars. At this time, Zhao Qin was very enthusiastic and took the initiative to lead Zhou Wei. Commander, Captain Murong, and other brothers and sisters. Come on, I'll take you to the cafeteria. You must be hungry after a whole day, right? Zhou Wei followed behind Zhao Qin, while Murong Feishing and members of the Ice Phoenix Guards followed on Zhou Wei's left and right. Murong Feishing smiled and said, Thank you for troubling Instructor Zhao. Zhou Wei looked around and found that the bloodstains and other garbage on the ground had been cleaned up. From these details, it can be seen that Captain Zhang and others are very attentive to this matter. Walking into the courtyard of the village committee, Zhou Wei looked at the surrounding environment and nodded with satisfaction. The environment here is nice, and it makes you feel happy to work. Coach Zhao, you have worked hard. Zhou Wei's praise made Instructor Zhao flattered. He quickly responded modestly. It's all thanks to the commander's good teaching. The real hard work is done by the commander and the brother troops. Zhou Wei smiled without saying anything, while the others also laughed. After crossing the basketball court, Zhou Wei and others came to the cafeteria. As I walked to the door, I smelled an appetizing aroma from inside. In an instant, everyone's eyes lit up. Zhao Qin walked into the cafeteria, headed towards the second floor, turned, and said to Zhou Wei, Commander, Captain Murong, squad leaders Hao, Li Mu, Xiang, Chun, and all the members of the Ice Phoenix squad, follow me upstairs. As for the other soldiers, please ask the deputy squad leaders to take their respective team members to have dinner on the first floor. Afraid that they might misunderstand something, Zhao Qin quickly added a sentence. Don't worry, the food upstairs and downstairs is the same. It's just that the space is limited, and there are so many of us, nearly 200 people, so we have to make this arrangement. This cafeteria is indeed not very big, and many of the tables are temporarily arranged. Chapter 66, Meeting Before Dinner, Part 1. It was obvious at first glance that the soldiers from the elite first company had just moved in. Except for the squad leader and platoon leader, everyone in the elite first company ate on the first floor. Seeing this situation, the soldiers from the 4 squads naturally had no objections. Moreover, the people above them are all in positions above squad leader, so it is obvious that a small meeting is going to be held. Thank you, Instructor Zhao. Under the leadership of the deputy squad leaders, the soldiers from the 4 squads were also integrated into the 9 classes below. Gao Ling, Lin Mingling and 6 other special police officers also tactfully walked towards the corner of the first floor. Mo Wentian, Yi Qingxia, and other survivors looked at the direction of the second floor with envy, but they knew that they were not qualified to go up there yet. Zhou Wei suddenly spoke up. Gao Ling, Lin Mingling, Mo Wentian, Yi Qingxia, and the 3 professors, please come up together. Hearing Zhou Wei calling their names, the 7 people were immediately flattered. The other survivors were extremely envious, as it was obvious that they were going to be entrusted with an important task. Under the envious eyes of others, the 7 people followed the team going upstairs. Zhou Wei went up to the second floor, where the officers of the elite first company were standing straight, with firm expressions, as still as a mountain. The food on the table was the same as that on the first floor. Zhao Qin was indeed not lying. Commander. Seeing Zhou Wei coming, everyone saluted collectively. Zhou Wei walked to the main seat, with Morong Feishue and Nuolin standing on his left and right. The others each found a place to stand, and the women's team just happened to be at one table. But no one sat down. The commander, company commander, and instructor were still standing. Sit. Zhou Wei's voice was not very high, but it was full of righteousness. After receiving his order, everyone sat down in unison, as if they were one. However, no one picked up their chopsticks. Instead, they looked at Zhou Wei with a serious face. The atmosphere at the survivors' table was extremely tense. Mo Wentian and Bridget Lin were already sweating profusely. This is the first time in my life that I sit together with so many soldiers, and they were all military officers. The 3 professors were much calmer. After all, they had come into contact with a lot of people. Before eating, Zhou Wei decided to make some command deployments to facilitate the management of the survivors later. Before we eat, let me say a few words. Zhou Wei spoke, and everyone pricked up their ears to listen. Zhou Wei first turned his gaze to Hao Dali. He was the first elite infantry he had summoned. He is also the squad leader who participated in the battle second only to the Ice Phoenix squad. Zhou Wei decided to promote him. Starting today, the elite squads 1, 2, 3, and 4 will be merged into a security platoon responsible for protecting the safety of the command center, namely the Wujiang Village Committee. Hao Dali was appointed as the platoon leader of the security platoon. Xiang Daji was appointed as the deputy platoon leader, and the squad leaders of squads 1 and 2 were replaced by the original deputy squad leaders. Hao Dali and Xiang Daji stood up energetically with serious looks on their faces. Yes, we will protect the safety of the headquarters until our death. Zhou Wei pressed his hand, and the 2 of them sat down with smiles on their faces. The promotion in position is a recognition from the commander for their achievements during this period. Zhou Wei then said to Captain Zhang, we will need to rescue many survivors in the future, so we must implement the military-civilian separation system. I intend to arrange the military camp as follows. First, the elite soldiers of the 1st platoon, 1st squad, 1st company were moved to a civilian house near the highway 500 meters outside the entrance. Have the soldiers of the 1st squad of the 1st platoon set up light and dark sentry posts on both sides of the road leading into the Wujiang Peninsula to monitor the situation in the direction of the road at all times. This is to facilitate monitoring of the situation in the direction of the highway in case there are zombies or survivors coming from the highway. The deployed outposts can discover and deal with the situation immediately, buying buffer time for everyone in the Wujiang Peninsula. Instructor Zhao Qin took out a small notebook and wrote down Zhou Wei's order word for word. Zhou Wei continued speaking. The barracks for the remaining soldiers were arranged on the right side of the peninsula near the exit, which was the former Wujiang Primary School district. Non-military personnel are not allowed to approach the military camp without necessity and warrant. If you break in by force, it will be regarded as stealing military secrets, and you can be shot dead. At the same time, civilian drones, non-military cameras, etc. are not allowed to appear within 300 meters of military camps. Anyone who discovers illegal drones or cameras will also be charged with espionage. Zhou Wei made this arrangement to facilitate the deployment of the summoned troops in the barracks later. The survivors knew nothing about the military camp, so it was naturally difficult for them to notice when a new troop suddenly appeared in the camp. At the same time, we are also worried that spies from other survivor bases may steal our military intelligence. Company Commander Zhang and 3 platoon leaders stood up and accepted the order. Yes, Commander. We will have the troops stationed at the corresponding locations early tomorrow morning. Zhou Wei reminded him. We must not miss the patrol tonight. Captain Zhang replied very seriously. Please rest assured, Commander, I have already made arrangements. Not only are there soldiers standing guard at the entrances and exits, but there are also soldiers patrolling on 3 sides of the river bank. No matter whether it is on land or on the river, no enemy can sneak in quietly. Looking at their straight bodies, Zhou Wei nodded with satisfaction. He was thoughtful and cautious. It is indeed a happy thing to have such subordinates. He decided to settle the rescued survivors on the riverside of the island. If any survivor wants to cause trouble at that time, they can just close the door and beat the dog. The other three sides were surrounded by turbulent rivers, and the exit was the military camp, so they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. It is also convenient for survivors living near the river to use water. A filtration station can be set up directly to pump river water and filter it for use. Zhou Wei looked at Gao Ling, Mo Wentian, and Lin Mingling. Mo Wentian, from now on you are the head of the base's personnel management department. Your job is to manage the survivors. After dinner, you will move the survivors to the riverside of the peninsula and organize the management structure. In the future, your department will need to arrange accommodation for the people rescued from the base. Arrange appropriate work according to their occupations, abilities, interests, and hobbies. Also, come up with a management regulation as soon as possible to facilitate the management of survivors, which will also serve as the basis for future base laws. When Mo Wentian heard the appointment, he was so happy that he was overwhelmed. He didn't expect that the commander would entrust him with such an important task. This is a trust in oneself and an affirmation of one's own abilities. As long as you work hard, after the base expands, you will be one of the veterans, managing millions of people. This is a height that I will never be able to reach in my lifetime before the end of the world. The others looked at Mo Wentian with envy. He tried to take a deep breath and calm himself down. And I kept reminding myself in my heart to be humble and not to be impatient, to work hard, and to never let the commander down. After all, one's position is given by the commander, and only by being responsible to the commander can one hold this position securely. Yes, Commander. I promise to complete the establishment of the base survivor personnel management organization framework by tomorrow. Zhou Wei nodded. The reason why he dared to delegate this power was because he held the military power in his hands. As long as the army is in hand, no one else can make any waves. He doesn't know how to manage, and managing things carelessly will only make things a mess in the end. Mo Wentian graduated from the School of Management, so he is more adept at this kind of thing. In addition, the survivors have complex emotions, and any policy will make some survivors dissatisfied. Chapter 67, Meeting Before Dinner, Part 2. Then they were targeting Mo Wentian, who was in a management position, and they couldn't put pressure on themselves. Of course, if Mo Wentian really caused the survivors to complain and arouse public anger, that also shows that his abilities are not suitable for this position. All he needs to do is stand up and replace himself with another person, and the complaining survivors will sing praises to his greatness. Of course, he doesn't completely ignore it. He won't manage it, but he will supervise. Zhou Wei looked at Gao Ling again. As the captain of the special police team, it was his time to use his abilities. Gao Ling, you will be the head of the Public Security Management Department. When you go down, you will form the Public Security Management Department with the special police team. Responsible for the public security management of the survivors of the base, focusing on combating illegal and criminal activities and maintaining public security in the base. Zhou Wei looked at Lin Mingling. He called her out not to watch the show, but for another mission. As for Lin Mingling, you will set up a tribunal, which will function like the court before the end of the world and will be responsible for hearing criminal and civil cases within the base. The Ministry of Public Security is responsible for catching and prosecuting criminals, while the tribunal is responsible for conducting trials. When the trial started, representatives from the military, the Ministry of Personnel Management, and the survivors formed a jury, and the three parties monitored and listened to the entire trial process. Currently, the only people who understand the law are the special police officers. The only person Zhou Wei could entrust this task to is Lin Mingling. She is the only woman in the SWAT team, so it's not quite suitable for her to maintain law and order with a group of grown men. The establishment of a tripartite hearing panel is also to ensure the fairness and impartiality of the trial process. The other parties are suspected of being bribed. But the military is completely our own people. They will not betray us, and they will not be bribed. He cannot guarantee that the person being tried is 100% not wrongly accused. But at least it can ensure that more than 95% of people can get fairness. All of this is done to better manage survivors in the future. While there are not many people now, we will build the organizational framework, and when survivors arrive in the future, they will be accepted naturally. Let's do it later, because there will be more resistance if there are too many people. The Personnel Management Department, the Public Security Management Department, and the Tribunal check and balance each other. The separation of powers can also prevent one party from dominating the market. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingling and Gao Ling both felt the heavy responsibility on their shoulders. The two men promised solemnly, "Yes, Commander, we will do our part." Zhou Wei finally looked at the three top domestic professors. Professor Qing, Professor Lin, and Professor Li, the three of you will form the Academy of Sciences and serve as the elders to be in charge of the scientific research work of the base. When the three heard this, joy showed on their faces. It is a gift from God that I have the opportunity to put my knowledge into practice. The three of them agreed immediately. Okay, thank you, Commander, for taking a liking to us old guys. In the future, we will make the name of Wuzhong Academy of Sciences known all over the world. Zhou Wei also had something to say to Professor Lin in private. He was a big shot in the School of Civil Engineering, and there were few people in the country who could match him in architectural research. Professor Lin, your main task at present is to build a wall at the entrance of Wuzhong River to completely seal off the entrance and exit. I have the following requirements for the wall. Professor Lin did not dare to neglect the first task assigned by Zhou Wei, and immediately took out paper and pen to start taking notes. Seeing that he was ready, Zhou Wei began to tell the story. This wall is 5 meters thick, 50 meters high, and 300 meters long, and can block all roads leading to the land. There is a bunker fire point every 5 meters, which can withstand artillery bombardment. A gate space 10 meters wide and 10 meters high is left in the middle, and a half-meter thick lifting steel door will be installed later. After the city wall is built, it will be extended until it surrounds the entire peninsula. The walls on the other 3 sides of the peninsula must also have steel gates. In the future, when we recover the entire Yang City and even the Southwest Province, this will be our most important base and must be indestructible. The housing in the Wuzhong base also needs to be replanned. Every house here will have to be demolished and rebuilt in the future to be able to withstand earthquakes of magnitude 8 or above. 10,000 rounds of cannons can be placed on the roofs and walls for air defense and to deal with air raids by bird zombies. Yes, Zhou Wei plans to install 10,000 round cannons on the roofs of houses throughout the base for air defense in the future. By then, if all the cannons fire at the same time, even if there are millions of birds, they can all be shot down. Hearing Zhou Wei's outrageous request, Professor Lin opened his mouth. He really wanted to say that this requirement was difficult because the recoil of the Wanfa cannon was ridiculously large. The house simply can't bear it, and the requirements for materials and structure are very strict. In addition, the manpower and material resources required are also quite astonishing. Putting aside other things, the first wall requires at least 90,000 cubic meters of sand. But he finally nodded. The commander assigned the task to him, which showed his trust in him. If you fail to complete it, it's a problem of your own ability. Even if you have to work late into the night, you must overcome all difficulties on your own. Zhou Wei knew what he was worried about, looked at the recipe interface, and added with a smile. I will provide you with a combat support company at that time. They have professional engineering vehicles and engineering equipment. I will also give you special cement. The walls built with this cement are 10 times stronger than those built with ordinary cement. Professor Lin's eyes suddenly lit up after listening to Zhou Wei's words. If there is a professional team, the difficulty of the task will be greatly reduced. With the addition of the special cement that the commander mentioned, everything becomes much easier. After working in the construction industry for so many years, this was the first time he had heard of this magical cement. However, he did not doubt the commander's words, because the Longxia Empire has always been developing and demonstrating one generation at a time. Yes, Commander, I will definitely complete the mission and turn the Wuzhong base into an indestructible fortress. Mo Wentian and Gao Ling had completely different ideas. The commander was actually able to mobilize a combat support company. This shows that he has more people under his control than just the ones shown above. He also had other artillery companies, tank companies, infantry companies, etc. that had not arrived yet. Now that the combat support company has been transferred here, there will definitely be more companies coming here in the future. What a spectacular scene it would be if a combined battalion of troops gathered on the Wuzhong Peninsula. Zhou Wei didn't know that because of this sentence, the army he summoned would appear on the Wuzhong Peninsula. The survivors figured out the reasons themselves. When the army arrived later, the survivors had no doubt that this army had appeared suddenly. In the crowd, Yi Qingxia was looking anxiously, and the survivors who were called out had already received their appointments. She was the only one who had not been assigned a job by Zhou Wei. She is very anxious now because Sister Newland said that she was selected to join the military. This matter can't be boasted about. Chapter 68, I will punish you alone. Just when she was getting uneasy, Zhou Wei slowly pointed at her general. Yi Qingxia, you are a computer major, right? When Yi Qingxia heard her name, she stood up excitedly and quickly replied, report to the commander, yes. Zhou Wei nodded and looked at Murong Feishui. Starting tomorrow, you will follow Murong Feishui to form an information team. From now on, you will be the captain of the information team. Captain Murong will teach you step by step how to complete information construction. I want to see results in a month. I hope you won't let me down. Yi Qingxia looked at Murong Feishui in surprise. I didn't expect that I would follow her in the future. She is actually a computer expert too. It is true that you cannot judge a book by its cover, and you cannot judge the depth of the sea by its depth. To be honest, she actually wants to follow Sister Newlin. After all, Morong Fei Shue looked very cold and not easy to get along with. But the commander had already given the order, so she accepted it. It is always better to have someone lead the way than to grope in the dark alone. Yes, Commander, I will complete the mission on time. Then she turned to look at Morong Fei Shue with an asking smile. Captain Morong, please give me more guidance in the future. Morong Fei Shue didn't say anything, just nodded lukewarmly. Looking at this scene, Yi Qingxia couldn't help but sigh in her heart. How cold and aloof. She sat down slowly, already thinking about how to get along with Morong Fei Shue in the future. After arranging all this, Zhou Wei looked at the table full of food and asked everyone to start eating. That's all we have to arrange for now. Let's eat first. The food is getting cold. At Zhou Wei's signal, everyone started to eat their first meal since arriving at Wuzhong Peninsula with great hope. The atmosphere was no longer serious. Everyone was talking and laughing, looking forward to tomorrow. Zhou Wei was thinking about future development. The southeastern part of the peninsula is flat, with nearly 3 square kilometers of flat land, or 4,500 acres of land, which is very suitable for agricultural development. If developed, it would be more than enough to support an entire peninsula. The land is very flat, so we can directly use mechanization when the time comes, which can save manpower. In the last days, when the population is rapidly declining, there is an even greater need to liberate the labor force. The best way to liberate labor is to vigorously develop mechanization. There are highlands in the northwest of the peninsula, and there is plenty of river breeze and sunshine for 8 out of the 12 months of the year. We can develop solar and wind power generation to solve the electricity problem. It just so happens that the creation system formula includes a formula for an integrated wind and solar power station. When the time comes, just build a power station like this. Also, an arsenal will need to be built in the future. As the team grew, the number of bullets and artillery shells consumed in training alone was astronomical. Not to mention the increasingly frequent battles with zombies. What will be consumed by then are not only bullets and artillery shells, but also various precision combat machines. Although they can produce 170,000 bullets in 24 hours a day, the ammunition can be replenished. But now I only have 2 creation bars, which are used to produce bullets, and I can't do anything else. This was not what he expected. It would be a healthy development if the army could be self-sufficient without him. Also, winter is approaching, and we must start stockpiling coal, cotton clothes, food, etc. for the winter, otherwise people will freeze to death in winter. What followed was a riot. Another thing is to be aware of the surrounding threats. This threat is not just zombies, but also survivor organizations. For example, the survivor organization that Zhao Er and his gang belonged to before. They are extremely vicious and will definitely not give up after so many people have died. These people will definitely be like vicious wolves lurking around, and as soon as you show a flaw, they will pounce on you and bite you in revenge. This requires you to take the initiative to find the other party and catch them in one fell swoop. In order to find them, we need to send out drones to conduct a carpet search in the surrounding area. In addition, it is imperative to develop informationized warfare. After dinner, Morong Fei Shue, a computer expert, and Yi Qingxia will meet about this matter, and Fei Shue will take charge of it personally. In the future, we must also consider economic construction, cultural construction, and educational construction. The base had just gotten on track, and Zhou Wei was troubled to find that there were still many things he needed to deal with. He wished he could be divided into 100 people. After dinner, Zhou Wei and the women's team stayed in the village committee's guest house. He lived in the most luxurious room on the 2nd floor, which was the place used by the Wuzhong Village Committee to entertain important figures from the province. Its interior decoration is comparable to that of a presidential suite. The women's team lived on both sides of his room, protecting his safety at all times. Nua Lan, come to my room around 10 o'clock tonight. You and Bai Xiao acted on your own today, so I will punish you alone. After entering the room, the guard platoon leader Hao Dali and the deputy platoon leader Xiang Daji moved his office computer in and left the room. Zhou Wei said this in the women's team's communication channel. Upon hearing this, Newlin immediately smiled shyly, and the other female team members looked at her with envy. They also want to be punished individually by the commander. Newlin touched Bai Xiao's face and said with a smile, Xiao, don't be envious. I guess the commander will punish you alone tomorrow night. It was our fault that we both made this mistake. I will test the waters for you tonight so that you can be mentally prepared for tomorrow night. Although Bai Xiao had some expectations in her heart, she pretended not to care and pushed Newlin's hand away. Go away. If I hadn't followed you, I wouldn't have made any mistakes. Newlin looked at Bai Xiao's pretending to be proud, smiled sweetly, and shook her head. Tisk, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have had this chance. Morong Fei Shue walked out of the room, ignoring the sister's playfulness. She found Yi Qingxia and discussed with her about forming an information team. She planned to work out the general framework tonight so that she could officially recruit talent and start work tomorrow. However, she also knew that the only person who could be recruited at present was Yu Qingxia's classmate Zhang Yeqin. She is another computer science major among these survivors. Yu Qingxia was a little flattered. She was still thinking about how to discuss things with this icy beauty, but she didn't expect Murong Feishiwei to come to her on her own initiative. Captain Murong, what can I do for you? From the tone of her voice, it can be seen that she is still a little nervous. The expression on Murong Feishiwei's face was still cold, but the tone of her voice had a little more warmth. I'm looking for you to confirm the basic composition of the information team. Yu Qingxia didn't expect Murong Feishiwei to be more proactive than herself. This is the characteristic of a soldier, strong execution ability. Since Murong Feishiwei was more enthusiastic than her, Yu Qingxia was no longer nervous and expressed her own views. I think that informatization first requires a large database center to store, process, and call all known information. Chapter 69, Information Team's Initial Exploration. Yes, the big data center is the core. Murong Feishiwen nodded, with a hint of approval in her eyes. She then added, we needed a system that could efficiently manage massive amounts of data, including survivor information, material distribution, safe area map, etc. At the same time, our personnel information is entered into this system, which can be used to identify friend or foe on the battlefield and accurately strike enemy targets. Zhang Yeqin can play a key role in this regard. I have investigated her information and found that this is exactly her specialty. Yu Qingxia looked at Murong Feishiwei in surprise. She didn't expect that she knew about their situation. This intelligence acquisition capability is truly terrifying. No wonder the commander asked her to help him build an information team. Yes, Zhang Yeqin is good at programming and data analysis. She can be responsible for building and maintaining this system, Yu Qingxia said, full of anticipation for the soon-to-be-established team. Then, we also need information collectors to go out and collect the latest intelligence. For example, the activity patterns of mutant organisms, new safe routes, geological structures, river flows, forest density, and climate conditions in various regions. These personnel need to have good observation and quick response capabilities. The collection and processing of information is a crucial node in information warfare. If this cannot be achieved, informationized warfare is just an empty slogan. Yu Qingxia and Murong Feishiwei both understood that it was not simple and the amount of information required was enormous. Information collectors will be temporarily replaced by drones in dangerous areas. I will ask the commander to send us 20 reconnaissance and strike drones before tomorrow. These drones can hover at an altitude of 30,000 meters for 3 days and 3 nights and can be simply used as low-orbit satellites. When the base is developed, we will launch our own satellite. Murong Feishiwei went on to say that her mind was clear, and she quickly broke down the task. In addition, we also need to establish a communication network for the timely transmission of information. Given the current environment, radio is probably the most reliable way. There is a radio transmitter inside the reconnaissance and strike drone, which can fill the area within a radius of 300 kilometers with radio signals. This signal is somewhat special, and it is estimated that even the most powerful interference means in the world cannot interfere with this signal. I can use these radio transmitters to build a temporary base station, and then I can ask the commander to build you a real military base station later. These devices require someone to maintain and repair the equipment, so we also need to train a group of people who can repair radio base stations. Yu Qingxia nodded in agreement and was immediately excited. She suddenly felt that Murong Feishiwei was very reliable and had considered many aspects for her. With her by my side, I suddenly feel safe. It turns out that this icy beauty is just cold on the outside but warm on the inside. If she didn't have the help of consultant Murong Feishiwei, she would definitely not be able to find the direction. Sister Murong is really amazing. No wonder the commander thinks so highly of her. She felt that her cooperation with Murong Feishiwei was exceptionally smooth, as if they had been preparing for this for a long time. Finally, we should also set up an information security team to prevent our information from being used or leaked by the enemy. Murong Feishiwei nodded slightly. She was good at this. To be arrogant, she is second to none in the world in the field of computers, and no one dares to claim to be first. She can even single-handedly challenge a hacker team from the 2nd to the 100th place combined. Information security is of vital importance, especially in this age where information is power. I can serve as an information security consultant for your information team and help you develop a complete firewall and communication encryption system. I will deliver this system to you in half a month, and you can use it directly after debugging it. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingxia wished she could hug this thigh immediately. Oh my god! Developing a complete system in just half a month. What kind of super boss is this? It is such a waste of talent that such a person is in the army. She was so moved that she almost cried. Sister Murong, I wronged you before. You were not cool at all. You were so kind. From today on, you are my second parent. Sister Murong, you were so kind to me. Yu Qingxia excitedly held Murong Feishue's hand. Murong Feishue was stunned for a moment, then smiled helplessly on her cold face. The two smiled at each other, as if they had already seen the great role that the information team would play in the future. Tonight's discussion not only determined the basic framework of the information team, but also inspired their infinite vision for the future. Then, we will split up tomorrow, and I will ask the commander to arrange what we need. You will be responsible for screening and evaluating other potential members. Murong Feishue suggested. No problem, Captain Murong. We will definitely be able to build an efficient information team. Contribute to the security and development of the base. Yu Qingxia answered confidently. Sister Murong has helped her to this point. If she still messes up, she won't be able to forgive herself. Murong Feishue and Yu Qingxia separated and then came to Zhou Wei's room. The moment the door was opened, our protagonist Zhou Wei was holding a book in his hand, studying hard and making progress every day. After knowing that level increase is related to knowledge points, Zhou Wei now loves to study. Chapter 70 Skynet Big Data Center. All that boring knowledge was the stepping stone for his progress. He wanted to make progress so much that he would study late into the night without eating or sleeping. Look at Zhou Wei, who was truly studying for the rise of mankind. Murong Feishue came behind him cautiously. She gently made him a cup of hand-ground coffee. Then he walked up to him with a guilty conscience and put on a flattering expression. Looking at Murong Feishue's little movements, Zhou Wei was quite surprised. When did this eldest wife become so timid? Honey, drink some coffee to perk up. She handed the coffee to Zhou Wei. Zhou Wei only took a glance and knew that she must need his help with something. She is usually cold and not good at disguising herself. However, the word husband made him feel itchy, and he wanted to kill this icy beauty right there and then. However, Newland still had to be punished tonight, so he could only endure it for now. Zhou Wei took the coffee, drank it, and instantly felt much more energetic. Tell me, Feishue, what's the matter? Murong Feishue didn't think that her little action could be hidden from Zhou Wei, so she gently massaged his shoulders and spoke weakly. Honey, I want 20 ZW-0 reconnaissance and strike drones tomorrow, and a big data center. The reconnaissance and strike integrated drone is easy to make. It only takes Zhou Wei half an hour to produce one now. Tonight he can play games with Newland while giving birth. But big data centers are a bit complicated. Zhou Wei has not yet exchanged the recipe for this. But Murong Feishue knew that Zhou Wei had enough creation coins, more than 80,000 creation coins. It is more than enough to exchange for a big data center that supports 1 million people. It is possible that the combat support he promised to provide to Professor Lin will be delayed. This was also the reason why she became shy. She didn't really want to embarrass the commander. But the time given for information construction is too short, only 1 month, and we can't wait. We can only ask Professor Lin to postpone it. Zhou Wei was not a fool and he understood the reason immediately. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What was so embarrassing about this? Of course, whoever is in a more urgent situation will come first. Professor Lin probably won't be able to come up with a design plan within the next 2 or 3 days, so the matter of the combat support company can be postponed. By the time he came up with the design plan, he had already accumulated enough creation coins to summon a combat support company. Zhou Wei immediately started looking for the recipe in the creation system and soon found a suitable recipe. Skynet Big Data Center Formula. Price, 75,000 creation coins. Time required for creation, 1 day. Description. This is the big data center of the legendary Skynet system. The hardware and software facilities are complete and can be put into use as soon as it is implemented. The data center has the most secure firewall in the world, which can resist all hacker attacks except Murong Feishue. The database has a large capacity, can support 3 million people, and has a fast transmission speed. The computer room is equipped with the most advanced cooling system and fire protection system. Zhou Wei exchanged the Skynet Big Data Center formula without hesitation. Looking at the part about hacker attacks on the formula, why did Zhou Wei feel that Murong Feishue's computer ability had reached the conceptual level? Even the system has to single her out, which shows how valuable she is. He complained in his mind, will Feishue be bored and attack our big data center in the future? No one can defend against that. When the Skynet Big Data Center formula was exchanged, the system sounded pleasantly as usual. Ding, the creator has mastered the knowledge of building the Skynet Big Data Center. The knowledge points have increased by 350, and the current number is 2520. Zhou Wei immediately knew that he had made progress again today. That's the joy of learning. Knowledge is power. The recipe creation time is 1 day, but actually only half a day is needed. Zhou Wei looked at Murong Feishue, who was full of anticipation and held his first wife Snow White hand. Don't worry, I'll give you what you want tomorrow morning. Murong Feishue smiled, kissed Zhou Wei on the face, and left happily. Zhou Wei looked at the 11,450 creation coins remaining in the system and sighed helplessly. It's still too poor. He thought about it and decided to send out the entire elite first company except for the women's squad and the guard platoon tomorrow. The target is Dohuang Town, 12 kilometers away from Wuzhong Village. There are less than 30 survivors at the Wuzhong base now, and there is no need for so many armed garrisons. Instead of letting them sit idle, it is better to send them out to fight zombies, accumulate combat experience, and help yourself earn creation coins. Ask them to clear the town of zombies, rescue trapped survivors, and collect supplies for the winter. Dohuang Town has a permanent population of 67,000. There are steep mountains on both sides of the town entrance, and a cypress road runs through the center of the town. At that time, we will advance one by one from the east road of the town, and first take down the farmer's market and gravel yard on the east side. The food in the farmer's market is enough to feed 20,000 people for a month. There are hundreds of thousands of cubic meters of sand in the gravel yard, which will allow Professor Lin to start construction of the first wall quickly. On the other hand, the army uses tens of thousands of zombies to practice and fight tough battles to avoid being confused when encountering a tide of zombies in the future. Of course, clearing a town of zombies is definitely not something that can be accomplished in a day or two. Zhou Wei plans to completely liberate Dohuang Town within a week. 67,000 people. Based on the 90% probability of humans turning into zombies after the apocalypse, there are at least 6,000 survivors at the beginning of the apocalypse. Even after the cruel baptism of the last few days, the death rate exceeded 70%. There are still more than 2,000 survivors inside. These people will be the first citizens in their base city. While thinking about this, Zhou Wei deployed the 120 ready-made primary combat uniforms in the camp of the elite first company. After the upgrade, he can deploy not only troops but also produce creations within a 3-kilometer radius of himself. In the eyes of the system, the soldiers he summoned were actually also a kind of creation. Captain Zhang, I have placed 120 sets of primary combat uniforms in your camp. Please distribute them to the soldiers, one set for each person. After contacting Captain Zhang, Zhou Wei stretched lazily. Ding, the creator has learned the knowledge of grenade making and successfully entered the formula of explosive grenades. The knowledge points have increased by 30 points. The current knowledge points are 2550. Putting down the book in his hand, Zhou Wei asked the creator system to continue producing ZW-0 reconnaissance and strike drones and Skynet Big Data Center. It has to be delivered to Murong Feishiwei tomorrow. He couldn't go back on his word. I glanced at the time, and it was exactly 10 o'clock. The door of the room was pushed open, and Newland's hand gently pushed the door open. Then she came into view, and Zhou Wei's eyes lit up. Newland was wearing a low-cut pink dress, and the half-covered cleavage on her chest dazzled Zhou Wei for a moment. She was dressed seductively and charmingly, with her hair loose on her shoulders and her eyes shy, just like the ancient Sudaji. She was wearing black stockings that were known as the Otaku Killer, and her long, straight black thighs were so fascinating that one couldn't take their eyes off them. She looked at Zhou Wei's fascinated expression, and a smile of delight appeared on her face. Chapter 71 9 times. Commander, I am here to accept my punishment. Please punish me well tonight. After Newland finished speaking, she took the initiative to walk to Zhou Wei's bed and laid down, with a frightened look on her face like an innocent little girl meeting a strange uncle. Seeing Newland's reluctant attitude, Zhou Wei had to admit it. She is indeed a demon who brings disaster to the country and the people. Especially when she takes off her military uniform and dresses up carefully, she is even more beautiful. Zhou Wei punished Newland for acting on his own during the day. The next morning, Zhou Wei was awakened by a rally whistle. He looked at the exhausted little woman in his arms and touched her face gently. Then she stood up and put on her clothes, then turned over tiredly. In fact, she was already awake, but Zhou Wei had tortured her so badly last night that she planned to sleep in today. Zhou Wei came to the window, opened it, and looked outside. It's 7 o'clock in the morning, and the sun hasn't risen yet. Captain Zhang has already started morning training by organizing the elite first company. The guard platoon also conducted morning exercises under the organization of Hao Dali. Listening to the deep and powerful training sounds, Zhou Wei's mouth corners couldn't help but rise. These are his best soldiers and generals. He was not idle either, and immediately rewarded himself with 1,000 push-ups. Ever since his body was strengthened again, Zhou Wei felt that he was too strong. One person can defeat 10 Special Forces soldiers. After doing push-ups, Zhou Wei found that both creation columns of the creation system had completed the creation tasks. 20 reconnaissance and strike drones and a large data center lay quietly in the creation fence, waiting for Zhou Wei to deploy them at suitable locations. Zhou Wei looked at the terrain of Wuzhong Peninsula and placed the big data center on the left side of the classroom and office building of Wuzhong Primary School. Then, 20 reconnaissance and strike drones were placed on the playground of Wuzhong Primary School not far from the entrance and exit. It is currently suitable for placement there. This is also the base for the information team that Zhou Wei chose for Murong Feishiwei and her team. After all, the drones needed by the information team take up a lot of space, and only a primary school playground can accommodate the takeoff and landing of multiple drones. 100 meters away from Wuzheng Primary School is the base of the elite first company. They were also tasked with protecting the information team. At this time, the survivors have not yet woken up and will not see the sudden appearance of drones and big data centers. When they see it, they can explain it as the army being pulled back in the morning. Zhou Wei told Murong Feishiwei the news. Feishiwei, the big data center and drones you want are both in Wuzheng Primary School. Take someone to receive them. Murong Feishiwei had just finished exercising and was covered in sweat. She took a deep breath, a hint of arrogance in her eyes. After a morning of training, she is 1,000 stronger today than she was yesterday. If this trend continues, she will be 400 trillion times more powerful than she is today in 100 years. He was not far from blowing up the sky blue star with one punch. It will probably only take a few hundred years to do that. Murong Feishiwei thought so. I am Murong Feishiwei who is getting stronger every day. Feeling her own great strength, she knew she had enough power to protect the commander. At this time, she received Zhou Wei's message and a hint of joy appeared in her eyes. Commander, I will go with Yi Qingxia to receive this batch of equipment. After saying that, she went straight to Yi Qingxia's dormitory, ready to personally lead this core military figure, the future captain of the information team, to start work. When Yi Qingxia was hurriedly pulled out of the bed by her, she was completely dazed. For college students, they cannot get up at this time if they don't have early classes. Sister Murong, aren't you too decisive? Another member of the information team, Zhang Yeqin, also suffered at the same time. The two were dragged to Wuzheng Primary School by Murong Feishiwei while they were drowsy. However, when they saw the drones in the playground and the data center not far away, their sleepiness disappeared instantly. Murong Feishiwei said to her, "Our task today is to dismantle the drone's radio transmitter. Use them to build a signal tower covering the entire Yang City. Then install surveillance cameras within the Wuzheng Peninsula and on major roads within a radius of 10 kilometers. Make sure every place can be monitored at all times." Hearing about the huge amount of tasks, Yi Qingxia and Zhang Yeqin's legs started to ache. Fortunately, Murong Feishiwei added a sentence. "I have found a Lamborghini. I will take you to experience the feeling of riding in a luxury car this afternoon." The two women's eyes lit up instantly and they agreed. If you have a car, you can reduce a lot of burden and avoid running around. Under Murong Feishiwei's instructions, the two began to remove the radio transmitter from the drone. Full of dreams, they decided to complete the construction of the simple base station this morning. While Murong Feishiwei was busy forming an information team, the platoons of soldiers in the elite first company also moved their bases in an orderly manner under the command of the platoon leader. Drive the base to the place where Zhou Wei arranged it last night. The guard platoon moved the supplies and the vehicles into the warehouse. The food, cotton-padded clothes, coal and other supplies on the entire Wuzheng Peninsula were concentrated and allocated in a unified manner. As a result, Wuzheng Peninsula has a lot of food stored. After Hao Dali made some statistics, he found that the food was enough to feed 6,000 people for half a month. In addition, 8 diesel generators were found, so there is no need to worry about electricity problems in the next few days. They also cleaned up the bloodstains everywhere. The entire Wuzheng Peninsula was thoroughly disinfected inside and out to prevent the lurking of deadly viruses. Mo Wintian played the role of the head of the Human Resources Management Department and took the initiative to organize the survivors to participate in the whole process. The survivors disinfected every corner in an orderly manner. Since it concerns their safety, they dare not be careless. With the help of the survivors, efficiency is greatly improved. After a morning of hard work, Wuzheng Peninsula returned to its pre-apocalyptic appearance. Apart from the lack of humans, there is no difference. Soon, it was time for lunch, before the meal started. Zhou Wei gathered everyone together and announced to them the base personnel treatment guidelines that he had researched in the morning. When hearing about future treatment, everyone pricked up their ears. He divided the treatment into 4 levels, using different treatments to increase the enthusiasm of the survivors. He knew very well that the communal system was not a good idea. If we pursue egalitarianism, we will only end up with a bunch of lazy and useless people. Chapter 72 Treatment and Benefits System. The levels of treatment and benefits are divided into Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, and Level 4. The first 3 levels of treatment have different base benefits such as living environment, medical exemptions, and education burden reduction. Of course, different benefits also require corresponding responsibilities and obligations. There are differences in treatment, but the treatment is part of a welfare policy, not a class system, and all base residents have equal basic human rights and legal status. Level 4 does not enjoy any special benefits. This group of people includes survivors who have just joined the base for less than half a year. The reason why these survivors who have just joined for less than half a year are given level 4 treatment is to prevent them from developing a mentality of getting something for nothing. It also avoids the psychological imbalance of the survivors who join first. Give them half a year to work hard, and those with outstanding performance can receive salary and benefits in advance. When they work hard to earn treatment and benefits, they will naturally be more loyal and supportive of the base, because they are protecting the benefits they have worked hard to earn. In order to get treatment sooner, these survivors who have just joined the base will be more active in their work. Of course, the above is only applicable at present, and reasonable adjustments will be made in the future based on the development of the base. After Zhou Wei finished speaking, he immediately looked at Mo Wen, Gao Ling, and Lin Mingling. The three of you go down and discuss the specific details of the treatment and benefits at each level, and come up with a specific charter. The benefits include work and life benefits, security benefits, and legal person benefits. The lives and work of the survivors are managed by Mo Wen. Safety is mainly the responsibility of the Public Security Management Department, and Lin Mingling's trial chamber manages the court. Only if the three of them work together can they come up with a treatment system that satisfies all three aspects without causing chaos in the base. Zhou Wei believed that they could grasp this balance, and this would also be a test of the abilities of the three. The three men felt that they had a heavy responsibility on their shoulders, as the details of their treatment and welfare system would directly affect the management and safety of future survivors at the base. The three of them nodded seriously. Yes, Commander, we must come up with a salary and welfare standard that satisfies everyone. After the basic outline of the salary and welfare system was passed, Zhou Wei invited everyone to dinner. After dinner, Zhou Wei called Captain Zhang to his office. This was originally the office of the village party secretary. Although the decoration is not luxurious, it has a unique flavor. There are all kinds of decorations inside, and the layout is reasonable. Working here can keep you in a good mood all day long. Company Captain Zhang came running over excitedly, knowing that Zhou Wei had another task for him. This is a good opportunity to make a contribution. Which soldier doesn't want to achieve great things? He stood straight in front of Zhou Wei, like a century-old pine tree. Commander, what instructions do you have? His voice was full of energy and powerful. Zhou Wei took out the map of Dohuang Town and opened it. Captain Zhang, I plan to attack Dohuang Town. You leave one squad of soldiers from the first platoon to guard the road. Take the rest of the people with me and go to Dohuang Town. We started the attack from the east of the town and took down the farmer's market and the gravel factory east of Dohuang Town this afternoon. Use this as a base to recapture Dohuang Town and rescue the survivors. I plan to take a week to recapture Dohuang Town. In the future, Dohuang Town will be built into the first line of defense outside the Wujiang base. Captain Zhang looked down at the geographical location of Dohuang Town on the map and nodded slightly. This location is very important to Wujiang Peninsula. Roads from County A, Yangshan City, County B and County F intersect here. It is an important transportation hub and material transfer station on the Wujiang Peninsula. If the zombies in these places rush towards the Wujiang base, they will eventually gather in Dohuang Town. Take this town and build a strong defensive position. This also prevented the large-scale zombie horde from the north of Wujiang from attacking the Wujiang base from the ground. Captain Zhang immediately understood the significance of this battle. He solemnly took on this important task. Yes, Commander, I will complete the mission. But does the commander have to go to the front line himself? I think it would be safer for you to stay behind. Chapter 73 Departure to Dohuang Town. Out of concern for Zhou Wei's safety, he was worried about letting Zhou Wei go to the front line with him. Zhou Wei shook his head and handed the battle map to Zhang Qiaowu. Time is short, and the task is heavy. We don't have that many people to help you with logistics now. I'll go with you so we can resupply our weapons and ammunition on the spot. Save a lot of time and manpower in logistics transportation. As for my safety, the women's team led by Newlin will take care of it, so you don't have to worry. You just have to fight your battles. Zhang Qiwu suddenly realized that this battle would take a long time. The logistical workload is not small. Dohuang Town is 10 kilometers away from Wujiang Peninsula, which exceeds the 3 kilometers where Zhou Wei can deploy weapons and ammunition. Zhou Wei is indeed the best way to relieve the logistical workload in the team. Zhou Wei added. With me here, we can also mobilize helicopters and drones to join the battle. It enables the army to obtain air fire support at the first possible moment to ensure the smooth progress of the battle. With Zhou Wei's words, Zhang Qiwu suddenly became full of confidence. He saluted and then walked away excitedly. At the same time, the order was conveyed to the squad leader and platoon leader in the company. Let them go back, reorganize the team, and set off immediately. After seeing off Captain Zhang, Zhou Wei notified Newlin to fly the armed helicopter over. As the head of the base, you naturally have to have the demeanor of a leader. So this time when he goes to Dohuang Town, he will take a helicopter. Nuo Lan, gather the Ice Phoenix guards, and have everyone board the helicopter and wait for orders. Once I arrive, we will set off for Do Huang Town. Not long after, Newland drove an armed helicopter and landed in the courtyard in front of the village committee. Except for Murong Feishiwe, all the members of the Ice Phoenix team have gathered here, lined up neatly, and carried all the weapons, equipment, and medical supplies needed for battle. Murong Feishiwe was busy building an informationized combat system, so she was not called into this operation. Newland got off the helicopter and stood in front of the team waiting for Zhou Wei to inspect her. She walked a little unnaturally. Obviously, the after effects of Zhou Wei's punishment on her last night were still there. Bai Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel a little scared when watching this scene. The commander was too powerful. Besides being afraid, I am more looking forward to the punishment I will receive tonight. Newland whispered, Bai Xiaoxiao, you will be responsible for driving the armed helicopter later. I am not feeling well. Everyone else knew the reason and covered their mouths with their hands and laughed. Bai Xiaoxiao agreed and asked, is the commander really that powerful? Newland looked at the group of sisters who were teasing her and suddenly felt embarrassed. She had always teased them in the past, but today they actually dared to rebel against Tian Gang. She smiled charmingly with a strange look on her face. When the commander turns over your cards, you will know how powerful we are. Don't cry and beg for mercy then, and embarrass our Ice Phoenix guards. When the others heard this, they immediately fell silent and dared not discuss anything. The deputy captain's physical fitness is much stronger than theirs. I will definitely be in a worse situation than her in the future. Who knows how she will laugh at us then? Seeing that she had subdued these inexperienced girls, Newland raised her head proudly. Zhou Wei glanced at the time. At this time, Captain Zhang and his team had already started to set off. He walked out of the office and came to the attack helicopter. Newland immediately stood up straight and spoke in a heroic and powerful voice. Commander, the Ice Phoenix guards have assembled. Please give instructions. Seeing his second wife's businesslike look, Zhou Wei actually felt a little uncomfortable. Normally she would tease me whenever she got the chance, but today she seemed to have learned her lesson, which made me wonder if this was still her. Newland had a hard time saying it. She didn't dare tease Zhou Wei now as her body had not recovered yet. If the commander asked her to sleep with him again, it would probably cost her her life. Although Zhou Wei felt it was strange, he still waved his hand and said, let's go. The target is Do Huang Town. The female team boarded the armed helicopter in an orderly manner. Zhou Wei sat in the center of the helicopter, surrounded by beauties. He was very lucky. Newland and Bai Xiaoxiao were in the driver's seat. Bai Xiaoxiao was the main driver and Newland was the co-pilot. The armed helicopter took off and shook a little, but soon stabilized. This was Zhou Wei's first time riding in an armed helicopter, and he felt pretty good about it. Looking down from the helicopter, I just happened to see the elite First Company's troops moving out from 3 camps in an orderly manner, keeping their distance from each other to avoid crowding together and being caught in one fell swoop. Inside the base, the survivors looked curious as they watched the army move out on a large scale. Emma Wantian's most capable general asked, Minister, is the army taking any major action? Emma Wantian was also full of questions. He said sternly to the people around him, military operations are confidential. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Upon hearing this, the others scratched their heads in embarrassment. Emma Wantian looked at Zhou Wei's armed helicopter, saw Zhou Wei's face, and was immediately surprised. The commander has already gone out. Are they going to attack Do Huang Town? There are at least 60,000 zombies there. Can they really defeat them? Then he shook his head, his eyes revealing crazy admiration for Zhou Wei. What am I thinking? Commander, is there anything that we can't take down? Emma Wantian quickly looked at the person behind him, his tone excited. Quick, clean up the rooms in the survivor resettlement area. I estimate that a group of survivors will be transferred here tonight. The time has come to test the capabilities of our Human Resources Management Department. Those of you who don't want to be kicked out, please pay full attention. The identities and backgrounds of the survivors will be recorded as soon as they are brought here for easy retrieval in the future. Then we will assign jobs according to their occupations and abilities, ensuring that they can start working on base construction tomorrow. After listening to Emma Wantian's words, the people in the Human Resources Management Department all showed signs of enlightenment. They did not dare to be negligent and threw themselves into their work. This is a test of their abilities. Anyone who messes up will only be able to enjoy level 3 treatment in the future. When it comes to the issue of treatment, everyone becomes extremely positive. The convoy drove on the highway, and Zhou Wei's helicopter followed in the air. In West Point Township, the local Emperor Mu Yuan became furious when he heard the news his men had gathered. You mean the 20 or so people Zhao Er brought out were all caught in one fell swoop, and not a single one escaped? The spies below felt Mu Yuan's anger, and were terrified, with sweat pouring down their faces. He nodded quickly and said carefully, Your Majesty, it is absolutely true. There are many traces of explosions left at the scene, and there are tracks left by armored vehicles on the road. More than 1,000 zombies in the entire Xiyang University were all killed. I suspect that Zhao Er and his men encountered the army. Army? Mu Yuan suddenly felt a chill on his back. If it was really an army, it was only natural that Zhao was wiped out. Chapter 74 West Point Township's Determination. But when did an army appear in Yang City? As far as he knew, the largest armed force in Yang City was just a militia group in County A. He was worried that if regular troops really entered Yang City, then the status he had worked so hard to obtain would collapse in a short period of time. The most important thing is that what he has done recently is enough to shoot him dozens of times. So now it seems that it is a life and death battle between him and this army. Thinking of this, Mu Yuan's eyes became fierce, revealing the true nature of a desperado. Mad? What about the army? It's the end of the world. No one can punish me. You want me to die, so I will strike first. There are more than 1,500 survivors in his camp, and he currently has more than 400 men under his command, each with a gun. Although they are old-fashioned firearms such as the 95 rifle and the Type 38 rifle that have been eliminated by the army. But it should not be underestimated. It is enough to dominate a region. In addition, he also has various explosives, grenades, incendiary bombs, and other lethal weapons. He took a deep breath and said to the spy, "Send someone disguised as a survivor to find out the true strength of this army. If the enemy is less than a battalion, we will destroy them." The spy's eyes widened when he heard this. Fighting with the army, is the boss crazy? That's the army. Since childhood, the shadow of the army's invincibility has been deeply imprinted in the hearts of every Longxia person. The other trusted brothers around him were even more frightened. They didn't expect Mu Yuan to have gone so crazy. Seeing the fearful looks on their faces, Mu Yuan glared at them with a muttered voice. "Do you think you can escape when the army comes? You have a lot of blood on your hands. If the army attacks, everyone present will be dead. Now the only way for you and me to survive is to put our heads on the line and fight the army." The confidants around him were shocked when they heard this. They swallowed and nodded. As Mu Yuan said, these people have all killed people and participated in criminal activities to some extent. The bad things they have done these days are enough for them to be shot dozens of times. If we fall into the hands of the army, we will die. Well, Your Majesty, we'll fight them with you. Everyone had a ferocious look on their faces and decided to go for it. Seeing his men united as one, Mu Yuan finally smiled. With so many people, I don't believe we can't fight this mysterious group of survivors. After all, the army suffered a fatal blow after the apocalypse, and only 1/10 of its strength remained. He continued viciously, "Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless. Li Si, go to the nearby towns and villages tomorrow and find a few hundred civilian drones. Let's modify it, strap explosives to it, turn it into a suicide drone, and let the drone attack the military. This is the fighting trick used by the two bears in the West. Irma used this method to make Dama unable to move. Let's use it too." Hearing this, the villains present immediately smiled and praised, "Your Majesty is wise. Using drones to attack the military is definitely something the military would not expect. Even if we react, intercepting drones has always been one of the difficult problems in modern warfare. Longxia Kingdom had rehearsed this before, and even though Longxia Empire was a major drone power, it only had an interception rate of 40%. By then, this suddenly appearing army would surely suffer heavy casualties. After they are severely injured, our side will then rush out and destroy the entire enemy army. Once they seize the military's weapons and equipment, their combat effectiveness will be further improved. At that time, perhaps we could occupy the entire Yang City and move towards other cities in the Southwest Province. After growing stronger, truly expanding the territory and establishing an immortal empire, everyone present can transform themselves into a founding marshal. In West Point, everyone was full of fighting spirit, and all the fear they had just felt when they heard that the army was coming was gone. The spy turned and left, and after putting on makeup, he turned himself into a fleeing survivor. He then left West Point and followed the tracks left by the armored vehicle. That night, Li Si took 50 or 60 of his men to a dozen nearby towns to look for small civilian drones. Zhou Wei didn't know that trouble had already found him. But even if he knew, he would not have any worries. Instead, he would be eager for the other party to come. It's just the right time to eliminate all dangers at once, so there will be no worries from now on. At this time, the helicopter had arrived at a gravel field 3 kilometers away from Dohuang town. Looking down from the sky, there are 23 piles of sand in the gravel field that look like small hills. These sand piles contain coarse sand and fine sand, and there are bloodstains on them. Dozens of belt conveyors are set up on the sand pile, with the lower end connected to a crusher. There was blood and flesh spitting out from under the crusher. It seemed that some unlucky person accidentally fell into the crusher and ended up with no trace left. Below one end of the high place were several trucks carrying sand and gravel, with their doors wide open and bloodstains on them. Judging from the traces, the previous driver was bitten by the co-pilot and helped escape. But looking at the 5 or 6 zombies 20 meters away from the truck, it was not difficult for Zhou Wei to guess that the driver did not survive. There were several bulldozers in the middle of the sand pile. The drivers turned green and roared at the window. Something was stuck on the window and the zombies couldn't get out. Behind the sand pile are several iron factory buildings, around which are 20 to 30 green-skinned zombies wandering. The zombies would hit the iron sheet from time to time, making loud clanging noises. The arrival of the helicopter made the zombies go crazy. All the zombies rushed towards the helicopter. There were even 7 or 8 of them appearing from the darkness that Zhou Wei didn't notice. The zombies in the gravel factory gathered under the helicopter. Zhou Wei counted and found that there were about 50 zombies. These few zombies are not worth mobilizing troops to deal with. These zombies stretched out their claws towards the sky, trying to grab the air and make the helicopter lose its air power and fall. The elite 1st Company 1st Platoon in the distance, acting as the vanguard, also saw the situation here. A platoon leader asked, "Commander, do you need me to send a squad to clean up the zombies?" Zhou Wei vetoed the order. "You continue to advance to the Dohuang Town Farmers Market and build a forward position. Prepare for the subsequent attack on Dohuang Town. We will deal with the zombies here." After receiving the order, the platoon leader led the soldiers to continue forward. Zhou Wei took out the QBZ-191 assault rifle and started shooting at the zombies grabbing the air below. He took the opportunity to improve his fighting ability. Zhou Wei aimed the red dot sight at the zombies and began to shoot accurately. Bayu! A gunshot rang out, and a zombie fell to the ground. The death of their own kind made the remaining zombies even more violent, and the speed at which they hollowed out the air with their hands became more and more obvious. Chapter 75: Recovering the Gravel Field. Zhou Wei continued shooting without any steady movement. It has to be said that shooting on a helicopter also requires skills. The shaking of the helicopter has a certain impact on shooting, but it is also a good way to practice shooting while moving. The women's team was surprisingly quiet, and no one participated in the battle. They obviously gave the opportunity to fight to Zhou Wei, allowing the commander to quickly grow into a capable and skilled warrior in the battle. When the bullets in a magazine were used up, 13 zombies had fallen to the ground. Zhou Wei's marksmanship still needs to be improved. He needs 2 or 3 shots to accurately shoot a zombie in the head. Watching him taking out bullets, Chang Fei, a carefree female soldier in the team, took the initiative to hand him her own magazine. "Commander, you're welcome." Looking at the healthy smile on Chang Fei's face, Zhou Wei did not refuse her kindness. He took the magazine and continued shooting. Lin Ruo silently took his empty magazine and loaded bullets in the corner. As expected, actual combat is the fastest way to make progress. After killing the last zombie, Zhou Wei's marksmanship has improved a lot. Now he can accurately kill an ordinary zombie with 2 shots while moving. Although there is still some distance from Nguyen and the others. But among ordinary soldiers, he is already a first-class shooter. As the zombies below were cleared out, the iron door in the iron house suddenly opened. 3 or 5 pale, skinny zombies stumbled out from inside. Zhou Wei subconsciously raised his gun and aimed. "No, don't shoot. We are human." The 3 skinny zombies quickly raised their hands and shouted, fearing that they would be killed by mistake if they were a second late. After seeing clearly that it was a human, Zhou Wei put down his gun. He said to Bai Xiao, who was driving the helicopter in a friendly manner, "Xiao, let the helicopter land." Bai Xiao did not answer, but slowly operated the landing rod in her hand. Under her control, the helicopter slowly landed between 2 20-meter-high sand piles. The huge clouds of sand blew up by the helicopter filled the sky, causing great suffering to the survivors below. Dust blew in their faces, and in just a moment the 3 of them were covered in dust. They kept coughing and brushing off the sand on their bodies. Zhou Wei waited until the wind and sand outside had dissipated before he gracefully stepped off the helicopter. The moment they looked at Zhou Wei, the 3 of them burst into tears with excitement. Wow. Chief, you're finally here. I knew the army wouldn't give up on us, will. The 3 of them cried so sadly that Zhou Wei was shocked. Zhou Wei quickly interrupted them. "Who among you is in charge here?" Among the 3, a middle-aged man in his 40s came out. Although he was covered in dust, he was wearing a suit. The man felt Zhou Wei's powerful aura, which was intimidating without him even getting angry, and immediately controlled his emotions. He changed into a flattering look and walked forward with a smile. The whole process from crying to laughing took less than a second. Zhou Wei even suspected that he had learned how to change faces. "Commander, it's me. My name is Lu Binning, and I'm the manager of the gravel yard." Zhou Wei nodded and looked around the gravel yard. This gravel pit is extremely necessary for the construction of the Wuzhong Peninsula base in the future, so it has to be put back into operation. He said to Lu Binning, "Manager Lu, if I give you the manpower, how long will it take you to get the gravel field running again?" When Lu Binning heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. This is the leader's rhythm of reusing himself. Although we don't know what kind of organization the other party is, it is not clear whether it is a real army. But since they have a helicopter, they must be from a prominent place. In these doomsdays, it's good to lean on a big tree for shade, no matter who the other person is. Only with one support can he survive. His flattering expression became even more ingratiating, and he lowered himself even lower, smiling in a flattering manner. You are too polite, Chief. You can just call me Xiao Lu. Zhou Wei looked at the age difference between the two. Lu Binning was at least twice his age. It feels weird to call someone like this Xiao Lu. He coughed lightly and stated his request. Well, Xiao Lu, is it difficult to get the gravel pit back into operation within a week? Lu Binning immediately patted his chest and made a solemn promise. Don't worry, Chief. Just give me a dozen people and the gravel plant will be back in operation within a week. There are actually quite a few difficulties in restoring a gravel pit. The most urgent problem to be solved is the electricity problem. With the current nationwide power outage, it is not easy to restore power supply. The second is the maintenance of machines. Many machines were damaged to varying degrees during the doomsday. There are also various other minor issues. But Lu Binning knew very well that once the leader had assigned a task, he should never mention any difficulties. This is the leader's trust in himself. If you have any difficulties, solve them yourself. Only after solving the problem can you prove your ability and value to your superiors. If you can't solve it, it's a problem with your own ability. Lu Binning knew very well that if you want to live well in the doomsday, you have to let others know your abilities. Zhou Wei looked at his serious expression and smiled with satisfaction. He immediately said to Lu Binning, Very good, you can go to Wuzhong village to find Mo Wentian, the head of the Human Resources Management Department, for the manpower issue later. Just say it's my order, and he will make the arrangements when the time comes. Lu Binning was surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that the leader had already taken over the Wuzhong Peninsula. It is indeed a strong team. He immediately accepted the order. Yes, Chief, I will definitely hand over the work to Minister Mo. Zhou Wei looked at the three people who were starving to the point of skin and bones and gave Chang Fei a look. Chang Fei immediately understood the meaning and took out a dozen cans of meat from the helicopter and placed them in front of the three people. Looking at the canned meat on the ground, tears flowed from the corners of the three people's mouths. They have been trapped for 7 or 8 days, and in the early days they could still rely on some snacks to fill their stomachs. It was all based on my perseverance that I managed to get through it. Zhou Wei patted the three men on the shoulders. So tempting. Work hard, join my team, and you will have no worries about food and drink, and you can live in a big, comfortable house. After hearing this, the three of them immediately became motivated. They couldn't bear it any longer, so they grabbed the cans and started to devour them. They were crying while eating. This was the most delicious meal they had had since the end of the world. Thank you, Chief. During the meal, Lu Binning did not forget to express his gratitude to Zhou Wei. To the three people in desperate situation, Zhou Wei is no less than their adoptive parent. Zhou Wei smiled kindly. Take your time to eat. We have already cleared out the zombies here and along the way to Wuzhong Peninsula. You can reach the Wuzhong Peninsula base safely. We still have to go to Dohuang Town to recapture it, so we won't accompany you. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the armed helicopter. Lu Binning stood up and looked at Zhou Wei's back with respect. Slow down, Chief. Chapter 76, Establishing Dohuang Town's pre-war command post. The armed helicopter took off, and Zhou Wei and others quickly disappeared into the sky towards Dohuang Town. Not long after, 2 platoons of soldiers arrived and passed by the road outside the gravel pit. Looking at the armored vehicles coming one after another, Lu Binning and the other 2 were stunned. My God, in this doomsday there is still an army that remains intact. It seems that we have joined an incredible organization. You must work hard in the future and strive to stand out. The 3 of them looked at the armored vehicles and Bobcat all-terrain vehicles driving by, their hearts pounding, and their sense of identity with joining the organization suddenly became stronger. When Zhou Wei's helicopter arrived in the sky outside Dohuang Town, 2 squads of soldiers from the Pioneers Elite First Company also arrived. Looking from the helicopter, there were quite a few zombies in the farmer's market and its surrounding areas, about 7 or 8,000. Judging from the zombies' movement paths, they seemed to be led here by the survivors. Zhou Wei guessed that it must be some starving survivors nearby who came out to look for food. The result was a big commotion, attracting all the zombies in the surrounding area. It goes without saying what the fate of the survivors will be. 89 of them have become zombies. There are many holes in the tall iron roof of the farmer's market, which seem to have been cut open by zombies with sharp claws such as storm chasers. Looking down through these holes, you can see various vegetable stalls. The vegetables on it were completely rotten and full of maggots. There are 7 or 8 grain and oil stores on both sides. The peanuts, peppers, dried fruits, rice, vegetable oil, etc. inside remain intact and are not contaminated. Zhou Wei roughly estimated that the total rice reserves in the warehouses of these 8 grain and oil stores were around 300 tons. The reserves of other dried fruits are more than 23 tons. Even if we calculate based on 1 kilogram of rice per person per day, it would be enough for 10,000 people to eat for a month. Of course, a normal person cannot eat a kilogram of rice a day. Xiao, drive the helicopter to the observation deck halfway up the mountain. Zhou Wei asked by Xiao to fly an armed helicopter and land at the observation tower outside the town. This is the observation platform specially built by Dohuang Town to support the province's forest fire prevention work. During the peak fire season, observers are posted at the lookout 24 hours a day. It is located halfway up the mountain, with a clear view of the entire Dohuang Town and the nearby mountains and forests. It is convenient to understand the fire situation at the first time. The armed helicopter landed smoothly in the parking lot behind the observation deck. Zhou Wei got off the armed helicopter and released two ZW-0 reconnaissance and strike hypersonic drones that had been produced in advance. Nuo Lan, Gu Nianjiao, each of you will be responsible for controlling a drone. Zhou Wei placed two drone operating platforms on the observation deck. This is his temporary headquarters. The mountains here are high, and there are few people. You can hardly see any animals on a normal day, and you basically won't be attacked by zombies. Zhou Wei took out a telescope and looked at the two squads of soldiers heading into Dohuang Town below. Nuolin and the women's team members immediately took on the work of the information team. Nuolin and Gu Nianjiao used drones to help the army collect information before the battle, sort out the best attack route, and avoid danger. If necessary, the missiles on the drone can be used for fire support. At the same time, turn on the drone's radio transmitter to ensure smooth communication and contact with every soldier. Xiao Qingyue found the best sniping position, lay in ambush, kept an eye on the situation around the temporary command center, and took on the task of protecting the command center. Chang Fei, Lu Xianyun, Gulan, and Lin Ruo worked in pairs, guarding the roads going up and down the mountain. Li Li took on the responsibility of the logistics team and was responsible for cooking for the team members. Bai Xiao continued to stay on the armed helicopter, ready to launch the drone for combat or rescue at any time. Once Captain Zhang drives the company command post over, their task will be much easier. Zhou Wei didn't have to wait long. 20 minutes later, the command headquarters of the elite First Company arrived at the lookout tower under the leadership of Zhang Qiaowu and Zhao Qing. Looking at the environment of the observation deck, Zhang Qiaowu exclaimed in admiration. The commander really knows how to find a location. This place can take in the entire Dohuang Town. It will be convenient for commanding the entire process of retaking Dohuang Town. Zhou Wei shrugged helplessly and scolded him with a smile. Stop flattering me. The command is your job. I am just here to learn from experience. When it comes to matters of command, Zhou Wei would not try to meddle with them. Zhang Qiaowu and Zhao Qin immediately entered command mode. He looked at the 8 squads assembled outside the town, and he picked up a telescope to observe the situation outside the farmer's market. Upon closer inspection, I found a surprise. The only way to enter the town passes right by the farmer's market, and the terrain is a 30-degree slope, about 60 meters long. The road is surrounded by a row of houses on both sides, forming a narrow terrain. Zhang Xiaowu immediately issued combat orders to the 2nd and 3rd squads of the elite 1st platoon. The 2nd and 3rd squads of the 1st platoon drove into the town from the entrance, cleared the zombies along the way, and quickly occupied the sloping road in front of the farmer's market. Use this as the front line to gather and annihilate the zombies in and around the farmer's market. The 1st platoon leader quickly received the order. 1st platoon understands. He then gave orders to the platoon leader of the 2nd platoon of the elite 1st company. 3 squads from the 2nd platoon will serve as the reserve. When the 1st platoon's offensive weakens, the 2nd platoon will quickly replace the 1st platoon. There are a lot of zombies here, so be prepared for a protracted battle. The 2nd platoon leader was a little disappointed that he was not the forward, but he still carried out the order decisively. There will be plenty of battles in the next few days, and his 2nd platoon will definitely have the opportunity to become the vanguard. 2nd row understands. Zhang Xiaowu looked at the houses on the road from the town entrance to the farmer's market and saw traces of the survivors' lives in them. He turned and gave orders to the 3rd platoon leader. The 3rd platoon is responsible for rescuing the survivors in the building on this road at the entrance of the town and clearing out the trapped zombies in the trapped rooms to eliminate safety hazards. The 3rd platoon leader's resolute and serious voice came over the communication channel. 3rd row understands. After issuing all the combat orders, Zhang Qiaowu looked at the tens of thousands of zombies in other areas with a very serious expression. He gave everyone a final warning. Finally, all platoons, please note that if it is not necessary, try not to use artillery. Avoid attracting zombies from other areas. If you encounter armored zombies, try to use anti-material snipers to deal with them. Also, we must take over the farmer's market before dark today, so that we will have the logistical support for the battles in the next few days. Captain Zhang's main concern is attracting zombies from other areas. The battle would last from day to night. It's okay during the day, but it's terrible at night. Currently, the primary combat uniform does not have night vision function. When fighting at night, the combat effectiveness of others will be greatly reduced, except for snipers equipped with night vision capabilities. Moreover, the mental damage caused by night fighting to the soldiers is unimaginable. Fighting zombies at night will inevitably result in casualties among soldiers. Chapter 77, The Farmer's Market Attack begins. He doesn't need to rush now, as he has a full week to liberate Dohuang Town. There is no need to risk the lives of the soldiers. The best approach is to take it step by step. The grain warehouse to the east of the farmer's market is the most critical step. One row understands. Second row understands. Third row understands. The three platoon leaders all answered very seriously. Outside Dohuang Town, two armored vehicles drove side by side into Dohuang Town from the road that must be passed through Dohuang Town. Behind them were fully armed soldiers. Two squads of soldiers entered the street in an orderly manner, using armored vehicles as cover. On both sides of the road, 300 meters away from the farmer's market, are two rows of 7 or 8-story residential buildings. The streets were in a mess, with some stalls that had not yet been closed down remaining. There are also sundries placed illegally in front of shops and residents' doorsteps on both sides of the street. A lot of debris went beyond the sidewalk and onto the motor vehicle lane. The most annoying thing is the electric car shop 100 meters away. Unscrupulous merchants place electric vehicles on the sidewalk and half of the motor vehicle lane, seriously hindering traffic. The unscrupulous businesses were also sanctioned and turned into hideous zombies. The armored vehicle's entry instantly alarmed the zombies within 100 meters. Ouch! Zombies roared one after another, then broke through the glass on the upper floor and fell downstairs and walked out from the homes, shops, and cracks between rooms on both sides. The 700 or 800 zombies on the entire street gathered into a small stream and ran towards the two huge vehicles in front. Faced with these zombies, the soldiers from squads 2 and 3 opened fire at full capacity. The armored vehicle rolled over without mercy, despite its several tons weight. Bang, bang, bang. The zombie in front was knocked away and fell to the ground. The armored vehicle drove past mercilessly, and the zombies were crushed under the vehicle and turned into meat paste. The machine guns on the armored vehicles spewed out fiery flames, and the bullets formed an impenetrable line of fire, smashing the zombies in front and on both sides. In front of the machine gun, the zombies' bodies, which were as hard as wood, became a joke. Squad Leader 2, your armored vehicle machine gun is responsible for suppressing the zombies in the building on the left, and I will be responsible for suppressing the zombies in the building on the right. Seeing that more and more zombies rushed out of the building, the squad leader of Team 3 assigned the tasks. The monitor of Class 2 also felt the pressure. As the number of zombies increased, the road ahead was basically blocked. The movement of the armored vehicles was significantly hindered. Okay, Squad Leader 2 drove the armored vehicle and ruthlessly crushed the electric vehicle blocking the road ahead. The owner of the electric car shop seemed quite dissatisfied with this scene. With pus on his face, he roared and rushed towards the armored vehicle driven by the squad leader of the second squad. The second squad leader turned the muzzle of the gun, and the muzzle was like a sky-lifting stick, which directly knocked the car shop owner, who jumped into the air away. Then the machine gun roared, and the car shop owner and the nearby zombies were beaten to pieces. I told you not to occupy the road to do business. The second squad leader cursed. At the same time, four soldiers with shotguns were firing at those who were approaching. Under the powerful impact of the shotgun, the zombie flew back at a faster speed, knocking down the zombie behind it. Shotguns are much more powerful than rifles in close combat. One shot can take down a large group of people. Bang! Another shot, and the waist of a 1.89-meter tall burly zombie was broken directly, and its body was split into two sections. Haha, that's really cool. Watching the rows of zombies being knocked down by shotguns, the four shotgunners laughed heartily. Other soldiers holding QBZ 191 assault rifles began to fire accurately. Whether the zombies are from far away or suddenly rushing out from the buildings on both sides, they will be shot in the head in the next second. A zombie jumped from the third floor and landed 2 meters away from the armored vehicle. A soldier quickly fired back and shot the zombie in the head before it could stand up. He loudly reminded the team, "Everyone, be careful. Don't get close to the sidewalk. Be careful not to be hit by zombies falling from the sky and become paralyzed." Everyone quickly moved away from the sidewalk and became extremely alert to the zombies jumping down from high places. Four snipers escorted the soldiers in the dark. They were silent and just pulled the trigger silently. Sniped the speed-type zombies and armor-class zombies one by one at a distance of 100 meters from the advancing troops. With the concerted efforts of the two squads of soldiers, They quickly advanced 200 meters, and only the last 40 meters were left to reach the strategic high ground. There were so many zombie corpses lying behind him that they formed a path of corpses. According to preliminary calculations, they killed 400 to 500 zombies in less than 10 minutes. The appearance of the army inevitably attracted the attention of the survivors in the building. 20 or 30 heads popped out from the windows on both sides. These people generally look pale and thin and look listless. During these days of being trapped, they were on the verge of collapse under the double torture of hunger and fear. Although some people try to go out to survive, only a few could successfully survive in the face of zombies with immense strength and superhuman speed. More people can only rely on the food stored at home to survive. Even the water we drank was tap water that smelled of bleach. Those who can't hold on will either fight to the death or become zombies that trap the survivors in the corridor. Either they starve to death or die of thirst, or become food for maggots. In the past few days, the survivors have witnessed more than 10 suicides. They were all desperate and afraid of reaching that point. Looking at the armored vehicle below, it looks so majestic and like a god of death. After seeing the soldiers' heroic spirit in killing the enemy, the survivors rubbed their eyes hard. After confirming that these people were the army, the skinny survivors burst into cheers. They finally waited for hope in despair. The army is coming. The savior is coming. The army. It's the army. We are saved. Brother soldier, we are here. Please save us. Woo, 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 wife, do you see? We are saved. The survivors' excited voices echoed on both sides of the street. Looking at so many survivors waiting for rescue, the squad leader of Squad 2 was worried that they would run away. At that time, not only will it cause unnecessary casualties among the survivors, it will also disrupt the offensive plan. The second squad leader found a large loudspeaker in a nearby shop, turned it on, and shouted to the survivors in the buildings on both sides of the street. Dear survivors, we are the troops stationed at the Wujiang Peninsula base. We are here to rescue you and recapture Dohuang Town. Please don't panic and stay in the room for now. Please do not go out to avoid being attacked by zombies that have not been cleared in the room corridors and causing unnecessary casualties. We are clearing out the zombies, and there will be special people to rescue you later. Chapter 78. Occupy the Slope Heights. If there are survivors who do not heed warnings and hinder military affairs, it will seriously affect our army's advance and defenders. We will implement wartime management regulations on you and shoot you dead directly. After recording the sound, Squad Leader 2 hung the loudspeaker directly on the muzzle of the gun. The speakers played over and over again. The survivors heard the serious warning that was filled with a murderous atmosphere. Everyone was so scared that they shut their mouths instantly and dared not make any more noise. But they felt much more at ease, knowing that they would be rescued soon. Zhou Wei looked at the zombies through the telescope, his eyes showing a hint of urgency. The zombies are already half green. The speed of change is too fast. According to Gu Nianjiao's conclusion, when all the zombies turned cuckold, that's when they took the initiative to search for the survivors' camp. And this is only the 11th day after the apocalypse, and almost half of the zombies have turned green. This means that he doesn't have much time left to build a defensive fortress. This made Zhou Wei feel that he had made the right move in attacking Dohuang Town. As long as we take this place, we can stop the zombies from various counties in Jiangbei from attacking Wujiang Peninsula. Afterwards, defensive positions were built here to buy time for the construction of a defense wall at the Wujiang base. As long as we can survive the autumn, we will have an extra buffer time for the winter. Zombies rely on photosynthesis to provide energy and matter for their actions. In winter, sunlight is scarce and photosynthesis is weak, so zombies also need to hibernate and accumulate strength to survive the cold winter. Next spring will be the most difficult time for the survivors. This means that this winter is extremely important for survivor organizations. Whether it can develop depends entirely on these 2 or 3 months in winter. He must rely on this winter to capture the nearby towns on the north bank of Wujiang River, rescue the survivors, and earn creation coins. While growing and developing, establish a large enough buffer zone. At this point, the army successfully advanced to the top of the 60-meter slope. The third squad leader discussed it with the second squad leader. Third squad leader, please let Squad 3 hold the fort for now, while Squad 2 builds a shelter using local materials. The third squad leader stopped the armored vehicle steadily in front of the slope and personally operated the vehicle-mounted machine gun to scan the zombies that were slowly gathering down the slope. Under the powerful firepower, 7 or 8 zombies had their limbs broken in an instant and could only crawl on the ground. However, these zombies are just a drop in the ocean. All the zombies within a kilometer are rushing towards this narrow slope. Judging from the feedback from the drone footage, there are at least 8,000 zombies in this wave. The area around the farmers market is the resettlement area for the relocated residents, and it is crowded with people. If the terrain here wasn't so narrow, they wouldn't be able to fight the zombies head-on with only 2 squads. The third squad leader said sternly, "Second brother, you better hurry up." The squad leader of the second squad did not dare to delay and stopped the armored vehicle side by side with the third squad, letting the armored vehicle serve as a temporary cover for the third squad. "Second shift, follow me. Bring all usable items from nearby shops and residents' homes here and build a temporary shelter." The soldiers of the second squad acted quickly, leaving only the machine gunner to continue operating the machine gun of the armored vehicle. Others quickly rushed into nearby buildings, moving out sofas, solid wood tables, beds, shelves, and other items, and placed them on the top of the slope to build a makeshift shelter. With these shelters, even if zombies rush up the slope, they can be stopped for a while. When the pieces of furniture were stacked up one by one, a 2-meter-high shelter instantly appeared on the top of the slope. The bunker was very strong, and it took 5 or 6 minutes to push it down, even with an armored vehicle. There are multiple gaps at the bottom of the bunker, which are used as shooting holes. The soldiers lay on the ground and fired, keeping their bodies as close to the ground as possible. This can reduce the burden of shooting, combat recoil, and improve shooting efficiency and accuracy. After lying down and shooting, the soldiers' efficiency in killing zombies was greatly improved. Under the powerful firepower, thousands of zombies were unable to rush up the slope. Instead, a thick pile of corpses slowly built up at the bottom of the slope. "Hey, come on, let me spread a blanket for the soldiers. The ground is so rough." The second squad leader was also considerate enough to lay blankets on the ground so that the soldiers could lie more comfortably. Inside the command center, Zhou Wei and Zhang Xiaowu saw 2 squads of soldiers successfully seize the high ground on the slope and successfully built a bunker position. My heart finally settled down. Zhou Wei praised them all. "Well done. Give them credit and reward every soldier after the battle." Instructor Zhao nodded and took note. The first battle was so successful that every soldier who participated in the battle needed to be commended. Zhang Xiaowu looked at the huge crowd of corpses behind him and assessed the situation. He glanced at his watch. It was 1:30 p.m. Looking at the density of the zombies, we estimate that they can be completely eliminated by 4:30 p.m. if we add the time it takes to clean up the remaining zombies floor by floor. Before 7 o'clock, we can completely take over the farmers market and the surrounding area within 800 meters and establish a safe buffer zone. Zhou Wei saw that their rear was almost safe, so he said to Zhang Xiaowu, "Let 3 platoons of soldiers enter the residential building to rescue the trapped survivors." Several buses were arranged to take these people to the Wujiang Peninsula base. Handed over to Mo Wentian to review the background and assign work. Zhang Xiaowu looked at the survivors through the telescope, who were looking anxiously awaiting their return, and nodded. These survivors have reached the brink of mental and physical collapse and are not fit to remain in the war zone. Sending it away early can save you a lot of worry. He ordered the 3rd platoon leader. "Third platoon leader, it's your turn." The 3rd platoon leader had been waiting for a long time. Behind him were 7 or 8 buses, which he had spent a lot of effort to find. Looking at the buses, the 3rd platoon leader waved his hand and said, "Let's go and rescue the survivors." The bus drove into Dohuang town and arrived at the foot of a residential building. The 3 squads of soldiers were divided into 3 teams. The first squad stayed on the bus, while the second and third squads entered the residential buildings on both sides respectively. There are still some zombies in the residential building who have not left. The soldiers carefully cleaned each room one by one. Real-time communication between Nuolin and Gu Ninjiao came through the headphones, ensuring that the instructions were conveyed to every soldier. The 2 men were responsible for one side of the house respectively, and told every soldier who entered the building the distribution of survivors and zombies on each floor as scanned by the drone radar. Make sure these soldiers are aware of their situation and do not get ambushed or accidentally injure survivors. The survivors on the first floor of the residential building A2 are in rooms 103, 109, and 111, each with 1 survivor. There are 3 zombies in room 104, a trapped zombie cat in room 107, and 2 trapped zombies in room 113. The survivors on the second floor are in room number 213, with 2 survivors, room 217, with 1 survivor. There is 1 zombie in room 201 and 4 zombies in room 221. There are zombies at the corner of the stairs on the 3rd floor, and there are no survivors on the 3rd floor. The room where the survivors are located on the 4th floor is Chapter 79, Rescuing the First Survivors. Thanks to the precise detection of the drone, the soldiers who entered the building immediately understood the mission objectives. They have a clear division of labor and quickly divide into groups according to the number of survivors and zombies, striving to achieve the highest rescue efficiency. Two soldiers came to room 103, one knocked on the door, and the other took a guard and shooting posture. "We are the troops from the Wujiang Peninsula base. Please open the door, and we will take you away immediately." The door to the room opened, and a haggard 19-year-old young man opened the door. When I saw the fully armed soldiers, I was so excited that tears filled my eyes. "Woo-woo! Great, you guys are finally here." The soldiers were shocked to see the mixture of feces and urine in the house. He lives in such an environment these days, which is really miserable. There was a PlayStation in the corner of the room, and the battery was dead. The keys on the PS are polished to a shine, and it seems that the 19-year-old young man has survived this period by relying on this PS. "Let's go. The bus is waiting for you downstairs." The survivors excitedly left the room quickly, and the rescue team continued to the next room. When they arrived at room 107, the two soldiers looked at each other, and then one of them took a shot with a shotgun and shot at the door lock. Under the power of the shotgun, the door lock was directly broken. The door opened, and the three zombies inside were like a newlywed groom seeing a naked bride, and they couldn't wait to pounce on her and do unspeakable things with her. However, what greeted them was a spray gun. The shotgun spewed out flames, and suddenly hundreds of steel balls flew towards the three zombies like flowers scattered from the sky. Under the huge firepower, three zombies were knocked flying. Their bodies were riddled with holes and no longer looked human. However, the zombies' vitality was truly complete, and it was still struggling to get up. Another soldier holding an assault rifle fired rapidly, shooting the heads of three zombies lying on the ground within 2 seconds. Having dealt with the danger here, they continued to the room where the next survivor was. The soldiers acted with a clear goal and speed, and in less than 10 minutes, all the survivors in a 7-story residential building were rescued. All the zombies inside were shot dead. With the guidance of the drone, the search and rescue work went extremely smoothly. Half an hour later, all the residential buildings on both sides of the 240-meter-long street were cleared. There were 47 survivors on the bus. The survivors looked out of the car with anticipation and anxiety, not knowing what their future would be like. The 3rd platoon leader reported the progress of the search and rescue work to the command center. Reporting to the headquarters, the search and rescue of survivors has been completed. A total of 47 survivors have been rescued. Please give instructions. Zhou Wei looked at the stalemate on the battlefield. At this moment, a pile of corpses 1 meter thick had formed on the slope in front of the farmer's market. There are only 47 people, and a round trip is a bit of a waste of manpower and resources. Zhou Wei planned to rescue all the survivors around the farmer's market and then send someone to escort them back. This can save a lot of resources and manpower. He replied, "Send the survivors out of the fighting zone and temporarily settle them outside the town. Give them food and water, and explain to them the rules of our base. Don't force those who don't want to go with us, just let them fend for themselves. Those who are willing to follow us will be sent to Wujiang Peninsula after we rescue the survivors in and around the farmer's market." After receiving the order, the platoon leader immediately carried out the order, took the survivors out of the town, and gave them food and water. Then tell the survivors the rules of Wujiang Peninsula. For example, you are not allowed to bully men or women. You must run 5 kilometers once in the morning and evening and obey orders and management. Especially once you join, you cannot quit, and quitting is regarded as betrayal, which is the most serious. When the survivors heard this, many of them were worried but did not quit. After all, after experiencing the despair of hunger and fear, they know better than anyone the significance of having an organization's protection. Most of the rules of the base are similar to the rules before the apocalypse, except that there are some more stringent rules specifically for the post-apocalypse period. These survivors can all understand, and those who cannot understand force themselves to understand by looking at the food and water in their hands. In the end, the 47 survivors joined the Wujiang Peninsula base without hesitation. Time passed like clouds in the sky, and the density of zombies around the farmer's market decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. The zombies that were originally lined up to 500 or 600 meters away have now shrunk to less than 200 meters. Seeing victory was within reach, everyone showed expressions of relief. But at this moment, an accident happened. A civilian drone flew out of the town and finally hovered over the heads of the 2nd and 3rd squads of the 1st row. Looking at the sudden appearance of the drone, the squad leader of Squad 3's expression changed slightly. He immediately reported the unexpected situation. Reporting to the headquarters, an unknown drone appeared above our troops, requesting instructions. Zhou Wei and Zhang Qiaowu were both shocked to hear the news. A drone actually broke into the war zone, which is a big taboo in military strategy. If the other party has ill intentions, this means that the two squads of 1st Platoon have entered the enemy's attack field of view. No matter what the other party's reason is, whether it is asking for help or surveillance, it is not allowed. He immediately ordered the sniper, shoot down the drone. Xiao Qingwei calculated the distance. At 1,800 meters away, the wind speed was 8 meters per second. She then gently pulled the trigger and the bullet hit the drone a second later. The drone crashed and the crisis was resolved. Zhou Wei frowned and discovered his weakness. That is the lack of anti-drone capabilities. Today, it's just the opponent's reconnaissance drone. If it was an attack drone, the consequences would be disastrous. It seems necessary to install anti-drone equipment within a 30-kilometer radius of Wujiang base. Zhou Wei looked at the zombies in Dohuang town with full confidence. If he can eliminate all the zombies here, he can get more than 400,000 creation coins. These creation coins are enough for him to do many things. Zhou Wei immediately gave orders to Newlin and Gu Nianjiao. Immediately find the other party's location and confirm his identity. Being able to operate a drone is considered a talent. If the other party is just an ordinary survivor, then recruit him into the information team. It just so happened that Murong Feishiwei was complaining to him a few minutes ago that there were only 2 people in the information team. Send some people in at this time. They drove to the mountains, roads, and riverbanks within 10 kilometers of the Wujiang base to install hidden surveillance cameras. But I ran my legs so much that they were broken. Of course, it wasn't Murong Feishiwei who ran herself to pieces. She was just relaying the complaints of 2 college students, Yi Qingxia and Zhang Yeqing. Today they almost finished all the exercise they had done in the previous month. Newlin controlled the reconnaissance and strike drone to analyze the trajectory and direction of the civilian drone, and then controlled the drone to take images of the area. Soon, 3 faces appeared on the screen. On the rooftop of the town's guest house, the young Lu Yeqing looked at the black screen of his mobile phone and screamed frantically. Chapter 80 Rooftop Trio? Fuck. My drone was shot down. Damn it. Zhao Haiyao and Guang Jiqiang, whose thigh was injured and inflamed, looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. The 3 of them are really unlucky. The 3 were originally special photography specialists of the Yang City Tourism Bureau, responsible for promoting Yang City's tourism industry. Not long ago, the 3 of them and 8 colleagues from the Tourism Bureau were invited by the mayor of Dohuang Town. Asked them to help take aerial photos of Dohuang Town and make a promotional video to be posted online to promote Dohuang Town's tourism industry. Unexpectedly, within 3 days of arriving, the aerial photography was only halfway completed. The destroyer Meteorite arrived uninvited, causing stations and trains across the country to stop operating. They're trapped here. After hearing the news that the meteorite had been shot down, everyone in the Tourism Bureau happily celebrated the end of the world. Prepare to complete this aerial promotional video as a reward for surviving. Guess what happened? The zombies are coming unreasonably. None of the 8 colleagues from the Tourism Bureau were spared and all turned into zombies. The 3 men narrowly escaped death. They took some food and water and ran to the rooftop, where they locked the iron door and barely managed to escape. During the incident, Guang Jiqiang was scratched on the thigh by broken glass and his life was in danger. Fortunately, Lu Yeqing and Zhao Haiyao knew some first aid knowledge and performed emergency treatment on his wounds, which saved his life. But because there was no anti-inflammatory medicine, his wound inevitably became inflamed. If the inflammation is not eliminated quickly, there will be another corpse on the rooftop soon. There may also be one more piece of food. Because the troops had silencers on their guns, they didn't hear the gunshots. I did see the helicopter that Zhou Wei had driven earlier. Before they could call for help, the helicopter flew away. They were extremely desperate at that time. Just when the 3 were in despair, zombies began to move in large numbers in the east of the town, and then their numbers decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 3 of them immediately realized that there might be a survivor organization cleaning up the zombies, so they immediately used a drone to check. If they are really survivors, they can be saved. At that time, we will use drones to lure the survivors over. Unexpectedly, the opponent showed no moral ethics and shot down the drone with 1 shot. Now the 3 people who had originally ignited hope were once again in despair. Although they also understood that drones were indeed more sensitive in Longxia country. Before the end of the world, there was news that airports were grounded due to drones. There are also foreign spies using drones to steal our military's confidential intelligence, etc. So it is understandable that the opponent shot down the drone. But what they destroyed was their own hope of survival. The 3 of them were scratching their heads anxiously. Zhao Haiyao laughed bitterly and complained. I should have hung my white underwear up earlier. This way, the opponent would have a high probability of not destroying it. Lu Yeqing and Guang Jiqiang tried to have fun despite the hardship, and Lu Yeqing made a joke. Don't do that, Lao Zhao. Your underwear stinks. If you hang it up there, I'm afraid people will be suffocated and run away. Then he looked at the painful expression on Guang Jiqiang's face and knew that his condition had worsened again. He quickly asked, Lao Guang, are you okay? Guang Jiqiang sighed, his eyes filled with pessimism. He didn't believe that anyone could capture a town after the apocalypse. They are well aware of how terrifying zombies are. He has immense strength, a body as hard as iron, and is as fast as the wind. It's completely different from the slow and crispy zombies in the movies. He said silently, looking at the situation, the other party is most likely coming for the food in the farmer's market. After taking over the farmer's market, they will probably withdraw and leave. I'm definitely beyond help, but you two shouldn't give up hope. If you have the chance, find a way to find them before they leave and go with them. With the skills you two have in operating drones, your abilities will definitely be put to good use. There are 11 of us here, and 1 or 2 of us must survive, and the survivors must live on for the others. He tilted his head to one side, obviously not wanting to implicate the 2 of them because of his injury. Seeing the pessimism and emptiness in Lao Guang's eyes, Lu Yeqing and Zhao Haiyao were stunned. They saw that Lao Guang was dead. Not physical death, but spiritual death. He no longer had the will to live, and instead allowed himself to rot. Lao Guang, you fucking. Lu Yeqing was halfway through his curse when the following words, we came together and we must go back together, got stuck in his throat. Then he revealed a hint of bitterness. Yes, in their current situation, there was no possibility for Lao Guang to survive. It would be difficult for the 2 of them to survive, and maybe all 3 of them would die here in the end. The 3 of them were silent on the rooftop. In the command center, Newland looked at the situation of the 3 people and told Zhou Wei the truth. Commander, the target has been confirmed. It's a survivor, and his location is on the rooftop of the guest house. One of the 3 is not in good condition and probably won't make it to our Jeffong guest house. Zhou Wei frowned when he heard this. He doesn't want such talents to die. They should live and continue to shine for him. He was thinking about the rescue method, and then looked at the armed helicopter driven by Xiao Xiao. Zhou Wei immediately issued an emergency order. By Xiao Xiao, Gulan, the 2 of you immediately drive the helicopter to the roof of the guest house for rescue. Then he turned his gaze to Gu Nianjiao. Nianjiao, let Lin Ruo take your place. Go down and prepare to rescue the critically ill survivor later. Gu Nianjiao did not hesitate and stood up and handed the drone operating console to Lin Ruo. Lin Ruo took over the task of controlling the drone without saying a word. She feeds back the intelligence collected by drones to soldiers on the battlefield to help them understand the situation on the battlefield. Gu Nianjiao took the first aid kit from the medical officer in Captain Zhang's team and began to make preparations. Bai Xiaoxiao also knew that the situation was urgent and there was no time to delay. After Gulan entered the helicopter, he started the armed helicopter and flew quickly towards the guest house. Zhou Wei watched as everything was going on in an orderly manner, and he felt relieved. These 3 people should be able to alleviate the shortage of people in Yu Qingxia's team. Not long after, on the rooftop of the guest house, the 3 people who had been silent suddenly looked up towards the east. That's the sound of a helicopter. Lu Yeqing couldn't help but scream out when he heard this wonderful voice. In the eyes of the 3 people, a helicopter was flying towards the sun, and it looked particularly majestic and domineering under the reflection of the sun. A ray of hope rose in the eyes of despair, and at this moment, light appeared in the eyes of all 3 people. Zhao Haiyao watched the helicopter approaching rapidly and excitedly grabbed Guang Jiqiang's arm. The helicopter is here, Lao Guang. We are saved. Lao Guang was so excited that his eyes were filled with tears. He had already prepared himself to face death. But I didn't expect hope to come so suddenly. Chapter 81 Occupy the Farmer's Market. Lu Yeqing clasped his hands together, made a pious prayer gesture, and muttered to himself, I swear that from today on, you will be the sun in my heart and the light in my life. Amid the excited expressions of the 3 people, Bai Xiaoxiao flew the helicopter and hovered above the guesthouse building. Gulan took out the prepared rescue ladder and safety rope and slowly lowered them. Because of the arrival of the helicopter, the zombies in the guest house and its vicinity became quite restless. There was a loud banging sound coming from the door on the roof. The iron gate made a sound of being unable to bear the weight, and it was obvious that it could not hold out for long. Gulan looked at the door that was about to be broken down, raised his gun, and prepared for battle. The 3 of them looked at the severely deformed door behind them and were suddenly frightened out of their wits. Lu Yeqing and Zhao Haiyao worked together to send Guang Jiqiang onto the helicopter. Then Lu Yeqing quickly climbed onto the helicopter. When Zhao Haiyao arrived, the iron gate flew several meters away with a bang. Dozens of zombies were already extremely hungry and thirsty, and they flew quickly towards the helicopter. Look at the sharp teeth in the zombie's maggot-filled mouth. Zhao Haiyao was so scared that he climbed up quickly, wishing he had more hands. Gulan shot with an indifferent look on her face, and under her shooting skills, the zombies were knocked down one by one. In less than 10 seconds, more than a dozen zombie corpses appeared on the roof. Under the cover of her shooting skills, Zhao Haiyao finally climbed onto the helicopter 10 seconds before the zombies rushed over. Then he collapsed in the helicopter, gasping for breath. Huff, I survived. Seeing that all the survivors had come up, Bai Xiao flew away in the helicopter. Survivors appeared around the guest house, waving and shouting at the helicopter. Here, there are people here. However, the helicopter ignored them and disappeared into the horizon. Bai Xiao's mission did not include saving them. Moreover, there were no rescue conditions where they were, and the helicopter could not stay. Soon, the helicopter flew back to the parking lot behind the command center. Company Commander Zhang organized the guards to help carry the wounded out and place them on the makeshift operating table. Gu Nianjiu began to perform surgery on the injured person's leg with a focused expression. After working for a while, Gu Nianjiu walked out and spoke slowly under everyone's concerned gaze. My life and my leg are saved, but I need to rest for 2 or 3 months to fully recover. Hearing this, everyone smiled. Zhou Wei looked at Lu Yeqing. During the operation, he had learned about their tragic experience from Lu Yeqing. Zhou Wei asked him seriously. Lu Yeqing, Zhao Haiyao, my information team is recruiting people. I have told you about the salary before. You will be given the 3rd-level salary first, and you can be promoted to the 1st-level salary as your qualifications improve. Are you willing to come? Let's wait until Guang Jiqiang recovers from his injury before we discuss his invitation. Lu Yeqing already knew that Zhou Wei was the leader of this team and felt very honored at this moment. Being personally invited by a big boss is the greatest honor I have had in all these years. How could he refuse? Not to mention that they saved 3 lives. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring. The 3 secretly made up their minds to repay the kindness with their lives in the future. Lu Yeqing and Zhao Haiyao quickly answered proudly. Report to the chief. We are willing. Zhou Wei nodded with satisfaction, thinking it was worth it that he specially sent a helicopter to rescue them. He said with relief, very good, go to Wuzhong Peninsula Base and find Yiqing Xia to report. Lu Yeqing and Zhao Haiyao are full of fighting spirit and confidence, and are ready to accomplish something earth-shaking. Zhou Wei looked at Captain Zhang, who was making new adjustments to the battlefield situation. Zhou Wei picked up the telescope and looked towards the center of the most intense battle. The bodies had piled up to the 20-meter mark on the 60-meter slope, and the slope was piled up like a mountain, several dozen meters high. There are only more than 1,000 zombies left out of more than 8,000 zombies, which seems to be much fewer than before. Captain Zhang's stern and majestic voice continued to ring in his ears. Second platoon leader, take your men and prepare to take over the battlefield. After one row has eliminated this wave of zombies, you immediately switch to the next row. Find a few trucks and bulldozers, and pull all the zombies on the slope to the flat ground 1 kilometer outside the town and burn them. The elite 3rd platoon prepared to enter the scene to rescue survivors in the farmers' market and buildings within 800 meters around it, clean up any that had escaped, and establish a safe buffer zone. Our soldiers will stay here tonight. First platoon leader, after you finish the battle, immediately withdraw from the battle, rest, and restock your ammunition. Both platoons were ready, and as soon as the gunfire stopped, it would be their turn to move in and finish the job. The soldiers in a row worked even harder, waiting for the battle to end so they could take a break. Finally, after the last zombie was killed, the soldiers in the elite 1st platoon all showed victorious smiles on their faces. It's over. We won. The 2nd squad leader breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed his shoulders, which were numb from the shock. The other soldiers also stood up and stretched their bodies. The 3rd squad leader said to everyone, retreat to the rear and leave the battlefield to other comrades. The soldiers of the 2 squads boarded the armored vehicles in an orderly manner and quickly drove to the rear of the battlefield to rest. Zhou Wei looked at the weapons and equipment produced in the creation fence, which were directly separated and deployed in the rest areas of the 2 classes. Looking at the weapons and ammunition boxes that suddenly appeared, the soldiers quickly began to replenish the consumed ammunition. Today's battle is just an appetizer. There will be many more battles to come. After replenishing the ammunition, the soldiers began to maintain their guns. In this doomsday, the gun in their hands is their second life. At the same time, the elite soldiers from the 2nd platoon of the 1st company also appeared on the scene. They were not driving armored vehicles, but other vehicles. Leading the way ahead was a large SDLG LG936L forklift. The forklift is easy to operate and has high working efficiency. It has a powerful engine and strong reliability, making it suitable for loading and unloading operations in various occasions, such as construction sites, mines, ports, etc. Chapter 82. Forming a militia. The SDLG LG936L large forklift has a strong loading capacity and adopts an advanced hydraulic system. It is flexible to operate and run smoothly, and can meet the needs under various working conditions. Behind the forklift are 7 or 8 large dump trucks. Heavy vehicles are 6 m long or longer and have a gross mass of 12,000 kilograms or more. Soldiers from the second row drove a bulldozer and crashed directly into the bunker built by the first row. Under the huge force of the bulldozer, the bunker was on the verge of collapse. Unable to knock down the bunker in one go, the soldier driving the bulldozer showed a bit more desire for destruction and a desire to win on his face. He put on full power, and the bulldozer roared violently. The sofas, tables, and beds in the bunker made crackling sounds and broke. The entire bunker was severely deformed and could no longer bear the weight. Fall. With a shout from the bulldozer driver, the bunker finally collapsed, burying the pile of corpses below. The bulldozer driver drove the bulldozer over the group of corpses and came to the bottom of the slope, followed closely by the large dump truck behind. Then, the bulldozer driver operated the bulldozer and shoveled the several-ton body from the ground with a light shovel. Under this violent destruction, many bodies were broken directly. A green head fell in front of the bulldozer and was ruthlessly crushed, with white brain matter bursting all over the ground. The bulldozer loaded the zombie corpses onto a truck and drove them out of the town. As large trucks pulled out one after another, the asphalt road surface gradually appeared on the slope. Cartloads of zombies were piled up on the flat ground 1 kilometer outside the town. There is a squad of soldiers responsible for picking out the bodies of mutant zombies. They smashed the mutant zombie's head and took out the green crystal inside. Zhou Wei looked at the soldiers who were cleaning up the corpses and felt that it was too hard for them. He thought about it and decided to organize a militia to be responsible for this matter. In this way, the army can focus on dealing with zombies. While the second platoon was cleaning up the zombie corpses, the third platoon leader also led the third platoon soldiers into the farmer's market and the surrounding residential buildings to clean up the zombies and rescue the survivors. Under the precise guidance of the drone, the rescue and cleanup of zombies is progressing smoothly. Almost at the same time as the road was cleared, survivors nearby were rescued. The survivors were gathered together and prepared to be sent to Wujiang Peninsula. The first batch of survivors numbered 324 people. Among them, women and children only account for 20%, and the rest are men. There are none at all for those over 60 years old. This is what the doomsday is like. Only strong individuals have a higher survival rate. Zhou Wei came to the survivors' bus, and the members of the women's team surrounded him to protect him. When all the survivors looked at him, admiration and gratitude appeared in their eyes involuntarily. They knew that it was Zhou Wei who gave them a second life. Meet Chief Zhou. The survivors welcomed his arrival with great enthusiasm. Zhou Wei looked at the group of survivors and nodded gently. Then he told us the purpose of his visit. Everyone, I came to see you before you are about to go to the Wujiang Peninsula base, mainly for another matter. When Zhou Wei's voice fell, all the survivors pricked up their ears. It must be no ordinary matter that could make Chief Zhou come here in person. Sure enough, Zhou Wei continued, I want to set up a militia. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present's eyes lit up. Can I touch a gun after joining the militia? A 30-year-old strong man among the survivors asked. Captain Zhou, what is the main mission of this militia? Can I be equipped with a gun if I join the militia? Zhou Wei looked at the person who asked the question with a smile and explained the mission of the militia. The main responsibility of the militia is to clean up the corpses of zombies eliminated by the army and dig out the energy sugar cores in the heads of mutant zombies. This mission is difficult and requires you to be able to face the corpses of zombies. After hearing Zhou Wei's words, many of the survivors turned pale. They immediately became unhappy at the thought of dealing with corpses. The same strong man raised his hand and asked, Captain, how are the treatments for the militia? What he cares most about is the treatment. The military has just informed them of the base's treatment system. Of course, in order to make them feel a sense of belonging, Zhou Wei did not directly give the third-level treatment to those who had just joined the base. Instead, all newly joined survivors are given level 4 treatment. Ordinary survivors need to work at the base for 6 months before they can receive level 3 treatment. For special high-intensity work positions, the time can be shortened appropriately based on the performance of the survivors. However, it takes at least 3 months to upgrade from level 4 treatment to level 3 treatment. The treatment of special talents will also be handled according to the 4-level treatment. It will take 1 month of observation to decide whether to increase the salary level based on the performance. Even if one is talented enough to enjoy level 1 treatment, he or she still needs to start from level 4 treatment step by step. The treatment level can be upgraded to the 2nd level only after at least 1 year of assessment at the 3rd level. It takes at least 3 years of training to be promoted from level 2 treatment to level 1 treatment. Only in this way will survivors cherish the treatment they have instead of feeling that it is easy to obtain. Similarly, when facing subsequent survivors, the first few groups of survivors who have received treatment can feel balanced. It can also make survivors feel more belonging to the base. If all survivors were given treatment directly, it would be unfair to those survivors who arrived at the base first. Because it was difficult to increase the salary when Zhou Wei formed a militia. Even though they know that this job will be hard, some people still suppress their fear and disgust and ask about the salary. Zhou Wei looked at the person who asked the question with satisfaction. This shows that the treatment system he established is effective. He smiled and answered questions about treatment in a friendly manner. The salary of the militia team starts at level 3, and those who have worked for a year will be promoted directly to level 2. If you have made outstanding contributions in the militia, you can be promoted to the first level treatment as an exception. In special circumstances, militias may be required to go to the front lines. Many people were moved when they heard Zhou Wei's words. Join the militia and you will get third level treatment. And after working for 1 year, you can get the second level treatment. Many survivors are not stupid. They know very well what is happening to them. I have no special skills at all in the Doomsday. The third level treatment is the end of their lives. Level 2 is out of reach. Now, as long as you join the militia, not only the second level will be within your reach. Even the highest level of treatment has a chance. Seeing that many people were tempted, Zhou Wei wanted to play hard to get. I won't force you. Those who want to join can sign up now. But I only want 50 militiamen for the first batch, first come first served, regardless of gender. Moreover, after joining the militia, you will be directly issued a military uniform with an individual exoskeleton. We organize target practice once a week, and if the army recruits soldiers in the future, we will give priority to recruiting from the militia. Chapter 83 Militia at Work. After Zhou Wei finished speaking, Captain Zhang moved the discarded military uniforms to the survivors. In the eyes of the survivors, those individual exoskeletons, bulletproof vests, uniforms, and helmets are so cool. The survivors looked at each other, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. There are 324 people here. That means only 1/6 of them were finally selected. Everyone else could be your competitor. Compared with the issue of treatment, what does discussed about corpses matter? And this job is actually not very hard or tiring. There are special bulldozers and corpse transporters to deal with ordinary zombie corpses. When we get there, we just set fire to everything. It doesn't require much manpower. The mutant zombies need to be picked out and their skulls opened to take out the green crystals, which are of unknown use. This is a bit tiring. But the number of mutant zombies and mutant animals is usually small. There are only 300 or 400 zombies among tens of thousands, so it won't take too much time to deal with them. It is impossible for the army to fight every day. When there is no fighting, the militia can organize and train freely. Those who understand the amount of training required for the militia understand. Run 5 kilometers once in the morning, noon, and evening, then stand at attention and practice marching. On weekends, we go to the shooting range to shoot some targets, and a week's training is basically over. The militiamen don't have many opportunities to actually go to the battlefield. To put it bluntly, if it is the militia's turn to go to the battlefield, then everyone in the base will have to be prepared to go to the battlefield. The work of the militia is much easier than working 12 or even 16 hours a day on a construction site or in an electronics factory. The sturdy man who had just asked the question immediately raised his hand. Chief, I, Marini, am willing to join the militia. Zhou Wei nodded slightly and immediately handed the military uniform and exoskeleton armor that Captain Zhang had worn to Marini. Okay, Marini, from today on, you are the captain of the militia. When there is a battle, you lead the militia to help the army deal with the corpses. When there is no fighting, organize the militia to do simple training. Marini was overjoyed. He didn't expect that he would be directly appointed by the leader. Moreover, the big boss thinks highly of me and actually personally gave me the equipment. What a great honor this is. He rubbed his hands excitedly, ready to do a great job. Yes, Commander, Marini will never let you down. The others looked at Marini with envy and regret at the same time. If I had been more proactive, wouldn't this position be mine now? They're not stupid. Being able to become the captain of the militia, they will definitely receive first-class treatment in the future. It is even possible to be transferred into the army and serve as a high-ranking officer. Being able to become one of the chief officers of the army would definitely bring honor to the family and be something worth bragging about for the rest of your life. Under Marini's leadership, other survivors also overcame their fear of zombie corpses and signed up enthusiastically. Chief, there's me too. Yes, and me too. Count me in. Looking at these survivors scrambling for the first place, Zhou Wei raised a smile. This is the effect he wanted. He said to Marini, Captain Ma, you are responsible for writing down the names of the militia members. 50 people will be enough for this batch. The number of places must be limited to prevent these survivors from experiencing psychological setbacks. I only see other people enjoying themselves. They will seize the opportunity and work hard to climb up instead of giving up. With Zhou Wei's permission, Marini immediately began to recruit members for the militia. He knew very well that dealing with corpses was hard work, so he specifically picked strong men. It only took 10 minutes to form a militia of 50 people. After everyone put on the eliminated military uniforms, they were all full of energy and seemed like a different person. Looking at those well-behaved militia members, those who did not join were filled with regret and envy. They secretly vowed that they would be the first to come forward when the base was in need. Only in this way can you climb up faster and farther than others. Zhou Wei looked at these brand new militia members and nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Now you go to corpse pile number 1. There is a class of soldiers there who will teach you step by step. I guarantee that you will be reborn after today. Have a completely different life. Marnie was full of anticipation for this and immediately waved his hand. Militia, follow me. Everyone in the militia was eager to show themselves and was full of fighting spirit. With the transportation of 2 buses arranged by Zhou Wei, they soon arrived at the place where the zombie corpses were dealt with. Marnie took the initiative to greet the squad leader of the 6th Squad of the Elite 1st Company. Hello, Chief. I am Marnie, the militia captain promoted by Commander Zhou. I am responsible for handling corpses. Please give me your guidance. After saying that, he took out a shriveled cigarette box from his pocket and handed a cigarette to the squad leader. Seeing that he was taking the initiative to show his courtesy, the 6th Squad leader did not refuse. After all, he is the person sent by the commander to help me, so I have to give him face. He took the cigarette and looked at the pile of corpses. Captain Ma, this is not an easy job. Are you mentally prepared? Captain Ma immediately stood up straight and saluted. At the commander's service. Seeing his sincere look, the squad leader of Squad 6 nodded slightly, then greeted the soldiers of Squad 6. You go and teach the militia how to deal with the bodies. Teach your militia comrades any techniques for quickly breaking open mutant zombies' heads and taking out the crystals. The soldiers of Squad 6 acted in an orderly manner and were divided into 10 groups, with each group responsible for leading 5 people. Captain Ma sternly warned everyone in the militia. This is our first day on the job, so everyone please cheer up and don't show any fear. Also, if anyone dares to hide the green crystals, I will be rude to you if I find out. Under Captain Ma's extremely serious and cold warning, many militia members were awakened and dared not have any thoughts. I finally joined the militia. It would be a big loss if I was kicked out because of this. As for the crystals in the zombies' heads, can they turn people into people with superpowers? It's impossible to even think about it. They're not stupid. If that were true, they wouldn't have gotten the job at all. Instead, it was secretly taken over by the army, and ordinary survivors had no chance to come into contact with it. The squad leader of Class 6 personally led the militia captain. At first, the militiamen were not used to it. Looking at the brains of the mutant zombies, many of them vomited out the food they had eaten before. But they still suppressed their nausea and used the hammers, chisels, daggers, and other craniotomy tools in their hands to cut open the mutant zombies' brains. After taking out a green crystal with their own hands, these militiamen suddenly felt that they had been sublimated at this moment. Their lives are different now, and they no longer belong to the same world as ordinary people. It turns out that opening a zombie's skull is such a satisfying thing. Some people even took revenge on personal grudges and smashed the zombies' heads to pieces. Chapter 84. Reception of Survivors. Watching these mutant zombies that he once feared like tigers turn into toys in front of him. After their heads were ruthlessly broken open, the militia team members were instantly filled with pride and satisfaction. After selecting the mutant zombie's body and completing the craniotomy, the militia team members used an excavator to dig a large pit on the flat ground and used a bulldozer to shovel the zombies' bodies into the pit. Then they poured gasoline collected from the fuel tanks of scrapped cars on it. Marnie lit the fire himself, announcing that the militia's work for the day was successfully completed. Under the huge flames, the militiamen cheered. Fuck the zombies, no matter how powerful they are, we can still burn them to ashes. At night, the kitchen staff prepared the meals. Today's dinner consists of 3 dishes and 1 soup, with meat. Looking at this sumptuous dinner, the militia members instantly felt that all their hard work throughout the day was worth it. Although it is not as abundant as before the end of the world. But it is rare and precious after the end of the world. Everyone ate with hearty mouthfuls, looking forward to tomorrow. Zhou Wei, Newland, and others finally had some free time and sat in the command center enjoying a rare dinner. He glanced at the time. At this time, Emma Wentian in the Wuzhong base should still be busy accepting survivors. At the entrance to Wuzhong Peninsula, a checkpoint stands at a junction that is 300 meters wide and 800 meters long. The checkpoint is divided into 8 entrances, 3 of which are for women and 5 for men. There are male inspectors in charge at the male entrance. The women's entrance is managed by female inspectors. The survivors were divided into 8 teams and lined up to enter the checkpoint one by one. The inspection port is built with wooden boards and covered with a layer of translucent glass. Inside the inspection port, a team of people wearing protective clothing held virus disinfecting instruments and watched the survivors entering. In the rear was a team of fully armed soldiers, and behind them were 2 murderous armored vehicles. The machine gun on the car is pointed towards the entrance, and anyone who disrupts the order will be eliminated immediately. In order to intimidate the survivors, Mo Wentian borrowed 2 squads of soldiers from platoon leader Hao of the guard platoon. Take off your clothes for inspection. Don't leave any clothes behind. Hearing the inspector's words, I looked at the fully armed soldiers outside the passage. The survivors did not dare to disobey and took off all their clothes. After confirming that the person has no new wounds within half a month, inspectors disinfected the survivors' entire bodies. No risk of infection. Enter the residential area. At this moment, a survivor in the adjacent passage was found to have a new 3-centimeter wound. This immediately made the inspectors alert. The survivor quickly explained, these are not bites and scratches from zombies, but scratches from the corner of the table. The prosecutor ignored his words, disinfected him, and picked up the walkie-talkie. If anyone is found to be suspected of being infected, they need to be sent to an isolation area for observation. Soon, Gao Ling arrived with special police officers, took the survivor with a bitter face away, and sent him to the isolation area behind the entrance. These were all Mo Wentian's ideas. For the safety of the peninsula, all survivors entering will be subject to full body checks. If a person suspected of being infected is found, for example, suspicious people with new injuries, mental disorders, etc., they will be sent to the quarantine area for solitary confinement for a week. If there is no corpse transformation within a week, it will be sent to the residential area. He originally planned to quarantine everyone first, but I thought that the base was just starting out and needed manpower. That's why we had to settle for the next best thing and temporarily isolate the survivors with abnormalities. When there are more people at the base, all the survivors will be quarantined for a week. The reason why it is 1 week is because Gu Nianju discovered that the longest incubation period of the zombie virus is 5 days. The extra 2 days are for the sake of caution. In residential areas, except for couples, men and women live and are managed separately. The residential area has special dormitories for men, women, and couples. Even couples cannot live together unless they get a marriage certificate. This regulation does not apply to the base's top leader, Chief Shu. Of course, there is no civil affairs bureau at the base now, so the matter of getting the certificate will have to be postponed. This can effectively prevent acts such as rape and sex for power transactions. After arriving at the quarantine station, healthy survivors need to register at the registration office. They reported their personal information, family background, and other information truthfully. Mo Wentian will seal these paper files and store them in a warehouse. The electronic files are uploaded to the base personnel management system developed by Leader Murong. In this way, they have legal status in this base. In the future, when someone is needed or commits a crime, the file can be retrieved quickly. This is not the end yet. Mo Wentian also needs to match the survivors with suitable jobs in the current base based on their occupations, skills, interests, and hobbies. The base does not keep idle people. For example, Mo Wentian has a big head now. This was not the first time that Leader Murong had questioned him. Minister Mo, have you found anyone suitable for the information brigade? Lu Bining asked him for the person with a flattering look on his face. Minister Mo, when will the people from my gravel pit arrive? Gao Ling said with a bitter face. Minister Mo, have you found any survivors of the police profession? Auxiliary police will do. The Public Security Management Department is obviously short of staff now. Lin Mingling was looking forward to it. Minister Mo, have you found anyone who can be tried in court, such as a judge, lawyer, or other similar professions? Mo Wentian was overwhelmed as everyone came to him to ask for people. But he himself is short of people. My Human Resources Management Department hasn't even recruited enough people yet. Mo Wentian suddenly looked at the file of the person in front of him with some surprise. Have you ever driven a big car before? Huang Mo Ting nodded nervously, not understanding why he suddenly asked this. Mo Wentian contacted Zhou Wei using the communicator. Commander, I found a survivor who can drive a big car. On a whim, I decided to set up a transport team. The main task of this transport brigade is to transport captured supplies within the town and other transportation work, such as transporting materials for wall repairs. Please approve it. Zhou Wei was slightly stunned when he heard this. Mo Wentian's idea is good, and this area does need someone to be responsible for it. However, this mission overlaps with the militia. Zhou Wei looked at the militia. Many of them could drive, but almost none of them could drive a large truck. He thought about it and nodded in agreement. Yes, but this transport team will be divided into the 2nd Militia Detachment. With Zhou Wei's permission, Mo Wentian immediately felt confident. He said to Huang Mo Ting, the commander has approved that from now on, you will be the captain of the transport team of the 2nd Detachment of the Militia Brigade. Your task is to provide logistical support for the base. This mission includes transporting supplies to towns captured by the army, transportation of sand and stone for building city walls, and all other logistics-related work. Chapter 85 Commander, how do you want to punish Xiao Xiao? I will continue to recruit people with experience in driving and repairing large trucks to join your transportation team. I hope you work hard, and I will help you apply to the commander for first-class treatment if there is a chance in the future. The sudden appointment made Huang Imo-ting ecstatic. I didn't expect that my previous experience in driving a large truck would allow me to be reused in the doomsday. Thank you, Minister Imo, for your support. I will definitely work hard. Imo went in and shook his head. It's not me who promotes you. It's the commander who values you. When Huang Imo-ting heard this, he felt even more grateful. It turns out that I am so highly regarded in the base that even the Supreme Commander appointed me personally. His loyalty level immediately reached the maximum, and he looked as if he didn't care about life or death. Yes, please ask Minister Imo to convey my message to the commander. From now on, I, Huang Imo-ting, will put life and death behind me and complete every transportation task wholeheartedly. I will never embarrass the commander and Minister Imo. Imo went and nodded and looked at him with satisfaction. He is worthy of being the talent I promoted. As long as he does a good job, I will be proud of him in the future. Go down and have a rest. I will arrange a carriage for you soon. Huang Imo-ting walked down excitedly and couldn't wait to contribute to the construction of the base. Mo Wentian still personally records the files of each survivor and assigns work to each survivor. Well, actually he didn't want to do it himself, because there were only so many people in the management department. The others are basically working at the quarantine station and have no time to spare. Otherwise, he would just want to be lazy. After working until 8 o'clock in the evening, Mo Wentian finally made arrangements for today's group of survivors. The Information Brigade also has 4 new members. The 2 are Liu Yeqing and Zhao Haiyao, who were recommended by Zhou Wei. They were assigned the task of collecting information. Responsible for using drones to collect information on geography, water conservancy, weather, distribution of urban zombies and survivors within a radius of 100 kilometers of Wuzhong Peninsula. The other 2 are Fang Huaqin and Li Zhaostian. Fang Huaqin is good at data analysis and was assigned as a data analyst in the Information Brigade. Li Zhaostian is proficient in radio maintenance and repair, and is specifically responsible for communications and network operations. After a whole day of hard work by the information team, the network was initially restored in Wuzhong Peninsula. However, it is only the local area network within the Wuzhong Peninsula. Even so, the survivors were ecstatic. This means if you are tired from work at night, you can play a game online with your roommates. Add some color to the boring doomsday life. Because the power station has not yet been built, the base still relies on 8 diesel generators for power supply. Even so, it brings enough sense of security to the survivors who have just joined. With their vision for the future in mind, they enjoyed their first night after joining the base at the Wuzhong Peninsula base. At the same time, in Dohuang Town, 10 kilometers away, the soldiers surrounded the farmers' market with armored vehicles and abandoned cars in advance, forming a temporary base. Except for the sentry, everyone else fell asleep. Tomorrow will be another tough battle, so we need to conserve our energy now. In Zhou Wei's single room, he called Bai Xiaoxiao into the room to punish her as expected. On a quiet and warm night, Zhou Wei invited Bai Xiaoxiao to share a quiet time in a special way. Not in any harsh sense, but in a subtle and reserved way. I hope their relationship can go further in a relaxed atmosphere. When Bai Xiaoxiao gently pushed open the door and stepped into the space shrouded in soft light, a subtle and slightly shy smile appeared on her face. It's like the first flowers blooming in spring, fresh and moving. She asked in a tone that was both formal and slightly playful. Commander, how do you want to punish Xiaoxiao? Bai Xiaoxiao is wearing her iconic combat uniform, even on such a combat night. Her heroic temperament remains unchanged, but instead adds a unique charm to her. The lines of the dress accentuated her tall figure, and the confidence and gentleness that radiates from the inside out. In such a private occasion, it is particularly eye-catching. Seeing this, Zhou Wei felt a warm feeling in his heart, and he responded with a gentle and encouraging look. It seems to be saying, tonight, let us put aside all responsibilities and constraints. Let us enjoy this rare tranquility and beauty together. The next morning, Newland personally brought 2 breakfasts to Zhou Wei's room. I knocked on the door and saw Zhou Wei doing push-ups. He had just finished doing 1,000 push-ups today. Zhou Wei discovered one thing: the system's enhancement of himself was based on his original physical fitness. In other words, when his original physical fitness improves, even if the system amplification coefficient remains unchanged, his various indicators can be significantly improved. Therefore, he paid more attention to physical exercise and laid a good foundation. Bai Xiaoxiao also put on her combat uniform. Because there was a battle today, Zhou Wei showed mercy to her last night. Newland put 2 breakfasts on the table. She was disappointed to see that Bai Xiaoxiao was not in a mess. This reduces the chance of teasing her. Commander, this is today's breakfast. Eat it while it's hot. I'm going to go down first. When Bai Xiaoxiao saw that there was a copy for her, her eyes suddenly lit up. She smiled happily and grabbed Newland's hand. Hee, Thank you, Vice Captain Newland. Newland pinched her nose. She had laughed at herself not long ago. If I wasn't afraid that you would get hurt by the commander, I wouldn't bring you one. Chapter 86 Attacking Fumin Road. Bai Xiaoxiao surprisingly did not struggle. She was worried that if she broke free, given the deputy captain's personality, he might say something even more shocking. Seeing Bai Xiaoxiao's sudden well-behaved appearance, Newland immediately lost interest. She let go of her soft nose and shook her head, come out quickly after dinner. Today's battle will only be more intense than yesterday's. You may have to fly a helicopter to put out fires many times. After saying that, Newland turned and left to gather Zhou Wei's harem team. Get ready for a more intense battle today. When Zhou Wei and Bai Xiaoxiao arrived at the command center, the women's team was already in position in front of the drone operating console. The drones in the sky are scouting the situation in other parts of the town. In order to better grasp the situation on the battlefield, Zhou Wei deployed 3 more drones. 5 drones hovered in the sky 10,000 meters high, monitoring the entire Dowang town. Company Commander Zhang Xiaowu and Instructor Zhao Qin are studying the combat plan. Zhou Wei came over and the 2 men stood up and saluted him. Commander. Zhou Wei returned the gift and let them continue. Do you have a specific combat goal? The 2 pointed to Fumin Road on the map. A drone checked the road yesterday and found that the streets are wide and smooth, with basically no obstacles on the road, which is conducive to armored vehicles attacking. In addition, at the end of Fumin Road is the only town hospital in Dowang town, which has a large number of medical instruments and medicines, which are exactly the supplies that are currently in short supply in the base. If the medical staff can be rescued, it will greatly calm the people at the base. Having a doctor means that minor injuries and illnesses in daily life can be treated. With protection, the survivors will be free to do what they want. Captain Zhang ran his finger along Fumin Road. We plan to attack along Fumin Road and take over Fumin Street and the town hospital today. There are probably more than 16,000 zombies on this street, which is a big challenge. Zhou Wei looked at the 65,490 creation coins in his creation system and encouraged the 2 commanders. If you need our support, keep me informed. If there are other difficulties that cannot be solved, I will do my best to solve them. With Zhou Wei's promise, Zhao Qin and Zhang Xiaowu immediately felt more confident. The 2 were full of confidence, and Zhang Qiwu said bluntly, Commander, rest assured, I will take over the town hospital before 5 o'clock this afternoon. Listening to Zhang Qiwu's solemn assurance, Zhou Wei nodded with satisfaction. This is exactly the kind of motivated commander he needs. Zhang Qiwu picked up the communication equipment and issued combat orders to all officers and soldiers. Everyone, pay attention. The battle begins. With an order, 3 armored vehicles drove side by side into Fumin Road. Following behind were fully armed warriors. The main attack today is on the 2nd platoon. The platoon leader looks at the group of zombies that have gathered into a sea of corpses in front of him. The soldiers in the 3 squads were assigned tasks respectively. Squad 1 will focus on the zombies on the right, Squad 2 will focus on the zombies in front, and Squad 3 will focus on the zombies on the left. The 6 snipers are on the lookout for mutant zombies and will eliminate them as soon as possible. As specific combat orders were issued, the 3 squads instantly deployed into battle formation. As fierce gunfire rang out, the zombie group suffered a devastating blow. The machine gun roared, smashing the zombies in the front row into pieces and affecting the zombies in the back. The walls of the residential buildings on both sides were riddled with holes. Under the threat of powerful machine guns, the zombies were too fragile to rush forward. Machine guns, automatic rifles, submachine guns, shotguns, and other weapons were fired at full power, instantly forming an impenetrable firepower network. Several soldiers were holding flamethrowers and shooting wildly at the zombies. The violent fire waves directly engulfed a large number of zombies, with an outstanding killing effect. The zombie horde was no match at all. It was a one-sided massacre. Looking at the zombies in front of him that were set on fire, the soldier holding the flamethrower showed an excited expression on his face. The flamethrower is indeed a super killing weapon, especially useful against zombies. It has a large killing range and a very impressive attack distance, and the high temperature of several thousand degrees it sprays out can melt the zombies' bodies in an instant. Feeling the powerful killing effect of the flamethrower, the soldiers holding ordinary rifles suddenly felt that the QBZ-191 assault rifles in their hands were no longer effective. Rifles are inferior to flamethrowers in terms of both killing range and duration. The only advantage is that it can shoot farther. But in terms of range, can it compare with a cannon? Several soldiers took out the individual multiple rocket launchers on their backs. The rocket launcher had 8 tubes and could fire 8 rockets at a time. Under the operation of the soldiers, rockets fell like hail on the zombie-dense area thousands of meters away, killing zombies in a large area. Seeing the power of the individual multiple rocket launcher, the soldiers showed a satisfied smile on their faces. In the rear area, Marini, the captain of the militia team who was about to enter the scene to clean up the zombie corpses, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Oh my goodness, more than 16,000 zombies were beaten without any chance of fighting back. Our army is really amazing. Listen to the roar of machine guns, watch the scorching flames of flamethrowers, and the soldiers' precise strikes on zombies one by one. The militia members were all in high spirits and couldn't help cheering. Well, damn it, a damn zombie like this has to suffer this day. Ha ha ha. Aren't you guys usually very crazy? Why are you all so crazy now? The army is mighty. The army is awesome. Oh my god, this is so exciting. When can we go to the battlefield and kill these bastards with our own hands? The militia members were very excited, and they couldn't wait for Commander Zhou to give the order so that they could rush up and fight the zombies. Zhou Wei looked at this scene through the telescope and a smile appeared on his lips. The army's powerful combat capability intimidated these survivors, making them dare not have any second thoughts, making it easier to manage them in the future. At the same time, it also enhances their sense of collective honor and makes the base more united and harmonious. The army is still advancing on the road to enriching the people. The survivors who had been hiding in the dark emerged from the high balcony. Looking at the army descending from the sky, everyone cried for joy. It was the army that attacked the farmers' market yesterday. They didn't give up on us. We are saved. Survivors nearby from yesterday's battle at the farmers' market also saw it. It's just that the army didn't rescue them yesterday. Many people remained pessimistic and believed that the army could not break in. Now looking at the mighty army, the survivors are extremely excited. Judging from the situation, they seem to be planning to retake the entire Do Wong town. This means everyone is saved. Chapter 87: The Richest Man's Brother-in-Law. When they saw the army, it was like they saw a savior. Oh my god, their firepower is so strong, the zombies are no match for them. I know that when the end of the world comes, the army will always be the savior of us ordinary people. I want to praise the commander of this army, praise the sun. The second platoon leader frowned as he looked at the survivors who had stuck their heads out. This is not a good thing. He used a bullhorn to speak to the survivors. Survivors, please do not lean out of your cover. Please wait for rescue in the bunker to avoid being hit by stray bullets and causing unnecessary casualties. Hearing the second platoon leader's shouts, the survivors all turned into docile kittens. Yes, 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 hide first, stray bullets don't have eyes. Don't be afraid, the army will definitely rescue us. We just need to wait patiently. The survivors returned to the survival base where they depended on for survival. But this time, unlike the past when there was no hope, there was light in their eyes. The fighting continued and soon it was noon. The battle started at 8 in the morning and it is already 12 o'clock. The fighting had lasted for nearly 4 hours. The army advanced 800 meters and was less than 500 meters away from the town hospital. The density of zombies on Fumin Road has dropped visibly. It is estimated that the entire occupation, cleanup, and rescue of survivors will be completed before 5 p.m. The elite 3rd platoon replaced the elite 2nd platoon which had been fighting all morning, allowing the soldiers of the 3rd platoon to eat and replenish ammunition. The elite 1st platoon of soldiers began to rescue the survivors within the 800-meter street that they had recaptured. In a homestay, Feng Qinghua looked at the soldiers on the street, his heart full of anticipation. I'm about to be saved and will be able to live a luxurious life again soon. He looked at the feces and urine in the room with an extremely gloomy face. Damn it, I knew this would happen. If I hadn't come out for vacation, I would have followed my brother-in-law to Longjing for refuge. The brother-in-law he mentioned is Ma Fei, the richest man in Southwest Province. When the doomsday broke out, he was transferred to Longjing by the military. Feng Qinghua looked at the busy soldiers below, his eyes full of arrogance and contempt. The corners of his mouth raised with a hint of pride. Once I'm rescued, I'll ask their officials to arrange a plane to take me to Longjing. I don't want to stay with these big-time soldiers. Wouldn't it be better to go to Longjing and enjoy myself? I don't put my head on my belt. Only a fool would do that. He was very confident in himself and believed that he would be able to make the officers in the army treat him with respect and send him to Longjing politely. Because his brother-in-law was the richest man in Southwest Province, he had cooperated with the Southwest Military Region on various projects before the end of the world. Many brigade commanders in the Southwest Military Region are related to Ma Fei. The commander of this team is at best a company commander or battalion commander. I can decide my brother-in-law's future just by a word from him. When he finds out about my identity, he will definitely kneel down and lick me like a husky. While Feng Qinghua was daydreaming smugly, 2 soldiers broke open the door of his room. The sudden loud noise startled him. Hello, we are here to rescue you. The corridor has been cleared and is safe. Please follow us. The 2 soldiers spoke politely to the trapped survivors in front of them. However, the other party just put on a condescending look. He reprimanded the 2 soldiers with a look of dissatisfaction. What are you doing? Do you know who I am? Can't you make less noise? What if you scare me? Hearing his impatient words, the two soldiers looked at each other, both somewhat puzzled. This was the first time they were treated in this way by the survivors. The other survivors were either grateful or polite. Why does this guy act like he is the boss? The two fighters' tone turned cold. He looks like a spoiled rich boy who can't stand any hardship. Hearing that the two soldiers dared to talk to him in such an attitude, Feng Qinghua, who had been pampered since childhood, had never suffered such humiliation. He suddenly became angry and started cursing at the two soldiers, pointing at their noses. What's your attitude, you two poor soldiers? Do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I can tell you to take off your uniforms and go back home to farm. The two warriors exchanged glances and saw the thoughts in each other's eyes. Is this guy an idiot? Hey, what are you looking at? Now come here, kneel down and apologize to me, and I will let go of what happened today. Otherwise, I will report it to your commander and make sure you don't get into trouble. A soldier slowly stepped forward. Looking at the soldier's actions, Feng Qinghua became even more proud. You see, soldiers are just cowards. Just one word from me can make them kneel down obediently. The soldier came up to him and hit him on the forehead with the butt of the QBZ-191 assault rifle in his hand. Feng Qinghua suddenly felt dizzy and dazed. There was a warm current flowing down my cheeks from my head. He reached out and touched it, and it was blood. You. Before he could finish his words, two soldiers clamped his hands, one on the left and one on the right, and kicked him on the knee. The severe pain made Feng Qinghua grimace, his legs went weak, and he immediately fell to his knees on the ground. In less than a second, the brother-in-law of the richest man in the southwestern province was captured on the spot. The communicator in the soldier captain's helmet called the squad leader. Squad leader, we have captured a rich second generation who has corrupted the soldiers in Fenghua BB. Please give us your instructions. When the squad leader heard this, he was immediately happy. It's the end of the world, and there are still idiots who dare to insult soldiers. As the saying goes, if you bully your soldiers, you are bullying yourself, he said calmly. According to the base's guidelines, insulting a soldier during wartime is punishable by death. Just shoot him directly. No need to apply to me. After receiving instructions from the squad leader, the two soldiers immediately felt confident. The soldier on the left immediately opened the bolt safety, and with a click, the bullet was loaded. I heard the sound of the safety being opened, and then heard the report from the two soldiers. Feng Qinghua suddenly panicked. Oh my god, what kind of bandit is this? He casually accused himself of insulting soldiers. Didn't I just ask them to kneel down and apologize to me? It's not like he hadn't done this before Doomsday. Although he was scolded by his brother-in-law on the spot, he had to find the military leaders to smooth things over before the matter was resolved. Now he is just taking advantage of the Doomsday to kill someone just for saying something. Is there any law here? Seeing the other party's rogue style of doing things, Feng Qinghua knew that he had met a tough guy today. No matter how noble your status is, it will be useless if you encounter such unreasonable soldiers. You must see their commander to save your life. Yes, meet them, commander. When I meet their commander, I will definitely give them a severe sill. His eyes turned and he shouted quickly, wait a minute, I have very important information to tell your commander. This information is very important. If you kill me, you will be doomed. The two soldiers stopped what they were doing when they heard his words. Chapter 88 Feng Qinghua's Request. The two men were skeptical and looked at him with murderous intent. One of them hit him directly in the back with the butt of a gun. The beating was so painful that he cried. Stop playing tricks. What's the information? Feng Qinghua knew it when he felt the murderous intent of the two soldiers. Only by seeing the commander can he save his life and avenge the humiliation he has just suffered. Tell them that they may not survive. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, I have to see your commander before I can tell you. The soldier's face was cold and he slapped him hard in the face. God knows if it's true. What if the enemy wants to attack the commander? You are not qualified to bargain with us. Feng Qinghua still gritted his teeth and said nothing, his eyes full of humiliation. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you. It doesn't matter if I die. Without my information, you will definitely suffer a catastrophic disaster. Just wait for me. When I regain my freedom, I will make sure you die. He roared in his heart. Seeing that Feng Qinghua would rather die than tell anything, the two soldiers were a little unsure. If what he said was true, they would miss very important information. The soldier opened the communication again and contacted his squad leader. Squad leader, this guy said he has important information. Should I bring him to see you? The squad leader heard this, thought about it, and nodded. Okay, bring him here. I don't think he would dare to play any tricks. Under the escort of two soldiers, Feng Qinghua was carried outside the BB. The squad leader is already waiting here with several soldiers. He brought a stool and looked at Feng Qinghua, who was being pressed down with a cold face. Squad leader, the person has been brought down. Two fighters threw him to the ground. Feng Qinghua quickly got up and shouted loudly. I don't want to see you. I want to see your supreme commander. I won't tell anyone except him. Judging from this scene, it is obvious that this squad leader is in cahoots with them. Hearing Feng Qinghua's roar, the squad leader frowned. This guy is really good at making trouble. He said coldly, "You are a terrorist who insults soldiers for the safety of our commander. There is no way he can come to see you in person, but I can help you get in touch with him. If you have anything to say, tell him through the communicator." The monitor added coldly, "Don't play tricks. This is the limit of my tolerance. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll kill you even if I don't want the information." Listening to the squad leader's bandit-like words, Feng Qinghua swallowed his saliva with a pale face. There was a murderous look in his eyes. "Damn it, a bunch of ruffians. Once I contact your commander, I'll kill you." He knew this was his only chance of survival, so he nodded quickly. "Okay, remote communication is also fine." The squad leader contacted Zhou Wei at the command center. Zhou Weizhen was observing the situation on the battlefield through a telescope. They successfully advanced another 50 meters, and survivors were rescued one after another. 349 survivors have been rescued so far. It is estimated that by taking down this street, 500 to 600 survivors can be rescued. Just then, he received a communication from below. Reporting to the commander, "I am Mu Gang, the squad leader of the 2nd Squad of the Elite 1st Platoon. Our unit just captured a terrorist, and he said he has important intelligence to report to you. I have to ask the commander for permission." Squad leader Mu Gang sounded a little guilty, but he knew that the person in front of him was not a terrorist. Wouldn't my indulgence of my subordinate's behavior make the commander angry? He was not worried about being punished, but about the two fighters being punished. Zhou Wei adjusted the direction of the telescope and found the location of squad leader Mu Gang and the soldiers in his class. The so-called terrorist was also seen through the telescope. He was speechless. This guy didn't look like a terrorist at all. He looked like a rich young man. He knew his soldiers well and would not falsely accuse anyone. To be treated like this by them, one must have obviously done something that is hated by God and man. It would not be an exaggeration to just shoot such a person. His voice was gentle, without any hint of blame. "Okay, I understand. Give him the communicator. I want to see what top-secret information this terrorist can spit out." Squad leader Mu Gang put the helmet on Feng Qinghua's head. He glared at Feng Qinghua and threatened, "Don't say anything you shouldn't say, otherwise you know the consequences. Also, be polite to the commander and treat him like a grandson treats his grandfather. If you make the commander unhappy in the slightest, I will shoot you immediately." Zhou Wei was speechless. "You haven't disconnected the call yet. Could you please cut off the communication next time? It's really difficult for me to deal with you." Feng Qinghua was startled and took the helmet trembling with fear. Then he cried with tears and snot, "Sir, I am not a terrorist. I am Feng Qinghua, the brother-in-law of Ma Fei, the richest man in Southwest Province. Many senior leaders in your military region have contacts with my brother-in-law. You have to control your soldiers well. They are slandering good people, Chief. Look, they were just threatening me. If this gets to the ears of those senior leaders, especially Commander Tang, the commander of the military region, you may be punished for not governing strictly enough." Feng Qinghua became more and more proud as he spoke, and brought up his brother-in-law and so many big leaders. "Are you afraid that you can't take down your small leader? You soldiers just wait. I won't stop until I kill you today." When Zhou Wei heard this, the expression on his face was very interesting. What does he mean? Threaten me? Zhou Wei was so angry that he laughed. This guy really thinks he is a big shot. Squad leader Mu Gang's face turned black. This guy didn't take his words seriously at all. He turned around and ran to tell the commander. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still on the phone with the commander and he didn't want to ruin his image in the commander's eyes, he would have been beaten into a pig's head right now. The two fighters took a deep breath and prepared themselves mentally to accept the punishment. If the commander blames them, they will never implicate the squad leader. Zhou Wei interrupted Feng Qinghua's complaint without mercy. This guy is wasting his time. I heard from them that you have important information to tell me. Can you tell me now? Feng Qinghua was startled when he heard Zhou Wei's voice turn serious. He still did not repent and spoke even more shamelessly. Commander, there is actually no such intelligence. I lied to them. Otherwise, how could I contact you, Commander? Zhou Wei's face had turned dark. The other side was still chattering. By the way, Chief, please punish these bandits. They must be severely punished and dealt with according to military law. One more thing, please arrange a helicopter to take me to Longjing. When you meet my brother-in-law, I will ask him to say a few good words for you in front of your military commander, Commander Tang, and I guarantee that you will get promoted and make a fortune. Zhou Wei took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Chapter 89. Dig a hole and bury this idiot. He didn't answer, but responded calmly. Okay, I got it. Give the communication helmet to squad leader Mu Gang. I have something to say to him. Hearing Zhou Wei's words, Feng Qinghua showed a smug look on his face. He returned the helmet to squad leader Mu Gang with a proud look on his face, his eyes full of provocation, as if to say you are dead. Looking at his smug expression, everyone present wanted to give him a big fight. But because the commander wanted to talk to the squad leader, they could only suppress their anger and take the communication helmet. Squad leader Mu Gang put on his communication helmet, and his first words were, "Commander, I admit my mistake. This matter was all my own decision. It has nothing to do with other soldiers." He was interrupted by Zhou Wei before he could finish his words. Zhou Wei gritted his teeth and said, "Just admit your mistake. Damn it, dig a hole and bury this idiot. Next time I see such an idiot, I will just shoot him." Hearing Zhou Wei's furious voice, squad leader Mu Gang was so frightened that he was speechless. It seemed to really annoy the commander. But he smiled smugly. "I knew that the commander would be very observant and wanted to deal with us. How many divisions do you have?" he said to the soldiers who were nervously preparing to be punished. "The commander told you to dig a hole nearby and bury this idiot." After hearing the squad leader's words, the soldiers who were originally worried instantly smiled. Two people grabbed Feng Qinghua's hands and violently dragged him to a field on the side. At the same time, another soldier excitedly ran to drive the excavator and started digging the hole. Feng Qinghua was so frightened by the scene before him that his legs went weak and he became incontinent due to fright. He shouted in panic, "You are passing on false military orders. Your commander definitely didn't say that. I want to talk to your commander. I want to talk to him. Let me go." In response to his shouting, squad leader Mu Gang stepped forward and smashed him in the face with the butt of his rifle, causing one of his eyes to bleed profusely. Now the world is quiet. At this moment, Zhou Wei's voice came again from squad leader Mu Gang's communicator. "Wait, don't bury it yet." This sudden order left squad leader Mu Gang and the soldiers confused. Feng Qinghua was instantly ecstatic and looked almost crazy. "Ha ha, I knew he wouldn't dare to kill me. My brother-in-law is the richest man in Southwest Province." However, Zhou Wei's next words sent him into hell again. Digging a hole and burying him is a waste of resources. If I infect him and turn him into a zombie, I can still get 5 more creation coins. After hearing Zhou Wei's words, the soldiers suddenly realized. Squad leader Mu even gave a thumbs up. As expected, our commander is good at calculating. Squad leader Mu Gang immediately gave orders to the 2 soldiers. "Go find a disabled zombie." The 2 soldiers jogged along and soon found a zombie whose legs were broken by the armored vehicle's machine gun. Looking at the hideous and terrifying appearance of the zombie, Feng Qinghua was frightened to faint. Then the severe pain woke him up. He looked at the zombies that were gnawing at him and let out a heart-wrenching scream. "No, don't come over here. Help." Not long after, Zhou Wei had 5 more creation coins. Zhou Wei shook his head helplessly. It's another dark day. The battle was still going on, and at this moment, Newland suddenly reported. "Reporting to the commander, an unfamiliar radio signal has been detected trying to contact us." Zhou Wei expressed surprise when he heard this. After thinking for a while, he said seriously, "Contact the other party on the premise of ensuring that our information is not leaked, and see what they want to do." After getting Zhou Wei's confirmation, Newland quickly processed the radio signal. At the same time, in the storeroom of the town hospital, 3 doctors in white coats and 2 young men in hospital gowns stared nervously at the radio communicators in front of them. The 5 people were so nervous that their palms were sweating. Connect it quickly." Chief Surgeon Su Yimo muttered anxiously. He was the chief surgeon of the provincial hospital. He came here to support the medical work in Dohuang town and to train doctors for the new posts. Its surgical skills are also among the best in the country. Unexpectedly, I was trapped by the sudden zombie crisis, and no one could help me. The other 2 doctors are local doctors. Although his medical skills are not as good as those of the famous doctors in the city, he can still easily treat basic minor illnesses. The young man sitting opposite him, Qin Feng, is a radio enthusiast. "I like to tinker with the radio on weekdays. I was previously hospitalized due to a severe cold. These days, the 3 of them have been relying on glucose from the hospital to survive, and they thought there was no hope for the future. They didn't expect the army to suddenly appear today, which gave them hope. But when they thought of the mutated zombie wandering around in the hospital, the 3 were filled with fear. That is their lingering nightmare. In order to prevent the army, which had hoped to save them, from being caught off guard by the zombies, the 3 of them had been carefully collecting radio communication devices since morning and handing them over to Qin Feng for repair. They prayed that they could get word of the dangerous zombie to the military before they could reach the town hospital. Otherwise, they would be caught off guard and wiped out. Finally, the hard work paid off. When the army was 400 meters away from here, the radio communication equipment was repaired. Now they have to wait for the military to get through to them. Just as they were anxiously waiting, a very pleasant female voice came from the communicator. "Hello, I am Newlin, Deputy Captain of the Ice Phoenix Guards of the Wujiang Base Survivor Organization. May I ask if you have any important information that you are contacting us about?" Hearing Newlin's voice, the five of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Su Yimo picked up the communicator and told Newlin the situation here in a very sincere tone. "Captain Newlin, I'm Su Yimo, the Director of Surgery at the Provincial Hospital. I am in the town hospital now, and I have seen your army fighting the zombies. I have very important information to tell you." Newlin and Zhou Wei were both surprised. Unexpectedly, the enemy was right in the town hospital ahead of the army's advance. Moreover, his identity is not ordinary. He is the Director of Surgery at the Provincial Hospital. This is a pleasant surprise for the Wujiang base, which lacks medical personnel. Their joining will greatly improve the medical level of the Wujiang base and ensure the health of the base personnel. However, Zhou Wei was puzzled by their initiative to contact him. Now that they saw the army advancing, logically all they had to do now was wait for rescue. You shouldn't go to the trouble of contacting them proactively. It seems that there is something wrong ahead. Make them have to take the risk to get in touch with them. Either they are in extreme danger and have to seek emergency help. Either there is a huge danger ahead that could cause immeasurable losses to the army. Chapter 90 News about Venom Zombies. No matter which one it is, Zhou Wei cannot tolerate it. Newlin's tone was gentle, and she seemed very patient. "Okay, I'm listening. Please tell us in detail what you know, and we will rescue you as soon as possible." Su Yimo took a deep breath and told others about the dangers here. "Captain Newlin, there is an intelligent zombie lurking in the hospital. This intelligent zombie was originally a patient with gastrointestinal ulcer in the hospital. He underwent a horrible mutation under the guidance of the Doomsday virus. The ulcerated intestines and stomach accidentally formed a poison sac, and the venom circulated throughout his body through the blood. Anyone who touched it would be poisoned to death. In addition, venom zombies can spray venom hundreds of meters away to form poisonous rain. This poisonous rain will be harmful once it touches the skin of ordinary people. The survivors would fester and die in agony within minutes. The most terrifying thing is that this venom can corrode metal, causing weapons and equipment to lose their capabilities. This zombie is very smart, and he is lurking somewhere on the 4th floor of the hospital. He will only spray venom when your troops get within 100 meters. By then, everything within 100 meters will be contaminated by the poisonous rain. The troops that enter this area will suffer heavy casualties, so please be careful." Hearing the news sent back by Su Yimo, Zhou Wei and Newlin couldn't help but look heavy. I didn't expect that there was such a scary zombie hiding ahead. This was a new type of zombie they had never seen before. The zombies have evolved into a new species. No, it should be said that they have discovered a new species of zombies. These zombies appeared at the beginning of the apocalypse, but Zhou Wei and others have not seen them yet. Zhou Wei told Company Commander Zhang Qiaowu about the new situation. After hearing this, the two of them also frowned. Normally, when you encounter this kind of zombies, you can just cover them with fire and raise the hospital to the ground. But there are doctors, medicines, and medical equipment that the base urgently needs inside, so it is obviously not possible to do this. The opponent is an intelligent zombie, and there is no movement after fighting for so long. Obviously, he won't leave the hospital easily. Then there is only one solution left. Use helicopters to airdrop special forces deep into the hospital and perform precise decapitation. Zhang Qiaowu said with a serious look on his face. This plan is very dangerous, even though the combat uniforms are antivirus. But no one knows how powerful this zombie is in other aspects besides its venom. If he is extremely strong or extremely agile or even both, then sending ordinary special forces there would be a death sentence. Newlin took the initiative to step forward, and at this time only their Ice Phoenix could do the job. "Commander, leave half of the people to operate the drones, and I will take the other half with me." Bai Xiaoxiao, Gulan, Changfei, Lin Ruo, and other girls also took the initiative to stand up. Looking at their extremely determined eyes, Zhou Wei took a deep breath and then nodded. "Be careful." Newlin looked at Zhou Wei gently and nodded slightly. "Commander, don't underestimate us. Our individual soldier quality is beyond the reach of the zombies at this stage." Zhou Wei felt relieved when he thought of their abnormal strength. Zhou Wei then said to Gu Nianjiao, Li Li, and others, "Mobilize 3 drones to monitor the situation in the town hospital at all times and find the location of the intelligent zombie. Keep an eye on him, don't let him get away." The others were on full alert, quickly controlling the drones in their hands. They used various advanced reconnaissance systems to figure out the internal structure of the town hospital, as well as the distribution of zombies and survivors. With these distribution maps and structural diagrams, the actions of the other people will be much smoother. Bai Xiaoxiao also started the armed helicopter. Newlin and others put on their equipment, checked their weapons and ammunition, and then entered the armed helicopter. As the armed helicopter took off, everyone present was worried. Zhou Wei stared at the drone display screen, watching every move in the hospital. Not long after, the helicopter carrying Newlin and others arrived above the roof of the hospital building. The arrival of the helicopter made the zombies in the hospital become restless, and they made uneasy roars. Prepare to rappel. At Newlin's command, the helicopter door opened. A strong rope slid down from the inside of the helicopter, and the tail end landed just on the roof of the hospital. She took the lead, tied a safety rope, and held the gun in her right hand. He slid down the rope with his left hand and finally landed steadily on the roof of the hospital. She looked around vigilantly to make sure it was safe. Safety. Gulan and Chang Fei slid down one after another, while Lin Ruo and Bai Xiaoxiao stayed on the helicopter. Be ready to assist them in retreating at any time and provide fire support when necessary. After the three people landed, Bai Xiaoxiao drove the helicopter away from the hospital temporarily. Prevent the sound of the helicopter from luring zombies from the surrounding areas into the hospital, increasing the difficulty of the mission for Newlin and the other two. The armored team continued to advance. The roar of the armored vehicle's machine guns covered up the sound of the helicopter very well, and the zombies around were not alarmed too much. Zhou Wei looked at the information sent back by the drone, and a three-dimensional modeling diagram appeared on the display screen, clearly restoring the buildings in the hospital. The hospital building has 6 floors above ground and 1 underground floor, which contains special rooms such as the hospital's morgue. There is a large room on the left side of the first floor of the building. That was the hospital's warehouse, where many medical equipment and sundries were stored. The pharmacy is located in the leftmost room on the 3rd floor, and the shelves inside are filled with a variety of medicines. There are also many restricted drugs that are almost impossible to find outside. In addition, there are our team members marked with green dots, trap survivors marked with blue dots, and zombie locations marked with red dots. The entire battlefield was presented very clearly in front of him, and the big red dot showed the intelligent zombie. It is now in room 415 on the 4th floor, with the body hidden behind a window. Prepare to spray poison from a high position when the armored vehicle advances to within 100 meters, and wipe out the entire armored team in one fell swoop. His attention was drawn to the armored vehicle in front of him, and he did not notice that the Ice Phoenix squad had already completed the airborne landing. Zhou Wei smiled. This intelligent zombie did have intelligence, but it was not high. This is good news. Zhou Wei told Newlin and the other two about this situation. Attention, the intelligent zombie is behind the window of room 415 on the 4th floor. There are 3 ordinary zombies approaching the stairs where you are going downstairs. Upon hearing this, Newlin, Chang Fei, and Gulan immediately pointed their guns at the stairs. Sure enough, the next second 3 zombies rushed over roaring. They are covered in green, just like cuckolded people. Chapter 91, Beheading Successfully. The zombie was baring its fangs and claws, with remnants of a victim's thigh flesh at the corner of its mouth. The flesh had completely rotted and was crawling with maggots, stinking with a foul smell. The 3 men pulled the trigger, and the bullets pierced their shiny green foreheads, bringing out a pool of green juice. Looking at the fallen zombie, Chang Fei had a look of disgust on her face. So ugly, not even 1/10,000th as handsome as the commander. The other 2 women felt the same way. Indeed, Newlin commanded the 3 people to go downstairs in battle formation. Zhou Wei kept a close eye on the situation along their way. There are 10 zombies wandering in the corridor on the 7th floor. The closest one is less than 2 meters away from the stairs. The other zombies are distributed as follows. With Zhou Wei's accurate reporting, Newlin and the other 2 quickly grasped the situation on the 7th floor. They came to the staircase between the 7th floor and the rooftop, and Newlin assigned targets to everyone using gestures. After learning their target, the 3 of them rushed out quickly and fired at each other. Their movements were so skillful, as if they had rehearsed them countless times, and only a few slight gunshots were heard. The 10 zombies were all shot dead before they could even react. Looking at the fallen zombie, Newlin made an okay gesture. The 7th floor is safe, continue down. Zhou Wei then told the 3-person team about the situation on the 6th floor. With the tacit cooperation of Zhou Wei, Newlin, and the other 2, the 3-person team quickly cleared out the zombies on the 6th and 5th floors. They reached the 4th floor and became extra cautious. The walls of the 4th floor were left with venom from the venom zombies. Under the horrific corrosive power of the venom, a large hole was directly corroded on a wall. Looking at the venom still remaining on it, Newlin made a bold attempt. She took off the gloves of her combat uniform and exposed them to the venom. The moment the glove came into contact with the venom, Nothing happened. The gloves were intact. The venom had no effect on the combat suit. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes lit up. This combat uniform is really abnormal. No matter whether it is a highly corrosive poison or not, as long as it is poison, it can protect you. It seems that our commander's combat uniform has better antitoxic capabilities. Newellyn instantly gained confidence, as the Venom Zombie's most powerful method was currently ineffective against them. If it didn't have any other hidden abilities, this mission would be easily accomplished. Newellyn and the other two quickly cleared out the zombies in the corridor on the 4th floor and in the rooms on both sides of the corridor. Prevent these zombies from hindering their subsequent decapitation operation. In the face of the three men's superb marksmanship and strong military qualities, the zombies were vulnerable, and it only took 1 minute to complete the corridor cleaning work. Then everyone came to the door of room 415. Newellyn and the other two looked at each other, loaded their bullets, and pointed their guns at the fragile wooden door. Buyubi. The three of them didn't hesitate and emptied the magazines in the room before breaking down the door. The sudden attack caught the Venom Zombie inside off guard. He never expected that someone would come up behind him silently. Bullet after bullet pierced his body, leaving blood and flesh flying everywhere. The glass and curtains on the windows nearby were torn directly by bullets. There were dense bullet holes on the wall. The poisonous blood splattered all over the room, corroding the bed and walls beyond recognition. The 3 magazines were emptied, and half of the 90 bullets hit the unsuspecting Venom Zombies. The zombies were stunned and didn't know what to do for a moment. Grenade. As if this wasn't worrying enough, Newellyn flung open the door to the room. Then 3 grenades were thrown down and rolled to the feet of the zombies who had been shot into sieves. Newellyn quickly closed the door, and the 3 of them quickly hid behind the wall. Bang! A violent explosion spread throughout the room, and the windows were shattered into pieces by the violent explosion, turning into fragments that fell downstairs. The bed also disintegrated, and the entire room was blown to pieces by the grenade fragments. The Venom Zombie was even more miserable. Its body was cut into pieces and its fragments were scattered all over the room. The Venom Zombie's head rolled to the shattered door, its eyes wide open, as if accusing Newellyn and the others of being unsportsmanlike. First, he launched a sneak attack and fired 3 magazines of bullets at me, and then he threw 3 grenades at me. It's so brutal. Looking at the Venom Zombies that were deader than dead, Newellyn finally felt relieved. She reported to the headquarters. Report to the commander. The Venom Zombie has been beheaded. Zhou Wei also discovered through the drone's life detection system that there was no risk of Venom Zombies being resurrected. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Newellyn and the other two. They moved quickly and completed a series of tasks in an instant. I see. The zombies downstairs have already started to move upstairs. Let's retreat. Newellyn and others also understood that the explosion just now must have alarmed the zombies in the entire hospital. They were alone in deep territory with limited ammunition, so it would be irrational to fight these zombies head-on. So she urgently called the team back. Everyone retreat quickly. Changfei, Gulan, and Newellyn quickly ran upstairs. The high-level zombies had been cleared when we came down earlier, so the retreat was unobstructed and fast. In less than a minute, the 3 of them ran all the way from the 4th floor to the rooftop. Bai Xiaoxiao is already here to pick them up in a helicopter. Lin Ruo threw down a rope and quickly pulled his teammates below onto the helicopter. Finally, after the last team member entered the helicopter, the zombies arrived late and only saw the exhaust of the helicopter. The armed helicopter landed behind the headquarters, and several women walked down, talking and laughing. Zhou Wei watched them return safely with tenderness in his eyes. Okay, go down and take a rest. There are no tasks for you for now. A few people nodded and walked to a nearby place to rest. At the same time, Zhou Wei focused his attention on other battlefields. Without the threat of Venom Zombies, the 3 rows of soldiers accelerated their advance. Although there are many zombies, they are vulnerable to powerful firepower. The progress is proceeding in an orderly manner. Behind the army, a platoon of soldiers were also rescuing survivors in an orderly manner. The bus was already full of rescued survivors. One bus after another took the survivors to the Wujiang base. There are more survivors today than yesterday, Zhou Wei smiled. I guess Mo Wentian will have to work overtime today. The militia drove bulldozers and corpse transporters to clear the zombie bodies from the safe area. Looking at the piles of corpses on the ground, these zombies died in different ways. Some were directly shattered by machine guns, some were accurately killed by bullets, and some were directly carbonized by flamethrowers. Ma Rini's face was filled with pride. This is the power of our army. You were so arrogant before, but now you know that humans are the masters of this world. With the work of the militia, truckloads of zombies were taken to the crematorium outside the town for disposal. Chapter 92: Liberation of Fumin Road. The survivors sitting in the bus looked at the corpse transports that kept passing by. Looking at those unrecognizable corpses, I suddenly felt a deep sense of identification with the base. This is our base. Apart from our base, who else can beat the zombies like this? Yeah, it's amazing. Truckloads of corpses. How many zombies have been killed? I have to work hard after I get to the base. It will be a big loss if I am kicked out of the base. I am afraid that I will never find a safer base than this in this doomsday. The survivors began to work on their own, each one enthusiastically preparing to devote themselves to the great cause of building the base. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the army finally captured the town hospital. The surrounding zombies were also cleared out, and the entire Fumin Street was completely liberated. In the hospital, when Su Yimo and 4 other survivors were rescued, looking at the sky outside, the 5 of them had an illusion that they were in a dream. Director Su, we've been rescued, right? Dr. Wang Desheng couldn't believe his eyes. Su Yimo took a deep breath, feeling the burning smell entering her lungs, then looked at the busy soldiers and nodded affirmatively. Yes, we are saved. Su Yimo's words were like a shot of adrenaline, making the other 4 survivors smile with relief after surviving a disaster. They supported each other and walked out of the ward that had once been like a cage. Every step seems exceptionally heavy yet light, as if saying goodbye to the past and welcoming a new life. Zhou Wei had been waiting for a long time in an open space outside the hospital. Several officers stood beside him, discussing the next plan of action. Seeing Su Yimo and others being rescued safely, Zhou Wei immediately went up to them with a warm smile on his face. He has great respect for these doctors. Their presence is definitely a shot in the arm for the survivors of the base. Moreover, if the Wujiang base wants to implement the treatment system, the establishment of a hospital is essential. These 3 people are the key to this step. With these 3 people, we can train a steady supply of doctors for the base. In the future, soldiers and other citizens of the base will have a place to receive treatment when they are injured. As for Zhou Wei himself, he has his own personal doctor, Gun Yinjiao. Welcome to Wujiang base, you are safe. Zhou Wei's words were short and powerful, and every word was like the warm sun in winter, warming everyone's heart. Su Yimo looked at Zhou Wei gratefully, tears glistening in her eyes. Thank you. If it weren't for you, we might. He choked up and was unable to continue speaking, but his deep gratitude was evident in his words. Zhou Wei patted her shoulder gently to comfort her. This is what we should do, and thank you for the information you provided. You have avoided heavy casualties in our army. I will always remember your contribution. This is considered a significant contribution according to the rules and regulations of our base. After entering the base, you can directly enjoy the 3rd-level treatment because of your outstanding contributions. Upon hearing the news, the 5 of them smiled excitedly. I didn't expect that I could directly receive level 3 treatment just by providing the army with information about venom zombies. Su Yimo said happily. Thank you, Chief. Seeing the expressions of the 5 people, Zhou Wei also raised a smile. His goal was achieved. He wanted to tell everyone in the base through this incident. As long as you make significant contributions to the development of the base, you can be promoted exceptionally, skip the review period, and receive benefits directly. In this way, the survivors will actively contribute to the base and tell me the important information. You might even get a pleasant surprise from it. Zhou Wei personally informed Mo Wentian of the situation of the 5 of them. Mo Wentian was extremely happy when he learned that a doctor had joined the team. With the addition of a doctor, they won't have to worry about getting sick in the future. Have enough food to eat, warm clothes to wear, a place to live, and someone to treat you when you are sick. This is the basic sense of security that humans pursue. Mo Wentian immediately said, Commander, rest assured, I will immediately vacate the village clinic and properly arrange for these medical staff. Zhou Wei was very relieved. He believed that Mo Wentian would get things done. Zhou Wei looked at the 5 people and smiled very kindly. Now, please follow our team. We will arrange a vehicle to take you to the safe area of the base. There is food, water, and medical facilities there, and you can be properly accommodated. While Zhou Wei and Dr. Su were talking, military trucks slowly drove over. 3 trucks from the Militia 2nd Squadron Transport Brigade arrived in front of the hospital under the leadership of Huang Moding. Currently, the Transport Brigade has 25 people and 10 heavy trucks, including 12 auto repair personnel. The other 7 trucks were transporting grain, cooking oil, dried fruits, etc. in the farmers' market. With this transport brigade, the army can focus entirely on fighting. The militiamen work together with the army to load the hospital's medical equipment, medicines, bandages, and other scarce supplies onto military trucks. Seeing the orderly organization and clear division of labor within the base, the survivors who had just been rescued felt instantly relieved. A base with such cohesion in the doomsday must be very powerful and safe. Newland reported the counted number of rescued survivors to Zhou Wei. Commander, there are a total of 567 survivors rescued from Fumin Street. Zhou Wei nodded after hearing this. Today, the total population of the base has exceeded 1,000, reaching 1,100. Excluding 178 soldiers, there were 922 survivors. These populations can provide a large number of labor forces for the base, allowing the base to develop more rapidly. Su Yimo and 4 other survivors were put into a car. As the vehicle slowly started, their hearts gradually calmed down. Through the car windows, they saw soldiers busy at work. Some were cleaning up the battlefield, and some were carrying supplies. All this shocked Su Yimo deeply, and he realized that in this doomsday world, there is also a group of people who are silently guarding the hope of mankind. What a great group of people. I want to use my expertise to contribute to the base. He can't hold a gun, but he can hold a scalpel. He secretly swore in his heart that from now on, he would be a strong backing for these people. He wants to use everything he has learned in his life to save everyone possible. After arriving at the base's safe zone, Su Yimo and others were personally received by Mo Wentian. He was very positive. After all, everyone gets sick and injured. If you have a good relationship with your doctor, you will save a life in the future. Dr. Su, come this way. I'll take you to the clinic at our base. Chapter 93: Summoning the Combat Support Company and the Tank Company. Su Yimo looked at Mo Wentian, who was being polite in front of her, and did not dare to be rebellious. The other party is the director of the base's survivor management department and his future boss. He was also very polite and said with a smile, Minister Mo is too polite. How dare we trouble you to come in person? Mo Wentian shook his head and mentioned Zhou Wei. Dr. Su, you are joking. You are an important talent in our base. The commander has personally informed me and asked me to make sure you are settled. Su Yimo was even more moved when she heard that she held such an important position in the commander's heart. As the saying goes, a gentleman will die for his friend. He swore in his heart that he would be loyal to the commander until death and would never let him down. He was deeply moved, so that's how it is. Minister Mo, please tell the commander for me. From now on, I will use all my life's knowledge to treat every patient in order to repay the commander's kindness. Mo Wentian laughed and agreed. He then personally brought Dr. Su to the village clinic. The transport team was also asked to place the medical equipment and medicines brought from the town hospital in the health center and nearby empty houses that had been vacated to serve as temporary hospitals. Looking at the simple environment of the village clinic, Mo Wentian said helplessly, the base has just started, and the conditions are like this. But don't worry, the base is being replanned and rebuilt. We will definitely build a big hospital for you in the future, and you will be the director of our Wujiang base hospital by then. Mo Wentian patted his chest and made the promise. Su Yimo and 2 other doctors entered the village clinic. Although the conditions are simple, compared to my previous life in the hospital, this place is like heaven. They received hot food, clean drinking water, and necessary medical assistance, and their physical and mental conditions are gradually recovering. Minister Mo, you're joking. This place is like heaven after the apocalypse. Looking at the tired people, Mo Wentian stopped disturbing them. 3 doctors, please take a rest first. I won't disturb you. The 3 doctors politely sent Mo Wentian away. Minister Mo, take care. As night fell, Su Yimo lay on the makeshift bed, looking at the starry sky outside the tent, her heart full of longing for the future. He knew that he was no longer fighting alone. Instead, you join a big family that can work together to resist zombies and rebuild your home. Many survivors who were rescued to the Wujiang base shared the same idea as him. They have never understood what it means to belong as much as they do now. The sky darkened again. Inside the command center, Zhou Wei took a look at the creation system. After taking over Fumin Street, he now has 170,490 creation coins. 170,000 creation coins. Zhou Wei immediately decided to purchase a combat support company. Coincidentally, today Professor Lin's big wall design was also completed under Gu Lan's guidance. Yes, under Gu Lan's guidance, the construction plan of the entire Wujiang Peninsula base was completed. Zhou Wei also just realized that Gu Lan was actually the best architect in the world. The sooner the wall is built, the more confident he will be in facing the zombies' active attacks in the near future. Zhou Wei spent 80,000 creation coins to summon a combat support company and deploy it in a hidden place within 3 kilometers. The combat support company has about 130 people, including a company headquarters of 10 people, a support platoon of 30 people, a reconnaissance platoon of 40 people, and a medical platoon of about 50 people. The support platoon is mainly equipped with 2 communication vehicles, 2 radar vehicles, 1 jamming vehicle, 1 jeep, and several large mechanical equipment for engineers. These large-scale mechanical equipment are the support company's treasures. They can build roads through mountains and bridges over rivers in the shortest time possible. Ensure that the Army can complete the established combat missions under various complex roads. The reconnaissance platoon is mainly equipped with 3 reconnaissance vehicles, 3 all-terrain reconnaissance vehicles, and 2 jeeps. The medical platoon's main equipment includes 4 armored emergency vehicles, 2 treatment vehicles, 1 jeep, and 1 truck. The support company commander is named Chun Mu, a tough guy. Commander, Chun Mu leads the combat support company to report to you. Please give instructions. Zhou Wei looked at this fully functional company, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He said to Captain Chun Mu, Captain Chun, send the support platoon to Wujiang Peninsula to assist Professor Lin in building the wall, and send the reconnaissance platoon and the medical platoon to Dohuang Town. The reconnaissance platoon strengthens the Army's eyes and possesses strong combat capabilities in its own right. Those who can become scouts are all aces in the Army. The arrival of the medical platoon can ensure that military soldiers can receive treatment as soon as possible after being injured, greatly enhancing the soldiers' fighting will. While waiting for the combat support company to arrive, Zhou Wei looked at the remaining 90,490 creation coins and felt that he could still do something. He looked at Dohuang Town, but the firepower was still not enough. If another army arrives, perhaps we can liberate the entire Dohuang Town tomorrow. Zhou Wei looked up and down the core interface, and finally locked his eyes on the tank company. With the king of land warfare, the tank, we can easily defeat the zombies in Dohuang Town. It just so happens that the creation coins required to summon a tank company are exactly 90,000. Based on the idea that the old must go before the new can come, Zhou Wei decisively summoned a tank company. With the addition of the tank company, he will be able to flatten Dohuang Town tomorrow. By then, we can use war to support war, and there will be a lot of creation coins. He deployed the tank company in a hidden location within 3 kilometers. Soon, a huge tank convoy appeared silently outside Dohuang Town. The tank company has about 50 people. The tank company is composed of a company headquarters of 14 people and 3 tank platoons, each with 12 people. The tank company's equipment mainly includes 1 armored command vehicle, 14 Type 99A main battle tanks, and 1 truck. The 99A main battle tank is majestic, like a steel behemoth crawling on the ground. The Type 99A main battle tank weighs 52 tons and has a crew of 3. The maximum road speed reaches 80 km per hour. The maximum off-road speed is 60 km per hour, and the combat range can reach 600 kilometers. The main weapon is a 125mm smoothbore gun with 41 rounds of ammunition. The coaxial machine gun model is the Type 86 7.62mm machine gun, and the roof-mounted machine gun model is the QJC-88 anti-aircraft machine gun. Chapter 94 Welcome Banquet. The tank itself realizes functions such as battlefield situation sharing, coordinated attack and defense, status monitoring, and system reconstruction. It is a truly informationized tank. Looking at the pictures sent back by the drone and the pile of steel behemoths, Zhou Wei felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. He became more and more excited. With the addition of this tank company, he would be able to complete his combat objectives ahead of schedule tomorrow and capture Dohuang Town. Under Zhou Wei's command, the tank company entered Dohuang Town. The arrival of this huge monster immediately attracted the attention of the militia. The militia members who were dealing with the bodies heard the roar coming from the road and looked towards the road in astonishment. Then everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. That's a tank. 1, 2, 3, 14 tanks. Am I seeing things? Oh my God, so many tanks. Is this the true strength of our base? Oh my God, I thought our base only had this many troops, but it turns out what I saw was just the tip of the iceberg. How many cards does the commander have that we don't know about? The militiamen were both surprised and excited about the sudden appearance of the tank company. What followed was an incomparable sense of pride. The stronger the base is, the more proud they feel. Marani looked at the tank battalion and sighed. Joining the base is really the best decision I have ever made in my life. All the militiamen looked at the tanks with dignified expressions. Someone suddenly had the idea to salute the tanks. In an instant, the entire militia was infected and followed suit, welcoming the arrival of the tank company in the most noble way of the army. The 2nd Militia Detachment, which was busy with transportation, also took the initiative to give way to the tanks. Looking at the majestic tank, Huang Moding sighed from the bottom of his heart. It's so damn handsome. Looking at his truck again, Huang Imo-ting felt very disappointed. How great would it be if you were driving a tank? With the arrival of the tank company, the combat support company's medical platoon and the reconnaissance platoon, the number of troops in Dohuang town nearly doubled, making it even more lively. The survivors and the army were in high spirits and full of hope for life. That evening, Zhou Wei organized a welcome banquet to welcome the support company and the tank company. Zhou Wei used the remaining 490 creation coins to exchange for the meat recipe. With the meat recipe in hand, he could immediately produce large quantities of fresh meat. Zhou Wei spent 1 hour to create 5 tons of pork. He gave the meat to the kitchen staff and asked them to cook it freely tonight. Unlimited supply of meat. He wants to let the soldiers eat as much meat as they want. Then the remaining meat will be pulled back to the Wujiang Peninsula base to give the survivors a little treat. As the saying goes, he had to use both kindness and force. Only in this way could he make the survivors obey him. He wants to tell the survivors who join the base that they can only get meat by following him. As soon as Zhou Wei gave the order, the entire Wujiang base army and survivors burst into cheers, praising his greatness. At the same time, they are more loyal to the base. At a time when ordinary survivors were having trouble getting enough to eat, the Wujiang Peninsula base was already having meat. The sense of superiority makes them more accepting and protective of this group. Report to the commander. Tank Company 1 Commander Lu Gang has arrived on orders. Please give instructions. Zhou Wei stood up and looked at the Tank Company Commander Lu Gang in front of him with sharp eyes. His voice was firm and powerful. Captain Lu, Captain Chun, your arrival has injected a powerful impetus into our battle. Tomorrow, we will launch the final attack on the zombies in Dohuang town. Your tank company will be our spearhead force, tearing through the zombies' defenses and opening a passage for follow-up troops. The support company will be the strongest logistical support for the troops. You are the booster for the soldiers to fight bravely against the enemy. When Lu Gang heard this, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and he answered loudly. Please rest assured, Commander. Tank Company 1 will live up to its mission and annihilate the zombies in one fell swoop. Chen Mu was also greatly encouraged. Commander, rest assured. I will personally lead the support company to do a good job of support and ensure that every injured soldier can receive timely treatment. The banquet continued, and the firelight illuminated every hopeful face. The Ice Phoenix Guards led by Nuolin, Company Commander Zhang Xiaowu and Instructor Zhao Qin, Captain Ma Rini of the 1st Militia Detachment, and Captain Huang Moding of the 2nd Militia Detachment, as well as other important members of the base also attended the banquet. They raised their glasses with the soldiers to celebrate the coming victory. There was all sorts of meat, including grilled, fried, and boiled meat. The soldiers and militiamen feasted on the meat, enjoying the hard-earned meat after the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, when power supply is cut off and animals mutate on a large scale, eating meat has long become a luxury. Even if frozen meat could be found, it would have become smelly and inedible after a few days of power outage. But what was in front of them was the freshest meat. The militia members, who were lucky enough to benefit from it, ate the delicious meat, and their admiration and recognition of Zhou Wei reached an unprecedented level. After the banquet, Zhou Wei stood alone outside the command center, looking at the starry sky, silently planning future strategies in his heart. The next morning, the atmosphere in Dohuang town became extremely hot. Soldiers and survivors alike rose earlier than usual. They knew that today was the day to launch a general attack on the entire Dohuang town. Taking over Dohuang town means the first battle of humanity's counterattack against zombies. The soldiers of the tank company, led by Company Commander Lu Gang, carefully checked the tank parts to ensure that the tanks could advance powerfully as soon as the battle began. The army uses special oil created by Zhou Wei, which can make vehicles more powerful and extend the service life several times under the same volume. Moreover, special oil is environmentally friendly and pollution-free and is a clean energy. The tank soldiers and combat support company soldiers were all wearing primary combat uniforms. As for the old clothes they took off, they were kept and given to the militia or the police department to wear later. The reconnaissance platoon of the combat support company has been spread out like sesame seeds, gathering intelligence from various locations to the headquarters. Chapter 95, All-Out Attack. The health platoon vacated a residential building and converted it into a post-war hospital. They urgently deployed various medical tools and wards to ensure that the wounded could be rescued as soon as the battle began. The soldiers of the infantry company were cleaning their guns and checking their ammunition. Zhang Xiaowu and Zhao Qin knew very well that the infantry company was still the main force in capturing the town. The tank company is still very weak in street fighting. The attack on Dohuang town cannot be wiped out with cannon fodder, as there are still many supplies and equipment inside that are urgently needed by the base. For example, textile factories and vegetable greenhouse bases need to be occupied by infantry. Important materials and machinery such as cotton, tillers, and seed drills are also necessary for the development of the base. The militiamen dug several larger pits outside the town to burn the bodies in Dohuang town. The excavators made a huge noise, but the militia did not find it noisy. Marani sighed from the bottom of his heart. This sound is so pleasant. In order to facilitate the cleaning of zombie corpses, they found a few bulldozers. The number of corpse transport vehicles also increased from 5 to more than 30. There are not many people in the militia team who can drive large vehicles, so most of them use tricycles and four-wheel pickup trucks. There were only 5 heavy trucks. This is in stark contrast to the transport brigade. Under Mo Wantian's coordination, the transport team already has 25 heavy trucks, but only 7 small trucks. Because today is the day that Professor Lin officially starts building the wall, the transport team was divided into 2 teams. One team was still transporting goods in Dohuang town, while the other team went to the gravel yard to transport sand and gravel. Once the foundation is dug, we can start building the wall. The transport team is also transporting supplies in an orderly manner. This will be the front line in the future fight against zombies, so naturally no supplies can be left behind and they must all be taken away. They knew that they would be busy for a while. However, they did not feel tired, but became more and more motivated. In the words of Huang Moding, captain of the transport brigade, the more we pull, the more supplies our base has, and the more at ease we feel. The transport team is not afraid of not having enough work to do, but rather of having no work to do. Inside the command center, Zhou Wei looked at the topographic map of Dohuang town. After 2 days of fighting, they had captured 1/3 of Dohuang town. There are still more than 40,000 zombies in the entire Dohuang town, and most of these zombies are concentrated in the streets and the buildings on both sides of them. A small number gathered at the edge of the town where the road was rugged. The zombies near the streets were pushed forward directly by tanks, but these rugged places could not be reached by tanks and could only be occupied by infantry. At 8:30 in the morning, after the troops had breakfast together, Zhou Wei looked at the time and formally issued the order for the general attack. Attention all units, I declare that the decisive battle for Dohuang town has officially begun. Next I will convey the formal combat orders. Order the 1st platoon of the tank company to attack towards the township government, the 2nd platoon of the tank company to attack towards the Civil Affairs Bureau, and the 3rd platoon of the tank company to attack towards Dohuang Middle School. The 1st platoon of the 1st Infantry Company launched an attack toward the textile factory and its surrounding areas. The 2nd platoon of the 1st Infantry Company launched an attack toward the greenhouse vegetable base. And the 3rd platoon of the 1st Infantry Company launched an attack toward the water plant. The reconnaissance platoon of the Combat Support Company launched an attack on the Dohuang Town Power Supply Station and its surrounding areas. The Ice Phoenix Guards are responsible for communication with all units and use drones to observe and report battlefield situations at all times. All companies must finish the battle before 6 p.m. today. Do you understand? Zhou Wei's order for a decisive battle rang in the ears of company commanders, platoon leaders, and even squad leaders. Each platoon leader had his or her own goals clarified in an instant. Their eyes were bright and they had already made preparations. Elite Infantry 1st Company understands. Combat Support Company understands. Tank Company understands. The Ice Phoenix Guards understand. As the combat order was issued, the more than 200 soldiers had clear division of labor. The various parts began to advance in a mutually supporting formation. It seems that each army is fighting on its own, but in case of emergency, nearby troops can provide fire cover for each other. The militia and transport brigade watched the armored vehicles and tanks drive in. Everyone felt their blood boiling and stopped to look towards the battlefield. The tanks drove past on the road, and with their powerful tonnage and power, the zombies on the street became very small. They were mercilessly sucked into the bottom of the tank and crushed into meat paste. A tyrant zombie with well-developed muscles rushed towards the tank with heavy steps. With his arm strength weighing several tons, if it was an armored vehicle, it would definitely be overturned. He thinks so too. However, when he encountered the tank head-on, the tyrant zombie suddenly realized how ridiculous his idea was. The huge weight of the tank made it impossible for him to move it even a little bit, no matter how hard he tried. The driver in the tank couldn't help but sneer. Do you really think my tank is a paper tiger? Under the huge power of the tank, the tyrant's arm was broken and then he was ruthlessly crushed under the vehicle. Under the weight of more than 50 tons, the tyrant zombie turned into an exploding juice zombie. Other ordinary zombies also collapsed at the first touch and were unable to stop this huge monster. The tanks advanced all the way, unstoppable. The machine guns on the tanks were also firing at an angle, smashing the zombies on the sides and front into pieces. In just a few minutes, the tanks advanced several hundred meters along the street. This efficiency is incomparable to that of armored vehicles. In the upper floor, the Storm Chaser zombies jumped up and down, trying to find the weakness of this giant monster. It dodged the machine gun bullets with agility, then pounced on the tank and slashed at it with its sharp claws. Its claws can easily cut through 40 centimeters thick reinforced concrete. I thought it would be no problem to cut this lump of iron. However, just as it swung its claws onto the tank, it activated the tank's reactive armor. The reactive armor was detonated, and the Storm Chaser was blown to pieces. It could never figure out until its death why this lump of iron was covered with thorns. In the face of a tank, a powerful weapon armed to the teeth, both power-type zombies and speed-type zombies have lost their lethality. Their spears can't shake the tank's shield at all. Looking at the densely packed zombies on the straight street ahead, the tank driver decided to give them some fun. Gunner, reload. The gunner could no longer hold back, and the automatic loader loaded a 125mm shell into the barrel. The AIMU adjusted the muzzle and fired a shot at the most densely populated area ahead. The shells flew out at a speed of over 1,000 meters per second, and the powerful airwaves directly blew away the zombies close to the tank. Wherever the shells passed, the zombies' flesh and blood were directly pierced by the shells and their bodies were broken in half. Chapter 96: Transparent Spores in the Vegetable Base. As the shells flew, all the zombies within 100 meters in the straight line were killed instantly. The shell exploded 100 meters away. The huge air wave and shrapnel tore the zombies within dozens of meters away, turning them into broken pieces that fell to the ground. With the shot, the density of zombies in front was reduced a lot, and only a sparse number of zombies survived. The machine gunner then quickly fired again, and in just a moment, all the zombies within 100 meters were cleared out. Tanks drove through the streets relentlessly, and street fighting did not exist for them. As long as the road is passable, any walls and houses encountered along the way will be violently knocked down. As the tanks charged recklessly, low walls and low-rise buildings collapsed one after another along the attack route. Zombies are just experienced packs in front of this killing machine. Watching the tank's unstoppable attack from the drone footage, Zhou Wei couldn't help but feel his heart surge and his blood boil. What is the Iron Flood? This is the Iron Flood. The tank company's advanced speed was much faster than Zhou Wei expected. Creation coins also flow into the account like water. Seeing the tank company's invincibility, Zhou Wei turned his attention to the battlefield of the infantry company. Zhou Wei focused the scene on the greenhouse vegetable base. This base is also important for the Wuzhong Peninsula. If it can be restarted, it will be able to provide a steady supply of vegetables to the Wuzhong Peninsula base. Vegetables are also important supplies in the Doomsday. It can provide survivors with nutrients such as vitamins and prevent the occurrence of many diseases. The combination of meat and vegetables makes it taste better. The soldiers from the 2nd Platoon of the 1st Infantry Company were responsible for attacking the vegetable base. No one thought it would be difficult to build this vegetable greenhouse base. The greenhouse vegetable base covers an area of 6,000 square meters and produces more than 40 tons of vegetables annually. The greenhouse vegetable base is basically fully automated, and on weekdays there are not many people inside except for some inspectors. Zhou Wei estimated that there were no more than 100 zombies in the base. This is a piece of cake for 2 rows. Newland looked at the images sent back by the drone and suddenly started to report. Reporting to the commander, 6 survivors were found in the control room of the vegetable greenhouse base, and no traces of zombies were found. When Zhou Wei heard the news, he felt uneasy. As expected, these survivors are all the managers of the vegetable base. With their participation, it will be easier to restart this vegetable base by myself. But there are no zombies inside? This was somewhat beyond Zhou Wei's expectations. He always felt that there was something strange inside, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Since there are no zombies, how did the survivors get trapped in the control room? He immediately gave instructions to the 2nd Platoon leader. 2nd Platoon leader, 6 survivors were found in the control room of the vegetable base. Your unit must do its best to ensure the safety of the survivors during the attack. After receiving the order, the 2nd Platoon leader immediately expressed his understanding. Yes, Commander. Newland used a drone to zoom in on the situation inside the entire vegetable base. Suddenly an abnormality was discovered. The optical detector did not find anything, but the sonic detector found that the air medium in the base was abnormal. Newland used other detectors to analyze the information, and finally frowned. Commander, we have discovered a large number of unidentified tiny transparent floating objects floating in the vegetable base, which are similar to the spores of some plants. Newland looked at the many gaps that had been blown open in the vegetable base and showed a hint of surprise. In addition, I also found multiple traces of explosions in this vegetable base, and there are zombies hiding among the plants. Newland looked at the zombie aura detected on the monitor, and she was not sure whether it was zombies disguised as plants. Or is it a fusion of plants and zombies? Zhou Wei was surprised when he heard this. Those survivors will be trapped. These spores and zombies must be no simple matter. Also, what are the signs of the explosion? Does anyone inside have explosives? He immediately reminded all the soldiers in the second platoon. There are suspected to be a large number of plant spores floating in the vegetable base. Please pay attention to biochemical protection. Zombies are hiding among the vegetables. Be careful of sneak attacks. Another thing is that the survivors may have explosives in their hands. Upon hearing this, the soldiers in the second row became extremely cautious. After they checked the anti-gas system of their combat uniforms and confirmed that there was no leak, the second platoon leader said to the first squad leader, "Squad Leader 1, lead the soldiers of Squad 1 and enter carefully." Because the effect of the spores was unknown, the second platoon leader did not dare to have all his men enter. "We can only let Squad 1 explore the way first, and the main force will enter after it is confirmed to be safe. If Class 1 encounters danger, those who stay outside can provide timely rescue." Led by the class monitor, Class 1 walked into the vegetable base cautiously. At the same time, the vegetable base is under control indoors. The boss of the base, Fu Aofeng, and his 5 technicians also saw the fully armed soldiers walking in through the surveillance equipment outside the base. The vegetable base has its own independent power supply, so the base's backup power can still operate normally after a doomsday power outage. Looking at these people and listening to the gunfire outside, Fu Aofeng was finally convinced. The army is coming. We are saved. The 5 technicians were also very happy about the news. Although they could hear gunfire in the past 2 days, it was still far away from here, and they were not sure whether it was the army or other survivor organizations. I don't know if these people have the ability to rescue them. It wasn't until they saw the soldiers from Squad 1 appear on the surveillance screen that they finally felt relieved. Suddenly, one of the technicians thought of something and his expression became extremely frightened. He quickly reminded Fu Aofeng, "Boss, the army seems to know nothing about those transparent spores. If we don't warn them, they could end up suffering heavy losses." Fu Aofeng suddenly came back to his senses from his surprise. He was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and nodded quickly. Yes, you are right. We must tell them about the spores immediately." But when they reached the door, they hesitated again. It seemed as if there was some ferocious beast lurking outside the door, and they would be devoured as soon as they went out. Boss, are we really going out?" One technician backed out. Fu Aofeng was also struggling and hesitating, but when he saw the soldiers advancing cautiously, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. "Go. We must go out. This may be our only chance to be rescued." He ran outside with the blower. These blowers are the key to their survival. Although they had a blower, they had no idea whether they could survive. After all, there were 10 of them before, and 4 of them had an accident when they entered the vegetable greenhouse to look for food, and no one was left alive. The blowers simply improved their chances of survival. At the same time, the squad leader and soldiers of Class 1 who entered the base frowned. It was discovered that these transparent spores were extremely light and had extremely strong adsorption properties. Just the slight airflow caused by walking can allow these transparent spores to adhere to their bodies. At first it didn't seem like a big deal, but as the number of spores increased, their vision became worse and worse. It feels like dozens of pieces of transparent glass stacked together, although the glass is transparent. But after repeated reflection and refraction, the image that enters the eye has already become blurred. In addition, there is difficulty breathing. These spores block the exchange of gases between the inside and outside of the combat suit. Chapter 97. The first casualties occur. Everyone showed symptoms of hypoxia on their faces. Grass. The squad leader was so angry that he immediately slapped the spores on his body with his hands, trying to drive them away. The other warriors followed suit and tried to swat away the spores. "Don't hit the spores too hard. They'll explode." Just then, a loud shout of fear was heard from a distance. When the squad leader and others heard the shout, they subconsciously stopped, but it was too late. The squad leader and the 3 soldiers behind him slapped the spores off their bodies. The air was instantly filled with tiny dust particles, as if time had stopped at that moment. Immediately afterwards, there was a flash of dazzling light, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The entire space was torn apart by a powerful shock wave. The spore dust reached its flammable limit in a very short time and encountered the sparks produced by the beating, triggering this sudden dust explosion. The figures of Squad Leader 1 and the 3 soldiers disappeared in the explosion, leaving only a charred area and splattered blood. Their lives are forever frozen at this moment. Although the other 6 soldiers were lucky enough not to be directly at the center of the explosion, they were knocked to the ground by the strong shock wave and suffered multiple injuries. Some even fainted. Their combat uniforms were stained with blood, and groans of pain were heard one after another. Outside the base, Fu Aofeng and his technicians witnessed this scene, and their hearts were instantly filled with fear. They didn't expect that they were still a step late. But there was no time to think about it if the 6 injured soldiers were not rescued quickly. And through them, the army will be informed of the danger of spores, and more soldiers will meet with accidents. Fu Alfing took a deep breath, suppressed his inner fear, held the blower, and led the technicians to rush to the battlefield. The blower blew the spores aside, creating a relatively safe path. I hope that with my limited strength, I can provide guidance for these soldiers. Stop. Don't do any strenuous exercise, or there will be a secondary explosion. Fu Alfing's voice was particularly loud in the chaos. He waved the blower in his hand to create wind, trying to blow away the spores around him, while shouting loudly, hoping to attract the attention of the soldiers. The 6 survivors each held a blower and blew away the spores around the injured warrior. Fortunately, several wounded but conscious soldiers heard his warning. He immediately stopped the violent body movements and instead began to gently brush away the spores to minimize the generation of dust. At the same time, they also realized the existence of Fu Alfing and others. A soldier quickly moved towards Fu Alfing and asked for help. The 2nd platoon leader was watching this sudden scene outside, and his eyes suddenly turned red. He didn't expect that his warriors did not fall at the hands of the zombies, but instead were inexplicably defeated by these transparent spores. Looking at the 6 wounded soldiers lying on the ground, the 2nd platoon leader quickly ordered, "Save them." Zhou Wei also saw this sudden scene from the drone footage. Looking at the violent explosion, he finally understood what were the explosion marks in the vegetable base. Zhou Wei's heart ached as he looked at the struggling wounded soldiers. The first casualties on the battlefield finally came. Although he had anticipated this, there would definitely be casualties in a war. But I didn't expect it to be this way. He didn't even see the enemy. He quickly notified the health team. "Prepare for first aid." The medical platoon quickly drove the battlefield ambulance to the outskirts of the vegetable base. The soldiers in the 2nd row were about to move towards the vegetable base to rescue their injured comrades. Fu Alfing quickly stopped them. "Don't come in. It's very dangerous here. Please leave them to us. We have more experience than you." Following Fu Alfing's words, the soldiers in the 2nd row stood in a safe position with worried looks on their faces. Fu Alfing asked 4 people to form 4 corners with blowers to blow away the spores. He and another person very gently carried the injured soldier to a safe location under the protection of 4 technicians' blowers. After repeating this 6 times, the 6 injured soldiers were finally carried out. The 6 soldiers were in poor condition, 3 were seriously injured, and 3 were slightly injured. Fortunately, the primary combat suit took most of the damage from the explosion. Otherwise, even if they were not at the center of the explosion, they would probably have followed in the footsteps of the squad leader and the other 3 soldiers. Then the 6 people carefully carried out the bodies of the 4 dead warriors again. Protected by their combat uniforms, their bodies were relatively well preserved. Seeing his comrade being rescued safely, the 2nd platoon leader excitedly held Fu Alfing's hand with red eyes and expressed his gratitude to Fu Alfing. "Thank you. Thank you very much." Fu Alfing breathed a sigh of relief and shook his head slightly. "It's nothing. This is what we should do. You came to save us. We are the ones who should be thanking you." Fu Alfing's face was full of regret, if he had not hesitated for a while at the door before. Now this tragedy could have been completely avoided. He said with a look of self-blame, "I am still late. If I had come earlier, maybe I could have saved everyone." At this time, the ambulance also arrived at the scene, and everyone worked together to send the injured soldiers to the ambulance. Only after watching the ambulance leave did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. It was only then that the 2nd platoon leader remembered to ask about the origins of these spores. "Brother, what are these spores about? Why did they explode?" Upon hearing this, Fu Alfing gave a bitter smile. These spores are actually emitted by the spore zombies in the vegetable base. They are very light and can be adsorbed onto the surface of organisms, causing them to suffocate to death. Squad Leader 1 and others had already felt this before. If it weren't for this damn feeling of suffocation, Squad Leader 1 and the others would not have tried to knock them off the city. Fu Alfing continued with lingering fear. But this is not the scariest thing. The scariest thing is that these tiny spores contain low levels of gunpowder. They look like firecrackers. If it is hit hard, it will explode. The explosion will then expand like a domino effect, eventually creating the effect of a dust explosion. Until the density of spores adsorbed on humans is not enough to form a secondary dust explosion. We lost 4 more people to come to this conclusion. After hearing Fu Alfing's explanation, everyone suddenly understood. Chapter 98: Spore Zombies. Fu Alfing looked at the vegetable base with fear. If the food here was not relatively abundant and the zombie activity was almost zero, he would definitely not choose to stay in there. He said with a serious expression, These spore zombies have completely degenerated into plants and merged with the vegetables in the entire base. After saying that, Fu Aoshue took out his cell phone and took out a few pictures of spore zombies that they had taken from the album. What is shown in the picture are not zombies in the traditional sense. They are plants that look ordinary but have a weird look to them. The outline of a human face can be vaguely seen between the leaves of the plant. There was a dark light flickering in the place of the eyes, as if they were the eyes of a devil hidden in the green. What's even more amazing is that on the stems of some plants, you can clearly see textures similar to human skin, and blood vessels that are so fine that they are almost invisible. The spore zombies have things that look like mushrooms growing on their bark-like skin. These mushrooms are so dense that people with trypophobia would faint when they see them. The mushrooms continuously release transparent spores to the outside world, and the spores spread to the entire vegetable base under the influence of wind. On Dapeng, the water pipes and vegetable fields were almost all filled with spores. It is obvious that this vegetable base has been completely infected and has lost its value. This is... The second platoon leader widened his eyes and looked at the photo on his phone in disbelief. The surrounding soldiers also gathered around, their faces filled with shock and confusion. Fu Alfing nodded heavily and explained. These spore zombies or plant people have formed a symbiotic relationship with plants through some unknown means. They have become part of the plant. This change makes their vital signs extremely weak, almost impossible to be captured by existing detection equipment. Moreover, they are hidden in this way. It can avoid being attacked directly, but also spread spores silently to attack. This is simply a monster that goes against the laws of nature. A warrior muttered to himself, his tone full of fear and awe. Fu Alfing thankfully said, "The only good news is that these zombies also paid a price. It's just that their movement ability is slow, even slower than that of ordinary zombies. They're similar to the slow-moving zombies in many movies. Otherwise, sooner or later the whole world will be invaded by these terrible spores." Zhou Wei heard all this through the video link in the command center, his brows furrowed and his expression solemn. Who knows if the spore zombies have evolved a second time and gained efficient mobility? This is another new type of zombie that has never been heard of. Zombies are evolving towards diversification. The vegetable base can no longer be used, and there are too many explosive spores in it, making it unsuitable for infantry advancement. Those spore zombies set up a tight net in the vegetable base and waited for humans to die. The second platoon leader saw that one of his squads had already paid a bloody lesson and did not want to repeat the same mistake. He used the communicator to request fire support from the command center. He wants to use missiles to completely destroy these zombies and bid farewell to the 4 sacrificed soldiers. Command, I am the platoon leader of the 2nd platoon of the 1st company of the elite infantry. I request to use artillery fire to cover the vegetable base. In the command center, Zhou Wei heard the 2nd platoon leader's request and agreed without hesitation. Compared with a vegetable base, the lives of his soldiers are more important. The vegetable base has been destroyed and will be rebuilt later. When a soldier dies, he is truly dead. Zhou Wei's voice rang clearly in the ears of the 2nd platoon leader. 2nd platoon leader, take your soldiers and survivors and evacuate the vegetable base. In 10 minutes, I will call in aerial drones to launch a full coverage missile attack on the vegetable base. After Zhou Wei's order was issued, the 2nd platoon leader organized the remaining people to evacuate to a safe place. Let's go, away from the vegetable base. The soldiers evacuated in an orderly manner, without a trace of chaos and with strict discipline. Fu Beifeng and other technical personnel also heard the 2nd platoon leader's request for artillery coverage, so how could they dare to stay any longer? They also chased after the second row, quickly retreating to a safe point in the rear. Fei Xue, have the 10 drones in the Wujiang base take off, carrying 40 missiles to carry out a bombing mission on the Dohuang Town vegetable greenhouse base. Zhou Wei conveyed the drone bombing mission to Murong Fei Xue at the Wujiang Peninsula base. As he was speaking, the drone transmitted the specific situation of the bombing target back to the Wujiang Peninsula base and appeared on Murong Fei Xue's combat platform. Although he has 5 drones, he can complete the aerial fire strike mission more quickly. But he didn't want to do that. The reason, of course, is to show off muscles to the survivors of the Wujiang Peninsula base. Let them see the powerful military force of Wujiang base. When medium-sized drones flew in groups across the sky of Wujiang Peninsula. When the survivors saw the base's powerful air force, they naturally became more in awe of the base's armed forces. They will cheer for this and feel proud to be citizens of Wujiang base. After Murong Fei Xue received the task, a hint of tenderness appeared on her pretty face, which was as cold as ice for 1,000 years. Her strong voice responded like thunder. Yes, Commander, I'll get the drone off right away. Looking at the target information sent back by the drone, Morong Feishue was full of confidence. She looked at her companions who were ready for battle and nodded affirmatively. Let's move. This is a test from the commander. I hope everyone can demonstrate the level and ability they have trained for in their daily lives. Morong Feishue's serious attitude shocked Yi Qingxia and others. Then everyone showed expectant and serious expressions on their faces. This is the first battle since the establishment of the information team. It must be fought well to let the commander know the value of their existence. Yi Qingxia and others carefully checked the drone components, mounted missiles, combat systems, etc. After completing all this, Morong Feishue released 10 drones. The drones slowly took off and finally lined up neatly in a row, flying towards Dohuang town. Nearly 1,000 survivors in the Wujiang Peninsula and the busy survivors on the road were attracted by these majestic drones. They all looked up at the sky at the same time, seeing the row of drones flying away with the wind, and each of them showed a shocked expression. Oh my God, there are so many large drones. Are these all drones from our base? Chapter 99 Drone Missile Coverage. I always thought our base only had those iron lumps on land, but I didn't expect there would be so many drones. Are those drones carrying missiles? That's really cool. Wow, our base's air force is so strong. The appearance and combat capability of the reconnaissance and strike drone are no different from those of a fighter jet. The only difference is that there is no cab, but the cab is turned into an explosives unit for suicide attacks. Looking at the sonic boom traces left by the drone in the air, the survivors in the Wujiang base burst into cheers. Not stop talking about everything drones. An invisible cohesive force formed among the survivors, and no one was not proud and honored to be a part of the Wujiang base. The wanderers outside the base who originally had ulterior motives also shrank their heads in fear. At this moment, they were shocked by the powerful force of the base. The wanderers who originally had other ideas in their minds instantly gave up their thoughts. It's so funny. If you dare to cause trouble, the other side will just fire a row of missiles at you. You can all go to heaven and face the Buddha face to face. Even many wanderers have begun to think about abandoning darkness and joining the light. Although I live a precarious life as an emperor in the outside world, I feel safe after joining the Wujiang base. They did it as soon as they thought of it. Soon, the survivors in nearby villages, mountains, and towns began to find ways to get to Wujiang Peninsula. They all want to embrace this big family full of martial virtues. A swarm of drones flew over Dohuang town, and the militiamen looked up in surprise. Oh my God, so many planes. Just as Ma Rini was shocked and moved, what made him even more dumbfounded was yet to come. 10 drones launched the ZWZ small integrated land-to-air missiles they were carrying almost at the same time. The missile flew towards the vegetable base at an ultra-high speed of Mach 15, leaving a long tail in the atmosphere. The tail looked like a road extending from the sky. The scene was so spectacular that all the survivors opened their eyes wide. Oh my God, so many missiles. Is our base so arrogant? Huang Imoting's blood boiled as he watched. The missile fell into the vegetable greenhouse base, and the entire vegetable greenhouse base was instantly enveloped by violent explosions. Missiles one after another accurately destroyed the Daping base and blew away the spore zombies hiding inside that were preparing to attack people. The spore zombie never dreamed that he would be treated like this one day. Everything hidden in the missile became a joke. They disintegrated in the explosion and turned into ashes. Fu Beifeng looked at the vegetable greenhouse base that had turned into a sea of fire, and the shock on his face still could not be subsided. It was like a dream to see a missile hitting a small vegetable greenhouse base. Isn't this too luxurious? It feels like the opponent's missiles are free. He was right. Missiles were indeed free for Zhou Wei. He could make 96 of them in a day. When his level is raised in the future and more creation bars are unlocked, the creation time will be shortened again, and he will be able to use missiles as bullets. The drone displayed. The target has been completely destroyed. Looking at the information fed back by the drone, Zhou Wei smiled with a look of revenge. Anyone who dares to hurt me, I will make you pay back 100-fold. At this moment, the leader of the medical platoon breathed a sigh of relief and walked out of the operating room. He looked at Zhou Wei, saluted with great loyalty, and reported the results of the treatment to Zhou Wei. Reporting to the commander, the 6 soldiers are no longer in danger of death after rescue. The 3 lightly wounded soldiers will be able to return to the army in a month, while the seriously wounded will need to rest for 6 months. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei showed a relieved smile on his face. The 6 wounded were fortunate that they did not become disabled because of the protection of their combat uniforms. This also made Zhou Wei realize that combat uniforms can indeed protect the safety of soldiers very well. However, with the evolution of zombies, basic combat uniforms are no longer sufficient. Both the protection capability and the requirements of the battlefield environment have gradually been unable to be met. Especially zombies, which are tireless creatures. Once they encounter a tide of zombies, they will attack nonstop day and night. The current combat uniforms do not have night vision capabilities, which is not conducive to soldiers fighting at night. He had to consider exchanging for the formula for a more advanced combat uniform. Zhou Wei nodded to the leader of the medical platoon. Okay, I understand. You and the soldiers in the medical platoon have worked hard. I thank you on behalf of all the soldiers on the front line. Zhou Wei's gratitude made the platoon leader of the health platoon feel honored. He did not dare to be proud of himself and quickly waved his hand humbly. Commander, you have exhausted us. We are not as hardworking as the commander and the soldiers on the front line. You are all fighting for your lives, and we are just doing what we can do. Zhou Wei nodded, and everyone was doing their job. He waved his hand. Okay, go down and get busy. The leader of the medical platoon turned around and left the command center to go and work elsewhere. Zhou Wei continued to watch the battles in other places. Under the powerful firepower offensive of the tank company, 85% of Dohuang town has been liberated. The remaining 15% are infantry companies advancing, and the battle is about to come to an end. The third row of soldiers of the tank company advanced to the last area, Dohuang Town Middle School. The tank drove into the middle school, and the middle school students on the playground became extremely excited when they saw this behemoth. They trekked through mountains and rivers, climbed over classroom windows, fences, flower beds, and stairs, and ran towards the tanks. Looking at the gathered middle school students, the platoon leader had a grim expression on his face and drove the tank mercilessly over them. The tanks rampaged among the students, and the entire playground turned into a large slaughterhouse. Under the powerful firepower of the tanks, the zombie students fell down in large numbers like wheat in autumn harvest, covering the playground with a green layer. The tank spotter noticed something strange. Although thousands of middle school students ran out of the classroom, there were still some zombies in the classroom who remained unmoved. Chapter 100: Bombardment of Dohuang Middle School. They seemed unable to hear the roar and roar of the tanks, and still stood behind the wall in a daze. He couldn't help but scratch his head. Are these zombies deaf? But he always felt that things were not that simple. Because these zombies never approach the windows, as if they are deliberately avoiding something. Suddenly, he noticed a zombie looking towards the playground with a hint of cruelty in its eyes. Sharp hand knives grew between his arms, as if he could not restrain himself from killing someone. However, after seeing the fierce firepower of the tanks, the zombies gradually suppressed their murderous intent. He put away the blade and continued to hide himself, disguising himself as an ordinary zombie. The observer was horrified to find that these zombies were actually intelligent zombies. They will also hide themselves and lure survivors into the building before taking action. Seeing them hiding behind the wall, the observer instantly understood. They are hiding from snipers. It's horrifying how smart these zombies are. In fact, they have encountered quite a few intelligent zombies. Just like the mutant dog that Zhou Wei encountered at the beginning, it would hide itself and look for opportunities to launch a sneak attack. Later, a mutant cat with green crystals is discovered, which sneaks in through the ventilation ducts. When discovered, they will run away. They know the power of guns and can dodge bullets. Then there are the storm chasers. When we first encountered them, they were hiding on the roof of the gas station warehouse and launching a surprise attack. Moreover, the storm chasers are very united and have special connections with each other and can gather together for revenge in an instant. The most terrifying thing is that the wind chaser knows how to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. He sent a small team to attack Murong Feishue from the front, but his real intention was to attack from the walls on both sides. When the situation is hopeless, they will break up into small groups and flee quickly. Obviously, the knife-arm zombies that the third platoon of the tank company encountered were also mutant zombies that fought in groups. I just wonder if they are smarter or inferior to the storm chasers. What about the lethality? The observer reported what he saw to the commander. The conductor was surprised when he heard this. He pondered for a moment, then ordered the gunner. Point the gun at those mutant zombies and fire a shot to find out their background. The tragedy of the first squad, second platoon of the infantry is still fresh in our minds. The commander did not dare to conduct physical reconnaissance, but chose to conduct fire reconnaissance instead. The gunner adjusted the muzzle of the tank and aimed at the classroom where a knife-arm zombie was located. The knife-arm zombie here is wearing the sportswear of the school basketball club and was a sports student when he was alive. Following the commander's order, a shell whizzed out, crashed through the classroom wall, and exploded in the classroom. The huge shock wave blew the desks and benches in the classroom into pieces. Thousands of pieces of debris flew out of the windows, randomly selecting victim zombies and smashing them into a daze. The knife arm zombie was blown away by the huge shock wave and fell on the playground, with shrapnel and wooden stakes from tables, chairs and benches stuck all over its body. Amazingly, he was able to stand up after being hit by a shell. Looking at the basketball jersey on him, everyone couldn't help but marvel. Sports students are so terrifying. The knife arm zombie moved at high speed and fled into a nearby building. The speed is not much slower than that of the wind chaser. The machine gunner aimed the machine at the knife arm zombie, blocking its retreat with powerful firepower. Bullet after bullet hit its body, causing it to stagger and its limbs to bend and deform to varying degrees. However, the knife arm zombie still escaped tenaciously. The bullets seemed to be hitting special steel, either ricocheting or being directly shattered by the powerful reaction force. The commander and other soldiers were shocked. With the speed and intelligence of the wind chaser and the tankiness of the tyrant, this zombie is even more difficult to deal with. In the moment when the soldiers were stunned, the knife arm zombie fled back to the teaching building. The conductor frowned and broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, I conducted fire reconnaissance. If I let the infantry go in, it would have been another tragedy. After dealing with the middle school students on the playground, the soldiers of the third row looked solemnly at the teaching buildings that were full of dangers. God knows how many knife arm zombies are hiding in here. The third platoon leader took a deep breath, and his eyes turned cold. He issued orders to all tank commanders. All gunners, prepare to raise these school buildings to the ground. I don't believe the knife arm zombies inside can survive this kind of firepower. The tank's black muzzle was aimed at the teaching buildings ahead, which were hiding endless dangers. As the third platoon leader's order was issued, the atmosphere on the entire battlefield instantly became extremely tense. The tank's engine roared like a giant beast. The muzzle of the gun spewed out the breath of death and was aimed at the teaching buildings that seemed peaceful but were actually harboring murderous intent. Fire! The third platoon leader once again issued a decisive order. One 125mm shell after another was fired from the tank. The ground shook violently, and dust flew everywhere the moment the shells left the tank. Shell after shell mercilessly hit the teaching building in front, and deafening explosions rang out one after another. The teaching building was crumbling under the baptism of artillery fire, and the rubble and smoke covered the sky, completely obscuring the already dark sky. Each shell was like human anger, tearing the reinforced concrete buildings into pieces and releasing destructive force. Under the continuous artillery fire, the teaching building finally couldn't bear the weight and collapsed on a large scale. Hundreds of tons of reinforced concrete mercilessly fell to the ground, burying all living things in the building. Zombies struggled inside the collapsed building, trying to escape the deadly collapse. However, all the efforts were in vain. One by one, the zombies were hit by the huge ceiling and then buried by more debris above. In just a moment, the zombies inside were eliminated, and even those who managed to escape would be shot by the tank's machine gun. The power of a machine cannon is different from that of a machine gun. Even if a sports student is hit, he will be shattered here and there. After the artillery fire stopped, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, revealing a devastated battlefield. The teaching building no longer exists, replaced by a ruin. The former classrooms, corridors, and stairs have now turned into piles of rubble of varying sizes. Keep moving forward and search for the remaining zombies. The voice of the third platoon leader rang out over the tank intercom. Although there is a hint of fatigue, there is more determination and unquestionableness. Tanks and infantry moved cautiously through the ruins, their nerves tense, ready to deal with any possible emergencies. However, unexpectedly, they found no trace of the knife-arm zombies in this completely destroyed area. All the zombies were buried deep under the ruins. Without light, they could only rot slowly like rotten wood. It seems that our firepower has worked.